Boom. Very abusive. Now I'm going in both directions with my own stream, with my own vertical setup, because I have the... It's like YouTube just can never keep up. New stuff comes out and they just invent up lame iterations of these tools. Like, who is the creative team on YouTube who comes up with these things? Like, why wouldn't they allow you to have two separate types of views? Like, this is my vertical feed for my vertical shit, and then this is my wide. How come they don't allow you to just, you know what I mean? It's just weird. Weird folks who have too much money, who don't care enough to actually make things work properly, and I just can't wait until the revolution. I can't wait. No, I'm being a little mean and nasty. We have good things in America. We have good things. I like America. Auto find and activate. Let me see. That's a lie. Where's the other one at? It's the main one. This is the let me see. Do I really have two of these at once? Hold on, let me. This is goofy. Okay. Well, it's running. Regardless, it's running. Hold on, no, it's not. I'm being stupid. Let me slow down. Let me slow down. Let me slow down. It's not running because it's unlisted. Let me slow down. It's doing that thing again where if I click unlisted, it jumps to the top. Very nice design. Chef's kiss. Can I recommend you a song or songs, JoJo ones? You are a new JoJo fan. I've been watching JoJo since the 1980s. So I've heard all the music. That was a wrong number, but I think I get the point. I'm actually I'm a traditional anime fan. That means that I have seen around 1,000 animes, and most anime does not look like JoJo. So I've been trying to look at stuff that doesn't look like JoJo or flow like JoJo. So it's not something that gets me excited like that. Like, there's Dragon Ball, and then there's JoJo. You know what I mean? No, but like, no, seriously. My favorite song from JoJo is it used to be, it still is Bloody it's like Storm or Stream. It's still Bloody Stream. I'm an old guy, so I appreciate funky music. And my second favorite one is Chase. And I still like the first opening from Joseph's you know, the Nazi appreciator in the first Joseph Joestar. Am I getting my, yeah, Jonathan Joestar. No, I think they're both. No, I think Joseph Joestar is the one that might be racist. I think every single whatever. Hello. Marquezos. Is it Marquezos? Macias. And Josh Haynes. Josh Haynes sounds like a somebody in a cabinet for a presidential administration. Hi, I'm Josh Haynes. Can I talk to you a minute about your future as an American? Let me get this up. That's wrong. This is the old one. What the fuck? There we go. Give me both. Give me liberty or give me death. There's that one. Run the test. How dare you tell me to read my own guidelines? Yes. That's a bit of a weird one. see, it has had Gucci collabs in its own exhibit in the. Yep, I've seen it. I've been watching the JoJo scene for about what feels like 10 years now. 10, 12, 15 years it feels like. It really is like, I get like weirded out by like how the JoJo, quote unquote, JoJo community works, because I feel like the vast majority of people who are JoJo fans are just in it for the memes. They don't actually watch the anime. There's like 3 sections: people who watch the anime, people who read the manga, people who read the manga when it was going through bad translations, and then there's people who just say every single day, is that a JoJo reference? Those are not JoJo fans. Those are weird guys. Those are the weirdos. I think it was funny to say, is that a JoJo reference in like 17? 10 years later is kind of 10 years later is a little bit too much. This is not like a dog-a or doge meme, as they say nowadays. Back in the day, it was dog-a or doggy. But now people say doge because of a certain undesirable individual. The only African in America that should be deported. The only African in America that should be deported. A certain autistic Asperger's haver. Let me see. Let me take a look at this. There's like 8 things going on at once. This is the one that I need to have up. Where's the auto find and activate? Okay, that's explain. This is fucking annoying. There it is. No. I need like 3 YouTube chats. This is gonna be fucking annoying. Okay. There's this one. And then there's this one. Okay. Okay. All right. Stop it. There we go. Now we're in the kitchen. Now we're in the factory. We're able to make some Chef Boyardee. Not to be misogynist, but Chef Herardee as well. Chef they RD. Chef Binary RD. We're gonna chef it up. Let's see. Let's get into a let's get into some boring stuff. I'm so sorry, guys. Don't watch my streams. I'm boring. I'm boring. I'm boring. I hate myself when I hear myself talk. It's such an annoying phenomenon to have to go through. It really is. It's I'm not playing Arc Raiders. I'm not playing Unk Raiders. I'm not unking it up on Arknights or whatever. I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not doing all those interesting things. So, sorry, I'm just I don't have a wife or kids, but I act like it. I act like I'm a boring, old, decrepit individual who just can't do anything but work constantly. It's quite the, it's fun. I like it. I like this. I like things being difficult because it makes me feel alive. It's a good thing this is what I spend my time on, because if I did not be like Stephen Miller trying to send us to war constantly. Bald-headed Hitler. Let's see. The food project. Let's offset that by a couple of days. The 8th. Put it on the 10th. Put it on a Saturday. Let me know. Put it on the 11th. And scroll up, and then let's look at what are we doing? What are we doing? All these at night? Push these forward by a day. Today. Or should I say tomorrow? Because it'll be tomorrow soon. No. Not an hour. Postpone it by a day. I can't send it back. Okay, that's fine. A day. Okay. Hold on. Some of those things, whatever. Take a step back from yesterday. Put this over here and then shift it forward by a day. We need to get this out. I want this ready for the weekend. I want this ready for the weekend. I want a JJK video. I want 2. I want 2 JJK videos. I want one on that one character that I don't know anything about, but I've seen a TikTok on him, and I thought it was funny, so I'm gonna, I love it. I love to do this thing where I look at people make content, and I'm like, that's interesting, that's funny. Let me do it, but better. I just love that. It's very thievish. It's very melanin rich, and I just love it. I can't get enough of it. Let me see. So we're gonna put this here. I got a couple of interviews to run. I'm gonna see if I can get a couple of these fellas to pop into the VC so I can interview them while I continue to work and stream at the same time. Let me look at this person's little bit of work. Let me see what they've got. Oh shit, it froze. Oh fuck me, I gotta download it, don't I? Discord is not being nice to me today. When is it? When is it being nice? Let me download this. Let me download the video so that I can, it's an MOV. Well, that's a good reason for why I wouldn't play that properly on Discord. Discord isn't very friendly with a lot of visual video formats. Okay, it's a big one. It's a big one. It's saying 6 minutes to download this. How big is this bitch? It's just 15 megabytes. What's going on? What is going on? What is going on? I haven't streamed on Kick in a while because Kick is full of bots who keep asking you to come to their streams, and they shit on you and they say you should stop watching this fuckhead. Come watch my stream instead. And I'm like, okay, that's interesting. That's one way to do it. That's one way to do it. I'm gonna go up on Twitter as well. I'm gonna go up and live on the Twitter. Is this thing done downloading? It's still downloading. Is there a problem with my internet? Hold on. No, not really. Yeah, no, not really. Okay. Anyways. Producer, broadcast. Hold on, let me take a look at what we got for our titling scheme so far. Let me do that. When I get rich, I want to get new sinuses. I want to get new sinuses installed in my fucking face. Very nasally. You probably can't tell. You think it's just how I should sound, but I can tell, and it's very annoying. Let's do. Where's the Here we go. That one right there. I'm pretty sure that if I hit the Twitter. Never mind. That's something else. You say I see Rosa. I like. You're talking about the girl from Plastic Memories, or something else. I forgot her name entirely. I thought her name was like started with an I. Oh, you talking about the girl from Pokemon? Is that her? I didn't know she was on screen like that until I moved the fucking chat out of the way. Is this gonna do anything? Let me just do it. Let me just do it. Let me just go. Hello? Oh yeah, the how would you say this? The broadcasting settings are different because the encoder settings are probably a little shifted. They're a little shitted. You can only send certain types of things into the encoder settings, I suppose. I wonder if I can change things around without blowing up the other streams at the same time. Okay, so Twitter is so goofy. I hate Elon. Let me shut this down and then go into the settings. I'm pretty sure if I go into the settings, I'm going to explode off the streams at once. The first female protagonist had like a Russian name, Bertha Elia. It's scarce to remember Pokemon protagonist names like that. I know Ash because I'm old. And that's about it. Ash and Red and Gold and Lackey 2 or whatever. The name for the black and white protagonist. I think the black and white protagonist, there's 2 because they have black and white 1 and 2. So I know his name is Lackey 2 or some shit like that in the manga. Oh, don't do that to me. Stop. So abused. So abused. Advanced settings. This shouldn't really like fuck me over like this. I'm not really sure why I'm being tossed around like this. Okay. Blah blah blah. Where's the video stuff at? There we go, right there. 2.4 AVC. That's AV1 as opposed to AVC. I'm guessing that's AVC. And then we're gonna do 30. Yep. Bit rate. That's 9,000. That's a lot. That's a lot compared to what I have. No, that's about the same. Okay. I never got to play. Lackey is a sorry ass name. They did them wrong. I don't know. I didn't read the manga. I can't say anything. 3-second intervals of keyframes. Whatever. That should be good enough, right? Right? I fucking hate streaming. It's gonna explode. Yep. If the stream shuts down, you know why. You know why. Let me go look at it just in case. Are we still live? Are we good to go? Are we still in this thing? Stop it. Go live. Okay, I'm still up. I'm good. Stop hearing myself talk. I don't want to hear myself talk. I already get enough of that in the white room. Let's see. Okay. Can we go live now? Is the live stream in the room with us? AAC. Yeah, there's no way you're gonna tell me that like somehow there we go. It should be good now. Come on. There it is. Can you rate my edits? Let's get it, man. Just go ahead and I don't know how you're gonna fucking link this isn't cool. Like I don't think you can link anything actually in any I don't know how email maybe? Email? Yeah, just send me figure it out and let me know what you do. I don't know how this usually works. I don't live stream enough to interact in this manner. We're not posting this. We're just gonna let it be. We're gonna let it ride. Okay, can we get back to work? All right, I'm gonna continue to flesh out this schedule. Search for edits that nope. I don't know why this is here. Postpone this by like a day. Get it out of my face. All right, let's zoom in some more. There are like 4 hours left in the day. Get rid of both of these. Remember the both of these, Lord, both of these. But check my other ones as well. Fuck. I thought I did a good job of trying to. I gotta space out these things by a lot more than I thought. Captain Kirk. All right, delete this. Delete this. I might need to pop some caffeine. I feel like I'm on it right now, so I don't think it's a good idea. But hey, I gotta go through a month of hell. Let's do it, man. I didn't read that fucking David Goggins book for nothing. Let's go through a hell week. Let's go through a hell week. Let's go through a hell week. Let's do a hell week. Let's do a hell week. Starting on Thursday, ending on Thursday of next week. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a fucking anime loser hell week. Whatever the fuck that means. That's a cool little thing. You can see the banner change depending on. That's cool. I like that. I'm autistic. The link doesn't show. How do you do this thing again? Which chat? There we go. This one. And then how do you pull this up? How do you pull up somebody's channel from here? You can't. About what you'd expect, I guess. I wish everyone on YouTube were famous, so when you search up somebody's channel, they actually pop up. You actually can find them. Most people have the how would you say, the creativity of a toothpick, so it's hard to find people with specific names because they don't think they're hard about their names, so it's hard to find some people. There we go. This is easy. That's good. This is good. All right. So you did. I just made a video about this earlier about how more editors need to do more tutorials, and then I got blocked by YouTube, so I have to adjust it. And yeah. Shut up. Go ahead. Because they block it because you put music in it that was copyrighted in the shorts feed, and the short was longer than a minute, and if it's longer than a minute, they hold it to a different standard. They hold it to the same standard, or no. They hold it to a different standard altogether. If you make a short video that is over a minute in length, they will block the entire thing just because it has one element in it that is copyrighted. Yeah. Normal YouTube videos don't have this issue because they go off of a different standard. The reason why they have the standard separated is because short form content that is in the short feed on YouTube is being pushed like crack cocaine from Cuba to America. So since it has that velocity of push, they have to have a different set of standards because the content is getting served there quickly and it's getting pushed to millions of people at the speed of light. So since that is the case, they have to make sure that it's more protected, it's more secure, it's more yada yada yada. Let's look at this.
Gotcha.
All right. I'm gonna do my little autistic dance here, my jiggy. What's the thug shaker? I'm gonna do my autistic thug shaker here, and I'm gonna say I don't like this background. I'm not really sure what's going on here. A lot of editors nowadays like abstract, you know, Windows 98 looking stuff nowadays in the background, and then they want lowercase. This is a nice. This is a cute. It's like an e-boy aesthetic of like lowercase words, lowercase letters. Whatever. I'm over that. And then there's like this sort of low poly thing going on with it too. It just doesn't fit. This makes sense whenever the footage inside of it matches. That's how I feel about this kind of stuff. This is what you see in the background for like an anime where they talk about fucking tech or whatever. They talk about, you know, I expect to see like, I don't know, Star Rail footage in here because Star Rail is spacey and whatever. Anyways, That's a little autistic. I was stimming just now, I guess. I don't know. So let me take a look at what we're let me turn my showering gun on. By Mangekyo. Polyglow. So poly means multiple, and we're glowing. So if I have to take a guess, I would say that basically this effect has something to do with looking for lines, right? Okay, so that's okay. I got my outlines. Now what? Now what looks like doing something so that how would you say this? The little parts of it that have like this sort of triangle, like diamond-like shapes to it. It's probably like doing a mirroring at like a, let's say 360-degree axis or some shit like that. Maybe not 360, but like 180, where it like axes inwards, and it creates like divisions of like little diamond and like triangle shapes on the edges of it. So let me see what happens. Let me see. Oh, let me just say this. It's 2026. We need to stop making silent videos where it's just music. That stuff is cool for the shorts feed, but when you come to the big fucking leagues and the YouTube video feeds, we gotta open up, because it's getting scary out here. Robots are running around faster than you. Have you seen these videos of robots getting knocked over and getting back up faster than any human could? It's like military soldiers. Some of these robots get knocked over and they just turn into like quadrupeds. Some of these robots are standing up 6 feet tall. They're walking around, and you push them over and they fall on the ground. They just turn into like a fucking, one of those dog robots that starts to shoot at you with a fucking cannon on its back. They just, so we got to do better. The competition is getting fierce, and it's not human. A 60 FPS tutorial, that's funny. So this is that one new track anime, I think. Duplicate your clip, okay. So we're doing the outline, so we're gonna do the edge detection, okay. Edge detection. And now we gotta get a tool that does this sort of a displacement. It's kind of like displacement, I think we're going for. We're going for like a displacement, distortion. Yeah. So this is, what would you call this? It's like it's like the kaleidoscope type shit. It literally looks for lines and it just says diamonds are forever. That's basically what this is. Okay. And then the next thing is to make this glow and then put it on a layer where it's just light. But it has to, it's not probably, yeah, it's gonna glow on the next layer. You're gonna fucking you're going to make it so that it's obviously going to glow over the bottom layer, but it has to be transparent because we don't want this darkness to show up over the other clip. That's what that is, I'm pretty sure. So we're gonna, scatter means like do we want bigger diamonds or smaller diamonds, I think, or some shit like that. Bigger, where they're going. He's gonna add a glow to it, to the chain of the effects. That's my only critique. Talk. A lot of you artists love to just pretend you don't exist. You think your ability to exist is only through your art, and that's cool. But guess what? YouTube is called YouTube for a reason. We gotta talk. We gotta humanize ourselves. We can't grow an audience if people don't have a feeling for who we are behind the content. People are lonely bastards, and they want to connect, even if they have to sacrifice their mother to do it. So we gotta talk. We gotta be inviting. We gotta, hey, what's up? I just gotta have a bad relationship. She cheated on me, and I stayed with her for a year. And anyways, let's just get into the edit. We gotta be vulnerable. That's what you do when you're editing. You're doing that already, so just put it in different directions. My boss just, filled me up with a bit of that little milky, just. opacity. Why is he animating the opacity? That's interesting. Oh, I see what he's doing. Okay. Wait a minute. So he's not actually layering it on. No, because that's not what it was at the beginning. No. No. Oh, it is. That's why it gets darker. I would have. No, that's probably good. Yeah, I think that's good. I want to get better at communicating editing, because it's like a lot of this stuff is very, what's the word? It's very atypical. It's very another A word I want to use. Unconventional. It's abstract. There we go. A lot of editing is abstract nowadays. Not the fucking Mr. Beast editing. That's not fucking abstract, okay? Just like what the nerds are doing in the, you know, quote unquote A&V community. Or it's called the editing community, because A&V is anime music video. It's when the music is actually driving the video forward, whereas edits are driven forward by editing, visuals, that kind of thing. Anyways, I'm gonna watch another video that is actually an edit, and I'm gonna get back to work because I'm getting destroyed by now with time. We're doing that thing where we start with a black frame for fucking 2 seconds. I'm not the big fan of that. It's a decision. It's a choice. It's a move. It's a move. I hate motion when we can't hear shit, especially when it's a lot of motion. I hate that. I fucking hate it. There goes your effect you were just talking about. That's clean. You literally started here, and then you were like, I love this shit. This was hot as fuck. And then you're like, yeah, but I'm not gonna do anything over here. That's funny. You saw this shit? You probably like watched this. I hope you watched it, for God's sakes. A lot of editors do not watch anime. But you probably watched this anime one day and you were like, wow, this scene is hot. And then what artists do is they see something they like, and then they try to catalyze off of it. They try to, how can I make this more hype? How can I put my cock on this and drag it across the fucking face of it? How can I put my stank on it? And I thought this was nice. I think this was cool. Look at you, Inspired Island. Everybody's his child. Everybody's Inspired Island's kid. He has so many kids. He has so many kids. He has, there's so much sex in the air. That was short, so I can watch this one as well. I'm so fucking glad you didn't put the fucking captions like down here. A lot of editors are just weird. I don't want the text to be in the middle of the screen. I don't want it to, no, shut up. It needs to be, if you're gonna put text on the screen and it's a part of the fucking edit, make sure it's visible. I don't think it's cool, in my opinion. It's a decision, but you have the edges of the screen blurred, both of them. You're doing like the film, but the text is blurred too. I think it's fine one way or the other, but it's jarring, especially when the text never hits the other end. It messes with my symmetry brain. Yeah. What's the guy from Soul Eater? Yeah. That was nasty. Did you do that, or was that the anime? Okay. That's a Kurosa move. I want to get into more edits like this that are kind of like, what do they call this shit? Bluegrass? I don't. The sad boy, you know, you know, that music we had like in early 2000s, late 2000s, like 2010, 20 issues. You know, having like the vocals that are like kind of like telephoned, with slow guitars, sad, everything's blue. This isn't like the music that you get out of who is Ken in the Barbie movie? What's this actor's name? What the fuck? There we go. Ryan Gosling edits where they have this sort of, the music is darker, but it's the same kind of sad boy type shit, but it's like sad boys who voted for Trump. Yeah. Did you did you do that? Or did you put the footsteps in here for the running? I always, like I said, I'm a little tizzled up. I like attention to detail and editing. I like that. I don't like ratings, so I'm just gonna be like, I like this. I like this. This is my thing. Oh, that's good. That's great. I like. Oh, that was nice. Oh. A lot of editors on TikTok, when I see them do like the ratings or whatever, they're like, oh yeah, 7 out of 10, and they don't explain anything. It's fucking annoying. Yeah. Let's see. I'll do one more, and I gotta go interview some people. I gotta recruit some apprentices so I can start building my empire again. Let me get another edit. Let me get another edit. You must have you dropped this video 3 years ago, and then you came back. You must have came back recently. Well, I don't know what's your background, what's your story. You say, can you check the other two as well? These are the only ones. I don't know in which direction with editing should I go. This is a flow edit. I mean, I can't say this is a flow edit compared to everything else. Everything that you've done so far is more flow than not. It's kind of hard to say anything about like flow that much, because people can make their effects force flow to happen. Does that make sense? You can, if you're good at effects, you can force flow, as opposed to being experienced with motion in anime or cinematography, so you kind of already know how to link things. I think the community likes to use the word linking when you have two separate clips and you know how to make them flow from one to the next one in a seamless fashion. One of the biggest issues that a lot of editors have is not knowing how to pace things in terms of timing. Like, I know that my early days is just me putting fucking, since it's a fucking Vine, is turning playback rate up to like ×2 or some shit like that, and then calling it a fucking day. This is like what, 2020, 2014? Oh shit, I'll knock my foot over. I fucking hate this desk. Anyways, so this part right here, you didn't have much time, because as soon as the clip popped up on screen, you didn't have much time to like do this in a way where it's more smooth. I never got into this thing that people did when they have something pop up on screen and it feels like it's just a fucking still image, but the camera slowly eases in to give you the impression that something is getting ready to happen, and then they speed ramp it to the next clip. Not the biggest fan of that, but sometimes it looks good. Right there, this part. That's difficult. It's difficult. A lot of editors edit for other editors and not for people who don't know how to edit. And that means that you get into your head, you get caught up, and you start to miss the presentation of making sure that people can see what you're doing. You really do want to make sure people see what you're doing so they can give you flowers for every frame that you focus on. You want people to give you flowers for all frames. You don't want too much shit tucked away. You don't want too much shit like, I'm not gonna, whatever, man. I think that, and since you're you know, 30-second clip, 30-second footage, you got a lot of time to focus on every little frame bit by bit. And I say to a lot of anime editors, hey, we're working on frame by frame content because that's what anime is. Sakuga, Genga, Doga, we're working on frame. I fucking stuffy. We are working on frame by frame content. Let's not take this shit frame by frame. And that comes with a lot of precision of saying, how do I get my viewers to focus on the movement from here to here to there? Because if you don't have good eyes, you don't even notice what happened just now. The telegraphing is very low. It's hard to tell what's going on. I'm an editor, so I can see it. But this is why people say, oh man, this animation is kind of boring or hard to see, because they need Demon Slayer people to come in from Ufotable or Ufotable, some people say. They want flashing lights and impact frames to come in and fucking clean up all the shaky cam stuff. So I feel like a lot of editors need to get to a point where they say some shit like, the anime kind of messed this up a little bit. It's kind of hard to see. Let's see what I can do to fix it. A lot of what I like to do in editing is fixing stuff that I think the animators didn't have time to fix themselves. So a lot of times that comes in the form of, I need more space. I need a bigger canvas. This is not enough. I'm gonna open up the space a little bit. Let me recreate the background. Let me make this guy's body less in the camera because it's taking too much away from this other thing that happened. Just fixing some things here and there, because you may think, a lot of people may think to themselves, oh, I'm not going to step on the animator's toes by trying to correct for things. But your edit is not the original thing. Your edit is trying to show things in a different direction. It's pacing things differently. So you need to change a couple of things to make sure people can follow you, follow your edit, follow your vision, your motion. Like that whole frame right there where he gets whisked off screen temporarily for like a single frame. Like anytime when things happen extremely quickly, a viewer can lose information and context, even if extremely slightly, like close to zero, barely noticeable. But that stuff compounds and it stacks up over time. And if there's too much loss of information in an edit, people start to get lost and then they have to recalibrate. Let me see what I would do. This is clean. I would have done something like a camera jerk, where once you go through that window, for some reason we moved the camera from over here, and we move in this direction. It should probably snap in the other direction. So we're moving here. All kinetic energy is going from right to left. But for some reason, it goes in the opposite direction once the camera comes back around. We are moving from right to left. Everything in this shot says right to left. Right to left. So why didn't the camera do like a move over here and then jerk back? I can tell you why. It's pretty obvious. It's because you don't have his full head in view. You don't have the full window, so you don't want to go over here. I get that. But that fucking cinematography to be like boom, boom, come over here and then come back to the window that you crashed through, that's a lot of fucking information to give to the viewers to make them feel. That's going to cause immersion. We went through a window. I see a window. See, there's a lot of information over there. I would take it further on the other edge and then come back, because I'm sliding forward and then I'm coming back. It gives this sort of sway effect. So I think if I had to answer the question or whatever about which direction to go in, I suppose. Just don't make it difficult. Don't get in your head. Don't sit there and I don't know where to take my work. What is the point of taking it somewhere in general? Why did you start editing? That's always the question, is what you get confused about where you want to go. You get confused about where you should go next. What are you confused for? Why did you start editing in the first place? Somebody says, I mean, what are the ideas? I got into editing because this guy that I like, his editing style, I want to do something like that. So I'm going to come up with my own style so I can what? For me, I'm going to go for the obvious things. People like his shit. People like that guy's editing style. And I want to have an interesting editing style that amazes people as well. So if that's the motive, then the question becomes, or the answer is something like, make more edits. Make more edits so you can start to get lost in your own style. If the question is, it's fun and I want to make a living off of it in the future, then it's get into specific. Listen, editors don't want to hear this in the anime community, but you got to diversify your portfolio, because a lot of people. Guess what? I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so, a 40-year-old, 50-year-old white man with a button-up shirt in an office. When he sees this, he doesn't know what you did versus what is actually in the anime. He doesn't. He does not know that the anime doesn't look like this. He does not know that you put the fucking glass shattering sound effects in there. He does not know that these are like probably from 2 different episodes. Moving from there, not there, but he doesn't know what you did. He doesn't know any work. So you got to diversify your portfolio so that the footage you use is more obvious to people who don't have an imagination. People don't have an imagination, so you need to guide it. That's why I say editing needs to be this thing where it's very obvious that you did something. It's very obvious that you had an influence on what's happening. So, motion graphics is obviously the easiest. That's why everybody loves motion graphics. It teaches your autistic brain, and it's obvious that you're doing something when people see this shit move. So you want to make a living off of it? First things first. If you want to make music videos like this, I'm going to call them music videos. Edits doesn't give enough context. If you want to make music videos like this, you might want to start making your own fucking music. Straight the fuck up. You might want to start making your own music. You keep using everybody else's music, YouTube's gonna come in and be like, isn't that Playboy Cardi? Isn't that Yeet? Isn't that XXXXX etc. person? And they're gonna come in and take a if not everything, a portion of the money. We're lucky that a lot of us edit so heavily visually that you know, Mappa and Studio Bones and Madhouse, they're not coming in to say, oh, is that my anime? I'm gonna fuck you. I'm gonna take my money and I'm gonna no, that's not what's happening in a lot of cases. This is just too heavily edited. It's too transformative. A fucking frame flashes on screen, and before you know it, 8 other things have already happened within like 2 seconds. 1 second. That's hard to track for a machine. And it's like, if a person sees it and they want to claim it, it's like, I'd be an asshole if I claimed this. I'd be an asshole if I claimed, a 3-minute version of this, and all throughout the video it's this level of editing. I'd be an asshole if I did that. And I'd probably lose in court too. I'd probably lose in court against you. If you have a decent lawyer, you probably are going to do better. A lot of guys who make animations like in Japan, and like they're not going to show up in the courtrooms for the most part. So like it's going to be people who are trying to defend the copyright, and they actually just don't know about animation as much as you do, so they're probably going to lose. Animation and the legalities, the legalese that surrounds the transformative clause stuff. So they're going to get blown out by anybody who has an understanding of like the portion, the amount taken from the copyrighted work, etc. I've been doing this for what? This YouTube channel that I have has been up and monetized, I think, since 2018. So I've been running for 8 years. Is that me? 8 years? Can I math? I've been running it for, yeah, 8 years. I've been monetized for 8 years. I probably, yeah, 8 years. And I don't have a ton of problems because the content is fairly transformative. When I have music that I know is copyrighted show up in my videos, I cut it short. I don't let it play for longer than like 8 seconds. If it's copyrighted but it's not like DMCA'd or whatever, that's video game stuff. That's video game music. That's other than that, a lot of editors like to remix the music a little bit. They'll mash it up. They'll do something and yada 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 yada. Be aggressive on YouTube when it comes to DMCA stuff. Be aggressive, because a lot of these people who claim shit, they're not going to want to go to court. You're not making that much money for them to want to fight you in court. They're going to waste money trying to take you to court. They're going to spend more money trying to get you to show up in court. So be more aggressive when it comes to copyright claims. If you have a good stance, if you have a good foundation to stand on it. If you're some motherfucker who's just taking a whole fucking episode of anime, putting up 24 minutes of content from the anime on your channel, and you just slap fucking Jay-Z's last fucking song into a video with no editing, no nothing, you're getting your ass fucking torn apart. You're done. Don't even try. Yeah. I think, you know, you got PayHip. You got PayHip. Get you, get around town. Get around town. A lot of you guys, you're scary. You want to stay on Instagram and occasionally drop shit on YouTube because you know it's the biggest platform of all time, but you don't understand it very well, so you get scared of it. Spread your seed. You need to get Genghis Khan. Get you a TikTok. Get you a fucking Twitter. Uh-oh. Scared him with that one. Get you a Twitter. X.com. Get you an X account. Apparently you can get monetized on fucking Facebook. Get on Facebook. Get on that old man platform. Get on that 60-year-old man platform. Spread your seed. And you'll make 10K over a month from just edits. No clients. No ad deals. No brand reads. Just fucking residual ad revenue off of one video that you post to 5 different fucking platforms. Not with 30-second anime edits though, however. Gotta get those numbers up. Work with people. Do meeps. Get you a meep team. Get you a fucking meep team of people who actually fucking like music and anime. People who actually like music and anime. Get you a meep team where somebody's specializing in fucking remixing music or making original scores. Somebody who writes music, maybe somebody who writes and raps. Get you a sexy meep team. Some guy who says, I'm going to be the guy who puts out content on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and I'm going to manage the comment section. I'm going to drum up some community engagement. Let's do a poll.
Yeah.
Are we doing
that's
a yeet?
what I'm gonna do.
Are you doing a yeet track? Are we doing a Jay-Z? Are we doing this? Do something like that. Because a lot of you guys are boring as fuck. That's why you go to your dad's fucking farm after you realize that you're really good at editing, but you just fucking suck at like making a case for yourself. I should make money this way. And your fucking old ass dad and his dad, your grandfather, are sitting there saying, you're a late son of a bitch. You just sit in front of that computer all day and you just fumble around with fucking anime characters. You're not making any money from this. You're a loser. Go work on my farm. Go get these cows thawed out. Thaw the cows out in the middle of the winter. And make some safe money. Make some safe money. Because you're a loser. They don't say that in a blunt way like that, but I know I've been here for a long time. And I was here before a lot of guys quit, and I'm still here after a lot of guys have quit. And it's the same story over and over again, I need money from this fucking degree in cybersecurity and engineering, and it's cool if that's what you like, but a lot of these niggas don't like that. They want to, as you just said, they want to make a living off of having the fun shit that they were doing when they were 19 and 17. And then fucking 5 years later, they find themselves completely drenched in not what the guys did when they were successful and they ended up getting employed by Mappa. That's not that. I'm sorry. I'm pointing at you. You failed. And your friend went to go get recruited by Mappa, and you were working on a farm, which your granddad is going to die next year. So I'm just saying, when they say, oh, but nobody wants to work in Mappa because they get murdered, they love it. They love that shit. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. They love it. They don't care if they get fucking gang banged in the Mappa studios, getting paid in pennies, because it's still money that they like. It's still enough to get by. And they get the prestige that comes with working with a big anime studio that is putting out and pumping out some of the greatest anime we've seen since fucking ever, basically. So, yeah, be ready. Be ready to understand that, for example, a college degree isn't going to do shit for you if you're not going to go be a fucking doctor looking at people's spleens and shit, for the most part. Get you a business degree for like a year. Can't you get like a business degree in like a year or some shit like that? Don't spend too much time trying to experiment and find out who you are. You can go to clubs for that or some shit. I don't know. I don't have too much to say about how to become a human, because you don't want to do it online probably, but make a case for yourself. Stand up for yourself. Stop letting people tell you what you should be doing because it's going to be sick. No. Start to get used to the idea that you're probably going to make a lot of bad decisions and you're not going to be able to fucking prevent all of them. But compromise, because you can't actually just sit there and say, I want to make anime edits all day. You can't do that. That time has came and gone. My generation has done that. We took up all the spots. We're grandfathered in. There's not a lot of space for you if you don't go as hard as we did. Let's see what's next. I like this though. I'm gonna give you a sub. What are my numbers looking like over here? A little sad. Okay, a 2K and a 3. Okay, I like that. That's something to kind of help compound. All right, let's get into the I'm probably gonna yeah. I'm gonna put this out. Yeah. Another thing I want to do. Give me a second. I'm not paying attention to everything. My brain is still at like half capacity. Oh Lord, don't do that to me. Thank God. Okay. Oh. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Back to the scheduling. I feel like every time that I pull up the schedule, somebody tries to fucking destroy me. Let me update the program. While that's getting taken care of. Yo, bro, I just wanted to say thank you for introducing me to anime edits and music because you're one of the reasons I got into music production. Much love. Yeah, that's a whole separate beast altogether. The issue with music production for me is that a lot of people get bored of music very fast. And they might not think they do, but the way they approach music production makes it seem like they're bored. I feel like a lot of people produce a lot of good music in the dark, but what they ended up getting into the light, into the hands of rappers, is like shitty compared to what they would really prefer to make, and it's very sad. A lot of people who make stuff in the background need to get used to standing on stage with the people that they're putting shit for. They're like, I don't know, Kendrick Lamar's, most recent producer, Mustard or whatever. I don't know. A lot of guys are good at actually like being like hybrid rappers and producers because it's a way to make money outside of the guy who's propping you up because you had a chance to partner with him. Is Mustard big because he's Mustard, or is Mustard big because he fucking made a beat for both Drake and Kendrick? You know what I mean? Make your own house and stop getting invited over to the fun parties. Do your own party invites. Do your own Diddy parties or whatever. Let me see. Okay. My Discord is frozen. Everything is frozen. A few things. Okay, there we go. I got hijacked for a moment. I wanted to watch this. What? I don't even get a preview for what these looks. Excuse me. Okay, dude. Welcome back. Gear view. The new year heat map gives you. Oh, shut up. Organize your unfinished task suggestions. What to prioritize, making it easier to. Okay, yeah. Looks the same. Exactly the same. Oh, I want to drop my I want to repost my low tier god edit because of the fact that JJK just started airing. Oh, but I should do like a compilation of like a bunch of shorts that I made, or videos that I made with JJK in it or something like that for the YouTube short feed. All right. I want to say that I should probably. Okay, I got it now. All right, so the problem with this edit is that it has fucking subtitles on the screen that come from the anime. To be fair, all of these guys who are going to be DMing me are going to be potential apprentices, so I don't expect them to be better than anybody that has spent at least a year editing. Okay, I get the idea. I get the idea. It's boot camp time though. It's boot camp time. Hit him with a let me know when we can voice chat. It's boot camp time. I gotta speed run this thing. I'm gonna turn on this podcast in the background. Podcast. It's somebody else's archive stream, their VOD. And I'm gonna log in for about a couple of minutes to respond to a couple of messages and organize my to-do list for the next 16 hours, I guess. I need to pop a caffeine pill so I can. I also need something to help fucking destroy this mucus in my fucking face. I'm not gonna be able to fucking talk very well if I suffocate occasionally whenever I have air pass through my nose and the mucus starts to block it out or some shit. Okay. I got some kickin' chicken. No, I don't. It doesn't kick there or no kung fu over here. Yeah, I should go up on Instagram too, but they're scary. Not the platform itself. This stupid fucking. I hate memes that just don't actually pay attention to the actual logistics, of what's going on. Instagram is not more racist than Twitter. This is a fucking stupid fucking idea. It's a stupid little fucking meme that has nothing. It's like, what are you talking about? More than TikTok for sure, but no. What are you talking about? We have a Nazi fucking piloting Twitter right now. What do you mean it's more racist than Twitter? Stop it. This farce. I'm scared of Instagram because it's very sensitive, actually. It's extremely sensitive. It listens to everything I say via live streams, and they will take me out within a millisecond if they don't like the shit that I'm talking about. TikTok used to be in the same shit, but I think I've live streamed a lot more recently, so they don't care as much as they used to. But give them a chance and they will come for me and they will flatten me like a fucking butter toast or something like that. I don't know. Oh my god. I keep getting signed out too. Okay, I'm in. I hate that you can't just fucking whatever. No. Where's the live button at? There we go. Oh, hold on. I'm always doing this thing where I just slowly start to turn on other streams bit by bit. I hate how small the field is for text for the live streams on TikTok. Can I just make up one of these myself? I only have like 6 categories. TikTok is such a childish platform sometimes. I'm getting scared. I think I'm gonna end up blowing up my vertical feed in a second, because usually whenever I change my settings on for the vertical canvas side of things just start to fall apart very quickly. Damn it. I forgot that hold on. They don't have any recommended settings, by the way. What should your recommended settings be for TikTok? Usually it's something like the video encoder needs to be fucking H.264 or some shit like that. That should be enough. It should be, allegedly. Make sure my stream key is good. Let's see if it'll spit through this time. There we go. That's TikTok. Now let's go to the gram. Sid, of what? Of you use OBS, there's a multi-stream plugin. There is no multi-stream plugin that can stream to as many platforms as what I currently have in my possession. There is no good multi-streaming plugin that allows you to stream to Rumble. Let me just say this. That allows you to stream to a platform that isn't listed on the app. Except for what I currently have, which is a multi-streaming plugin. There are not a lot of names for these different plugins or whatever. You can kind of tell already that everything is coming through one chat to begin with. You see people commenting from Twitch and Rumble sometimes, so this is the most optimal setup for the most part. You're not gonna, unless they get more and more people to come in and. Number one, TikTok is isolated. It's an island of a platform, so it's very difficult to get them to give you a stream key for anything, and to pull information from the chat at the same time. So this process is going to always be convoluted. It's not going to be anywhere near easy until they stop playing around or whatever. I don't know what's going on. Public as opposed to my audience. Probably the same issue. I have to probably could not access the stream key. Yeah, of course. Settings. I'll put this up on the main screen. A lot of these platforms, a lot of people don't stream very often, so they don't understand, like, the stream keys change for YouTube. No, hold on. The stream keys change for Instagram and TikTok. That means you have to keep making the same, a different stream key each time that you go live. That's why a lot of these apps that try to multi-stream, they don't do it very well, because they don't have a interface set up for you to go in there and pick different stream keys to activate. That's why when you see somebody multi-streaming, you never see them multi-streaming on Instagram. You never see them multi-streaming on Twitter. They pick two platforms, the two dominant ones, which is fucking Twitch and YouTube. But I'm here on all of the big platforms. I'm streaming to 3 separate directions on YouTube, the 3 different keys. I'm going into the shorts feed on my main channel. I'm going into the actual widescreen feed on the main channel, and then I'm streaming into the shorts feed on a backup channel on my music live streaming channel or whatever. This should be good. I just fed it the key. This should be good. If this isn't working, I'm forced to use the yeah, I'm forced to use that same codec every single time, which is not a problem. Now I switched my settings around recently so that I have to have the NVIDIA settings be the default for the other canvases. Here we go. This is a shitty... They gotta fix this shit at some point. No, it's terrible. Shut this down. There's got to be a way to like pull the chat up without refresh this maybe. Because the web version doesn't have the ability for you to access the chat, whatever. It's kind of bad though. I've seen it work before, so I'm not sure why it's not working now. Let's see. Hello, what is that name? God, some of these names. Halden BB? BT? Halden BT? Halden by T? And then, user, a slew of numbers. Super Gambingo. And then, yeah. Super Gambingo says, what the fuck am I looking at? I don't know. I don't know. You should give me some description of what you're seeing so I can know that we're on the same page, and then I'll answer the question perhaps. Okay. Call me Ty. Auto activate. Sign in. Reload source. Can I sign in again, technically? I doubt it. Can I hear myself? Is there any sound coming through the this thing? Where do you even go to get a live stream feed on Instagram? I probably should check it on my phone because I don't think you can watch live streams on Instagram through the computer. It has to be through the Never mind. I have no way of seeing my live streams from the computer. It's like I'm not even here. I don't know how this works. I don't know how this works. How do you post on Instagram through your phone? Yeah, that's good. That's great. That's a serious question. I swear to God, they change so much on this platform constantly. You just can't even. This is weird. I hate it. I hate it. I don't get it. The tech that I use, the tech that is out there, this and that. There we go. What the fuck? What? There it is. All right, let me put this over here. And let me verify that really quickly. Why can't you see, yeah, why can't you see the live streaming sign on your own profile? Like Twitter doesn't even, I'm pretty sure Twitter is literally, like, you go to Twitter right now and you see yourself live on the corner over here, and you see yourself live when you go to your profile. Like, same thing for YouTube, I'm pretty sure. You go to YouTube. I just hate this kind of stuff because, like, Instagram is not some fucking niche platform. It is kind of like one of the epicenters for like entertainment and short form media and pictures and shit. My fucking bar is broken. It won't pop up. But yeah. Anyways. Interesting things happening. All right, let's try this out. Fuck. Hold on. I think I got it, maybe. There it is. Please help me. There we go. There it. I did it. We did it. Dora the Explorer type beat. All right, now I got a live stream every day to get these, get the fucking the fucking how would you say this? Then the meta down or whatever. Get the meta down. Like, because I can't type into this chat and have it get detected by my chat program. So I would have to shut this shit down and then come over here, grab the screen, put it in the middle, and then go to the Instagram, no, the TikTok thing, pull up a chat this way, and then like send some emojis. There we go. There we go. So this one is easier. It used to be fucked up because China. All right. Instagram. Rumble is still dead. I'm still dead on Rumble, I think. Let me see. I'm not going up on Kick. I refuse to go back to Kick because every time that I go there, there's a bot, and the bots talk more than the humans do. Rumble. Come on. Come on. I am not live on Rumble. Okay. It looks like I am. I guess they knocked me out. I literally, I think you can only go live on Rumble for so long. Rumble is the racist platform for, it's like racist. If you think of like Kick as being like, you know, Logan Paul's platform. It's not Logan Paul. What's the guy's name? As the bald Andrew Tate's son. What's Andrew Tate's son's name? He doesn't have a son, by the way. I'm memeing. What do you mean one viewer waiting? Sneeko, not Sneaker. What the fuck is going on? Is this live? Yeah, this is live. This is weird. I fucking hate Aiden Ross. Oh, that's his actual name. I got confused for a second. Who the fuck is Aiden Ross? And like, oh yeah, that's Nico. Yeah, that's Andrew Tate's son. Andrew Tate, Aiden Ross is the guy who made Kick popular, I'm pretty sure. So Rumble is like a platform that Nick Fuentes made popular. That's the way that I relate it. That's the way that I acknowledge it. There's other like hardcore conservatards on Rumble, but yeah, I'm always somewhere where I shouldn't be, like Twitter. Let me see, just to make sure that I'm actually up and active. I gotta verify a chat. Let me close it down. Activate the source virus code. Apparently it's what? We're gonna get it. We're gonna get this taken care of. There we go. There she blows. She does indeed blow. Where's my I gotta test something to make sure that my audio tracks are separated properly. It's 9 o'clock and I haven't done any real hardcore editing yet. I just been talking while my fucking nose constantly pings me that I am suffocating. What am I trying to do? I'm performing witchcraft. I'm live on Instagram, live on TikTok, live on Rumble, live on YouTube in 3 different directions. My backup channel, my main channel, the shorts feed, the widescreen feed, Twitch, Twitter. People can live stream on Twitter. Yes, it's been a thing for like 2 years now. 3 years, 4 years. And it's a process to get it all set up. And I always like say to myself, I don't have the energy for Twitter right now. I don't have the energy for people on YouTube right now. They ask a lot of questions and I want to get into work. People want me to rate edits constantly and I'm having to I'm autistic. So when I rate edits, I stop at every single frame bit by bit and I analyze every little fucking detail and I get bogged down by all the, yeah. Sometimes I just want a slow night where I just don't do anything but talk to myself in my own head and letting it just coast like that. Letting it just coast. Am I good? Am I good to go? Am I good to go? I gotta be careful. That's another thing too. People like, oh, Instagram is so fucking, they're so racist over there. They're so bad. This the worst platform. Bitch, Twitter exists. Like Elon is like a nearly a neo-Nazi. What are you talking about? So it's like, you can do whatever on Twitter, basically. You can stream porn, I'm pretty sure, and you'll be fine. But if you do one thing, if you can't even stream for longer than like 4 hours on Instagram, they take you out after like 2 hours, it feels like. This stream's gonna go down before I shut it down on Instagram. But after 10 hours goes by and Instagram is down, every other streaming platform will still allow me to go forward. And I'm gonna be in the 1% percentile for people who stream the longest on TikTok after the 9th hour. And I'm still gonna be going. And I'm gonna make XQC look like a fucking child by comparison. Because when I stream and I lock the fuck in, I'm locking in like prison. I'm gonna be in the same cell with Maduro and that guy who shot the CEO of Healthcare United, whatever. And like talking like this is enough to get shot dead on Instagram already. Like if I mention too many times about the Jews or Hitler, I'm gonna get killed on TikTok pretty quickly. And when this gets archived on YouTube, they're gonna come for me. They're gonna come for me. And any leftists that are still alive on Twitter, they're gonna come and cover me in their LGBTQ juices. And it's gonna be a big thing. Not really. I'm a small dude. Nobody cares about me. I hope. Anyways. We got some healthy numbers on the YouTube. We got some healthy numbers, these 2 numbers at least. I'm feeling a little good about that. We get to eat. I can put food on the table for family. 1 sandwich approximately. I dare you to stream on Blue Sky. I dare you to ask Jack, what's his name? Fuentes, Jack Harlow, Jack Dorsey, to put the actual ability to stream on Blue Sky. That's what I dare you to do. Let's go look. Can you fucking stream on Blue Sky? Because if you can, I'll be there today. No. Blue Sky does not host live streaming directly. Hold on. But testing a feature to show when users are live on another platform like shut up. Let me do my own research. Shut the fuck up. AI explanations. Stop hitting me with the hello question mark. You tard. I'm gonna see some porn in a minute. Which platforms are gonna kill me if I show porn? TikTok. That's why I don't stream on TikTok that often. There's always the police officer waiting to blow my fucking brains out in the background. Let's see. What do we got? There is no... Where's the live? Can I do a live? They got some crazy porn on the site, I'm pretty sure. From what I've heard, at least. Yeah, there's no way to... And to be fair, you can't click on Twitter either and be like, oh, I want to go live directly from the site itself. You got to go to some back end bullshit to get it started. Can you live stream on Threads? Everybody's looking around. What the fuck is Threads? What the fuck is Threads? I don't even know what it is. Let me see. Can you actually take me to Instagram and then take me to fucking Threads? Where's the live streaming button on Handsome? And they log me out immediately. I get logged out immediately. What's going on? You hit the plus button. Can I sign in with my Instagram account without them trying to verify if I exist? I'm not hacking myself. Leave me alone. All right, so hit the plus button. Can I go live here? I see a bunch of options. pictures, GIFs, emojis, a poll. What is this? A text? Now this is good. See, Twitter should have had this, but without trying to charge you money for it. I type up a storm. Like you guys, you know how I get on Twitter. Those of you who know, you know. If you know, you know. I get on Twitter and I just. This is me on Twitter. I'm obsessed with it. That's how I get on Twitter. I get on Twitter and I type up paragraphs at random people. I attack random people. I attack random people on Twitter. Not because I'm mean, per se, but because I'm just aggressive. I'm aggressive. It's in my nature. I'm an African American. I was one of the, my genes are like based on like the scouts you would send out on the savannah to prowl the fields, to scout to see who's out there. Are there any white men on the field? What are they doing? Are they here for diamonds, cobalt, steel? What are they looking for? That's in my genes. I'm a scout. The scouts don't do much combat, but if they have to fight, they're going to be like the assassins and Fate. You know, the Fate series. They're going to be like, we don't want to actually get into a fight, but if we have to, we're going to try to do a lot of damage. Talon from League of Legends, glass cannon build, where we want to do a lot of damage in a short amount of time and then run. That's why black people, when they shoot you, they try to shoot you in close. That's why they look stylistic when they shoot you. When a black person tilts the gun to the left, tilts the pistol to the left, and they pull their pants, and they try to hold up their pants so it doesn't, you know, fall off their waist, and they shoot you. They are, you know what I mean? They want to take a couple of shots and be done with it. They don't want to, you know, like how in Halo 3, the fights were like long. It takes you about a couple of seconds to get into a skirmish on League of Legends or Halo. But in Halo, you know, Infinite, or should I say Halo 5, a fight can last a millisecond. You're done. Call of Duty type shit. But so, you know, black people, they're assassins. They're an assassin clan. They want to get in quick, blow you up, and then not a long-winded skirmish. Those are the white conquistadors. They want to have a whole war. They want to have a war. Should I say the Chinese? Actually, they're good at the long, like Pol Pot. You know, they want long combat over like years and ages, eons. They want a really long war. That's why we're not going to win if you go to World War III, because it's going to be everybody versus us. And the Chinese will be like, I told you, you shouldn't have went for that oil. You shouldn't have went for Maduro. We should have talked. You should have let Putin, you know, stick his thing in you. You should have let. Anyway, Dynasty Warriors is literally it. They're the Dynasty Warriors, and Putin is going to bring Putin's going to ask Xi Jinping, can I bring back the KGB? I'm going to bring the LGBT in front of the KGB, and that's going to make us stronger. And if you let us do that, we can give you more, you know, CCP, you know, whatever. I don't know what I'm talking about. Leave me alone. Let me get back to work. You guys are annoying me. They're annoying. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. So yeah, my schedule. Let me get this thing in I should have everything that I need up here. Come back down, zoom in. All right. Hypothetically speaking, let's say if we're gonna do interviews. I'm pretty sure you can stream anime, not on TikTok per se. I feel like you can get away with streaming anime on every platform except for YouTube. I know you can on Rumble and Kick. In fact, let me explain to you why. Let me show you in real time why I'm not streaming on Kick. Let me explain to you why I'm not live on Kick right now. I want you to look at the chats. I want you to pay attention to the chats. Because once I activate the source, it's gonna get popping. I want you to see how lively the chat gets on Kick once you go live. There he is. There he is. Wait a minute. I'm so sorry. Nobody corrected me when I said this. Aiden Ross is not Sneeko. I'm so sorry. I made a mistake. I don't know which one is actually all these right-wing folks, they all look the same to me. They all feel the same. They don't have a very wide range of opinions. It seems like they all hate Israel or whatever. Not all of them, actually. That's probably the divergent thing right there. Is that's the main thing. Okay. Okay. Give me a second. Hold on, let me edit this. Oh, I gotta do that thing. Don't do I? Hold on. I got a lot more people in kick than I thought I did. I don't know if that happened overnight. It's gonna be go time soon. Shut up. All right. Destiny reacts to a clip of Asma reacting to a clip of Destiny reacting to a clip of Asma. That's the meta. That's the meta. That's the meta. I talked about that in a video. Streamer Inception. Streamer Inception. Let me see. American girl. 20-year-old? 20-year-old. 20? Here. Yeah. There's this video right here. Where is it at? Right here? Nobody can hear it. Let me do the thing where I open up the channel on both ends.
Suicide watch. Is this another Hassan reaction video of him watching someone else's reaction video? Okay, so I
Yeah. Boom. I'm gonna add you on Kick if you have it. Yes. Yes. Okay, so item. Is it item? Item, a item. The main canvas. And scroll up. The stream key should be the same, but the actual encoder should change to this MP4 encoder. And then I should be able to go up on Kick without too many issues. I have most of my cylinders fired by now. Cylinders, most of them have been fired. I might have been destroyed on Instagram. I think I'm like suppressed on Instagram heavily. Because I think I just got knocked out. Let me go verify that really quickly. I think they took me out. It's like a fucking date. Check on that. Hold on, this is easy to check actually. Let me do it from here. That's not what I want to see. There we go. Right there. All right. Test. Hold on, not test, but chat. Okay, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. The display buttons are just weird, I guess. Dropping? No. This thing right here, I don't know if you can see it, but fuck. This is gonna be like an Inception. Let me do a screen cap instead. Paint. My computer is screaming. It is crying for help. A lot of encoders running right now. All right. Boom. You think that spending the amount of money that was spent on this PC would give it up? I'm not going to talk too much about my streaming abilities because I just know that I'm not very good at it. So I can't talk as if I have done something to make it good. Anyways, these numbers are lagging constantly. So I don't always see how many people are live on Instagram compared to, you know, anything else. Sometimes some of these numbers disappear outright completely. Like this one right here that says 0, that should be probably Twitter over there. I can't even see that shit. Let me see. Let me look. This. Yeah, let's kick. Let's kick. So now I got this instead. I have 128 gigs of RAM. So that means that my computer is actually just extremely poorly optimized. Whatever. But that's, yeah, 3 on Kick. That's 3 bots. No humans. And then 2 people who they watched my last post about the Maduro situation with Trump and his illegal international activities. 2 15-year-olds on, so I'm sorry, 2 7-year-olds on TikTok. And then a Ku Klux Klan member on Rumble. And yeah. What's your setup? My setup is, what did we do? It's a Lake Raptor Dragon. You know, that opening from Dragon Ball Z, the first one in America. Rock the Dragon. Lake, that's not how you spell Lake. Raptor, like the Los Angeles Raptors. That's not how you, CPU. Hold on, gotta be careful when I type in CP. Lake Raptor Dragon CPU refers to competitive high end. It's an i9. It's an i9 13 gen. It's in the S series, and I need to overclock it, I guess. It's a 128 gigs of RAM in this economy. You are blessed. Apparently, I'm not. Apparently, I'm not. Apparently, I just I don't know. I don't know. I just need to like do like basic editing and playing Minecraft because I just can't help but to find the limit of what my PC can do and just push it and ride that fucking limit like a fucking freak. Also, I can't see my visuals on Kick at all. At all. I think it just went fucking down. I don't care because the first comment that I got on Kick was from a bot, so I'm not too pressed on getting back on the platform. So yeah, let me see. What is this? Can you refresh without having to refresh? Like file, enable local server. I gotta be careful. Some of these buttons are scary. There we go. Yeah, offline. That's fine. Shut it down. Fuck you. Interviews. I have a message that I'm gonna put out. I fly back to the morning. What the fuck is that outfit? I see who this is. I know who you are. I used to have a Ryzen 7. It might have been a Ryzen. Yeah, I think it was 7. Because I had a Ryzen 5 and then I jumped to the 5900. I was supposed to go 5950 at some point, but I said, you know, I'm going to go Intel because Intel was apparently better for editing. So let's just go Intel. I fly back to the D in the morning. What the fuck is the D? That's a little sexual, right? I'm going through my DMs, see the pinned message, and I'd be down. I would have to have better work management though, because I have my own channels. I'm trying to get off the ground. What are the other channels? We should have mentioned those. Yeah. AMD is for gaming, Intel is for editing. They're not really interchangeable. I know that from experience. The way that editing works is extremely different from how the way that, you know, generating things for a game works. Scroll down next. Oh, whatever. I'm gonna just say some stupid things in these comments, or that apprentice video editor. What software you use? I use Vegas, CapCut, After Effects, and have DaVinci on standby. Don't do that to me. I am the Lord of Unks. I have all of the video editing applications except for the Apple shit, because fuck Apple, fuck Steve Jobs, fuck everybody who buys iPhones, fuck all of you. Wait a minute, is Instagram, I think Kick is doing that weird thing where I stream for like all of 2 seconds and then it archives the stream and then it pops up a new one. I fucking hate Kick. It's doing that fucking bullshit. Look at this. Look at this shit. Date 1 minute ago, 2 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, 6 minutes ago. These are separate streams that are being tossed out for God knows what reason. I have no idea what this is. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. This looks like spam. Don't you think I would get fucking destroyed if like they saw this? Why wouldn't they just ban me? This is not cool. I don't know how to fix this, actually. I'm gonna shut this down for a moment. Not the whole stream, but just the kick stop, because apparently they want certain credentials. And I'm too lazy to figure out what those credentials are. You know what, fuck me. None of these numbers is what I want to see. I want to see some actual. Give me a video. I'm too ADHD brain for this. 5 minutes. Here we go. My brother. Give me that 3-minute video. Shut the fuck up. How about you show me how to put that 4 times speed in here so I could get past this fuck ass introduction. Play it, play it. I'm out of here. This guy's on a fucking Mac. I'm probably gonna just I just gotta kill Aiden Ross. That's what this is. That's all that is, actually. Let me check it again. It might be working. Shut the fuck. It's telling me it's a virus. Stop it. Offline. Right, exactly. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not gonna keep playing this game. Main encoder HEVC. Quick sync. Quick sync. Let's try quick sync. You can't change. You should not be able to change the encoder settings while it's still live streaming. I think I just crashed my OBS. That's always great. Yeah. All right, let's literally. What? I can't see any streams that are concurrent. Everything is delayed. There we go. There's one of them. Hold on. Was that the Twitch one? Twitch, 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 Twitch. Jesus Christ. The delay is insane. I think I fried the... Whatever, I don't care. Shut up. I'm still live. Everywhere but Kick. That's fine. Yep. I'm good to go. Turn on some music so I can do this thing where I just zone out for a couple of seconds so I can make myself less angry. Fuck Kick. No. Okay. Let me see. Truncation. Porter, Manager, Maple. Boom. Munchie. Hit him with that. Let's go straight for the throat. Everybody who wants to work with me as an apprentice, you're getting pushed into the next stage of interviews. Blue link. This guy. Is this? Oh, whatever. Porter. Detroit is my home city in Texas. Training, waiting, flight back. Gotcha. Let me know. Enter. I'm missing somebody. Where is... Let's see. Lockheed. What else we got? Hit him with that. Nightling. Hit him with that. Hit him with that. Hit him with that. Oof. Hit him with that. What are my settings? What are my settings? That's not that crazy. The GPU was crying, but those fans are spinning. Mako. What politics you talking about? These, give me a second. This is actually not politics right now. No, it kind of is, but this is, I'm just gonna have this in the background. When I get really quiet, at least. Once I stop talking to myself. In fact, let me stop right now and just.
Glimpse of the future. Who knows what I just glimpsed? Did anybody else catch a flash of it? Did anybody else see it? Did anybody else?
Right now, I'm actually just listening to the back and forth between Asmongold and Hassan and Destiny, you know, the trifecta of the political streamers. I'm just listening to that because it's all going to be on the stuff pertaining to Somalia, Somalian refugees or whatever. Probably the Maduro stuff, contemporary stuff, obviously. You know, I'm not talking about fucking Hitler unless Trump is brought up, but yeah. I'm gonna let this run. I think. Yeah, that should work, I think.
We'll see it. He's gonna turn into, he's on his way to becoming Hassan. He started off as his little Asmon bullshit. But pretty soon he's going to be constructing full-on false realities of his enemies, of the people around him. He went from knowing I moved to Florida and I...
What was that?
Oh, nothing. I was reading something. Your chat said. You finished streaming? It's Oh yeah, you didn't get it stream.
My bad. I was tripping. You said Agartha?
Oh no, I was reading chat.
What the? My bad. It's just
I'm not from here to somehow thinking I grew up in Florida and now, you know, apparently I'm a clueless liberal that thinks that every other country on the planet is just as cool to live in as the United States, and I don't know the realities of the poverty of any of these other countries. You know, never mind the fact that I've traveled to 10 times as many countries. Like now he's moving in that direction. There we go. All right, good job, nice.
Is having a few cockroaches in the house and mold on the wall. Trust me. It can get a lot worse. This is only like level 3 out of like 50.
You learn something every day.
It's like 3 out of 20. This doesn't work anymore. Just stop. This isn't even worth responding to.
You said it, you fucking retard!
No, Israel funds them. They're people just like you and me.
All right. That's interesting.
I should hope so. It's a fucking city in the center of the earth.
Oh.
We'll be making not safe for work channels hidden.
Wait. Yo,
Okay.
After another banger after banger. Goodness.
Why do you do this?
Who? Me? Or for the...
Somebody else. Where's my post at so I can see?
They're making me take sexual harassment training at work even though I already know how to do it. So
Neat.
true.
I guess neat is.
Who said that?
There's no way.
True, dude.
Right? Okay, never mind. That's funny guy.
They should really put prevention in that name.
Is this not a channel that I already saw? I'm gonna kill this guy. We already. I already talked to you about this.
Calm down.
Is he smoking?
What happened? Who are you talking to?
Everybody. Fuck. For fuck's sakes, literally everybody. It feels like.
Oh, you're not even streaming, dude.
No,
You're
you think
literally
I'm not
talking to
streaming?
Just 2 of us. Well, I mean, I checked.
You checked what?
Twitch and Twitch and you're off. Did you stop streaming on Twitch and go to Kick?
Nope.
Kick's got bots. You're not gonna go there.
Yeah, they kicked me off actually. How about that?
Oh fuck. Okay, you're back on YouTube. Gotcha. All right, for sure.
Sit back. I've been streaming for almost what 2 hours now. Up on all the platforms.
Okay, Mr. fucking White Rosai. I checked YouTube earlier. You weren't
What the
streaming on
fuck
there.
does that mean?
I don't know.
I checked. It's just because Kuro means black and you're white on the thumbnail. But I checked YouTube earlier. You were streaming on there. I fucking went to Twitch and you were streaming on there. And now you're streaming on YouTube and you're not streaming on Twitch. Okay, shit. You got me running around.
But I was already on YouTube.
Yeah. I checked YouTube earlier. You weren't on there, but then I had to check Twitch and you were streaming on Twitch. So. And now you're not streaming on Twitch. So. And now watching a fucking clip from 7 years ago where you go demons. What are you playing here? Oh, you were playing Sekiro? Probably not you playing, huh? Or was it you playing?
Maybe.
No.
Demons.
Yeah, the stream got fried. Somehow the link between it's like multiple encoders, I guess, got set up and destroyed at the same time. Or I've been streaming for 30 hours basically, so it just reset at some point.
Oh, makes sense. Some guy was talking about destroying mucus in your YouTube chat.
Because I mentioned it.
Oh, you know, as a mucus enthusiast myself, the best way to destroy it is to drink apple juice.
Yeah, I'm only having these issues because I went outside and I overestimated how much my immune system is going to be able to help me against the cold.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not a young man anymore.
Yeah, I get you. I'm starting to feel my body crumble.
That'd be on Christian Singles. What is wrong with you? Okay. Let me continue to try to go through this shit.
Hey Flo. Does anyone in your generation actually say Lokirkenually?
Yes. Oh,
Fuck.
well, in my generation, but around my age.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, that shit is
That's,
Lokirkenually. Dude. Fucking that's a word slop.
Yeah, that's literally what it is. I remember start of 2025, people were talking about Gert type shit. Gert, like, what? Let's not talk about this anymore, please.
For sure.
I can see why he said he wanted a patient mentor, because he is not retaining a lot of information.
Patient mentor.
Okay. Give me a second.
Damn.
I gotta open up this chat. I'm not about to sit there and keep tossing out this roll.
This motherfucker's got $63 billion. From where? Chinese crypto scammer. Ah, of course.
Everyone. Yeah, sure.
It's always the Chinese.
Stop saying that while I'm live.
I mean, the Chinese are great.
Yeah, but somebody doesn't want you to say that, even if it is the case or whatever. And they are obviously stalking me as often as they can have a chance to.
I think it's really awesome that China is just technologically ahead of the world.
Yeah, he doesn't live in China, though.
I personally think that everything China has done is right.
Let me do that.
I know.
the art of anime video editing is dying. You're a dying breed, Kurosai.
I'm black.
What does that mean?
It means I'm a minority. That's the definition of a dying breed.
Does it really?
How many Africans are in Africa that are actually Africans and not white people?
I actually don't know that.
Right.
I would assume that it's like at least over 50%.
Yeah. Over 50% is, it should be like, you know, the number that they
90?
wanted to have in Europe for white people, around 90 to 70%.
Well, I mean that Africa is the spawn point for most of the human race. And then everyone started like distributing out.
Distributions, they're a cute way to say conquering and imperialism and colonialism.
Yeah, when you think about it, like the early humans, you know, descended from Africa, then they left, and then they came back to, you know, pillage the land.
The motherland, the true one. If you're not an hour, so that work? Yes, that'll work. Let me just drop. Anybody can come in. Let me just drop the link. This channel is still locked on. Let me unlock it completely. Anybody can see it.
Why don't we just move down to just chatting?
Shut up. So a bunch of dorks can come in and talk to me constantly? No.
Okay, I mean, I guess.
This is for the apprenticeship. I don't want random people who are 15 saying, "Hey, Kurosai, can you watch me?"
You're correct, Mr. Kurosai.
Look at my new beak.
Look at my mini bake oven. I can put little cookies and pizzas
Let's
in there.
see. View the channel. It's been unlocked. Everyone can see it. It should be unlocked completely now. Yeah.
Hang on, I need
Copy.
to ask Fraud Watcher about his blood mage.
Yeah. And then yeah. And then yeah. And then which one is this? That was fast as fuck.
Yeah.
Esteban,
Elegant?
where you
Oh
from?
my god, he's a Ruby Nitro.
Yeah, what's up?
Where you from, mister?
Like where I live?
Yeah, I'm not gonna come and capture you.
I hope not. You know, that would be the last thing. I'm from Texas.
You're from where?
He's from Texas.
Okay. Okay.
GG,
Hello, Maple.
Hey.
Okay. Let me start kind of like in reverse, just to make sure that we're clear on some things.
Yeah.
AI is going to be extremely imperative for what I want to do for at least a fucking year or so straight. So it needs to be really like clear that there's going to be a heavy use of AI, proportionate to the actual editing, and I got to make sure that we're okay with that, right?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, Mr. Esteban Cortez.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Cool with that, as long as I learn something.
Right. So my editing style as of late has been like heavily, it really takes a lot of AI stuff and it hides it. It really packs it away. And that's only really possible if you actually know how to fucking edit. Yeah, that's going to be something that I try to teach a little bit. It's difficult at the start because you're learning two different things at the same time, basically. And AI is technically a bit more difficult than actually video editing if you do it properly, if you do it in a way that is creative. So writers, in my opinion, people who write and are descriptive with their language, they're probably going to get a better hang of it, because a lot of stuff that involves prompting is like a base work. It's a foundation. So if you are good at your native language or whatever, then you can lay the foundation for AI usage very quickly. When I mentioned the thing about the 10 hours a week, that is mostly VC time. That is not like editing time, it's VC time. So that actually shrinks down the window of how much time you have to actually like be on your own and do stuff. Because if you think to yourself that I only have 10 hours to put in the week because I do this thing at the construction job that I work, or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, then you have to factor in the fact that 5 hours is probably going to be spent in VC, and 5 hours may be spent doing something else, running a channel, running your channel, running another channel, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Let me read off this thing, because this will probably make a lot more sense if I read this off. Give me a second to pull this up. Got this big fucking chat in my face. Jump to the top. All right. Where we are currently located in the server is basically called like my little content house space. I'm creating an online content house. I've started this like in 2024. I'm creating an online content house where everyone pitches in hours of production on a diverse range of projects that we collectively choose to work on together. These projects can vary widely in nature and scope and don't necessarily have to be related to anime. It's important to clarify that this isn't just an editing job. I'm seeking partners and collaborators rather than employees. The goal is for everyone involved to benefit from this collaborative effort. Since this group is collaborative, compensation will currently be in the form of skill exchange, bartering, marketing assistance, revenue sharing, percentage of future earnings, resources, or equipment in future paid work. The main appeal of this content house is for each person to have a team of editors ready to work on their projects and grow together. That's like the overarching thing. A lot of people who are currently in this little group or whatever, they already know a baseline level of editing. But people that I'm trying to talk to now are, I'm assuming most of them don't know how to edit for the most part. So if you are saying that I'll only have around 10 hours a week to do anything related to me trying to help you with editing or mentoring or et cetera, or whatever, then almost all the way up until February, it's going to be all training and not that much production, technically. I'm kind of the guy who likes to do training and working at the same time. So there isn't going to be a lot of just train. And then you have something serious to produce. No, it's going to be the same thing at the same time. Whatever you are training on is going to go up on a channel. Currently I have like what, 3-4 channels or so. The guys that are currently here, they also have channels. And basically, since this is a virtual content house, I am trying to manage everybody's channel, everybody's page, platform, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Acting as a advisor to everybody's accounts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm pretty sure a lot of people coming into the mentor or apprenticeship thing, they probably don't have that many accounts, or any at all, probably. They just have some stuff they made while they were in college, high school, for editing, and then they wanted to come back around to it after they had some experience with the job they don't like, so they want to explore new things, whatever. So, yeah, that's what that's there for. My main thing is that I just want to be able to make sure everybody knows that it's flexible. People have this sort of idea that when they speak to somebody like me and they look at a space like this and they hear a bunch of words thrown around and they hear a bunch of channels being talked about, and the amount of people we run into and collaborate with is a large number, they start to get a bit overwhelmed. But it shouldn't be. You're not the person managing it all, so you don't have to be overwhelmed at all. So really all I have to say is that just take it slow. I don't take care of myself, and that means that I basically sit up all night ready to receive a message FAQs, frequently asked questions, what's going on, how do I do this, why should I do this? I'm here for all of that kind of stuff, those kind of questions. So yeah. What's on your mind, Mr. Maple and Esteban? What do you think? What are you feeling right now? What's going on?
I can start. I'm pretty open in terms of time dedication. The work I do is something that I would say I have a lot of control in terms of how much time I dedicate. And I do believe you're from the U.S. You're working in the U.S., right?
Yeah.
So I'm in Ghana right now. So right now it's pretty late, but I'm pretty open to spending this time dedicated to calls. And then in the daytime, that would be when I guess I would do most of the work. So I'm pretty good with that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you said it was like channels, right? And like managing channels and whatnot. You're kind of like being the overarching, like, I want to say like puppeteer. Maybe
Yeah,
not.
somebody who
But, you know,
basically
like,
kind of oversees, advises. Oh, you're doing this. You're gonna make an Arc Raiders video. Well, how do you feel about this idea? What are you doing right now? When do you want it to come out? How much time do you need for it? Plan, that kind of stuff. A lot of other folks that are currently in the house don't have that kind of like mentality of how to like pace things properly. So I'm going to be the main one to help with that kind of stuff. And they have family and stuff to tend to. I'm a weirdo. I'm at a very special. I'm sitting at a very special point in my life, for the most part, where I put a lot of effort into what I produce. So I tend to spend a lot less time sleeping, and a lot less time with family, and a lot less time doing things that make me a normal human person. So yeah, I'm here to be utilized and having value extracted from me to be used for other people.
So as far as it goes, like with the whole like channel management thing, you're just going to be kind of overseeing it, but not exactly having.
No, I'm going to be editing for people's channels for sure. I'm going to be editing. I'm going to be teaching. I'm going to be mentoring. I'm going to be financing, all that kind of stuff. Getting you what we got. We got money for this. You need a new PC. You want to, I don't know, you're a security guard, and you want to fucking, I got some time to work on some projects at work because I'm a security guard. Well, let's get you a laptop. Let's get you a discrete laptop. Can we do that this month? No. I said in the initial posting that we won't start like making a ton of money probably, or at least a baseline amount to start some other things to scale rapidly until probably around mid-February. I'm probably going to have 2 extra jobs come next week. So I'm going to probably start editing a lot less and teaching and managing so people can like have that sort of, while I'm doing a bunch of work to earn money to fill up the bank, that's when I'll start distributing income to scale shit, basically. Yeah.
So that's when like this it's kind of like a soft launch, I guess, as of right now.
Soft launch?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess it's more like this whole thing is always it's a waves thing. It's a peaks and valleys thing. Where if things aren't working out properly, I have to pause the operation and go back to being independent and solo for the most part. When things start to change, resources start to become bountiful or plentiful, or I am getting ready to move into a resource-rich environment, then I start to recruit people again and see what I can do. Extend the window for collaboration efforts and yeah, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Dude, I just have another question. Do you you have any like, I don't know, I guess requests for not really portfolios per se, but previous work or anything like that?
Give me 1 second.
You ever up on the
it's a little bit difficult to hear you. It sounds like your microphone's gate is like it's not that you're quiet, it's like you're tapering off when you finish a sentence and your microphone stops capturing you. The gate is like tight.
Hold on. Give me a sec. Okay, no, what I was saying was, do you like, are you gonna require any, like, I guess, portfolios or anything like
No.
From previous work or anything like that?
No. No. I'm doing
Okay.
this was a shotgun. This is a shotgun effort because I'm one of those like CEO types who has to actually be in the factory because the factory can't really function properly unless the CEO is on the floor. I don't have the time to be overly particular about who I want to work with, if that makes any sense. I would rather just put you on the production line and see if you survive, to be honest.
Kind of an odd way to think. I wasn't sure. I get it.
So, anything else?
I did want to ask another thing. I guess I'll just put it out there and then you can comment on it in terms of my assumption as to your expectations. So would you say that because when we were chatting, you asked about like previous experience.
Mhm.
So I guess you're not really looking for someone with any kind of skill particularly, or I shouldn't say it that way.
There's two things.
You're not necessarily
I'm looking for
someone who has. Oh, okay, you can go ahead.
There's two main things. I'm looking for somebody who has time. That's on the other end of the fence. And I'm looking for the complete opposite. I'm definitely looking for people who can nearly do everything that I can do. That's manage, produce,
Yeah.
and what's the other word? Manage, produce, and advertise. If you can do all three of those things, I don't need a bunch of people. That's one of the three-headed dragons. That's one of the beasts, one of the heads in the Cerberus.
But in terms of the kind of apprenticeship factor, you're not necessarily looking for someone with years of experience, but you're trying to break down someone and build them up into what you need.
I wouldn't say breakdown, but sure. I mean, I don't mind breaking people down, but that's a consequence as opposed to something that I'm trying to do. I would not step to somebody and say, you need to drop this, you need to do this. It's an afterthought. It becomes something that is consequential because of what you will have to do if you want to do it.
Okay. All right.
Let me look at this other thing. It feels like it was 19, 15 people want to play ball apparently. So, my shotgun tactic is basically to bring them all in. Everybody always expects me to it's normal, right? But really, an interviewer usually tells you at some point. In some cases, they'll say 300 people apply for this job, and I'm looking for 10 people, and this is basically the same. I'm not looking for one person because no such one person is. I'm not that fortunate enough to get one guy to fall in my lap who has the same expertise as me. I'm not going to get the fortunate circumstance where one person falls into my lap and they have all the time in the world and they're extremely hungry. They want to come in here into this VC and they just sit here like a child waiting to absorb information from fucking 9 to 9, 40 hours a day or 40 hours a week at the least. I'm not going to get those two extremes. A clone of Kurosai or a child of Kurosai. I'm not going to get that. That's extremely uncommon. So I'm looking for all of the spectrum in between. Somebody who only can put in 10 hours a week. Somebody who can come in and act like an advisor at the very least, or maybe a temporary manager. I'm looking for a plethora of additional options, people to help kind of make the machine move, different gears, big gears, small gears, etc. A lot of this is very metaphorical, it sounds. So a good example is like somebody saying, I want to work on a 1-minute video that features Itadori, Yuji. The anime just started. I got an idea, and I'm going to ghost you for the rest of the month because I provided you that one video. That's fine. If that's what you can do. If that's your limit, is one abridged anime meme parody video out of the whole month, I don't give a fuck. That's fine. If you don't even know how to do that, then I don't know. An hour every other day, I'm teaching you how to make that kind of video. I'm teaching you how to. Where do I go to get anime clips? They say. We're not looking for clips. I'm going to show you where to get the footage, the original episodes, not little 10-second, 20-second clips. We're going to go get it from the horse's mouth. So that's on the lower end. Everything starts off with the low stuff. Am I going to give you a Twitter account to run? No, not right now. Am I going to give you a YouTube channel to set up? Am I going to give you a Gmail that you turn into a YouTube account because you can't use a YouTube account without having a Gmail account attached to it? No. I already have the channels, etc., etc. So taking things step by step, which means the first thing to do is to get a schedule. Know about people's availability. I don't care what people know or they don't know, because if I say, let's do this, can we do this? I'll find out what you can and can't do on day one. And then we're going to adjust from there. Yeah, you can't do this? Okay, let's do this instead. Oh, you'd like to do this? Then let's do this, because this leans into your strengths. This leans into your what you're used to, your experience. Let's do that instead. Hello, Streak.
Yo.
I'm already pretty familiar with you to some extent. I've seen stuff that you produced. So the only thing I would have to say to you, to use you as an example, is, have you watched the new recent episode of JJK?
No, I'm not really familiar with JJK.
You haven't even watched the first season?
No, I haven't watched JJK.
What did you watch last year that came out in 2025? That is, to make this more difficult for you, what did you watch last year in the year of 2025 that actually was new, that not a season 2 or etc.? What did you watch last year that was new?
Nah, probably not anything new.
Right. So we're not going to play a game where I say, well, go watch something from no. I'm going to say that because you don't have any experience with contemporary anime, basically, you're one of those, you're nearly in the sort of casual space, normie like space, almost post-COVID fan type beat. The easiest thing for you to do to start with whether it be today, tomorrow, the day after, it doesn't matter, is for you to go through our DMs and find the last video that you made, that you sent to me. And then I want you to open up the project file for that. And I want you to stream it for me into this call so we can finalize it and get it published.
Okay.
So what happened there is Streak has sent me a video that features, I think it was Higurashi, the newer version that came out in 2020, probably on the dot, or 2019. Higurashi Goal. And I forget the gist of it. I think there was a hillside and a truck. I forget the gist of it, but that was what, 6-7 months ago? No. It was probably a whole fucking year ago when he sent me that video.
Yeah, close to 2 years ago.
Right, and I still recall it. That's the blueprint. So that video wasn't finished. I was gonna take it and repurpose it and like make it a little spruce up. I'm gonna get him to do it instead, and I'm gonna watch him do it while I edit and try to listen to this other podcast in the background and stream at the same time, so I can keep the train moving. You don't have to sit here all day and all night to see how the machine moves, how I move, so to speak. But watching, I suppose, how I direct him and watching me edit my own video at the same time while I explain what I'm doing, you can consider this to be like an orientation thing. Let me see. I can't play this in the DMs. But yeah, whichever one you want to work on, Streak, just pull it up.
Okay.
Let me take a look at it. Pull it up if you can. It's not going to be that much of an issue, but it is going to be a little bit difficult if I can't look at people's screen share for a couple of minutes when I advise on certain things or instruct on certain things. I know everybody has a everybody doesn't have a you know, a monster PC or whatever, or laptop, but so yeah, getting at least, that's why I say 10 hours out of the week. I need to be able to take a look at your screen at some point. Screen caps.
Okay, that's cool with me. All right, so I can stream right here.
Mm-hmm.
I have a couple of missing files since it's been so long.
All right, you're moving stuff around. This is DaVinci.
Right.
DaVinci is probably the most common, aside from CapCut, common editor right now. It's probably the most robust editor right now. They have this thing now on Discord where you can zoom into somebody's stream. It's pretty cool. I don't know how well you can see this on the shorts streaming feeds on Instagram and other platforms, but yep. So usually the way that I find media is I just go get the name and I search my entire PC. So that's me saying to myself,
Okay, yeah.
here's my file explorer, obviously, and I grab the name. This is from ERAI. That's one of the raw extractors, one of the guys who does torrenting for anime clips, anime footage, anime episodes. I think this is probably, is this an MKV? MKV stands for, hello, Haruto. It's been a while, yes. Is this an MKV or are these MP4s?
I can't really recall. Let me see.
Okay.
Yeah,
You should
MKV.
be. Yeah, so these are big files. MKVs are big files. MKVs are, I forget what they stand for, but it's like a format that allows you to nest in a lot of different audio tracks. So you get to have certain MKVs have English dub, Japanese dub, Spanish dub, and then they have subtitle data in there as well, I'm pretty sure. They can have subtitle data, and that is also can be in separate languages. Dubs or subtitles for English, subtitles for Japanese, etc., etc. So people love MKVs. They're bigger. I'm not sure if there's any other visual fidelity to it other than just the audio tracks. You and this guy, Streak, I'm watching his edit right now. I'm watching his timeline. He has lost, basically, he's misplaced this footage. If I had to take a guess, he's deleted it. It's because
it may be deleted. I do have the torrent files still. So
yeah, it's always good whenever you know that what you pulled is a consistent source. To be fair, this aired what, 4+ years ago, so the seeding is going to be low. When you re-download it, it'll take long to download it. Furthermore, another thing is that if your recycling bin doesn't get dumped often, it's probably still sitting in there. You can just go into the bin and go get it, and recover it. I don't know how often people don't dump their bins, but if you haven't dumped it in a while, number one, that's why the computer is probably moving slower than usual, and number two, it's still sitting in there.
No, I dump my recycled frequently, so.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So that's what I would do to start with. I'm a little autistic. I do not like to start doing more editing on a project when I don't have all of my footage on the timeline. Video editing is a process where you start with gathering everything you need for the video before you start doing any extracurricular additions. That's affecting that's doing manipulation with visuals. Don't get ahead of yourself. Lay the foundation. Foundation is visuals and is audio. Don't do any audio effects. Don't sit there and try to change shit with the audio. Don't worry about levels. Oh, this is too loud. I want this sound effect here. You're getting, when you start to work on the additional details bit by bit throughout the whole project, you kind of skip. That's why DaVinci is set up to actually send you from one tab to the next. The first tab in DaVinci is like down here somewhere. I can barely see it, but it's like right here. This is where you gather like your footage, import your footage onto your, not onto your timeline, but import your footage into the application itself. And then this is where you start to like select what stuff appears on the timeline. This is where you start to trim stuff, get everything organized, paste things. This is where you start to add effects, get things to like be more robust visually, auditorily, etc. This is for I don't know what this is for, I forget. That's for adding music or whatever, messing with the audio engineering, going into your audio and saying, I want the levels fixed. I want to do this. This person is in a car, so they should sound like they're in a car. But in my audio, in this situation, if I have audio where a person is in a vehicle, that's weird. They sound like they're in a car, but I want this audio to be used for a video where they're not in a video. My visuals show that the person is walking around the street side. He's walking around outside somewhere. So why does his voice sound like he's in a vehicle? This is where I go to fix that issue. And then you deploy. You're ready to publish the video, send it somewhere, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, etc. So that's why DaVinci is probably the most accessible editor from start to finish, because it streamlines the process of how to think like an editor, how to think like a producer, how to think like somebody who knows how to finish it. That's why people who are on After Effects, they don't finish projects very often. They scrap a lot of shit. They scrap stuff. They scrap stuff so often, it's become a culture to post scraps in the After Effects community. They did that. They started that. People don't do that in the Vegas community, for the most part. They only do it now because of what people started on Instagram in the After Effects community. Because After Effects is one of the parts that are in this process. So, for example, DaVinci streamlines the whole thing. Get your footage, pick your formats, etc., etc., etc. Adobe literally has a different program for each of these things. Adobe Dreamweaver, Adobe Photoshop, Adobe After Effects, Adobe Premiere, Adobe. So working with Adobe stuff can be extremely overwhelming compared to a lot of other stuff, because they have a different program for a different thing. And if you just focus on one program, you lose so much context for how to actually start a project and finish it properly. So you actually get trained mentally. You train yourself to be consistent when you start something and finish it. Photoshop is extremely standalone. After Effects is not, for the most part. It's very weird to treat After Effects like it's Premiere, because After Effects is a compositor video editing application. What does that mean? It means it's a program designed for you to design compositions, stacking layers, stacking visuals, layer 1, layer 2, layer 3. It's a compositor. You're making compositions. Whereas Premiere is a NLE, non-linear editor. Technically, a composition is linear because it's up and down. It's up and down. It's stacking layers to create a composition. Whereas Premiere, Vegas, and technically DaVinci, including CapCut, I'm pretty sure, these are NLEs. The whole process from start to finish is, the interface is set up to make you think of how to start a project and end it. That's why DaVinci has, look at this, de-esser, de-hummer, delay, dialogue processor, distortion. These effects are not on After Effects because After Effects is a visual compositor. Photoshop is a visual compositor. You're not fucking around with audio in Premiere like that, in After Effects like that. But because the editing application that I use, which is Vegas, started out as a DAW, D-A-W, digital audio workstation, it treats itself a bit like FL Studio, Ableton, two big music making applications that people use in the communities of music production or whatever. So the first thing I would do with an apprentice who has no experience editing for the most part, what do you want to use? Do you have CapCut on your PC? And you ask the question, huh? CapCut is on the PC? Yes, it is. CapCut is on the PC. Do you think you want to get into DaVinci because your favorite YouTuber uses DaVinci? Well, let's try it out. It's a big one. It's a big one. Its AI toolage it far surpasses any AI toolage in any other application for the most part. More than Adobe After Effects and Photoshop for the most part. So it's probably, DaVinci is probably the most advanced editing application on earth right now. I can't speak to Final Cut Pro. I can't speak to what's going on in the Apple domain, the Apple dimension. So yeah, I'm on Windows. That doesn't mean that I can't take my knowledge of video editing and then extrapolate it out towards somebody who is on Film Cut Pro, somebody who is on an Apple device who wants to use Apple-esque programs to edit videos. I can still play that game.
You're so wise and handsome.
Shut up. So basically, let's get that footage, Streak. Let's get that footage. If you are finding it difficult, let's say, for example, if you're finding the download speed slow, I'm a fast guy, I like fast things. If it takes too long to download this MKV, which it most likely will be take too long to download, you need to go to my trusty website, Hi Anime. Not hi as in when Kirby says hi, not hi as in yes, Japanese word, yes, not H as in hentai anime. People always make all those mistakes. It's just hi. I don't know what it means. It's just hi anime.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Hi Anime.
And the first thing you want to do
I'm gonna go with
when you get on this accursed website is get you an ad blocker, because if you don't, you're gonna have a hard time being on this website. All right, so
yeah.
Higurashi, and then enter is fine because all the earlier stuff should be at the top for the most part. Earlier stuff, latest stuff. Sotsu is what comes after Go. So Sotsu is like part 4 of the whole thing. Go back to season 1, I think. Never mind. Maybe 3? Is it? Yeah, there we go. Hi. No. This is Go. Yeah, okay, I got it. It's a little bit confusing. It's a visual novel and it's time. I hate when visual novels are also series that have something to do with transporting through time, because that's very confusing when it gets into an anime form. Very confusing. Because routes, when you go to, this is why people, when they say that, what's the one anime with the incest, 2 kids with the silver hair? If you don't know about the visual novel, then you think that the main character is having sex with a lot of different girls at the same time. People don't understand routes. Whatever. So this is Go. I think what I saw in your footage is Sotsu instead of Go.
It's Go. I know which episode it is. Actually, I think you did have me download an anime episode a while back for some project you were working on. I might still have the extension.
A lot of these clips that you have on the timeline look like images or compositions. Maybe compositions.
Yeah, some of these are, most of these are compositions. Well, I would take an image and then I would just
no, you're
the
doing
flaps on top.
Yeah, these are hard renders. Hard renders is when you take something and you put it in the program, you edit it, and then you export it and you bring it back in. That's a hard render. And then soft renders is everything downstream from a composition. In Vegas, we don't have compositions. We have nests, N-E-S-T-S. Nests means that you're taking a series of pieces of footages, one even left and right, or should I say left, right, up, and down. 1, 2, 3, a couple of clips, and you're highlighting everything, and then you send it to a different project, and then it comes back in the form of a nest, one clip altogether. This is clip number 1. This is clip number 2. These are 2 clips on top of each other, so that's a composition, that's a layering. So when I send these to a different project and bring it back, it turns into one clip, and it's all compounded within each other. It's a nest. The reason why a nest is different from a composition is because in Vegas, you cannot sequence more compositions within a composition. You technically can, but it's convoluted. It's not a true compositor. A true compositor has infinite, like, recursive downward compositing. I can make a composite within a composite within a composite within a composite. So you can do that on Photoshop. You can do that on After Effects, and I would probably wager that you can do it on Premiere too. Because even if they are NLEs, you should be able to do that type of infinite compositing on an NLE because it's non-linear. You should. Vegas is old, so I would imagine you can do it on Premiere. But basically, if I have to open up After Effects, I will probably explode, but I'll do it anyways just for the sake of the explanation. CapCut is pretty cool. I like how easy CapCut is, despite the fact that it's so simple and it has so many complications to it, because it somehow is able to do like some very extreme compositing. And by extreme, I just mean that you can just go right into it. Let me open up a composition. See, when you know how to composite, it's not a complicated thing, by the way. Then you never have to render out shit and then bring it back. You can do that in the project itself. So this says right there. You can barely see that because I can't zoom into my streams unless I pull up a magnifying glass. Create compound clip. And in parentheses, it says sub project. What does that mean? It sounds exactly like it sounds. I just mentioned to you earlier that when you find your clips in your timeline, you want to export out to a separate project, you bring it back and it turns into an individual clip. So people who aren't used to making compositions, they never actually make compositions in the soft way. They do it in the hard way, which is they find this footage. This is clip 1, and they say text. I'm going to generate text here. Slow as fuck, because I have every editor that I have running at the same time, except for DaVinci. Now text is on the screen over there, and a lot of guys just say render. They render this out. They pick a setting for their render. They go find it when they export it out, and they drag it back into the project. They get a whole new clip, and it's just the thing they just worked on. That's very sloppy. It's very sloppy. I know people want to do this thing where they come in and they say, well, I want to be able to zoom into the text. And when I zoom into the text, it tracks with whatever footage is beneath it. I want to be able to... Damn, my computer is crying. Where are we at right now? 57 memory? That's not that bad. So I want to zoom into this piece of footage, but look what happens to the text on the screen. The text just is sitting there. It's not moving.
Curtis, I don't mean to be interrupting. Are you supposed to be streaming? Are you like doing like a demonstration?
Oh, I am streaming to platforms, except for Discord. So let me just change that really quickly.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting. Sorry,
You're fine.
I wasn't getting the visual cues.
Stream devices. Oh god, it's doing that thing. Can I do this? Fuck. I gotta give you the YouTube stream. Discord is being unruly today. It's not gonna let me stream it in the call. I gotta give you the YouTube stream. Therefore, you'll have to mute it, because you'll hear me speak twice.
Word.
Which one is the shorts? This is the widescreen one, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Let me share this with the chat. All right, so Discord has this thing. If you're on your phone, I don't know where to find this. But Discord has a thing called a sub chat. And it's a chat attached to a VC. And I can't access it right now because Discord is wonky. I have to go to a separate window to drag the damn thing back. So here it is. All right. I just dropped a link to the live stream in the chat. I'm going to add everybody here. So you, oh shit. I just got a warning because technically since anybody can access this chat, I could ping the entire server when I should have. All right. So I'm going to ping just the guys. I'm trying to help you find the chat so you don't have to go looking for it. So Esteban, the Elegant, and Maple. And I have to assume that Streak is already watching the stream.
Yes.
So I don't want to tag him. Buck is saying fuck me. I think. So he has himself deafened. Manager is here.
I'm here.
If you want to find the stream, I'm going to tag you too. I don't know how you feel right now about anything about what I'm doing. So I'm not really sure if you're caught up.
No, I'm just here for editing tips. I still have my heart for the art form. I'm just listening in for now.
Okay. Am I still good on Instagram? I think I'm dead. Let me go look what's going on. Am I on the Insta? Am I on the gram? Let's see. I am still on the gram. Let me type that in gram. I'm on the gram. Okay. This is the longest I've been on the gram for a while. Anyways. So yeah, people. Oh, just zoom into both. Just zoom in to the footage in the background, and then zoom into the text. That's what they would say. This is one way to do it. It's just not very optimal. It's not optimal if you're not going for depth perception. What does that mean? It means that if I just want to zoom into both the text on layer 2 and zoom in to the footage beneath the text on layer 1, then I should set up a system so that when I zoom in, it zooms into both layers at the same time. On Vegas, this is made very simple by things like compositors, adjustment of fields, adjustment events. This little yellow bar that just popped up here just now, this is going to affect anything beneath it. It's like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. It has an effect, spell or whatever. This means that anything that it can see beneath it, it will affect it. So if I were to open up this little window on Vegas, this is called a video event effects panel window. And basically, it's the reason why Vegas is the fastest editor on the planet. Because you can do everything you need to do in editing from this window alone, for the most part. Nearly. After Effects, Photoshop, Premiere, DaVinci, etc. They don't have like a brain to all of the editing. They don't have a central processing unit. That's what this window is basically, for like the fastest way to edit anime content. One of the reasons for why this is faster than, for example, something that comes out of After Effects is because when you were to make a mask, a vector should be defined as the separation of things, a blockage from one point to the next. The reason why everything is dark on the outside of the space and everything is light on the inside of the space is because everything in the box is what is visible and everything that is outside of the box is what is invisible. So we're vectoring, aka masking. Okay. So what makes Vegas very fast at masking, vectoring, is the fact that when you switch to a new frame in your video, so I just moved from frame 0 to frame like 200 or whatever. That's not 200, that's like 20. And I tilt the box to the side. What's going to happen is animation. This is how most animation works for all animation in general. Keyframe animation. These little diamonds are keys, and they tell your visuals how to move based off of the communication happening between the two keyframes. The communication is very simple. If I have an initial box that is square-like, and then the next one down the line, 6 seconds down the timeline, is tilted to the side to be shaped like a diamond instead or whatever, then it makes perfect sense that once it gets to that point, it'll do it. If you play it back, it'll be played back at a certain rate of speed. If I drag this keyframe down closer to the other one, it'll happen faster. It'll be involving less frames. Less frames because of speed. Less frames because of speed. Since it happens faster, that's less frames. But if your project is set to have a lower frame rate, then that's also going to decrease the amount of frames. Something to get right. People think that if you increase the frame rate of your project, the frame rate of your footage, it'll just be higher frame rate regardless of anything else. This is not true. If your settings in your project are capped at a frame rate of around 30 and your footage is in 120 frames per second, it's going to be capped at 30. You just lost 90 frames or whatever. So I can get back to that. That's a bit of a side stage. The point is that this window is not present in a lot of other editing applications. And this is actually the bane of a lot of people's existence because it's slow if you don't get it. But once you get it, I have control over how things move with this box, and I have control over how things appear. Because these keyframes have a weird ability to jump and not animate, depending on how you set them up. When I say jump, I mean to say that I don't need additional layers to create additional masks because they're all actually present in the same exact thing at the same time. So if I make 4 squares here, I'm copying them by holding the control key and dragging. Most of the things that you know how to do on Windows programs translates to how you can do things on almost every program on a Windows machine. I can't speak for Linux stuff, I can't speak for Mac stuff, but if you can control V something, you can probably control, or control C something, you can probably control V it. I have a mask here, control C, control V, and I should be able to paste it. Same thing with how you do things on the timeline. Most of these settings are congruent and consistent across the entire apparatus of Windows. Control C on this little yellow clip, Control V, and it pops up. You should be able to do this type of shit on almost every editor. You should be able to. Let me test the theory. Where's CapCut? It probably crashed earlier. Nope, it's right there. So we got this little piece of footage of the Sigma grind Aura Farmer. Control C, come down the timeline, Control V, pops up right there. And you're asking the question probably, how come it didn't pop up at the playhead instead of all of it? Why did it pop up down here? In most cases, there's this invisible data that says something like the compound clip, because this is a compound within itself, has extra data in front of it and it's invisible. You can't see it because you compounded it. So that's why certain things look a little weird sometimes when you try to understand where space happens. How come when I paste this here, it jumps to the bottom as opposed to the front? It's the way the program is programmed. For example, a good difference between Vegas and CapCut is when I want to select all the footage, on the timeline to move things around, I can't actually start at 0 and have blank information. I have to make a whole separate layer for blankness, apparently. So that's a little weird. I don't like that. But on Vegas, I can easily like select stuff and drag it down and have blank information at the front, no matter what layers I add. Vegas is so old that it just has the basics down pat. That's why I'm still on it, because the basics that you do on Vegas are faster than the basics on other programs because they forgot the basics. This is what people mean when they say, oh, AI is going to make us lose the process that comes before everything else. You're not learning how to do what? When you draw, hand-eye coordination, pressure, sensitivity on things like Photoshop. When you want to use a pen tool or whatever, or a brush tool, you have settings to affect the pressure sensitivity. If you have a stylus, you can use your stylus, and depending on how much bearing pressure you put onto the stylus pen, that's going to copy the way that you would put pressure on a pencil. You won't know that kind of stuff if you're prompting all day. You won't know that kind of stuff. Because you jump straight into just learning language. Prompting is good. And you can get a lot of shit done in prompting if you understand the principles, generally speaking, of how to draw with a pencil and language. So if you say some shit like, look at this. Is that a shadow right there? Or is that a window that pops up for a super chat overlay? Yeah, exactly. You would know. You would know if you're one of those Twitter artists who tries to look for AI art in everything they see, and they'll ask that question. They put on their thinking glasses, they put their hand on their chin, and they say, this looks like AI art to me because why is there a shadow on top of a shadow? What is that? They do their little forensics. They want to know why a shadow is within a shadow, and it has this sort of thing here. Is that AI? No, it's not fucking AI, you retard. It is simply something that was not removed during the cutting process of background removal. It's very simple. If you want to just come in here and say, here's my little smudge tool, just clean that shit up. Let me clean it up. Let me clean it up. Convert to smart object, because you can't really do much editing on top of smart objects. So you need to convert it from one thing to the next to compress all the layers or whatever. I'm not going to teach you everything tonight because it's too much to learn. So one step at a time. I'm going to go back to the basics here pretty soon, but here, smudge it up. Old school shit. Smudge it up. Old school. This is old school. We got AI for this shit nowadays. But if you like being like a 70-year-old grandma, kind of just slowly taking your time with this stuff, smiling in the dark at 3 o'clock in the morning, while you just sit here taking 8 hours to do what you could have did in a few seconds, so you can get back to the actual fucking construction of the entire video that is 2 hours long. You probably don't want to sit there and do all that, because you got 50 other videos to produce in the month of January alone. So you can sit there and be like a knitting grandmother who likes to just sit there and, you know, slowly whittle her life away because she's at her in-life stage, and healthcare is extremely expensive for her because she has to get a pancreatic, you know, there's no point in this. If this is your job to clean up images, go ahead. That's for you. But if your job is to clean up the images, remove the background, make her mouth move, change her eye color, replace all of her shadows with new shadows because this is wrong lighting for the new room she will be in, you're not gonna want to sit around and just fuck about. You want to be able to figure out a way to optimize this shit, because once you're done with this frame, you're gonna do it again for the next frame, and 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 the next frame. So you better figure out a way to get this shit streamlined. Otherwise, you will spend 2 months making a 1-minute video. You will do that. That's why nobody does it except for me and 10 other people on the planet. Okay, anyways, that's why there's Caleb in the call, and Buck in the call, and Streak in the call, and Manager in the call, because it takes more than two to tango. It takes a marching band to get something like this, an episode of JJK. It takes 80 people to sit down in a fucking room at a Mappa studio to crank out some very crazy Sakuga tar type stuff. So an editor who is very vain in his assertion that he can just truck along for like 2 years straight, 3 years, 4 years, and he makes all of his content, no other people helping him, no voice actors, he just does it all himself, he's not gonna last more than like 4 years. Because it is easier to animate something than it is to take animations that exist and contort them so they can animate differently. It is by far way easier to just go into fucking Blender, get you a pencil, a piece of paper, and scan that shit and put it on a computer and do your own animations, and to take pre-existing animations and push them into new directions they're not supposed to be pushed in. That's called reverse engineering. You're taking what exists and you're working backwards from where it starts. To undo everything that is there, I want to say, I don't like that shirt. I don't like this. This shirt is so fall. It's so fall season. But we're moving into the winter season. I want her to have a sweater. This is kind of a sweater, but the V-neck is so wide, she can't be that warm. She's in Japan. Anime characters usually hail in Japan. It's cold when it's warm in America, and when it's cold in America, it's super fucking cold in Japan. So they, whatever. Point is that if I want to change this whole outfit, I got to set up a situation where I separate everything from the top to bottom. So what is the topmost element in this frame? The topmost element in this whole frame is the super chat information. But there's elements even within that. Even within that, there's the text, and then there is the actual boxes that form the coloring underneath it. What's beneath that? The opaque black box beneath all those things? What about, no, wait a minute, I missed something. My profile pictures of each of those, these are all separate layers in a lot of cases. Let's just, the fucking giraffe, layer 1, the blue background, layer 2, the text, layer 3, the little yellow thing, the layer 4, the opaque thing, 5. That's just shit that's overlaying the anime. That's an overlay for the anime. We still haven't gotten into her hair. And guess what? You know the laws of physics, right? Guess what? This flap of hair should be on a separate layer from the headband because it's overlapping on top of the headband. That's a new layer. And under that is a hair that's behind this flap of hair, and then it goes down. We got a shadow that should be overlapping the skin, an eyebrow that is clearly because of anime stylization. Anime stylization says that elements like eyelashes and eyebrows overlay everything, including the iris, etc., etc., etc. Depending on the logic of the anime, they'll say some shit like, well, since this is overlaying this part of a hair, it's lighter. See how that lightens up on the edge? That's a law in the animation pipeline. They're saying when it touches another thing that is lighter than it or darker than it, it shifts to a different opaqueness. So, like I said, you definitely don't want to spend too much time on things like, oh, let me just sit here and just fucking really just all fucking day. And no, the game is, if you could prompt for this fucking box to be removed and leave our hair alone, prompt for that box to be removed and not have it keep this fucking shadow on top of another shadow so you can get back to the basics, the other stuff. The room that she's in, the light source is above her head. If she were in a darker room, the light source would shift in front of her face because the light source that she is getting in her face now is coming from a laptop that she's staring at. That means the shadows shift from under her hair and they shift to being above her hair because the light source is projecting light into her face and it pops back up on top of her head or some shit like that. A shadow is casted behind her little headband up there on the top or something. I don't know my shadow theory. It's not that good. Point being is that she would have like a silhouette of darkness around her, and she would be very bright in the middle because light is emitting from her laptop into her face. Her eyes start to glow because of the way that light starts to affect other light sources, and then she has this sort of glow to her in the center of her face or some shit like that. And on the outer perimeter, everything is shadowy and it starts to blend into the background of the room behind her. That kind of shit. Like I said, this stuff is cool to do if it's a single frame. If it's a single frame, have at it. When you got to make a whole video and you're just deconstructing this character so you can change the headband to some sunglasses that are in the top of part of her hair. You know how you lift your sunglasses and put it on top of your head or whatever? I want sunglasses up there instead. I got to remove the fucking headband. But guess what? I just can't do that. Look at how thick these flaps of hair are. You think a fucking the band of sunglasses can do all that? No, it won't. This thickness of this headband is causing that much hair to be pushed aside. This would be slicked down tremendously. This little line right here gets pushed all the way over here if these were sunglass bands instead, because that much hair is not getting pushed to the side by a little skinny ass fucking the bands of sunglasses. Unless the sunglass bands are big and thick, they can push hair like that. That's fine. That's a law. That's the law of physics. I'm saying in editing, it is the worst thing in the world to do this every single frame because you don't know how to draw. You don't know how to animate. Guess what? If you know how to animate, then you don't have to sit here and contort these things like this all the time for keyframe animation. Sadly, anime artists don't do keyframe animations. They do frame by frame animations. That means they will redraw this fucking line over and over and over and over again. If you actually look at anime frame by frame, you will see all the little instances where this eye is being redrawn every single progressive frame, and it's suicide. This is why the rate of suicide in Japan is extremely high, because the otaku phenomenon in Japan is not nerd culture. It's not, I like anime. It's obsessiveness. It's obsessiveness over details. That's what otaku means. It's an obsession. You can be obsessed about painting nails, Sephora. You can be obsessed about building different keys on your keyboard or whatever, red keys, blah 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 blah. At some point, after they made Astro Boy, they took this shit too far. They took this shit a bit too far, and they got really, really into the details of how to make animation that is hand-drawn look like shit in reality or flow like shit in reality. And then they stylized it so that when somebody turns to the side, or for example, what is this? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? Why is she missing a line on the bottom of her lip? What is that about? What's that about? How come there's a line? It's because it's stylization. Light is in the room. Light is in the room. And when light hits certain parts of your lips, and you have like light lips, your lips blend in with your skin. So it has this disappearing effect. But you wouldn't know that unless you understand the laws of physics and how stylization can take a law of physics and then take it somewhere else to say, you should know that when you don't see certain lines, it's because there's a high presence of light blocking it out. Things like that. You should know that when an anime character turns their face to the side, and for some reason their lips are on the fucking cheek of their blah, 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 that's a stylistic choice. You know that people's mouths are still visible when they turn to their side profile. You know that. But the reason, guess what? Why a person's entire mouth shifts away from the front of their face to the side of their cheek is because they're lazy. They're lazy. They don't want to draw the jawline expanding down to open up the hinge of your jaw, to open itself up. It's more costly to do this. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. It takes more time. This is what you would do normally. I'm not good at drawing anymore. Arguably, I never was. Let's see. That's the nose. These are the lips. That's the bottom lip. This is the top lip. Now, because of the way that anime works, the logic or whatever. A Squidward, handsome Squidward. There's an eye on the side, you know, something like that. Some shit like that. There you go. Eyelash or eyebrow. And then you want to do the eyelashes. Can I zoom into this thing? Some shit like that. Anime, the contours. Every anime character has eyeliner. Zoom out. And then, you know, my little whatever. And then I do a little nostril there, maybe. If it doesn't need to be there. No, because anime looks very cute and attractive due to a lack of detail. If you actually had that flaring nostril, it's like, oh, wow. I don't know about that. And it's easy. You think that they're doing it because it's cuter. No, it's actually just sometimes the things we do to make things easier for us end up being the thing we do just to make things stylistically appropriate. What we start with as a mistake or a part of the process, it becomes a thing that you do purposely. Film grain. You think film grain is a stylistic choice? It is nowadays, but it used to be a thing that just happens because film used to be grainy. So that's why you would have that sort of thing. That's what. Anyways, point being is that this is a jawline, this is a chin, and when an anime character's mouth opens up, the jaw extends downwards, and the mouth opens up, and it ends up like that. If you're lazy, that should be the nose. If you're lazy or whatever, you don't do that. You don't open up the jaw. You don't spread the lip downwards. You just do this. My mouth on the side. That's easy. That's fully open. This is half open. And this is closed. They may even just have the lips like this on the side, so you know when it opens up, it doesn't look weird. Because if it connects from the lips and it opens up like this, that's fucked. That's fucked. A lot of anime characters have a Kirby face. A Kirby face and a Pac-Man face. That's Pac-Man over there. That's Pac-Man. When their mouth opens, their entire face is blown apart. It contorts. So when Kirby's mouth opens, it expands upwards and downwards. Same thing for Pac-Man. Anime characters have this mouth where even though the upper lip and the bottom lip should only move like this is only going to move slightly because of how you peel your upper lip back. The bottom lip extends because the jawline is going to pull the bottom lip down. So for men who have big fucking handsome jawlines, when they talk, usually everything moves downwards from their jaw. So you can see muscles and organs in their throats move around. You can see the skin move beneath their ears because the jawline, if it moves, if the mouth opens, everything beneath the upper lip contorts. If you're an anime girl, none of this shit applies to you because your lips, for some reason, contort and bend all the way upwards like a Kirby mouth, and the bottom ones also extend downwards. The reason why I'm talking about this is because when you do lip flaps, you are usually trying to adhere to a logic that is consistent. Even anime isn't consistent. You will have different animators come in and say, when the camera is on the side of her face, it's going to do this thing where her bottom lip opens downwards and the upper lip will stand still because that's a law of physics. Your upper lip should not be hinging upwards like Kirby and Pac-Man. It should stay stationary unless you peel your upper lip back, but your upper face is attached to a whole fucking skull and your jawline isn't. Anyways, that's why I'm talking about this in terms of, do you really want to sit here and have to gauge the distance between the nose that is a fucking dot, and in some cases not there at all? Hold on, let me get rid of the nose. This is fine. It's literally fine to come in here and just say to yourself, I gotta convert this to an editable object. Photoshop is very, it's insane. It does a lot of crazy things. And I have my hand on it a lot, but because I'm self-taught as a visual person, I don't typically learn anything and then do it. I do it and then learn afterwards. Jesus Christ. That is what I said to do. Hold on, I think I know what's happening. I have like 8 different keys on my mouse, and when I switch them around sometimes or press them, it can convert certain functions in the program on accident. Let me do this. Let me see. I need to know for sure what's happening before I start to. Okay. Anyways, whatever. Point being is that most people who make videos, they don't go and download a whole episode of something. This is where they go. They go to Twitter. And they pull this video. And then they put this on the timeline. And then they add music to it and zoom in and put text in it and call it a day. That's easy. You know that, right? That's like, you don't even understand that you're working with layers. You don't need to either. Did my stream just crash? No, I never had it up. It was somebody else. That's it. That's 3 layers technically. Text, the original source footage, and the audio that you put into it via music. That's all you got. That's easy. That's 99.9% of all content online. Even this fucking video is literally just 1 layer. It's technically like 2 layers because it's music, it's audio, and then the visuals. But if you don't extract them apart, then you don't know what's going on. You don't got those additional layers, etc., 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 etc. So what do you do when you want to expand beyond just getting clips? Well, obviously the guy who goes out there with their camera, he gets the footage immediately. He doesn't have to go out there and get clips. That's his footage. Obviously, the guy who knows how to use OBS, which mine is like stationary right now, is broken. Somehow it's not able to let me touch it anymore. You're recording your game footage. You are going into your console, your computer, your mobile device, and you're feeding codec information, streaming data to your device to record it and then edit it. But what I do is this sort of triangulation of a little bit of everything. I'm getting the full episode of the first season of Kaguya-sama. I'm getting an MKV where you can hear chatter in the background from commentary of the actors talking about Kaguya-sama, the voice actors, the people who produce the anime. And MKV, as I've told you earlier, has separate tracks of audio to it, if it comes with it, and it has a track for different visuals for the subtitles on the screen. You can see this actually on any current modern site that displays subtitles as not hard subs but soft subs. So this is caption English. No. I'm not getting any let's use something newer. Home. Let's click on a new seasonal. Sentence to be a hero. Right there. This is a soft sub. This is soft subs because it's not in the anime. It's only in the MKV data. It's a separate layer. It's the most upper layer. When you download this raw as an MP4, you're not going to get those subtitles. That's not how you extract things from a site. The site will block you from getting the actual MKV. When you pull stuff from a site, In most cases, because of the way the site is set up, you're not getting the actual thing you want. You're getting what's being displayed and casted out. So I have something called fetch v, and it will only get an MP4. It will not get an MKV. What's uploaded to the site is an MKV, or technically some shit like that. Technically, what's uploaded to Crunchyroll is an MKV, but you're never going to rip a MKV from Crunchyroll for the most part. So you go to a site like Niasi, and you get a bunch of torrents where you got the MKV, you got the AVI, the AV1, these different formats depending on your needs. Yada 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 yada. MP4s are the most commonly used formats because of the fact that they're condensed, they're compressed, and they're easy to ship out to different social media sites in general. That's all of them, by the way. Everything. 4chan, iFunny, Instagram. MP4s are kind of the way to go. It's the fastest transmission format, but it's not good for editing because it's compressed. Do you want to know why you hate editing when you're working with MP4s? It's because it's so fucking compressed, and when you hit that playback button to watch your footage and it's lagging, it's because it's having to open up your footage over and over and over and over again as it plays back. So people who edit on Apple products don't have this problem because everything is interconnected and it's all bound by MOV containers. Movie, it's the Apple codec. That's MOV, ProRes, and some other shit. And because they're all, for the most part, uncompressed, that's efficient editing. Efficient editing is the process of using particular formats for videos to edit without much friction. But because MP4s and many other formats are compressed, it causes you to edit slower because you're not supposed to be using MP4s. The reason why I do it is because I'm an African. I'm a monster. I blunt force my way into editing. I do a lot of things that I shouldn't do, like using Vegas, Sony Vegas, to be using to create motion graphics. I should be on an animating program. I should not be on Vegas doing the things they do on Adobe Animate, Adobe After Effects. Because of the way that I've learned. Go ahead.
So when you edit, is there any like software that you could think of that would be useful to help? Like, I know most people hate AI, but is there a way that you, like, is there anything AI related that you think would help at all? Like simplify the process at all?
All AI. They all simplify the process. AI has its tendrils and everything. There's no way that you would find an AI that isn't useful in some particular space. It is only when an AI is used solely does it become somewhat boxed in by itself, already limited.
But when I tried using Copilot, it just keeps repeating the same things to me over and over.
Because you don't pay for it.
You know anything that doesn't do that?
The ones you pay for. I just said the thing about being boxed in. The fact that you're not paying for it, you don't click the button that says think longer. If it's thinking in milliseconds, it's not going to deviate very far from its initial thing that it said already. You do things cheaply, you'll get cheap results.
So what's one that's good?
Copilot, just pay for it. Grok, just pay for it. ChatGPT,
I don't know how you
pay for it.
For Copilot.
Everything comes with a subscription nowadays. The point being is that unless you're really, really good at what you do, you're probably not going to get the most out of your tools. Because you can get by just fine without paying for ChatGPT and Copilot and et cetera, if you know what you're doing. You're not asking good questions. That's all there is to it. You don't get the most out of your automated software because you are also acting as if you are automated yourself. You're not manually programming yourself to ask their particular questions that will force particular results.
What I mean is, is there a video editor that just for AI does it, basically?
No such thing. There's many video editors that have AI assisting, but if you think you're going to be able to sit in a video editing application and type in a prompt and it's going to make a whole video for you, you're making a mistake as to why, in the first place, it would be called a video editor to begin with. If you just want to prompt your way into making videos, go to a website where they prompt you into making videos instead of going to Vegas and expecting it to do what Grok does, Gemini does, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
Again,
I get it.
the main reason why people have a hard time getting into anything is because they have 1,000 things to pick from. And they pick 999 of the wrong things before they get to the actual thing they should be using. But by the time they even get to the last thing, the 1,000th thing, they've already been burnt out after the fucking 50th fucking tool, the 500th tool. There's too many things to pick from. That's why people need mentors. Because we spent 30 years of our life dying on a rock, on a cross, so that people 10 years, 20 years younger than us can come in and ask that stupid question. Where do I start? I'm going to get into editing. Well, the question is actually, at the very start, actually isn't where do I start, but why would I get into editing? What's the point? Without getting particular about what it is that you're trying to do, you will run around like a chicken with your head cut off trying to figure out what it is that you're trying to do. Get specific. Get specific. People are
The issue
naturally.
I have when I edit is I don't get any views or nobody really
That's not an
looks
issue.
at it much.
That's not an issue. That's a symptom. It's a symptom of the actual thing. You're not going to get views if you don't know who you're trying to serve. Get specific. You want to go after people
Like
who are
YouTube
playing Art
popular
Raiders?
anime and a popular song would work.
Yeah.
Like,
What is
I can just
what are
have a
people
board
watching? You're
house
talking
type of
about, I want to get views. Are you making anything people want to see?
I took an anime that I thought was good that
Yeah, you did it.
I'm
It's
assuming
it's not called iTunes, it's called YouTube. And YouTube doesn't mean you. YouTube means the viewer. You is the
I'm
viewer.
talking about on Instagram.
Instagram is
It's
for
like the wrong platform for AMVs.
it doesn't matter. It actually just doesn't matter. Literally. In fact, that's the best platform for AMVs. Because that's the community that fucking revived the entire genre and turned it into edits as opposed to AMVs. Naruto came in with its Linkin Park things in 2005. That died about 5 years later. And then the Gram came out and they re-engineered the entire genre. Vine came out. They distributed larger results from what came from Instagram. And then YouTube came back and started doing it again. And now TikTok is taking the helm and they're pushing it forward constantly, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There is no, oh, this is the best platform. No. Be good. Be good at what you do and people will come to you. You will reinvent the wheel because of the fact that you just don't choose to give up. People are autistic and ADHD riddled more than ever before because they can play Fortnite and Roblox in a different game and watch 2 different porn stars and eat 2 different meals and use 2 different apps to get DoorDashed and somebody ordering your groceries on Instacart all in the same hour. And you wonder why you can't focus. Stop wondering and start thinking. Focus
So
on one
find
thing at a
something that
time.
can capture people with like low attention spans.
No. Get better at holding people's attention. Stop. You keep trying to address the things that you would do to trick the system. You're not a trickster. You're not a magician. You don't know the magical techniques to do anything to actually, get over on people. Start with the basics. Learn the spells. Before you can actually do the no talking incantation, you need to know the fucking incantation that you have to. You need to know the whole book. You don't get to do the no hand sign, no jutsus before you actually know the damn jutsu. Start from the beginning. Stop trying to jump ahead. That's why a lot of editors fail very early on because they don't want to learn cinematography. They don't want to learn pacing. They don't want to learn color theory. They don't want to learn, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They want to jump ahead. Start with the basics. Everything is like this. That's why everybody hates the AI people. Because that's the furthest thing from the basics. It's the furthest thing from the basics. The only thing you need to know about AI is how to use your command of your native language. You don't even need to type in English into most AI machines. In fact, Chinese is probably better for a lot of people. Chinese is probably better for a lot of people because the best AIs on the planet right now are tilted heavily towards the Chinese market. So Mandarin is probably the best tool to use for things like Kling, and Vidu, the things that are trained off of anime, for example, Chinese is probably going to be the best tool to use for your language system. Regardless, setting all that aside,
the best route for quick money.
You're not going to get quick money with content creation. You lost that train years ago. You should have started 10 years ago. You got to start from the beginning because you missed the second train. The second train was when we did this AI stuff 3 years ago. You missed the train. You keep, like everybody else, you keep trying to come in after you settle down from your main thing. Well, I'm making money now. I got a girlfriend now. I'm good. I'm a pro player. Now I'm gonna go back to this other thing. You're going back to this thing, and it's left the station. You can't even see the train anymore. You got to go back to the basics because you can't catch up. You got to go back to the basics. The train is not even here anymore. And then you might get the discipline and the speed to catch up to the train. Then you might get it. But again, I told you what the problem is already. No, lack of focus. Lack of focus and inability to finish things. Discipline. So, stop playing around in terms of, I'll do this later. I'll get back to this after I do this. Because that never ends. It becomes, I'll get back to this after I do this, and then this, and then this. And it's like you're doing that thing you do when you play a game and you do a bunch of fucking fetch quests and you never finish the actual game. You never get back to the actual plot of the main game. So you buy a different game and you do the same thing. You buy 10 games and you don't finish any of them. Anyways, that type of thing applies to everything in life. The way you show up in life in general is the same way you show up in art. That's why art is so free. It's because it allows you to get away with acting like a hobo and a freak. People will pay to see that because people love entertainment. They love to see you put out content that comes from this sort of crazed mentality, this sort of unhinged, unbound expression. In reality, we don't want you to be unbound in expression.
What's a better method online to make money then? Is there better things to do?
Sell drugs online. Push. The best way to make money online is to do illegal things. Obviously, that's why everybody does it. Scam people.
What I could do from where I'm at.
You can scam people.
From what I know.
You don't know anything to make any money online. That's why you haven't done it yet. There's nothing you know right now that you can do. Because if you knew it, you would do it. You play games. You got a computer, so why aren't you streaming? That's obvious.
Because I don't get many views and
no. That's you're pulling the cart before the horse. You don't get any views because you don't stream. That's actually just it. You're saying when I do stream, I don't get views. Just because you stream once in the day after that. In fact, no, it wasn't the day after that. It was once for about an hour. And then you didn't stream again until like 2 weeks from then. That's what happened actually. Right? You didn't actually stream 7 days straight. You did do that. No, you didn't do that. Consistency is key. You're asking for these.
You mean like 7 days straight with breaks in between, or like
breaks? You don't have a job. Why would you take breaks?
I meant to like sleep at night.
Obviously, 7 days straight is 1 hour on a Monday, 2 hours on a Tuesday, 30 minutes on a Wednesday. That's 7 days straight. And you could do that because I just told you, these are low numbers. I first streamed 20 minutes. Hey guys, I'm getting ready to, I want to do Arc Raiders and cross over with Arknights. My love for anime girls with my love for guns and killing capitalists. I don't know. Marry these two things together. And you talk about that for your intro stream. Nobody's talking. Nobody's responding to you. You have 0 views. And you're going to be fine. You're going to have to sit there and...
Is there any topics I should avoid?
Don't think about that. That's why people don't start anything. They start with the things that they can't control. You can't avoid everything. Stop. People love doing this thing in their head where they just sit there and say, oh, what if something goes wrong? It goes wrong. That's it. That's it. You're done. It goes wrong and you get over it. Look, do you know any content creators that have issues? That's all of them. They all have the issues. Mr. Beast, Pokimane, PewDiePie, they all have issues. You're not going to avoid shit. Focus on what you can control. That's why people don't get to the point, because they make a big mess of everything before they even get to it in their head. That's why I like to move fast. The way I move.
Just stream and not worry about where it goes. Just worry where you're at.
No, stream and have an intention. Stream with the intent to do something. I just turn on a camera and I just start playing a game. Yeah, you'll get 0 views because why would I watch you and not the other guy who's doing it? If he's more attractive, I got a reason to watch him because he's more attractive. His voice sounds better. He seems to have something to say every once in a while, and you're just not talking at all. And I can't see your face. I can't connect with you. And your stream is laggy. You're focusing on what if something bad happens. Focus on the tangible things you can control. Why is your stream 20 FPS and not 30 if you want to do 30? Fix that. Fix it. You're thinking about what if mom comes in? Lock the door. What if my internet goes out? Pay for more internet. Pay for a better internet. Pay for a gig up and a gig down. A gig of upload and a gig of download. You're over here with 60, megabytes of internet speed. Of course you're going to have a shitty stream. Invest. That's the point. Invest and be intentional. Your 2 eyes, your 2 eyeballs, your 2 eyes. Invest and have intentions. And stop thinking about what happens if things go wrong. I can't post on Twitter because they're gonna flame me for they're gonna roast me. They're gonna cook me. So I'm not gonna post my stream schedule on Twitter. No, stop it. That's an audience for you to tap into. Well, the wrong people will come over from that. No, stop it. Drain the little bit of blood you could extract from that platform. Move to the next one. Move to the next one. And then you get a colorful audience. You need that. Because if you get the opposite, which is a siloed, carefully curated audience, that's an echo chamber. And all it takes is for you to have, in some cases, one mistake and they'll eat you alive. They'll eat you alive. They'll turn on you in an instant and you won't want to stream anymore. They won't want to make content anymore. Because you don't have a diverse range of opinions where if things go wrong in your community, they just split off and the people who are left are the ones who are the real ones, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But see, these things don't come to you naturally when you don't think that streaming is actually a thing that you would do in real life, and that's called sit in front of a TV and have somebody behind you watch you play the game. It's the same shit. You're thinking about, how do I make a stream good? How do you make your experience of having somebody watch you play a game good? How about you be good at the game? How about you not keep pausing the game over and over again to get up and go take a piss break? How about you get a better wiener that'll hold your piss a little more so you don't have to keep interrupting the stream? Get you a diaper. Fix it. Find a problem. After the fact. Don't go looking for them. Somebody says, you're not there good at the game. Go practice. Go into the practice room. Come back, stream again. You really improved. Talk about it. What did you do to improve? Connect. Ask questions. The reason why people hate artists a lot nowadays is because they get in their own heads and they stay there. And when somebody tries to come in and talk to you, you don't leave your head. You just talk about everything from the perspective of your own mind, and you're just boring to talk to. You're just boring. You don't talk about anything else. You just, I just had ask questions to the viewers, connect with them, what is going on in their lives. This is why the OnlyFans women get so much money, because they don't just sit there and say, my body is on point. My body is fleek, etc. They get into the heads of their customers. They say, I know you went to work today. How was it? You're in that production line. How was it? Content creation is no different from porn creation. It's the same shit. Streaming, everything is interconnected. Business and the day trading world, crypto. How does somebody who's day trading know how to actually, get a lot of money? They know what happened at Apple today. They know about how many iPhones were, they know what shipped to China, how much of this, product went to China, who worked on. New CEO, they're predicting what's going. They're tapped in. You want to be a streamer and you're not tapped in? What are you doing? Hello? How can I sit behind you in the living room and watch you play the game in the living room, and you can't even tap on the controller properly? Get your hand-eye coordination right.
Basically, what you're saying I should do is basically go on like what I know at the time, and then go off of that. Basically, kind of like how I looked at the stocks and saw how the demand and RAM went up. Basically, I was decided to buy stocks for that because the demand of it is so high, it's worth so much. So kind of go off of what's in demand at the time when it comes to everything.
Based off of the supply. The supply and demand. If there's a high demand for anime edits that look like what Kurosawa can produce, and the supply is small, go in there and boost the supply. But if the supply is higher than the demand, what are you doing here? Go somewhere else. Go somewhere else. Think like a person who can see problems pretty quickly and move and pivot. Move. Go somewhere else. If you want to be there, play that game. But you got to crush the competition. You got to crush the competition. You can't complain about getting no views, no traction, no customers, etc. when you just sit there and do the same boring thing that we were doing 20 years ago. A lot of people are stuck not because they are lazy, per se, but they're just not tapped in. They're not queued in. They're not in the queue. They're watching everybody from a distance, scratching their head saying, how do they do that? And you're in a dark room asking the question, how do they do that? Ask them. Get out the fucking room, knock on the door. Hey, I saw you make this. How do you do that? Ask questions. Stop wondering. Ask the actual question.
I'm going to go stream some games right now.
All right.
On Twitch.
Okay. Take care.
All
right. That's what the apprenticeship would be like. Not like that, because that guy likes to ask 80 questions in the span of like a minute. But as far as like, here, I got a video that I'm working on right now. In fact, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different videos on the same timeline because, like I said, I'm a fast guy. I work on stuff pretty quickly. It seems slow on your end because you don't know the intricacies of what's going on with the video, but I move pretty quick. So I got a clip here. Layer 1, should I say layer 4, because I have 5, 6, and 7 are separate audio layers. This is an AI voice of Silver Wolf, English dub from Star Rail. I had to compound at least 1 minute 30 seconds. So I condensed everything down to 1 minute and 30 seconds of audio footage of Silver Wolf lines, extracting the music from the actual audio of her voice, making sure that I have decent inflection so that I get a wide range of her voice to capture the character of her voice. Making sure there's enough resonance so the AI doesn't try to overcompensate for what it can detect in resonance in somebody's voice. Resonance means how much air can sit in the pocket of your back of the mouth, the throat region. You're asking the question, how come people's AI voices sound so bad? Because they don't do that. They don't know how people should sound when they talk. They don't know about the intricacies that are in the throat and in the mouth, accents, intonations, etc., etc., etc. You'll see here that I have a split. On layer 7, there's a split between these two different things because when she says the word, let me see if I can find it. When she says the word super chatter, her voice cracks here. You can actually see this in the waveform. Her voice cracks right there. If you don't know audio engineering stuff, then you can't tell where the crack occurs, and you'll think to yourself, if you're really, really good at detecting like frequencies and changes and weird noises in somebody's voice, you'll say to yourself, oh, that's bad, that's AI. So as a reverse engineering person, I spent my entire life basically taking what exists and then taking out elements and adding in new elements and making it look as neat as possible so that you can't tell that I did anything. I don't want you to notice that I don't want you to notice that my video is edited. I want you to look at my clip on YouTube, on Twitter, and watch it and say, did I miss an episode? Did I miss an episode? AI has made that pretty easy nowadays, but it's the people who are getting you to look at all the stuff they produce. They didn't start where I started. They didn't start with drawing. They didn't start with voice acting. They didn't start with pacing things. So when they produce shit and they don't have that knowledge, they produce slop. They produce slop. It's easy, low-hanging fruit, not a lot of thought put into it. And the reason why AI stuff can look good with the least amount of input is because the technology is getting better. So it does the thinking for you. It says, I think this is what the user wants. I'm going to go cross-analyze what I think they want based off of my experience of going to this and going to this and going to that. They're going to cross-reference in like milliseconds, come back to you with something instantly on demand, and it's probably going to be what you're looking for if you're like a tard. Somebody who has no experience with art, presentation, whatever you get back on your first prompt may be what you want, because you don't have an eye of discernment. You're not there discerning with your eye. That's why artists can easily come in and say, this looks like AI, and they'll be probably right. But they overfit a lot of the times. A lot of people who look for AI, they overfit. They'll say, this looks like AI because of X, Y, and Z. X, Y, and Z. And they'll be completely wrong in some cases because they're looking too hard. The more you zoom in, the less data you get. So if you're overfitting, overanalyzing something, only looking at a single frame, you're going to miss the whole context. Zooming in, this is a whole, these are these little waves, up, down, up, down. This makes a particular sound. You don't know that if you're too far zoomed in. Take a look at the bigger picture. What is this? This is a conversation. But a single line of wave implies a some sort of little sign, S-I-N-E sound, whereas this is a drone. This is not a drone. This is a conversation. Somebody's name, Schneider? Baron 95. Any new music coming? I would have to assume so. It's a phase thing for me. P-H-A-S-E. It's a phase. It comes in phases. It comes to me. I don't plan to make music. It just happens. But yeah. So a lot of production in general starts with getting your ideas on paper.
Excuse me?
Getting your ideas on paper. Putting it down somewhere. A lot of you weirdos think that you can just keep everything in your head. Try it and see what happens. You're not that guy. You can't stuff 80 ideas in your head and then sit down and think you're going to work on one thing. You're going to try to work on 10 different things and never finish anything. Record it. Put it on paper. Put it on a notes app. And then rank order it. Stop pretending that everything has the same level of priority. Like I said about an hour ago, get specific. You think that all these ideas, I'm going to make all these videos? I'm going to make all these? No, I'm not going to. I'm probably going to make one out of all this shit and forget about this page existing. But because I have been doing this for like 17 years, I can just eyeball this whole list and be like, I'm going to do this. This happened today. Trump got assassinated. We're going to do this. Oh, this Yeet just dropped this song. Let's get this one. Oh, Venezuela. Oh, do this one. Oh, no, you know what? Fuck all this. Drop it. What happened today? Go get that instead. Make a new page. What happened? Something else changed? That's called improv. You move, bob and weave with the punches. You don't have that skill yet. So do the basics. Do the basics. Because listen, if that type of skill was for you, you would have already developed it years ago. Now, if you have it, but it applies to a different domain, carry that skill over to the new thing you want to learn. what autistic fixation did you do in this other thing that you can apply to editing? What did you like to do? Oh, I do construction, and it takes me 10 hours longer on average to make this side of a house than all of my other coworkers. Why is that? Because you sit there and you make sure that wood is carved out a certain way and that it's dense just right. When it hits against the concrete, it's not too thick. So I'm cost-effective strategies to make sure that I can sell the house at a good price. Blah, blah, blah. Take that fixation. How does it apply to drawing? You say to yourself, oh, I don't like how this pencil feels against my ring finger, because the pencil has grooves in it. It has this diamond-shaped grooves. When you look at a pencil, it has these sharp angles to it. You say, there's a dent in my finger because of the way that I hold my pencil. Guess what? I'm gonna get something more soft. I'm gonna get gloves for my hands. That's that fixation. But you can't say, oh, I need the pen first. Oh, I need the gloves next. Oh, I need a different type of paper. I want construction paper. I want line paper. Stop it. Get in there first. Do the damn thing. And then backtrack and change things once you start to notice problems. Because you can't sit there and danger-proof, future-proof everything and then start. You'll be here forever. So, Esteban, Maple, Streak, I guess Slicks. I think I talked to you in DMs, I think. Let me see. Okay, yeah. So, the objective, not to sound too boisterous, the objective is to scale from what can be described as a 0 point. Let's pretend that I don't have nearly 500,000 subs. Let's pretend that I don't have nearly 20 years of social media experience. I don't know how to draw. I don't know anything. Let's start from point 0 of learning together, performing this sort of excavation thing where we go out and Mr. Beast just dropped this thing. He's having a fight with anime fans in the One Piece community. What's that about? What is that about? What's going on? Don't go watch 1,000+ episodes to figure out what the fuck is going on. Start from the flashpoint. Look at that clip that was posted on Twitter. Scroll the comments and be bold enough to ask questions in the thread. That's a lot of work, actually, because most people just sit there and lurk all damn day. Who's going to be the guy to actually get into the thread and ask questions just to start a project? That's hard to do. Reporters, tabloids, those guys are weirdos. They're psychopaths. They caught Kanye out one night in his driveway just to get him to interview, and Kanye almost flipped out. These guys are weirdos. But that's what it takes to be an artist. Fucking weird, unhinged, thinking out of the box. This is not for normal people, in my opinion. It's for somebody who's a little weird. That's why I said in the job posting that we definitely want to get to a point where I give you an idea for something, or I check on you, and you should be saying, I'm stuck on something that I've been thinking about for 2 weeks. I need your input. Instead of, what's next, boss? What do you got for me, boss? What's the next thing I should do? No. I want you to come to me with, I've done something already. I'm stuck. Or I haven't done anything in a long time because mom, this, the job that, I wanted to go on vacation. I have depression. I went into surgery. The main issue with creating anything, the main issue with setting aside time to do something that feels leisurely, that you don't really experience the benefits of until years later is people don't think that creating things is as important as living. When in actuality, your entire life is full of things that are people, inventions of things that you experience because of what somebody else created. And you think you're not important enough to make anything important. That's the main issue. So you're not being transparent about why you stopped editing. You're not being transparent about when you stopped drawing, why you stopped making podcasts. You just leave it to the side. You didn't say the thing about my grandmother passed away and that took a toll on me, so I stopped. You didn't say that. Say that to your niggas so that when they hear it, they can help you. That's the central problem with everything when it comes to creating things. People try to intensely separate the act of creating from their damn lives, and it's not a good idea. Because you're going to have days where you don't want to do anything. That's where a close-knit circle comes in and says, I got you. All you got is 2% today? I got your 98. All you got is 10%? I got your 80. Wrong math. 9% or 10%? I got your 90. I'm going to pick up the slack because I'm that guy for you in the direct event that you're that guy for me. Now, in this case, I'm the mentor. I'm the ghetto master. So I can pick up 100%. I can do 110%. When you're in the negatives, I can bring you up out of the muck. I can do that for you. And you can do that. You can be in the muck for 7 days straight. On Monday, you're at a negative 10%. On a Tuesday, you're at negative 80%. I'll go down in hill and pull you right out. I don't need you to meet me halfway. I just need you to show up. I need you to stop running because I'm a fast nigga. Don't try to outrun me. I'll get you if I want you. I'm just saying, I'm pretty quick. I'll find you running before you even start. And I will catch you if I want to. But I don't got the time for that. I don't got the time for that. Show me you even want to even show up. If I see that you at least want to show up, but you don't, I can work with that. I can work with that. I can help. Let's get an alarm set. You have an issue getting out of bed some days because of what? Your erectile dysfunction. Let's look into that. What do you have? What's going on? You going for 6 hours a day? Let's bring it down to 7. Let's go into 4. Why 6? What's the issue? 6? Chill out. You want to edit now. You want to draw now. You want to animate now. You want to make music now. You can't go in for 6 hours a day anymore. I'm sorry. You don't got time for it. Figure out how to get better at going so you go in for 1 hour. That's a new thing now. Figure that out. You want new things in your life? Go back and revisit some of the things you have been doing and improve upon those things so you can make new space for other new things. We can work on that. But we can't do that when you are not being transparent. What is your issue? Why are you not moving forward? Well, because you're too busy moving backwards. Why? Because I'm doing this. Let me hear about it. Let me hear about it. This is an apprenticeship. I'm not an employer. Employers, they say, I don't give a fuck about your mom dying. I don't give a fuck about your clinical depression. Your schizophrenia. I don't care. Show up or get out. That's what they say. I'm going to say, if you want to leave, let me know so I don't come looking for you. But while you're here, we're going to build together. While you're here, I'm going to be trying to improve you. I'm going to be trying to mend you. So that's the end of the orientation. That's the end of the introduction for what you're going to be getting into for the most part, because it's not really about editing. It's not really about AI. It's not about entertainment. It's not about social. It's about psychology. It's about the mentality. People get it completely wrong. It's not about any of the meticulous things. None of this shit matters. People die making manga. People die making anime. People die making movies. That one guy who shot at somebody on the set because he put real bullets in the gun for authenticity, and he killed that guy. He killed that girl in an accident. People are dead serious about this shit because they had the mentality from the start, or they start to build upon that mentality at the beginning. You don't get it later. You get it at the beginning. mentality. I'm here to teach. I'm here to be the master to students, not to teach you how to do these things, because this is easy. This is easy. This is easy compared to the actual thing of showing up, the actual thing of being consistent, the actual thing of planning, preparing, organizing. That's what's difficult, because life has its waxes and wanes. So yeah, that's it. Otherwise, I'm going to keep talking infinitely. Any questions so far? Any questions? Are we still here?
I'm here.
Yes, sir.
I was just gonna let you know. I got the content from that was missing from my project, so I could pick back up whenever I get the chance.
Okay, I'll be here. I didn't pop this. I did pop it actually. This caffeine pill, so I'll be here for a long time.
I'm almost out of time today, but you know I'll be free majority tomorrow and like all Saturday. You have my availability, so
Yeah. Basically, one thing I'll tell you, just off rip. This is my office, classroom, abode. If you see me here, I'm available. If you don't see me here, I'm still available. I want my DMs filled with messages constantly, the same way they are right now. Filled with DMs constantly. Because I'm the master. I am here to address the needs of my students, my cohorts, etc., etc., etc.
Okay, I understand. All right. Thanks for the orientation. I'm probably gonna leave out in a couple of minutes.
Gotcha. When did you get here, Nightling?
I got here probably like a few minutes ago.
Okay.
You're going hard on the whole. It's my server speech, so I was just being quiet.
No, you're fine. You're the one who I took the most interest in, so I wanted to touch bases with you on some things.
Got you.
Let me verify again who you are, because I think that the initial message you sent it caused me to kind of hone in on you.
All right.
It's just the bachelor's degree that gave it off to me. That's already like a testament to like somebody sticking with things. And then you said the thing about having been here from the start, basically. Mask off is pretty early on in my little anime career or whatever. And then you mentioned anthropology, because that's a big part of what I produce. My way of talking about anthropology is different, because it's more like what's the word?
Use it for media. It's not like a report you're writing. So it's a little different in how you approach it.
It's engaging with the excavation process, if that makes any sense. So as opposed to a report, let me say it this way. As opposed to a report for the sake of pushing information out to an audience, you're amassing it as entertainment, and that's their information as well.
I think what you're doing is more akin to a museum. Because if I go study, I don't know, some tribe, and I write a report, the only people that are going to care about that, like anthropologists, other scientists, if you put something in that Smithsonian Museum, people are going to see it, and it's up to you to give them context. So whether you go, this anime, this whatever is good or bad, and here's why, just think of it this way. You can put the skulls of African Americans for no reason at all next to the skulls of some monkeys. That gives us some pretty bad racial stereotypes we want to avoid. So you set them far away, but if you set them closer, that you're sending a message, and you might not think about that. Right? So it's about how you contextualize what you find.
Right.
And when you produce a YouTube video that gets 1 million views, it's 1 million museum viewers, right? So that's how I think about your kind of content, at least.
Yeah, when you see Exotor, what you see is actually why would I watch? Why would I get into rap? I heard it's bad, but you love anime. When I'm done with you, you won't hate rap. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's the sort of habit bunching thing. you want to get into reading and you love coffee, don't drink coffee unless you read a book. You will start to love reading. That's a different element that is kind of like a bit divorced from anthropology, because anthropology isn't seeking to do anything other than provide information. But by combining multiple different elements from something, say that?
No, not necessarily, because you could say that about any science. It's all about the questions, I think. You could look at biology and say the biology lets us understand the human body, but does it let us solve any problems? Like, here's cancer, and let's solve cancer. Like, people aren't getting paid enough in the American Midwest. We can tell that through an experiment. The question is, what do we do about that? It can provide answers, but you got to be asking the right questions. And I think the quality of the answer will be dependent on the quality of the question.
Mm-hmm. So then I should say instead is a question is something like, why did, or at any point, why are you listening to death metal where they scream and showcase violence? And that's fine for you, but when you hear the same thing in rap, it's a problem. Why is that happening? So the emotion to remedy that or discover why that is the problem could be, in my case, to produce content where I got you a little bit of metal, not too heavy, a little bit of metal, light metal, L-I-T-E, and then I put it next to this other thing you like. You're a hardcore racist or whatever. I got Trump for you in the video. I got anime. You like anime? Okay. Oh, you don't like shonen? Okay. No shonen. Shoujo. No shoujo? Because it's lesbian stuff is what? Against your Christian? Okay, that's fine. Straight couple. Okay. Got you right there. I got you right here. Now I'm gonna Tupac. Now I'm gonna Young Thug. Now I'm gonna slide it in there. Different backgrounds. Don't just throw it in there, because why do you put that bullshit in there? No, hold on. I got you right here. The reason why it's in there is because African Americans are traditionally very conservative, actually. This is this sort of mystique about this idea that they're all democratic. No, not really. They're extremely, and especially in older hip hop, very, very homophobic. So they're very in that regards, they're pretty conservative. They tilt heavily. That's why Trump was able to increase so many votes within this most recent term, et cetera, et cetera. It's just knowing those additional things and different types of subsects of culture that you can start to put the pieces together to get people to, maybe this shit isn't so bad. Maybe this African American, black people aren't. That's what I kind of mean when I say, maybe I'm talking about like anthropological studies that try to move us into a different culture.
No, you are. And there's a lot of context that goes behind that, you know. I just finished living in Washington, D.C. for a few years, and there's a lot of crime there, right? It's not like New York City levels. It's pretty high, and the thing is, most of it's done by black people. Most of it's done by teenagers who keep getting released. And so not only do you have to look at prejudices against black people that's raising up, but you got to look at the justice system and why it's that way. You got to take all the context. You're in the nation's capital, so the mayor isn't as free. You got Trump there. You had Biden before, didn't do much, but Trump is sort of controlling it himself. You got all these things happening. And so when he cracks down on crime, is he cracking down on the Justice Department that's causing it, or is he cracking down on black people? Because one of them is a causation, right? And it goes all the way back. You look at slavery, and you realize, well, they were slaves. And you look further back to when the Muslims took over Africa in the early, what is it, like 700 or 800 AD? I think I could be in the dates wrong. But it goes back so far. It's like a spider web, and you can pick out where things happen and why they happen, and not like a religious sense, like God made these things happen. It's like, if you believe in that, nothing wrong with that. But you can look at these events happen because of this. And I think it's a crazy yet attractive web that you can sort of examine history through.
Rubik's Cube.
Like everything happening right now with, I don't know, Trump, you had the Minneapolis shooting. You'd be a fool if you didn't think, I don't know, there's some fucking Spartan sitting around a table in ancient Greece, like, damn, one of our law enforcement Spartans got killed by that guy from another tribe or something like that, right? Yeah. These problems aren't ancient, but the context and the way they're framed is different. So if you want an answer to why do they not like rap as opposed to metal, I think the first thing you do is compare the lyrics and see what they're actually talking about, because people might just be prejudiced against rap. You got Boogie with the Hoodie all the way to, I don't know if I call it the weekend rap, but he's R&B. And you got stuff like Drake, and they're all different styles rapping about different things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're absolutely right in that it's a dissection. And instead of just dissecting and saying, here you go, you're giving people information. And as a content creator, they're subscribed to you because they like you. They're already predisposed to listen to the truths you tell them, because that's just people. So if your whole goal is, well, rap is equal to metal, pick an angle, go for it. And that's sort of what I think is a cool thing about anthropology in general, because you can make stuff like that happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's very people know it. People know that they hate somebody for doing the same things that they would do themselves. They hate somebody for doing the same thing that they have seen in their own friend, but they protect their friend when they do it, but they hate the other person when they do it. So it's like, why is that happening? It's pretty obvious. It's a sort of tribe thing. So one of the ways to obviously help, go in this sort of philanthropic direction, this sort of maybe not homogenous direction, because we want to actually,
So
in
you
my
did-
opinion, I think we want to move
Yeah,
towards a thing where like homogeneity is actually a false idea, but it's functional in that the outcome of homogeneity, the idea that homogeneity is good because everybody is the same, is that result. We want to say to ourselves, isn't there another way? Can't you actually have a multicultural thing while being richer in some real sense, and it not having the outcome of a fractaled and destructive and self-destructive, a society, whatever. What does that look
Right.
like? Is it communism? I don't know. We haven't seen it really play itself out completely, because there are people in perhaps the American structural institution or whatever, the Western hemisphere, the Western part of the world, where many bad actors have a vested interest in gaining some sort of reputation or income off of infighting, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. Question. You said philanthropy. So philanthropy is, when you basically, without any expectations for a return on your investment, you donate money, time, whatever, to help those around you. Right now, you're donating your time, not expecting anything in return. But you mentioned that as sort of a goal for your future content. Could you elaborate on what you mean by that?
I feel like the most simplest way to put it in a statement is to say something like, I want to be Mr. Beast, but have no money.
That explains it perfectly. I got you.
What do they say? Tony Stark is Carnegie, but he wasn't at the start, and neither was Carnegie, because the pretty idea that Carnegie was the best philanthropist we'll ever have because he just gave so much and took nothing, that's not realistic. That's why we have Stark instead, because he isn't realistic either. But that's an ideal, an ideology that you can somehow become extremely rich and give so much to everybody without exploiting anybody. You're probably going to exploit a lot of people at the start, but at the end, in the movie Endgame, Avengers Endgame, he sacrifices a lot to get everything to go back to the way things function after he sacrificed himself, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the ultimate sacrifice, is to give in your life, to give up things that you hold dear to you so that everybody else can do better.
No, that makes sense. I see your angle. I was just curious, but I think we're on the same page, so no worries. Appreciate that elaboration.
That's what I meant by like the whole AI thing, is because if you replace AI with algorithm, which would be hard to do if you understand those two different things, but they're not all that different, then you understand how Mr. Beast blew up the way he blew up. You'll understand why PewDiePie blew up the way he blew up, why Casanat blew up in a few years, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because they all attack a system that is infantile in its form at the start, and they just get there first, and then they just get really good at it, and they extrapolate all the value out of it early on, and then they turn it into a whole system, and then they can start to get back. They can start to do the thing that Speed is doing, going on a journey around the world to show you all the corrupt nations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, you got to set yourself up.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, my whole thing right now is just, for the longest, I was able to make this kind of content with a great amount of ease due to youth. And solely just youth, because in youth is compact. There's so much in youth. There's time, a sense of lacking of time, a sense of lacking of restrictions. Everybody has that Superman mentality around 21. I can do anything. I can't die. I'll never die. I have no ideas about death. You're not a professional, so you don't get bogged down by the details of how to do things in a particular way. You're a novice, so you don't have that mentality that says, I can't do that. That's not for me. I don't have the voice for rap, etc., etc., etc. People love to say what they can't do because of preconceived notions. When you're younger, you don't have a lot of that stuff getting in your way. So I think I was able to focus on the craft as opposed to focusing on the output of anything that came out after. If you want to ask the question, how do you make money off of this? Because you weren't able to do it in an effective way because you catered to an audience, for example, that doesn't have any money. You catered to an audience of people who don't even understand your intent. Are you making meme videos to take over the world? Or are you trying to save the world? Or are you trying to you just floating about? Are you just floating about? Your intentions need to be specified at the start, because if you don't have any, then you won't go anywhere that you can predict for. For the most part, you'll just kind of end up somewhere randomly, because whatever starts randomly ends in a random position as well. So where I am right now, have been for a while, is constantly looking for the pieces to a puzzle, a system where, because I'm a crazed artist, manic in my presentation, manic in my form, the perfect offset to that is somebody who is obviously well-oiled, put together, stationary, steadfast, etc., in their ability to deal with the pragmatic logistics of how to move forward and to monetize something and to develop a sort of empire-like institution. If that makes any sense.
That makes sense. So you're saying you had your audience for a long time, marketed towards kids. You never did anything like huge merch drops, all that jazz. Your kids are all grown up now. Kids are still watching you, but you didn't make too much money from it. But you still got a platform, and you want to use that to accomplish your goals.
Right.
To sum it up, makes sense to me.
Yeah. So, apprenticeship. That is obviously the easiest way to get people to find value in spending time on what you have to offer to them, despite the fact that they might not immediately see the value that you're giving them. So that's the bartering that I would mention when I talk about the idea of a content house that is virtual, content house that is online, a process in which, if there are 10 persons involved, there are 10 channels to be managed. And then there are 10 editors, 10 artists, 10 people who can work on each channel at a time. And it's all being done in this VC. 10 of us, let's say, so to speak, assuming all 10 of us are going to be creating content together. That's 10 of us. We're working on Nightling's channel about your experience as a bachelor, with your bachelor degree. I don't know, make some. And then Buck, he wants to do content on a blue gelatinous creature that's in Maple Story or whatever. Let's hit that channel up. And Manager wants to manage animation studios that put out content in the form of trigger anime. And he starts with Gurren Lagann. We just go down the whole line. As I had posted in my content creation chat, content house chat, to quote myself, I'm creating an online content house where everyone involved pitches in hours of production on a diverse range of projects that we collectively choose to work on together. These projects are wide in scope. They can vary in nature and don't necessarily have to be anime related. It's important to clarify that this isn't like some just random editing job with some random employer. I'm seeking partners and collaborators rather than employees. The goal is for everyone involved to benefit from this collaborative effort now and into the future. Since this group is collaborative, compensation can come in multiple forms, but not limited to things like skill exchange bartering, marketing assistance, revenue sharing percentages of future earnings, resources or equipment, and future paid work, etc., etc., etc. And the main appeal of this content house is for each person to have a team of artists, editors, creators, ready to work on whatever project is thrown onto the table. So the main reason why it tends not to work very well is because this stuff needs to be managed by managers, and I'm a soldier. I belong in the battlefield. I could never be a general, so to speak. There's a small part of my brain that wants to manage things, but I would prefer to actually go out there and do the work myself. So there's never been a component of somebody who can match the sort of energy that I possess on the other end of the fence, who's going to be the entrepreneurial type. I'm not an entrepreneurial spirited person. It's in there, I can find it, but I'd rather just be in a dark room for 20 hours straight and just churn out content with no intent to meet any quotas or expectations. I just want to churn out content. So I have to marry myself to myself, the part of me that is small, to get it to work properly. But then it's like, well, I feel like I'm compromising on myself, and I'm making myself small when I could just find people outside of myself who are going to be making up for those blind spots in my vision.
I think that's pretty normal.
Yeah.
You get a financial advisor because you don't know how to do with money. You get a real estate agent to buy a house. They're just doing smart people things.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So I made this post in 2024. We're in 2026 now. And this is like the second revision to what I've been trying to do for a long time, which is just get to a point where I am dipping in and out of different little fields to be in, trying to see how to improve things, you know, that kind of stuff. I forget what it's called, but it's like somebody who knows how to connect with people and to go around and you know, invent things but I guess I don't want to give the man too much credit, more than necessary, but your Elon types, people who don't really do a lot of shit themselves, but they just know how to walk into a room and get people excited about something to spend money on, to invest in. And they happen to have some sort of expertise in certain fields, so that when they tell you, let's work on this, they can show you why we should work on this. Here's the data, here's how to do it, take it from here. That's kind of the position that I want to be at, because I'm old now. I'm older. 22 versus 32. And it's time to go out there, a bunch of 22-year-olds, and see if they can do what I did when I was 22.
It shit checks out.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good, man. I was just saying that shit makes sense. Go ahead. I don't got anything else to add.
I genuinely don't know if it's just a conversation between you two, and I'm sorry for my voice. I've been a little sick. Are we allowed to unmute and talk as well?
Yes.
Okay.
One of my favorite things to talk about when it comes to over and over again. I think I'm way better at this than I am at editing videos. But is to get Jordan Peterson, is to get self-help-ish. This is just a side note, just altogether. People are very self-conscious. More than ever, it seems like. I want to say especially men, because of the fact that for a long time we felt the need to not really limit ourselves. And because of the way that society is becoming in this country, we feel the need to make ourselves smaller to accommodate people that might get us in trouble if we don't make ourselves smaller. We're becoming kind of Japanese-like, trying to take up less space so we don't cause issues. And I think that's a phenomenon that I observe a little bit when I see people mute their mics, because they're scared that somebody in the background is going to come in and say something to make them seem like a weirdo or whatever. They don't want random strangers online finding out that they have a frog that they live with that makes noise in the background constantly or something like that. They're very sensitive online. That's why we are online. And therefore, since we are sensitive, we're constantly scanning the background in our head, scanning the foreground ahead of us, analyzing it all at the same time. And it's exhausting. So we just turn it off. We don't want to interrupt. We don't want to make ourselves. I notice these things. I think I spent more time studying people than I have spent studying anime and games and editing. because you obviously spend more time with people than you do spend time with ideas and inventions. So I'm saying all that to say that no, you can talk. There's no reason for anybody in here to have their microphones muted. The guy who is deaf and has his microphone muted because he might be listening to the stream, so he doesn't want to hear me talk twice. You know, yeah.
That makes sense. And the reason why I had myself muted is because I was worried that if it was a conversation between like Nightling and you, and I were to come off mute, I would get kicked out and probably banned, because some people are like that in servers. I was like, I don't want to risk anything right now. This is a good opportunity. I'm going to play it safe, so I'd rather relax and chill. But this seems very I don't necessarily think this is philosophical. I could be wrong. I just don't want to consider everything deep in my own little meanings philosophical, because I know that's like very shrewd, like surface based. But these type of discussions I've been listening to so far, very nice to hear. And I think like the biggest takeaway from some of this is like, one thing I heard you bring up is like Mr. Beast, and then like Tony Stark, and then also Speed. And I was curious, like you were saying that Speed was traveling around the world trying to show corruption in different countries. Could you like elaborate a little more, expand?
His last, I think his current visit is in Africa. I don't know what part, but he is talking to people who are, he asked to buy a diamond. He asked to buy a diamond and they told him he couldn't buy it because they only sell diamonds to 2 customers. That's the showcasing of neocolonialism. He's letting people know, people think that he's like probably being stupid. He has no idea what's going on. I think that some people are telling Speed, you should ask this question. Why did Speed try to buy a diamond? He can just come back to America. Why go to Africa and buy diamonds? Why just come back? You can get them in Macy's. Why African diamonds? Because they're pure? Speed is stupid.
Wouldn't let Speed buy a diamond in Africa, is what happened?
Yes, they didn't let him buy it. The African said, we only sell these diamonds to customers. He could even clarify.
That reminds me of, this happened a few years ago, but Daniel Radcliffe went to a guy that played Harry Potter. He went to a fine art, not a museum, but it's a place where they sell it. There's a term for it. Anyways, he went there. They wouldn't sell it to him. Like, oh, you're not really a guy that buys fine. It's like, it's Daniel fucking Radcliffe. Like, it's Harry Potter. Bro can cast a spell and produce $5 million to buy money. Oh, do not sell it to him. And that tells you more about the organization and their beliefs than anything. One, I think it's very obvious that fine art place is there just for money laundering, as are a lot of them. And you look at Speed of those diamonds, you're like, why didn't they sell diamonds? Well, it's probably because there's something like that going on.
Yeah.
That's at least my surface level take. I'm sure there's more information I don't know.
It's just him he goes to China, and then people come up to him, and you see that there's not that a lot of crazy shit happening that, is just, you know what I mean? He's just showcasing all these things that people have this expectation to say, I thought it was like this, but it's actually like this. And then you get to see other parts of it, and Speed is this echo, this mouthpiece that you get to insert yourself as, because you're no different from Speed. You're just a lot slower than him. And you get to see this sort of, oh, I didn't know that. And then, but Speed is asking questions. He's being put into certain positions where he gets to play the role of fool a little bit. If you actually understand the actual implications of the fool, you actually understand, and it's not, historically speaking, the fool is actually a lot smarter than he lets on.
Well, the jester in a medieval setting, had a lot of responsibilities besides just being funny, entertaining people properly.
Yeah.
Speed has his act, and everybody knows it. So when he acts dumb, even Chinese people go, "Oh, that's just Speed." So whether he set that up to travel like that, I don't know, but it's working out for him.
Yeah. A lot of people are like that in America right now, where their whole gimmick is, they are a little goofy and not always tapped in, but they can use that to their advantage, obviously. So I commented on one of these videos that I saw on Twitter, and I said, this is the Theo Von. This is the Gen Z Theo Von, because he does the same shit. How the fuck is Theo Von sitting with the president of the United States of America? And how is Lex Friedman sitting down with Zelensky? How are these random podcasters who have no experience talking to these sort of folks at any sort of meetings? And they just sit there and act, not dumb, but just like they act like a normal person. It's a setup for the most part. They're playing a role, and they're letting you get a chance to sit across the man himself if you were in the same room. But they're taking this sort of leveled approach where they're not sitting in front of Trump and criticizing him the whole time like an NBC reporter would do, or Fox, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're playing the middle ground. I'm not going to go hard on Trump. I'm not going to support Trump. I'm going to be in the middle. Because
he asks questions, just not controversial enough to tell him to get the fuck out of there.
All right.
Yeah.
Trump just opens up like a bleeding sore when you just let him go on and on and on. But he can't really do that if you're being combative with him. He'll just go in a certain pathway that doesn't net a lot of information. He just defaults and repeats himself and riffs in odd directions. But if you try to guide him, steer him, give him a little bit of fish, the big little seal-like creature that he is, you just throw him a couple of fishes, you'll get him to sing. And a lot of people on the Democratic side don't understand that. Anyways, that's why I mentioned the thing about politics for, I think, some people in the DMs. I asked how politically inclined or in tune you are, because the thing that's going to make anime, entertainment-based content interesting and different is that being fairly unbiased while trying to cover as much as you can in the world at large. I think the worst kinds of entertainers are the ones who never talk about politics, actually. Because they're afraid, not because they're unskillful. They just are scared because they don't want to alienate their part of their audience. Meanwhile, the biggest comedians that I've ever known don't know how to shut up about politics. They just do it in a way that's graceful.
Dave Chappelle.
Yeah. Not so much lately, I think. He's grandfathered in. He doesn't really need to try as hard as he used to. He was funny back then. I guess the voice made it help. Now he just sounds like not a doting father, but like a finger wagging father nowadays. So his form is a little bit shaky. Yeah. But when he was younger, he was like a shonen protagonist. He was like, I'm here on your side, asking the same questions that you were asking. Now he's older. He's like, no, this guy's probably captured. This guy's probably working for Israel. This guy's probably yeah. But yeah, I don't think, unless I really sold out, I don't think that I would have lasted this long if I had just went down the route of selling out. As soon as you start to sell out, you don't have much to sell after a certain point. If you can't replenish your stock quickly, people will keep taking from you and taking from you and taking from you until you have nothing left to give, and you will give them your life. That's not to make things get dark, that's your two mads. That's your eticas. And that's your anybody who's murdered themselves, basically, or in my descriptive prescriptive thing, my prescriptive claim, Etika he didn't commit suicide, he was murdered by his audience. Tumad didn't commit suicide, he was murdered by his audience. Now, in Tumad's case, he did that to himself in ways that are far more severe than Etika. But the main issue is it's the parasocial phenomenon. It's a sort of thing of, do you know who you're communicating with when the mirror is one way, for the most part. I hate streaming because I can't see who I'm talking to. I hate streaming.
There could be a whole in-depth breakdown of the Tumad Etika situation. There have been.
Yeah.
Tumad was interesting because he had the Belle Delphine thing going on. He was playing into his audience's perception, and it seemed like that's what he wanted from the point of view of his audience, so everybody was happy. Then he's gone.
The baseline is Tumad pivoted when he realized how easy it was to fall backwards in a chair, but like multiple times in different ways. Tumad picked up steam when he fell backwards in a chair and knocked his green screen thing off, and they thought that was funnier than anything he ever produced when he was an editor. And it netted him more money. In that era of why play games all day when I can talk about the Amber Heard trial, that's your Aspergold. Nobody would know about that man if he didn't host the entire Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial on YouTube before anybody else did. Nobody would know about him. He'd still be in WoW, talking about WoW. Nobody would know about Critical if he didn't stop doing people pivot at some point from doing the thing that is tough, hard, and drudgeoning, and they go to the easier thing when they realize that it nets more of a, I get more out of this, and I get to be more relaxed. In Tim Matt's case, it was the opposite, sadly, because he started out as a hyper creator. Tim Matt came to me at the tender age of 16, and he asked me the question when I was 21 or 22, how do you make those videos like that? They seem so real, like you're doing something. You're doing something. How do you make that video seem like that? He was 16. They're good at what he does. They're good. These Overwatch videos when the game was popping off.
Yep.
And I'm like, this guy is 4 times bigger than me.
Fantastic. Yeah.
I'm like, who is this? Who is this person? And I'll go look at his stuff. And I'm like, oh, this guy's 2 times my size. He's asking me questions. I can't gauge anybody's ages just yet. I'm not that old, so I don't know how to pick apart people's mentality to figure out where they are in life. So I think he's around the same age as me. He's 16, lying about his age, saying he's 18. I get a little closer to him. We try to plan out some collaborations. Yada, yada, yada. Long story short, I was probably one of the last people to talk to him. He was inebriated in his messages when he was talking to me. So I was probably the last person, one of the last people to talk to him. That's why I like to invoke that story, not to make light of his death or anything like that, but to not explain away some of the crazy shit that he did when he was going off the rails, but it's the same shit every time. We have a child star, a child prodigy that starts off very young, who does all this crazy shit, but they get hit by Hollywood. They get hit by a groomer. They get hit by this and that. They just go off in the deep end. And you only hear about the deep end. You never hear about the good stuff. You never hear about the good stuff. I don't know what good things you can talk about Epstein. I don't know what that looks like, but I'm just saying, some people, there's something to talk about that is productive on the lighter side of the conversation. And just as a case study, what kills people, what causes people to quit, not continue the artistic pursuit, has nothing to do with the art itself. It has nothing to do with you lacking skill. It's people. It's always people. It's the containers in which these people exist in, the cultures, the timing. Who cares if you don't have any money? It's the economic context in which the reason that exists that you don't have any money. The reason why you don't have money is actually much more intrepid than the reason why by the actual material conditions, the actual thing of the fact of the matter that you don't have any money. That's a whole different thing. You can just not have money and be fine. But the reason why you don't have money can hurt you more than the actual thing of not having any money. And these things just aren't discussed enough. That's why, as Marcus Aurelius puts it, societies won't get better until kings become philosophers or philosophers become kings. So what I'm saying is society might get better if our gestures become kings instead. Because that's where everybody is, watching cat videos every day. So the cats need to make content.
All right. What's the other Greek saying? I think you led on to something like that. There's one. You shouldn't let all your fighting be done by... how's it go? Don't let all your warriors do the thinking, because then you'll just have fools. And don't let the scholars do the fighting, because then you'll lose. Basically, it's saying you should have some smart people also standing up for everybody else.
Yep.
And right now, I think, at least here in America, as American, it's like, well, we're seeing the evidence of having fighters that don't have to think, and leaders that also think only for themselves. So you're right with that Marcus Aurelius statement. So I think that's some good stuff right there.
I agree with Nightling, and I actually have a question that brings up when you're talking about like the jesters becoming the kings. What do you, and I'm sorry if getting like political here is not what we're supposed to be doing. Like, I can backtrack my comment that I'm about to make, but would you consider the current American president like a jester?
That's why he won.
More like so you would see him as more like as an entertainer that works really well and gets the job done, but acts more like again, I'm not trying to if anyone here likes
He probably
him,
absolutely is a fool. I have no reason to believe that he isn't. But
yeah.
But it works. They got boots in the ground in Venezuela, I think. Not really, but they want Stephen Miller over there, bald-headed Hitler. They want so much, and they're getting it now because they stripped away the constitutional powers that prevent that from happening in the normal conditions. Only a fool can do that.
True. And why do you think they allowed him to, like, how could America allow that to happen?
Because we got tired of people who were prim and proper lying to us. We want to be lied to and be told it's a lie at the very least.
Trump won because he didn't run as a Republican. It was just on paper. He ran as Trump. That was new and exciting to people, and he had people thinking different things. And so he got up there, and boom, for his 2016 term, he didn't, my bad, yeah. But yeah, he didn't really do anything too crazy, in my opinion. He just was honestly quite a normal president with some exceptions, and 2024 happens, and yeah, so they voted for him as an individual, sort of like the gesture Skursai is saying. He played a part, he stood out, he entertained everybody in a way that they wanted to. Much like a medieval court jester would entertain travelers from the Middle East with specific feats that they would enjoy based off their culture. Because he did a little bit of research, and he said, the American people want to hear this. They told him that, and the opposition didn't. There's a lot more that goes into it, but I think that's like the baseline without getting into specific like political takes, like he said this and that. But I think that's a generic strategy that would explain it.
Well, I think that as we always say, the guardrails had just held. The guardrails just held during his first term. He wanted to do so much. We had so much evidence he wanted to do everything he did. He wanted to do that he's doing now. Because why did he pass 300 different executive actions within like the first few fucking years, first few fucking months of his new run? That's unheard of. That's twice the amount of anybody else.
Well, you look at who's going to be in. You know, you had this Minneapolis thing, and then he defended that shooter. And okay, well, that seems like it would really be up to the Department of Justice. And you look back over the past year, everybody at the Department of Justice that opposed him got fired by him, and you're like, your checks and balances, which is what the American government is balanced on, is not really balanced anymore. You have these checks, but they only oppose the other party. So American people got a couple options, but ultimately, it's not even. It's so tough to say it's their own fault because the system has just been abused and brutalized so hard. Nobody's done anything to stop for a second and say, how do we care for this?
Mm-hmm.
But when we're delving into the realm of something like, well, how do your political beliefs align? And I care about that, but I care more about getting to know people for who they are before any of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Me too. And thank you both for like giving insight into this. I apologize for straying the conversation away towards more political beliefs and all that type of stuff. But
I mean, there's my video that I'm working on right now has Nick Fuentes in it, so you're not gonna have any pushback from me when it comes to you know what I mean? I'm older now. I can't ignore this stuff. It's in my face. So you know, when you're 20, you don't know a Fuentes from a Nick. You just hear the end part of Nick's name and you think that they're hard R word. That's all you hear. You don't realize that the guy's out there saying it actively. You don't know that. Go watch the content, you'll figure it out. Then you'll like him probably because he's being funny. He's a Call of Duty lobby clown. But now he has the ability to influence an election. That's not so funny anymore, unless you really want somebody worse than Trump to run next term. Maybe that might be J.D. Vance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Politics used to be pretty, I don't want to say didn't have an impact on a normal person, but it's harder to talk about something that has not been impacted nowadays.
Yep.
An example, I mean, I'm a grown-ass adult. I was at a adult toy store, and I'm like, the prices are expensive here. And the lady's like, yeah, because of the tariffs. I'm like, damn. You would not have expected to have a political discussion there. It didn't evolve into one, but if I wanted to press it, I could have had a whole discussion about tariffs.
I'm glad you said that, actually. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I got to put that in a video. I have a video on dildos being expensive that I wanted to repost, so I'm just going to make the caption that this is what Trump's tariffs do. That's easy. But continue, please.
No worries. I mean, yeah, that was, thank you for asking, by the way. I appreciate that. Yeah, but the point is that it affects more and more. I'm a mechanic, and my wrenches are expensive because metal from. It's not just tariffs. It's Venezuelan as a great example. It's not so much. The guy in Venezuela was bad. Maduro was a bad guy. But it gets into the philosophy of the United States, and should we even have the right to do that? What does that mean? Trump said he would be isolationist. Now he's deposing other heads of governments.
Right.
And then it's for the oil thing, and the oil is from Afghanistan, and how many veterans remember, like, oh, well, yeah, I sort of hated that place. So it picks back up into a variety of topics that aren't necessarily specifically related to Venezuela. The reason Venezuela is an issue is not because it's specifically Venezuela, it's because of everything contextualized around that. Sort of like what I said earlier, there's a web of decisions, and as you trace them, like, oh, this is why that happened. And I think you can do that with this situation. The issue is who wants to hear that, right?
Yeah.
And that's where sharing it as content comes into play, in my opinion.
Yep.
Wait, I just walked into this editing class because I was out. Cross DM'd me. Why did I walk into like my people's politics, like just like being talked about when it comes to editing? Like how do we?
Because the last video that I produced got 1 million views, and it was about the Maduro situation. That's editing.
Okay,
actually.
so that's mostly okay. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's not just Venezuelan people saying that. My from specifically people from my country, like Colombia,
Colombia,
just like the
and
whole
Cuba.
like Cuba's like by Puerto Rico and shit. But like what's it called? Ecuador, Colombia, Peru.
Well, we are going after them next.
Brazil. No. But they're looking at your video, bro. Like think about that.
Who's they?
Like
Brazil? Or I'm sorry.
South America, bro.
Right,
South America. Yeah, they're all looking at that shit. So it's like, it's very controversial, but also like funny because it's like it is a good thing, but also it's kind of a not so good thing, but it's a good thing. But it's, it's yeah. I don't know. I don't think I have to explain it. I'm sure you guys delved.
Like a double-edged sword.
Well, a good editor is not going to. A good video editor or a good person who likes to tell stories is not going to let you know what side they take.
Exactly. No, because it's such a gray area. Because it's such a gray area, I think that's why your video did so well, Kuro.
Right.
Like that shit. Like that's like it's so. Because I'm not gonna lie. Like
you could argue that it would have did better actually if I took a side. Actually, depends on which side I take. Depends on who it reaches. How many guards it has to pass by. Because if it got posted on YouTube, by the way, it got posted on TikTok, it didn't do anything. It got most of its views from Instagram. I wonder why, as opposed to YouTube. You know what I mean?
Because YouTube doesn't. Instagram is more unhinged, dog. Like Instagram is so much more unhinged than freaking YouTube and TikTok. They're more like prone to like, how do I say this?
They have less filters.
It's censorship. It's like I don't want to use that word, but it's censorship.
This isn't entirely true. If I'm live streaming on Instagram right now, I get knocked out every other sentence sometimes. Whereas TikTok, it flips around sometimes. I can talk about Hitler 1,000 minutes at a second, and TikTok ignores me completely. But if I mention anything about Minecraft devs in the form of seppuku, then I get thrown into a fucking bag, etc.
Okay, I was thinking about like more like videos, like short form content. But if you're saying that, maybe you might be right about the live thing because I don't know. I don't really know.
So the kind of thing that I'm trying to scaffold a little bit is to say that it depends on what the algorithm is. I'm so serious. The algorithm is people, and if they shift, they're the blockade. They're the ones.
It's the collective consciousness, bro.
Exactly.
It's literally collective
That's what it is.
consciousness and cognitive distortion at play.
Yeah.
When it comes to like a lot of these things, and I think you probably I'm gonna go a little far fetched and say like I'm not gonna lie, like I think you are right when it comes to the fact that I think if you did take a side, what's it called? It would have done right. This is gonna sound so like corny or generic, but I think if you quote unquote took the people's side, it would have gotten like even more views. And what I mean by that is the fact that like acknowledging that for now, like that it's a good thing for now. Like I don't know who said that double-edged sword. That's like a very perfect way to describe it. It's like I think I saw some meme. It was like some like from Megamind or some shit. Like the part where like the villain he like takes over, like he saves the city, and then they're like, oh, we're still no way, we're saved, and then they're like, more like under new management, and then they literally just put the United States flag like when they like saved like Venezuela or some bullshit.
Right.
So I think it's acknowledging the fact that these people are like, you know, it's like if you know the U.S. liberated North Korea. I'm like, that's, you know, that's good. Like, bro, I would suck. That shit would suck to be a North Korean.
So,
but it's like, oh shit, like now I got to deal with American bullshit now.
So
I
the
think
other
it's a nuance.
the other
I think it's a
example is that
nuanced issue.
It's not. I don't think it's that nuanced, bro. It's just people being oppressed, like regardless. But now it's just they're going under like the illusion of freedom as opposed to like just straight up being told you don't have any freedom.
You're talking about the nuance of the actual thing that we did as opposed to the nuance of what happened after the fact.
Yeah, Kev. First off, I think you did a great job pointing out some points. I think to illustrate my point, I just ask you 2 questions.
I need to rewatch the video again because I saw it twice.
Yeah,
bro. It was a while back.
Let me ask you. So Maduro is a bad political leader. He was very harmful for Venezuela and the citizens. Didn't like him, and he got a lot of people killed. Yes or no?
According to my family and according to my own personal opinion, yes, that guy's a dick. As much he's like the way people view Trump here, but it's like a thousand times worse.
Got a second question though. Got a second question.
Can I throw in a third one there quickly?
What are you saying?
For sure.
Was Chavez better?
Chavez, who's Chavez? The Colombia guy?
That's the one that came before Maduro, right?
I don't know if you're talking about the Colombia president or the ex-president of Venezuela.
I thought that, I forget his first name, is something Chavez. Wasn't he a student, or should I say that like the predecessor to Maduro?
Let me look this up. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So basically, he's you know he was just as bad, and he was there, just basically passing the torch down of like tyranny, you could say, because he was like a military officer, and the military. If you think the military does bad shit like here, like in the U.S., like it's like so much more blatant, like over there, like they don't even care, dude.
No. Hey, Hugo Chavez, yeah.
Yeah.
So going on to my next question, and this one, there's no wrong answer here. I'm not trying to do like a gotcha, Kev. Like I'm in
No, you're good.
Points. Yeah, I just want because like
sorry if I interrupt by any chance.
No, you're good. My next question would be: so you said that Maduro's bad, he wasn't good, and I agree with that. The next question is: should the United States be deposing foreign leaders?
Be the what?
Should the United States be getting rid of the heads of other countries that didn't even have any conflict with? And I was saying have no conflict with
Venezuela, like, or what they're doing, in general.
In general, should the U.S. be going into places when they have their own problems to deal with and removing heads of countries? Because it doesn't just have to be Venezuela. It's a yes or no.
I don't like yes or no questions, but I'm gonna have to say no.
Exactly. So you said yes to the first one, that it's good that he's gone, but it's not good that the U.S. knocked him out. I'm not saying that Maduro deserves to stay.
No, it's good that I disagree. It's good that the U.S. knocked him out. It's just not good what their intentions are. Because if in an ideal world, you know,
not even just the intentions, but the way that it happened is also
right.
Bad.
It's like it's a stage. I think it was staged, bro. In my opinion, I think Maduro was like. No. Maduro was like he was with it. Like you don't just get arrested like that easily.
He was smiling in pictures. I believe that.
Yeah. Like it's like it's.
My whole point wasn't that Maduro it's good that he's out or it's bad that he's out. My whole point is that it's a nuanced issue. Like you can take one side of it, but
no, yeah, because Venezuelans were crying, bro.
The thing that's crazy for me
tears
is
of
that
joy, bro.
The thing that's crazy for me is that even if it's staged, this is worse because that means that we staged us making a very bad decision that makes the UN look at us like we're fucking insane, and NATO and everybody else.
Trump has pulled us out of over like 300.
What do you mean you're insane?
He's pulled us out of over 100 international UN.
We broke international law.
Well, we already broke international law previously with the boat attack in international waters.
Yeah.
But we've been pulled out of several programs. But yeah, the point isn't, Kev. I agree with you that it's a good thing Maduro's out of there if he's such a bad guy, right? It's just should the U.S. be doing this and getting it out there?
Hitler, dude. Yeah,
right?
he was
like I said, it's good. It's good we kill Hitler, right? But what if we went into Germany now, right? It would be an issue. So it's
not really that we
stance on foreign. There's a difference. Getting rid of a bad person versus who and the why around it, right? Like if Maduro said, United States, I'm going to sink all your ships if you fly or come close to us or fly in our airspace. We don't want to take your flights anymore. Maybe he'd have probable cause, right? But it's the all around why, right? It's like there's a bully in your neighborhood and he steals your lunch money. Bully gets hit by a car. Should you not still have the guy that hit him with the car be responsible? It's more like about the legality.
It really is extremely nuanced. That's the point. Because like, you don't even like the oil. We don't need oil. We need like this AI stuff. Why are we using? That's such a stupid pretense, and it's obviously to get back to China.
Our prices are already down, right? Aren't our prices already down for that shit?
Yeah, like I said, especially in Venezuela. That's why it's in the ground, and they don't care about it.
Yeah, but the reason it's not that they don't care. They care. It's just they keep it for themselves because they sell it to the black market.
Yeah, and who is the black market? Or should I say, not even just the black market, but who is their like most famous customer for the reason why we went into there and we did what we did?
Supposedly, mayhaps, perhaps Iranians and
China,
Russians.
It's definitely Russians.
It's Russians.
The Axis.
The
new Axis of evil. Actually, all of those guys over there. That's the pretense.
But yeah, because they don't like the Iranians and Russians like doing business over there, so now they're trying to like it's like a proxy war type kind of. Yeah. Shit is
Residents have always been doing the table.
Khazarians, you could say.
So my thing is I I think an anime editor who has a type of political savviness to navigate the conversation like a a good political commentator, while having this artistic ability to showcase these things in an interesting manner, visually, auditorily, etc.
Creatively.
That's going to be your Mr. Beast times 2. Easily.
Mr. Beast times 2.
Mr. Beast will not engage with politics because he does not have the savviness for it, and he's too scared to do it. So he's feckless.
He's spineless, bro. Mr. Beast is kind of spineless. Like
yeah,
he was just saying the word. I don't know. He would just say like a word over and over again for like 10 hours straight, and then eventually, he got
I can't blame the man for that. He will be. His audience is so large, they will kill him in an instant the minute things go wrong.
Yeah.
That's why I said the thing about Too Bad. That's why I said the thing about Etika.
I think the only thing Mr. Beast has ever done, which was like actually good, was save like 1,000 animals or something.
Yeah. I don't know anything else that he does. I heard the blind thing, and I don't know how much benefit that was to curing blindness. Maybe try something else. I'm not saying that's nothing, but like that's Mr. Beast. That's the guy who's in DMs with Elon Musk. That's the guy who I wouldn't be surprised if he went to Trump's inauguration. He was sitting next to Theo Vaughn and the Google CEO and the TikTok CEO.
You could heal like 100 blind kids, but if you're in Elon Musk's DMs, I feel like that invalidates like every good deed you did, Loki.
Not even that. I do not care. I think we should be honest about the idea that we do not care about the intentions as much as we care about the outcome. That's how things should be at the very least.
Evil people always had good intentions, bro. That's the downfall of humanity.
No, what did Epstein do for people? You know what I mean?
For his people, bro. Think about that. For his people.
That's too few. Because I'm telling you right now, if he did much more things for everybody, we'd be like, somebody would actually be like, it's just 4 kids. It's
his everybody isn't our everybody. That's what you gotta mean. Like that's what I mean by cognitive distortion.
That's why it was a unilateral fuck that guy when it came time to get him up out of here, because he didn't benefit that many people.
But then the guy that's like running our country is like, oh, but like, why are we still talking about it? Like, I know I was friends with him. Like,
that's the guy. That's the guy who benefited people, more larger on average. If you want to look at it like this, Trump is the good version of Epstein. That's why he is winning. That's why he's able to depose things like the way it is, and everybody's defending him.
It's just that he's a New Yorker, so he never let that go, bro. He never let that go, and he kind of like puts on this side like, yo, I'm from New York. I'm not really from New York, but I'm from New York. Like I'm not from the part of New York where everybody relates to. So I'm just gonna do what I can for the people, and make it great again. And like, he just says everything what people want to hear. Like, it's like, I'm gonna solve it. I don't know how I'm gonna solve it, but these are problems and I'm gonna solve it. How are you gonna solve it? I don't know. I'm gonna just solve it. And everybody's like, yeah. Mm-hmm. Like, what the fuck? It's like Family Guy. Like, it's fucking like there's like Lois Griffin. She's like 9. 11. Yeah. It's like the same thing.
I'm not entirely sure if there was any point in history where New York was more red than it was blue. That's why the new guy is there.
It's only red right now, like in like an island, like one of the boroughs. But other than that, everything else is blue.
So
it's just
so I don't really like your example.
People,
it's because the Trump was a Democrat before he was a Republican.
He was a Democrat before he was a Republican. That's true. And JD Vance was also like a Democrat, like who was like a hater on Trump, and then
you called him Hitler, and then all of a sudden he's sucking him off the same way that you can't get that from Mike Pence, however, since he tried to kill him.
He also wrote a book apparently where like he said he fucked his couch, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I believe that's kind of like Drake saying
two whole pages.
The homies, I fucked the girlfriends of people who went to prison. That's the whole thing with Drake. Drake is like Trump, and then Kendrick is like you're fucking Mom Donnie or whatever. So
yeah.
My whole thing is that to reinforce what the other guy was saying, it's disgustingly nuanced. It's actually pretty hard to pin down Trump's intentions, especially when he doesn't even know himself.
No, I think it's pretty easy to pin down his intentions. He's being coerced. That's it. He doesn't think for himself.
So why did we vote for him instead of Kamala when it was the same shit either way?
We didn't. It was already planned. They're all related. That's like a whole another conversation. But there's like a black girl like in 4th grade or some shit that like made up like a school project where she did a family tree on all the presidents and found out they were like all of them except like Van Buren, including Obama and Trump, were related to like some random king of England. And then the FBI came in and like seized like her entire like school project.
Mm-hmm.
That shit was like really hilarious.
I think that's nuanced. You know what I mean? So it's hard to say. Like it's like how far back do you need to go before you see the bigger picture? Because the bigger picture is actually just a smaller picture of a bigger picture. So when you say it's hard to make a statement about why Trump is doing what he's doing as if it's divorced from anything else.
Mm-hmm. No, because I mean, like you could. Like that guy who was his best friend that he said like everyone was like fuck that guy, right? That's just like his late boss in a way. But except your boss has a bunch of like, I know what you did last summer kind of vibes. And then it's just always come back to haunt him. So now he just has to do whatever the boss of his former late boss is planned out to do what in all these other countries, whether it's like, Iraq or in this case Venezuela, like same reason, except like we were really sneaky about it last time. We were like, guys, it's for the greater good of the country. They have like weapons of mass destruction and like whatever, like we need to stop the bad guys.
This is important stuff to talk about, but do you think we could move on to a different topic so we can get more all around discussion tonight? Because nothing wrong with what we're talking about, but
this is actually so important, to be honest. Not this discussion in particular, because let me be a bit psychopathic and say that I just want to have this level of discussion with everything. I'm not really too concerned about the Maduro situation because of the fact that this is just another, quasi Bin Laden situation. It's the same thing over and over again. History repeats itself. So I'm more concerned with just having the conversations in general, and that absolutely pertains to what I do on a daily basis. Why do I want to work on this video instead of this one? I'm fucked if I work on the wrong one, basically. I just can unfuck myself after a while, I could just unfuck myself. Trump says the same shit. Biden said the same thing. Obama said the same thing. Which of these executive orders is going to, do I need to unfuck myself on?
Right. But you don't got that kind of power. You don't got executive orders, so you got to be careful with that shit.
Hello, I don't own YouTube. I don't own Instagram. So, until I get Mr. Beast in a cage and have him help me make YouTube 2, this is how we can play the game.
YouTube 2 is crazy.
Hello, friends.
Hello.
But I'm my whole point, I guess, when I was trying to pitch into the convo was just that I feel like you can appeal to both sides while still taking a side, because people are two polar opposites to the point where they're like, Venezuela guy bad, like similar with the orange man bad kind of thing. Is just Venezuela guy bad, Venezuela guy good. Like it's kind of, I don't know. Like,
I don't think anybody's defending Maduro for being a good person.
I do not think that you can take a side.
Nobody's defending Maduro.
I meant like Venezuela man bad. Like it's like them taking over is bad, or is it? how do I say it? Are we saving it, or are we doing something bad here? We're invading it. Like it's like saving it, invading it, and it's
they're
so
quite,
polar opposite. Like with
it's,
the controversy that I feel like it's
I don't think
admitting
it's
that
that
it's
polar.
both. What do you mean? Because there's some people that were genuinely like saying like this is wrong. Like you're
on the
breaking
White House
international law.
on the White House press briefing, the intended purpose is to secure the economic interests of all countries vested around the United States in the Western Hemisphere. And like with the Iraq War in the early 2000s, where the justification is there's a dictator there and we need to get rid of them, the actual interest, which they're very clear and plain as day, you can look at the video of multiple people on the Air Force One talking about this. They're like, yeah, they have like oil. We're going to get American companies in there for American oil. We're going to get it market value. And also they have a bunch of rare minerals in Venezuela and we need those too. Like the headline is wanted drug terrorist president kidnapped by United States. But like the thing that they actually talk about when they're talking about it is economic interest for like their own pockets.
Just like Greenland or Iceland, how they're trying to invade.
Yeah, they want to buy Greenland because of its natural resources. Even though Greenland itself like prides itself on trying to be neutral with its efficiency and energy.
And we were just talking about NATO, and I think it's insane how the ulterior motives of each time the United States interferes, it's like, oh, they're the savior, they helped, yet the ulterior motive behind it is way
American exceptionalism being disguised as American imperialism.
Exactly.
I mean, it's not really American imperialism at this point anymore, though, because we're not really looking for.
It's evolved.
No, it's not.
Evolved,
We're
but
working.
still the same thing.
We're doing like it's not American interests anymore if it's in the interest of our occupiers, but that's a whole separate conversation. Like that's what I mean.
Not think that it will continue to be in the interest of the occupiers if things proceed in the direction that it's going to go in. I don't think Israel will exist for as long as it thinks it will.
I'm not
because it's not supposed to. Eventually, they're kind of like they're backing themselves into a corner on purpose. It's a lot of
religious. It's like religious coping. They're like. It's like people who like the whole existence of modern day Israel is predicated on like Zionist extremist interpretations of the Torah. So
No, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. Like regular Jews in New York, they'll look at that and they'll be like, "Yo, that's kind of crazy," and like they don't identify with
that's
that.
why Mamdani didn't. That's why he said, "I'm not going to fucking Israel. I don't care about that right now."
Bro, I'm in.
That's why he won, by the way.
Here.
That's why he won, by the way.
The only Jews that like be repping Israel are like old people. And
yeah.
Just like old Democratic politicians, they're all, yeah.
Can I ask a question based on, like, I know that we've been going on about this for a while, but I genuinely thought this would be like at least 20 to 30 minutes, and it seems like it might take a little bit longer. So
we don't
I ask, like,
go ahead. I can cut it here, but go ahead.
Good. Yeah, I have other stuff to do, and I didn't know it was going to take this long, so I really do apologize. That's just my own time management. Could we maybe go just a little in depth? Because I do have to leave really soon.
Okay.
On like the editing. Yeah.
Let me say this. Let me repeat this again. I am recruiting for a thing that is basically called a virtual content house. Basically. Let me jump to the top to read this again. I'm creating an online content house where everyone involved pitches in hours of production on a diverse range of projects that we collectively choose to work on together. These projects can range and vary in scope and nature and don't necessarily need to deal with anime. It's important to clarify that this isn't just an editing job. It's seeking partners and collaborative partners rather than employees. The goal is for everyone involved to benefit from this collaborative effort.
Creative direction, more so, not just like, okay, like here, like editing this and that's it. Like that's
this next one will cover that question. Since the group is collaborative, compensation will currently be in the form of skill exchange, bartering, marketing assistance, revenue sharing, percentage of future earnings, resources, or equipment and future paid work. The main appeal of this content house is for each person involved to have a team of artists/editors ready to work on their projects and grow together.
Promotional material.
Right.
And how many people are you looking for? Because I might just be the only one confused here, so I'm so sorry. You might have to go a little more in depth.
It's shotgun management. It's bunching people up and tapering off constantly to see who lasts.
So instead of looking for one apprentice video editor, you're actually looking for like a plethora of like people to go ahead and manage, but also take part in the content creator house, right?
Yes.
Or am I
more or less?
Okay.
Yes.
I think what his thing is, he's just trying to see, are you down to play ball?
Yeah.
He can get you stuff to do.
I am. I definitely am. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm like not. I'm sorry if I'm like a little slow on the upbringing, but I just don't truly
You're fine. When I say, can you put in at least 10 hours a week? That's important because this conversation is one of the hours of the week. You know what I mean? This conversation tomorrow, it could be, let's find footage to fit the Maduro situation better than what I did last time because the Maduro thing is still contemporary. So let's cover this in the background while we produce everything that's in the foreground. What does it look like? Who does what? You know, I'm good at this. You suck at that. So you shouldn't do that. You should do this instead. And wait a minute, you're sick? Okay. You're only gonna put in 5% today. I'm gonna get your 90. I got your 95. You go take a break. This guy's coming in, Ket comes in, Buck comes in, does this. We do. That's how you riff off of one another in a content house. People think of a lot of people on the outside of the house think that the house is multiple houses. It's just one house. That's if it functions properly.
Exactly, and that makes sense, and I get what you're saying. And again, like I wasn't expecting it to take this long, so I'm sorry for
you're fine.
Trying to rush things. So
no.
Just
that's important to rush things sometimes.
Kamal Harris, please save me.
Where would like I'd love to do this. I'm definitely down. It's just like where would I apply? Like where would I show interest? How would I get inside?
You're here. We've already begun.
Okay. So tomorrow I just show up again?
Absolutely. You show up again.
Okay.
I say, what can you do? And you say, I can't do this, and I can't do that, and I can't do this. And I say, well, you can do this, right? And then we just have that conversation for about 10 minutes until you find out what you can do when you get straight to work.
Okay. And do you teach like editing like stuff as well too? Because that's something that I was like you'll say you'll teach in YouTube.
Get my Discord to project my screen right now, but I'm live on YouTube. Have been, I think, since 4 hours ago, and I've been teaching editing this whole time. So I'll be doing that in amongst other things. You know what I mean?
Okay, cool.
Writing materials. What did I say in the post? I didn't say too much, but
no, you didn't. You just said I'll teach you until you quit and give you the tools you need.
But that's what I meant to point at. Give you the tools. So you don't have DaVinci right now. I'm going to give you DaVinci. You don't have CapCut right now. You want CapCut? You want Vegas? Which one do you want? You probably don't know if you've never experienced these editing tools, but if maybe you've heard about your favorite editor using DaVinci. So you want to use DaVinci. So let's go down that pathway. And let me probably explain why I think you shouldn't use DaVinci. You might want to try CapCut, and then you can go back and there's going to be that sort of back and forth trying to tug and figure out what people like, what people are going to be able to coast with. Because I am going to be the maestro, so to speak. I'm the one who has to sit here and put all the pressure on me and make my bones brittle, just so I have a video on this, just so my kids, so to speak, can have an easier time than me.
I see, and I appreciate you doing this. Okay, well, I have to really go now. I'm so sorry, but I will be available again tomorrow, and I'll make sure that I have time like slide away for this. But thank you so much, everybody, for the chat that we're having tonight, or later in the day, depending upon where you are right now. And
it's been a pleasure, Munchie. You're fun to talk to, man.
Thank you. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Take care.
Let me see, join lead logs. Let me see the other one. Timeline logs, voice lead logs, voice logs.
Maybe something else was going on.
Log lead logs. Okay, cool.
It's a pretty compelling reason to kill somebody, right?
Care to fill us in, please?
This is what Andrea was trying to hide, which means.
Okay. Jesus Christ. A phone call at 1 o'clock in the morning nearly? Give me a second.
Well, if you
Someone with me is watching Netflix. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to push the talk.
All right, I'm back. Is there anybody willing to start some production right now?
I can not only I'm new to video production. I've done like amateur like editing when it comes to like music videos and like stuff like that. Nothing really professional. I have homies who have done like more like serious like maybe like freelance work for like music videos. So if they're interested, maybe they could like pull up too. Because they're not, I don't know, their work schedule isn't that crazy. I think they work like 20 something hours.
Mhm.
And I have more experience with like music production, like whether it's like remixing, like I don't know, just remixing like Japanese shit, like anime shit, or even just remixing some R and like regular R&B stuff.
You were have you heard any of my music before?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I think a few, like it was like way back. I'm not gonna lie, like a few months back. I could probably like look it up because it's on a different channel.
Yep.
Or as long as it's on the same channel.
A little bit of both. More so one than the other one. The music channel is the one that has more music, but
yeah,
that's gonna be the better spot to put you for sure. To kind of like have you there and do most of that stuff, and then help maybe a few other places to be, but music is big. It's kind of hard not to ignore that, so I want to definitely get back into that more and having someone to help me with that a
like
bit.
even if it's like a character's like listening to music or some shit, like you can have it like there. I could help make it from scratch or something like that. They're listening to it on their headphones or like a speaker or something.
Yeah.
Someone comes in, they got to turn it off. I don't know.
Depends
on the clip. Depends on the clip. You know, it depends on the clip.
Do you have any are you getting any income from music right now?
I was for a moment because I was doing management for a bit, but it was like mostly like bullshit, like freelance. Like it wasn't really that worth it. So I moved away from that. I was like mostly like just also engineering for people. Like, but honestly, like especially rappers and like most amateur like singers, like they're not really good for the money. So, it gets kind of stressful on that occasion when like finding like serious clients, like who actually like,
yeah, my whole thing
actually
is
willing
about
to like pay up front, especially if you like you want to send that you want to work with them, you want to send them your shit, but it's like they're not willing to like send like half the deposit or something like that. So it's kind of I don't know.
People are flaky nowadays, man. Commitment's my number one pet peeve.
It's not even just about being fake. They just don't care. Like they just don't really
you
want
say you're gonna be somewhere. You say you want to do this. I'm gonna set aside the time for you, and if you don't show up, I'm just not gonna do that again. Like fool me once, fool me twice. That shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Shame on you, then shame on me. Right. Exactly.
Yep.
Idesyo. I'm trying to. Is this your Idesyo? Kurosai Idesyo, take 10th Avenue.
Yeah. But I'm not. That's not my account, but that's my track.
That's your song. Yeah, they just put like a visualizer on it. I think on it or something. See.
Most of my stuff when it was released, it was put out on SoundCloud first. I missed the wave on the YouTube. I didn't think. Period. When it came to trying to do anything productive on my own channel other than just churning out videos themselves. So I never thought to, well, let me you know, put music out on my channel raw and just have that stand by itself. I didn't think that I could get away with that, and I basically couldn't in some real sense. I should have always put it on a separate channel because of how algorithms work and dilution works, content dilution works. You could have your own content being punished by people showing up expecting a funny video and they instead get a song that they don't really like because they didn't see the video and the music put together. So I would never basically make a song without the intent to have a video showcase it. That got out of control very quickly because it means that you can never release a single song unless you have a video that is very well oiled put together with it. So you never finish songs and you never release the videos because they're two difficult things you're trying to manage at the same time.
That's what your SoundCloud is for.
Yep, the SoundCloud is for that. Eventually I said, fuck it. SoundCloud kicked me off because they didn't like the XX Tentacion remix that I made because it was just not that well engineered enough or whatever. And so they decided to demonetize me on SoundCloud. And
they didn't think it was mixed well enough, or they just wanted to. They just didn't like that you were using like a major label. They were using a major label. Okay.
I don't think it was that major. I just think it wasn't edited enough. I think it was just too.
No, I'm saying that like that. You said XXX Tentacion, right? So like he's like one of their favorite like posthumous like.
He was
major label cash cows.
He was still alive during the time. It was literally just an issue of as you said, there's some label link to it, but I think that. But SoundCloud is very big on just, you can get away with so much if you just make hard remixes. And the remix wasn't hard enough. It was a rock cover of the song. So that's kind of hard on its own, but it just, the interpolation, that's it. It just wasn't, it wasn't pitched down, it wasn't sped up. It was just, the vocals sounded exactly the same and it was just rock shit put on top of it, so.
That's probably why. I feel like if you pitched it down, people
absolutely.
People higher up wouldn't have cared.
Yeah.
They'd have been like, oh yeah, there's more, what's the word?
It's more transformative.
Creative. Yeah, that's the word, transformative.
So right now I'm trying this thing where I put up stuff on Spotify. That's the new.
What kind of things do you do? Do you do like funk, like funk or like freaking like house
funk,
or
you mean like POHANK?
No, not that, not that shit. Yeah,
FUNCK.
FUNCK, like like funk or what's it called, like house music, like EDM. I'm checking it out. It's just
I'm not thinking about it for the most part. It's easy to say shit like funk and things that lean towards disco or whatever, for sure. I do like that vibe, that era, and I think trap.
Like, do you like remix? Do you like to remix? Is that like your more favorite? Like
it's easier. It's easier, okay. And I don't mean like it's easier as in it takes less time. I mean it's easier as in I don't perceive time. It's more fun.
You don't what?
I don't perceive time. It's more fun.
Yeah, like not doing
because things already exist. You don't experience the friction, so you're just kind of like melding things together. You can spend 2 months on a track that is just a bunch of stuff that you throw together, but it's stuff that's already there, so you don't spend the time to think about. You're not getting paralyzed by decisions, if that makes sense.
I see. And like when you do like your like trappy like R&B, maybe like
jungle,
more poppy stuff. Yeah, or jungle. Yeah, jungle. I want to know how to. Honestly, jungle is cool. It's just like, and I like using like a lot of synth basses and stuff, but like and subs.
Yeah.
But my problem is like drum samples and like drum patterns. Like not even just the mixing, just finding nice sample. Like if you have good sound selection, you don't have to do too much with the mixing, dude.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem.
Unless you really want to like polish it up, EQ it, compress it, so it really pops out, so it's not like being like drowned out by the bass or whatever. But do you like have any? Do you feel like you have any good? Do you like have any good like drum and bass like samples that you like find on Reddit? Or do you
I had a Reddit page open. I have because I spent so much time on the internet looking for new stuff instead of just. I think a lot of people, producers, I think artists they all have the same fucking problems. They get really good at one thing and they just stop getting good at any other things. And the main thing you need to be good at for the most part is excavating. You need to get better at just going out and finding things constantly. You need to get better at that. And so when you find that those 2 Reddit pages with all like 80 drum samples on them, 80 808s, 80 blah, 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 they just stop searching after a while until they exhaust their plethora of stuff that they can deploy. I never stop searching for the most part until I get too ingrained in what I'm doing. But
right.
The main way to find stuff is to figure out how to get it no matter what, which is I have a particular tool that, because nobody has figured it out for the most part yet, I guess they don't notice it. But a lot of stuff on these websites, but you need to pay for stuff, it's embedded on the site. You could just extract it straight from the site, not by screen recording, but by using certain things like MP3UE extractors, and it rips any sort of sound from a site straight up. So you don't need,
like, for example, Wave Supply.
That's a site.
Yeah, that's a site.
Wave Supply.
Severely egregiously overpriced samples, most of which are not that like good, to be honest. Like, they're recycled sounds, or they're just mixed like awfully. Like, they're just mixed terribly. They're not made by like real like sound design or sound designers or audio engineers. Like, they're just made by like internet money producers and shit. So like, it's just, you just find hidden gems though. That's the only reason why like I pay attention to their drops, because I like, if it's like a good one shot melody, like drop, or like a good like loops, like sample drop, or like maybe like effects, especially like ambient effects, risers and stuff like that. Like, I pay attention to those. Like, their kicks and stuff like that in 808s, like they can be okay, but it gets a little mid after a while. Like, it's like, all right, dude, this is just a spins, or like this is just what's it called, the same sub that I've heard like over and over. It's just, oh, this is a respace. Wow, like good for you.
It has to play.
I think it's cool you'll know so much about the music mixing and all that, because that's something I do music, but I did not delve into the digital realm at all.
Yeah, it takes way more time mixing stuff than it does just putting shit together sometimes. And a lot of people do this thing where they want to mix.
I wish I was a musician though. I wish I was like, I took piano recitation. Like, that shit's hard, bro. Like, if you actually dedicate yourself to an instrument, like, good on you, bro. Because that gives you more.
Piano. I even got a electric cello because I was like, I'll do some mixes and stuff. Then life got busy. I was like, fuck, this is hard.
Yeah, you're spending more time trying to make sure things are right because you have a certain particular expertise that you're sitting there trying to figure out how to make things right instead of having the actual fun part. That's why producers.
Or even just doing like singing and just like singing over like a track I found on YouTube is like, that's, I don't know how to do that.
I don't like how I sound.
I also haven't put in the time.
Yeah.
You could try Musician. It's like this free. Well, it's an application that has like a free version to it, where it basically gamifies learning an instrument. Basically, a Guitar Hero, but you're using an actual guitar or a piano or a microphone to sing and shit like that.
Something I'll look into later. I think, not to cut away from the music talk, but if you're looking for people to do stuff, I was a professional project manager. I have the PMP certification. I've done that, managed a lot of shit. So when you were talking earlier,
I'm trying to help a friend make some.
What was that?
So I think some
the sound font.
You'd mentioned music making, learning music.
Yeah, like it's fun. It helps to gamify that kind of thing.
He's asking what the name of it was.
Like a mobile app, or like what do you?
Oh yeah, it's Musician, like YOU Zician.
Nice. But anyways, yeah, for Chris, I see it. Okay. Done a shit ton of project management. That's sort of been like my bread and butter, alongside some cyber stuff for the past long time. So, and you said you're looking for a manager that has high capabilities.
Yeah.
That seemed to be something that took my interest. And I do have editing skills, but they mostly rely on Photoshop. I haven't done anything with films aside from basic like formatting.
I like to ask very basic questions because people they get overly complex with the details of like high-end stuff, and I just ask basic questions. I'm gonna ask you this: what is a project that you work on in Photoshop that spans over 10 layers? Can you think of one?
The most recent one I did was for I was making a doing a report on the Babylon excavation, and I needed to make a poster for that shit. Basic, nothing too terribly complicated, but I like making my shit look nice, so went in depth on that. I had multiple layers for the different things, and you're like, oh, text, it's hard to stand out versus the background I put because I wanted to look aesthetic, look ancient. So did a bunch of work on that. As for the work I've done for other people, a lot of it's just for like YouTubers, people with Twitter making banners and stuff like that. So nothing crazy, but on the other hand, I haven't had any projects lately. My project experience is not so much as with Photoshop as within managing like enterprise organizations, small groups of people. There's sort of experts up to larger ones. Could talk about it more, I guess, offline, if that makes sense. But I have experience working with a lot of money and dealing with a lot of high-end clientele. So I think when it comes to actually moving people along their tasks, that's where I would excel in.
Okay.
You said Babylon excavation?
Yes.
Oh, what is that, if you don't mind me asking?
So I'm pursuing archaeology as a graduate career. So every so often I take some classes. I generally trot around the world. This summer I have some stuff lined up in the Balkans and Mediterranean. And every so often you gotta do a project. You gotta look into some other stuff. You gotta keep yourself competitive. So Babylon's one of the areas I had interest in. The Middle East in general is just that it's not a great place to actually pick to do your research in, because you could talk yourself into an ancient ruin. You can't talk 50 Californian researchers into a war zone, you know, so pick your battles, right? It's much easier to study, I don't know, the Romans, because they're fucking everywhere except for North America.
Yeah, going back to Iraq, like with the highway of death, that's just scary, dog.
Did you sell project files yourself, Kit?
Do I what?
Have you ever sold any project files for music?
Like FLPs?
FLPs, maybe. What do they call Ableton shit? You know what I mean?
I think they're called like AP. I forgot APU. I don't remember, bro. I actually don't remember.
Yeah.
I haven't used Ableton since college, since my freshman year.
Right.
I wanted to get back into it though. Like once I transfer back, go back to school. Because I learned Logic and Ableton, but like Logic like made me want to like kind of self harm. So
yeah, suicide. So yeah, I just want to. I kind of said this tongue in cheek. If it always feels when people hear me talk, it always sounds tongue in cheek. I suppose I'm a comedian, so I can't help but to be made into a fool. But that's fine. That's kind of part of the gimmick. But I'm kind of like dead ass about the whole animeification of Mr. Beast. He wants to be the biggest anime fan of all time or whatever. That's not going to happen. I'm alive. So
is he doing that? Is he actually doing? I'm not really caught up with Mr. Beast. Is he actually doing like some animation?
Not really. And I sure as fuck don't have him to do it before I do. But not because I don't like him. I have healthy competition with everybody. They don't know I exist. Though,
have you sampled his audio like to like put it into like edited clips, or do you think you're?
I have not. I've covered. It feels like everybody on the face of the planet except for him. Elon's in the video. Trump is in the video. Destiny is in the video. Nick Fuentes.
Destiny.
Jake
you
Paul,
put
Ryan
Destiny.
Paul. I put everybody.
You put Destiny and Fuentes.
It feels like everybody has been in the video. What's the guy? Andrew Tate is in the video. An impersonation of Andrew Tate in the video. David Goggins is in the video.
But that makes more sense. I honestly, I haven't heard the word Destiny in a long time. That dude's annoying. Fuentes is a little, at least he's kind of funny at least, but like Destiny is just like.
They're both annoying to me. But I like.
No, Fuentes has his obnoxious moments. He's pretty obnoxious. I'm not gonna lie.
So that's my thing though. Is like here's the threshold when it comes to crossing things and the variables in threshold. Destiny's voice is whiny, and Nick Fuentes' voice is ranty. So psychologically speaking, it should take less time for you to get acclimated to his speaking parameters, Nick Fuentes, and it might take you forever to get used to Destiny's speaking parameters unless you have ADHD like him. So if you're slow paced, you're not going to want to get Destiny anywhere near you, especially if you're a little bit, I don't know, homophobic. He's bisexual, whatever. You know, there's just so many barriers to entry to get into Destiny.
It's not even about that. I think it's just the way like he's like, yeah, I'm not insecure. I let my wife like do whatever she wants or whatever. Like she can, have some fun or whatever. I'm like, all right.
That's still leaning towards that still leans towards the left. You know what I mean? Like that's something you don't do promiscuity on the right like that unless you do it in hiding or in the closet. So, but they parade it
in little eyes wide shut parties. Yeah. Anyways, go on.
So yeah, that's like I said, it's all about context. If you don't like that sort of promiscuity or whatever, then you will start to hone in on every little thing that you're going to use to make him seem worse or make anybody seem worse. That's just how that works for a lot of people.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just that's what I mean by like anthropology. That's why I picked Nightwing. I just want to call you Nightwing so bad. Nightling. That's why I thought like he was the most interesting person that I talked to because a manager who understands how to manage at the world stage is good for me. And when somebody says anthropology, that seems pretty world stage to me. Because that's where I want to be, not because I want to actually be famous or some dumb shit like that. But because I think that we need YouTube too. We need you know, how do I put a video out that will prevent somebody like Trump being able to just unilaterally make a decision to depose somebody again like that? You know, because Asmongold can basically do it. Basically, how is Asmongold getting to a point where he's getting people to be more racist towards Somalians or whatever, etc.? Everybody has a little world they sit in.
Asmongold, you said Asmongold has gotten to a point where he's gotten people to be more racist towards Somalians.
Yeah.
Asmongold's the hard.
Is it like in regards
he's a far right chill? No, he's just a far right chill.
It's kind of hard to say that he's. I would say alt right. I don't want to call him far right because he's not very serious. I think that he's an enabler of far right propaganda. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. To be fair, he's saying what gives clicks. Yeah. That's part of the issue with the current political take, and I said it unconsciously, even though that's a bias I have that I need to work against. People like, oh, you're far right, you're far left. The word's lost all meaning. It's like calling somebody liberal. It's like I think I'm more of a moderate, but both parties have different views on that. You know, people. The classic example is the far right wants to kill 100 people and the far left kills 0, and so as a moderate, you want to kill 50. I'm like, no, as a moderate, let's find something we can do besides killing people. You know, and that's just a generic example, but it's gotten so bad to the point where you can't even have a conversation with, just a random guy. Like, I don't think Trump is doing good, or I don't think he's doing bad. And somebody go, well, actually, boo. So it's a point of discourse here that requires, I don't want to say careful maneuvering. If your plan is to deliver the news, you can deliver the news. But I mean, look at Fox News, CNN. They deliver to different audiences, yet other parties can watch them. And I think that's sort of where Kurosai is. That's where you could lead your content. You don't have to pick the left or the right. You could pick whatever your unique angle is, but you present it in such a way that people will still go, that's news. I might not like it, but that's respectable news.
Word. It's news, and it's like, hold on. Did I just read this a different way from the way that I've been reading it? Wait a minute.
Right.
Let me go ask McGold if he believes in this thing, because I just saw this video that put this into a new light for me, and I didn't notice that I was going to get put into a new light for me. So I need to verify something with my friend Asmongold, and he's going to be like, well, yeah, I agree. What? And he has to backtrack, because if he agrees with the thing that contradicts what he said a year ago, then he has to rectify why he's saying something today that he agrees with that contradicts what he said yesterday.
He's big enough to where he could slide most stuff by and not think about it. But I get your point. And yeah, I mean, media literacy analysis, it's been the education system's a whole different talk, but people don't really, if you hear Donald Trump called somebody a slur on national television, I wouldn't believe it at first, because I think he's a little too tuned in for that. But I would go and look it up, look at different news sources. Fox always takes Trump's side. So what if he did say a slur, and instead he'd say, he used an old-timey saying, right? Whereas CNN would perhaps say the actual word, but it would be the British BBC that aren't nearly as invested that actually go, hey, look at the Washington Post defending. And you're like, why is that? Well, Jeff Bezos owns Washington Post, Amazon, right? So breaking that down and coming to your own conclusion is necessary. When people go to watch you and your take on this, it's because they either A, are trying to get more information, or B, want to just use your conclusion because they like your content. That's why they subscribe to it. At least that's my 2 takes on why you'd actually watch a news report. So for the good content, you got to deliver that news, and then you can't just be impartial. You gotta at least make it seem like you're leaning some way. Doesn't mean left or right, but it could be the Kurosai way. That's what I think, at least.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard. And my whole thing is that I just want better media literacy. That's pretty much it. My media literacy falls into the pits of hell whenever I decide to comment on a video before I actually watch it, because I feel like I already know what happened in it.
Yeah.
But that's my biggest issue. I also psychoanalyze way too much. That's less of a media literacy issue, but more of a overfitting issue.
You say you psychoanalyze way too much? Do you try to psychoanalyze the politicians you're writing about or making the script for?
That people on Twitter. That's the most part. People in my comment sections, I say, "Oh, the reason why you said that is because I just watched this video you made 2 years ago, and I noticed that in 2 minutes, 10 minutes into it, at 10:02, that you did this in the video. So, can you tell me more about that? Because that seems to be the reason why you're saying the way you're speaking the way that you're speaking. I also looked at other thing too. Your
Right.
name is spelled this way, and you actually capitalized this other letter. So that means that you kind of, or you can tell me what you think, because I don't know for sure. I'm just saying. I'm just bringing it up.
Right. No, there's so much to go into there. You're right. And with 500,000 subs like you have, there's an endless supply of random stuff you see in the comments. So I'm sure that takes more time than you'd like it to.
Absolutely. It's like, dude, this is why the last company that I worked with, but it wasn't a good fit, because they're apparently saying that it's Chinese is offensive, but the company was Chinese, and therefore
saying what's Chinese. Wait, saying what Chinese is offensive?
The company, the way they work, the way they operate, their mentality, the social, the physiology, not physiology, the psychology.
Which company?
It was an AI company. It was
an AI company.
Right.
Like DeepSeek, or like?
I wish. Like a startup company, small company.
You can't really be saying that stuff, like the details, too much about companies on here, I feel. So, yeah.
There's a lot of
Let me
more
explain.
like names and stuff. I know you're not trying to dox
Let me explain
yourself
the
or who you work
situation.
for.
The world is converging, dog, like into like a whole new like geopolitical like tense like conflict. Even if it's not in real life, it's just like online, dude.
Yep.
Like it's like so brain rotted after a certain point. It's like brain rot politics. So
let me say
I
this.
feel like you could find a way to easily like cut through all that like blabber, because there's so much of it that you could easily cut through if you just attract the right attention, like with the right hook.
My whole thing is with that
And you kind of
company-
satirize both ends. You're like, oh, save me Kamala Harris. Is like, oh, I told you it'd make America great again. Like that shit was hilarious as fuck. And it kind of like, it satirized like both ends of the spectrum of like kind of like idolizing like their own respective like leadership, like role models or whatever, or like leaders, whatever. But yeah. I don't know. I feel like you could continue to do that. You could either keep paying attention to like what's going on with that South American bullshit, or
What I like to do is actually make a video where I satirize both sides, and then make a video where I say that I want America to rule the entire planet, and then in the next video after that, I say that I want America to fall underneath the ocean 1,000 feet under. Like
everybody's gonna be like, wait, what does he mean?
Yeah, like I actually want to make the video where we're Warhawks, and I just say we're. It's some video that I want to make that comes in off of whenever I have a video where Violet Evergarden asks a guy, do we have missiles or not? Are we going to have nuclear warheads? And then the guy says, no, we have nuclear warheads. We can all die if there was warheads go off, if things go wrong. And then she starts to cry. And then he tries to cheer her up, and he says, what's your favorite song? From, I forget the band name. But he asked her, what's your favorite song from this album? And she says something, I forget the name of the song. And then she responds by asking him what's his favorite song from the album. And he says War. And then the video cuts off. It's supposed to be like a parody of the fact that she's crying and bawling her eyes out because she thought that
I
nuclear
remember
warheads
that one,
went-
the Violet Evergarden one. Yeah, that one was funny as shit.
Right. So the follow-up video is actually a video where where I just come out of nowhere and act like an American warhawk, an imperialist who likes the idea of no brown people, even though I'm black, and just cooning out basically. And then the next video is Black Panther 3. It's me, no whites, we're gonna do this Black Panther thing, Malcolm XXX Tentacion this time, and then like, what is going on? Who is this person? They're gonna hate me and love me at the same time. The audience will be fractal as fuck. I'm not gonna be the weird guy to say, I'm not gonna talk to those other people. I'm not gonna have an undesirables caste system. I'm gonna go and do the correct thing and get my fucking neck shot at, because I'm gonna talk to everybody.
There's always a whole bunch of shit online that just finds some way to piss people off. It just means like, who are you pissing off?
Yeah.
Like, who are you trying to piss off at
But
the
you
end of the day?
can disarm anybody as long as you're willing to be submissive. That's just the case, and infinitely so. That's why people can do what they do with what they call him, the Trump whisperer. The Trump whisperer. that guy is like gel. He's gelatinous. He can just sit there and just yes, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, Master Trump, and then hate him at the end of the day. Come home and be like, that guy's a fucking nut job. He's a whack job. JD Vance is the same way. They don't like Trump like that, but they have to set aside their differences to prop him up because they're gonna get what they want out of him, his presence, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
But couldn't you bring that in, like that kind of dramatic irony, like implement that into your video, into your creative direction to like capitalize off like these like contemporary real world scenarios?
Absolutely, but when a video takes 400 hours and all you get out of it is a minute video, something has to change.
For sure.
And what that is simply put, I need to be less involved in the process of making things look prim and proper, and more involved in starting from the top, which is to come with their complicated idea, and then to make it as streamlined as possible. A lot of my editing is the other way around, where I don't have time to think about the complexities, because I have to gear all of my energy towards the complexities of the actual visuals, the editing, the presentation. I have to sit from this grunt end and work on the thing. I have to generate the script, edit the script, take care of the visuals, take care of the audio, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. By the time I'm 200 hours into it, the video is I'm only 30 seconds into the project. Drop the bitch.
So logistics and nuance take away from your actual
anything that I could do that is
macro like you just the actual macro level of what you're actually trying to achieve. So
People
at the end of the day, like
you
go 45 seconds like into the like video after like 100, 200 hours, and you're like, I don't even know if I like this. Because you were so focused on the nitty gritty of it all. Okay, I see what you mean. So that's why you're trying to go for that content house kind of like approach.
Absolutely. People always say,
like you said, streamline it. Yeah.
You should have been hit 1 million followers. Like, no, I shouldn't have. I can tell you why. It's very simple. There's a very simple reason for why I haven't hit 1 million followers yet. I have no time to hit 1 million followers. I have not the foundation for it. The reason, the way you get to 1 million followers is you do nothing. The people who get to the top first are the people who do nothing. By comparison, they do nothing. They do the simple things right, and they do it quick. And I do not do it
and
like
over
that.
and over and over.
Yeah, they want to sit there and make how to I don't know, cook salad, pizza, how to cook salad, mozzarella.
How to make a beat, bro. They'll be like, how to make a beat.
How to make type beat. I don't know, fucking Gibraltar.
Bro, yeah.
And then they want to do Delta, and then they go through the whole
they just
alphabet.
edit them. They just edit themselves like making the same kind of beat. And if it sounds good, then it works. But if it sounds like ass, then I guess you got attention. But now everybody's like beating your ass in the comments, saying like, bro, this shit is not.
By the time they get to the point where they make the fourth comment of them shitting on you, you already got the next video up to justify that. Now you can backtrack infinitely and go forward infinitely. You're gelatinous. You can't be touched. You can't be held. Because you outpace the people that are going to shit on you constantly.
Yeah. I feel like do you think it's possible that, how do I phrase this? Shit, I lost my train of thought. Like do you think you're only want to like capitalize off of like real world like geopolitical like tensions, or do you think you could like enforce like some like kind of pop culture like into it? Like what do you think is more, what are you trying to do? Like what do you feel like is more like probable for virality and like I guess you could say engagement?
Mm-hmm. I think I have 3 main things that I want to focus on almost all the time, and I end up shoving 2 of them out of the equation whenever I don't have enough time to meet all 3 demands. Let me get this guy in the VC because he is another guy we could work with. Invite, copy link, invite to voice. Yeah. Let me see. I work so hard. I forget my motivation sometimes. So basically, I think I for sure want people to be more thoughtful. Now that sounds very vague and not very like immediately like
in your audience or on your team?
On the planet. Because I don't want.
Good luck with that, bro. You can't control that.
You don't need to control it. You need to influence it. That's a bit of a different thing to say. If you say control, you're just Hitler. If you say influence, you're saying you think for yourself, and I want you to at least arrive to conclusions with better fucking materials, better sources, better thinking on your part. And here's the reason why. I want to make a case for why you should be more thoughtful. And then give you the tools to be more thoughtful. And I think most people who are genuine actors, they all want that. They all want that. They don't care about being wrong. They don't care about making mistakes. They care about the fact that you need to want that same sort of armor and form to yourself as well. And the reason why you're miserable is because you don't have it. You'd probably be a lot less miserable if you were just a bit more thoughtful.
I respect that. I respect that. Bro, I'm not saying we do, but theoretically, bro, we could disagree on like so many things. It doesn't matter. I'm not saying we do, but like the fact that you say thoughtful as opposed to like, I don't know, other like content creators where they just want their audience to like not think. And that's how they like shoot up to the top is kind of
right.
That says a lot about you. And I feel like that you're trying to like reinforce this kind of like more stable, streamlined, like organized approach to like content creation. I feel like it could be able to, like, you know what you want. You're just trying to like you're just trying to bring together the tools and people to like make it happen, to like give your brain some like leeway and like space to like actually like process shit, like without all like the stress from like all the things you want to like nudge and like move aside and like perfect or whatever.
Right.
But I remembered my question now. I was gonna ask like if you think you could capitalize off of like that same dramatic irony that I mentioned like before, but like on like with for example, a friend of mine, he like did something where he's like currently like he's like trying to run for like third party and like in NY or whatever, and like he got up like at least like 20 almost 30K followers like on IG, basically just going up to like politicians in real life and just saying like, yo, so you're lying, shut up. And like everybody was like, wait, he's got a point. And like he got like, and like for example, like I don't know if do you know Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?
Yeah, AOC.
Yeah. So like it's the whole thing where she's like, if we compare this with the already suffering trauma and tragedy with the people in Gaza, so and so, et cetera, but in reality, she like doesn't give a fuck at all. Like she's making like several racks like a day, like off doing nothing. You know what I mean? She doesn't even live in NY. She lives in like Westchester or whatever. But like, I think that kind of thing, is just ironic. Like it's like these people, you know, like they yeah, like they say these things where they're like, it's like, wow, this is so tragic. Like this is awful. And then like in reality, like they just got a bunch of stocks like shot up, like, you know, through like some like war profit or whatever. And so like he I think one of the things that got him like up was like he literally, you know how Obama has the thing where it's like you can do it or like yes you can, whatever.
Yeah.
He like took her face and then he made like a bunch of posters and t-shirts where it's her face with the same like little like red blue like kind of like artistic like background, and it just says, instead of like yes you can, it just says the word war.
Yeah.
And like so I think that's just an example. I'm not saying you need to make a t-shirt, but I'm saying like that same sense of like dramatic irony where it's like, wow, this person who's like super woke and like for the people and like for progressives and like for low income families is just they just care
empire
about
building
war.
is the process of actually doing something to construct something that is so large and so not exactly homogeneous, but something that is so large that it contains within it structures that contradict it, but it still functions because contradictions are part of reality. So of course you put up a picture of AOC saying a war because on the other end of the fence you're putting up a picture of Trump saying the same thing, or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're
because it's like he's ultimately trying to like point out that both red or blue, like it's the same like kind of result. Just like it's like here's some bombs with America, and then here's some bombs with a pride flag on it. Like it's still a bomb. Like you're still like killing innocent people. But it's like, you know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, my point being, I feel like you kind of achieve that same level of like dramatic irony where it's like both of these like polar sides are being kind of like slightly made fun of, and people can, like you said, they can't really tell like who you're really siding with. And I think that's like really helpful for you. So I feel like you could and I feel like you could be able to do something like that, like more in your content.
Yep. My whole thing is just irony. My whole thing is irony, but it has to be, in my opinion, I can't say this word without saying a word that is opposite to it, otherwise it wouldn't be ironic, but graceful irony. Therefore, it also needs to be decadent irony as well. Irony that is devoid of a certain level of morality so it can counteract itself. So you sit there and you ping pong against the fence until you figure out where you want to land. I already know where I am. Or maybe I don't. So yeah, that's
You're
just
getting there.
that's just cyclical. That's cyclical. I like to call myself a Taoist because I don't care to be anywhere in particular, but I do care to know in some sense that I kind of know, I suppose. I forget what that word is when you try to use the word to explain itself, therefore it doesn't make sense. Circular. But yeah, I don't
You said
care.
succular or secular?
Circular.
Circular.
It's when you explain something
Like
by
circular
citing the
thinking,
same
like
exact thing.
You just go around in circles.
Yeah.
yeah.
But
That's true
but that's why I
because
say that
this
I like
over here says it's true.
I like Taoism because it gives me a chance to say that it's okay. Not okay to justify logic per se, but to actually say that it's okay because logic is actually overrated because we're people and we actually aren't that logical to begin with, and we don't actually optimize for truth seeking. That's just a facade. We think we do at least. So that's circular thing coming into place all over again. You think that you're trying to seek truth because you think you know what it is, and you say that I do know what it is because here it is right here. No, you just said the same thing twice. You're trying to use the system to justify itself. So you're trying to say that you know truth because you experienced the system, but you just said that the system, so it just goes back and forth. And I think that you have to step outside of it almost completely to sit there and say to yourself, well, I don't care about the system. I'll care about what I think. I'm not in the system anymore. And that's not somebody who's balling their fists and throwing it up in the air to say fuck you to God. That's just a Satanist, basically. That's a hedonist. That's somebody
guys.
who's hello. That's somebody who's just conceited. And I'm not trying to put that down or anything. I'm just saying that that's how you end up in a position where you just get your shit tossed constantly because you're not fine just flowing like water, like Bruce Lee would say. You can't just be fine with the flux of things. You want to move the mountain, and you don't care about the consequences of the mountain shifting. You don't care that the mountain you move is going to fucking destroy an entire village when you move it because you're an imperialist or whatever.
You're so focused on your perspective or your own side. It's kind of narrow viewed. I mean, there's a Spanish phrase. It's like los dos toros se ven mejor desde un lado, which literally just means the two bulls staring at each other. The two bulls look a lot easier from like the side, because two bulls, like, it's just basically saying like two bulls like fucking like about a fight. Like they just have their horns like up to each other. They can't really get up to any they can't really understand or do anything because they're just trying to fight each other. They're really up to like head to head, toe to toe. Then if you look at them from the side, you're like, okay, this guy's probably this guy's probably losing. This guy's probably winning. You're just
Are we
so
actually
focused on one side.
learning editing here, or is this going to be like personal stuff?
Both.
Both. Okay.
So I heard another similar aphorism that says something like you should probably not argue with people publicly because when people see you doing it, they don't know which one of you are wrong, which one of you is a fucking idiot. So you both look like people who are just wrong and both idiots. So you should just mind your manners a bit more when you're in a public setting having a fight with somebody, because they don't see which one is right or wrong for the most part. They just see two idiots going back and forth. So that's the whole thing again about content. I make a fool out of myself a lot in my own comment sections because I end up going mask off. I do pick a side. I show you which one that I picked in the moment because of the fact that I'm saying I think Trump is funny in the video. You don't hear me say in words out loud that he's funny, but he's also a fucking asshole and probably should be in prison somewhere. You don't hear that part. Do I really want him in prison? Do I really think he's funny? Do I know that for sure? I think he's funny is about as far as you can get a laugh whenever you laugh, but that's not every time. And how many years do I want him in prison?
Reporter. Like,
Yeah, I think all
stupidest shit they says.
right. I would say something like in general to that response. I think that it's hard to report in general because you're a person. you're fallible, and the reports are based off of what you currently have as information. And guess what? The next report that comes out tomorrow is going to make you sound like a fucking idiot. You did the best reporting you could do today, and everybody could love the report today. And then some random schmuck just comes out of nowhere and says, well, guess what? That guy was full of shit. Here's the real report. And then suddenly you don't have a job.
Kurosai is my least favorite reporter. He's my least favorite memer. It's fake news, and the anime is fake too.
Yeah, and
Whatever the fuck you would say.
And then I get to sit down with him at a fucking Epsilon dinner, and we fucking have an off the camera conversation where he says, you know what, K-Dog is pretty good. I'm not gonna put him past it. He's, you know.
Hey, Doug, he's pretty cool. He's all right. You know, I sat down with him. He said, yeah, we had a big sit down, and I think he's all right guy.
I didn't know he could cook. He could cook. I don't know. He can cook like nobody's
You're
ever
good
seen
at
him.
mimicking voices. Holy shit.
I'm
Well
just
done.
doing.
It's hilarious, Doug.
I'm just doing like a stupid Oni plays voice, like what they always do.
I'm fucking weak.
So, would you ever consider doing more academic content?
I need to become an academic first. And that's precisely why I need to do the content that I'm doing right now to master it and move on to the next steps. Everything is step ladder for me.
My reason in asking that is because I'm going to do a lot of traveling. I'm going to be doing doctoral work eventually for my anthropology. I think I'll get my graduates in archaeology, but then go for a doctorate just because, fuck it, why not? Then I have some ideas for global experiments. I have one I'm cooking up, working with some universities to do my own private experiment. But I do a report on that, but it could easily be made into a video. I'm not saying, Willie, I was just saying, was that the kind of content you could perhaps consider collaborating with to bring a new slice of flavor to your channel? In particular, this one I'm doing is I'm going to be dissecting the culture of disrespect across different global avenues by age and culture, and going on it from there. And it's not like a thing I'll have tomorrow, but is working on projects like that sound like something you would be up for?
That's what I mean when I say
on?
content house. I should not be able to reject someone's ideas for a video idea if it's going to go on their thing, and I help promote it. I help
Right.
do my thing. I help get it out there because we don't want to just produce things for the sake of passion, so to speak.
Basically,
Passion
what
would
I'm
be
asking, yeah.
passion would be great to live off of, but if we can't, then we need to figure out how to make other things on the side at the same time so we can do more passion
Right.
projects.
I'm not against doing other stuff. I'm just trying to gauge where, and it sounds like that would be something you would be
My
interested
openness,
in.
yes,
because
you're
of
trying to
the-
gauge my openness
Yeah.
is homosexual. I'm going to bend over and take it as long as we eventually I'll be able to do the same thing to you. No, not really, but the point in general is that like I'm sitting where I sit because and looking around, knocking on wood and glass, I don't see anybody else in the room that takes up the amount of space that I do in the particular domain that I sit in. It's like if anybody in here has a better idea on how to make 10K a month, I'm all ears is what I'm kind of trying to say tongue in cheekish.
10K a month without scamming people.
Yes, exactly.
That's a hard one.
Yes, it is
I
a
mean, we
hard
could
one.
just sell drugs.
Right. That's a scam, though.
I think
right?
you'd make more than just 10K a month, but you'd lose it all. It's like a casino. You
You
just
might as well
can't
be in
leave it.
prison with Maduro and Luigi
It's
Manniello.
like it's like going to a casino and you run it up every time, but you just can't leave.
Mhm.
Anyways,
What does it look like for you to make 10K a month in a way that is beneficial to most people who are giving you that money, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
someone I know, he does like clothing lines, like marketing,
Right.
like
Like
marketing,
that's what I mean. That's
marketing
why I asked
deals,
you
and like
if you.
marketing deals and stock options.
That's why
To be
I
honest,
asked you if you sold FLPs because you can actually make 10K a month. Probably like 20% off of that is the FLPs, like wholesale easily. The reason why people who would sell FLPs don't know that that's even possible is because they never get to a point where people like them for their music and not the artists that they're supporting. You think that no, you don't think that
like
Mustard
LLPs of
can't
the
sell
remix.
FLPs, remix original stuff, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't really matter. As long as there's something good that's standing next to it that people also want, they're gonna look at the FLP at some point. I didn't know I was interested in making music until I heard this, and then you said it that I could do it in the video. Oh, I didn't know what FL Studio was, Fruity Loops, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I guess I'm gonna look into this FLP, and then they're gonna be like, as the consumer, I don't know what I'm doing. $1 more, you get this video that comes with it.
I mostly only heard people doing like FLP, like selling FLPs when they do like remakes and stuff, and like they know how to remake like songs and shit like down to the last like harmonic frequency, like just every sample, like every like just that in itself is like its own skill. Like not only do you have to hear the chords and like by ear like fucking find what like transcribe everything that's going on, but like you have to go like finding all those samples. That
Mhm.
shit's annoying.
Yeah. So as a rule of law, I guess, you can sell anything. You can sell. I'm not going to use her as an example. You can sell anything. You can sell anything. Yes, you as a male who is at 30 or whatever, 40 years old, you can sell feet pics on Feetsly. That's not impossible. So, it's anybody who thinks that there's money and not on the table is only thinking that because they just don't see the table there often. They're too busy out somewhere else looking for new ways to put money on a table that they never come back to put money on the table. If that makes any sense, it's a weird metaphor to say that basically the way in which you earn money is happening because you get used to earning it in a particular way. You never come back home to visit new ways to earn money, expand until you hit like 30, and then you get to the point where you're nearly washed up because you just aren't thinking critically anymore, creatively, I should say, perhaps. You don't realize that the guy who's 15 years old and you're 45 or whatever is making twice the amount of money as you because he just started doing something that was easier earlier than you did, and you got too caught up on your own thing, and you're doing this sort of residual returns or diminishing returns where you just keep doing the same thing over and over again, putting more effort into it, and you complaining about not having a lot of money. Meanwhile, this 15-year-old is making $100,000 a month talking to people on a live stream, and you don't understand it, and you won't do it because your pride won't let you. That's why people leave them a lot of money on the table. They see people making money very easily, and all they say is it's a scam, and it's probably not. They just doing it better than you, or they're doing it and you're not doing it, and you won't consider doing it because it's beneath you.
We're doing what's it called? I heard of like some shit like AI automation and shit.
Yeah.
Where they start doing AI automations where like they could they could just go up to businesses, whether locally, like in person, online, on social media, reach out, make sure they have like two like model websites ready, like that they already made, and just show them like most websites that aren't like super upscale, like they don't have their own AI chatbot.
Mhm.
They don't even know how to code. They just know how to like work with the AI models to like implement the code, and if they do need to like use like the HTML, like they just copy paste like the shit from the bot that they programmed, like without actually writing any code themselves. Just copy and paste the HTML like into their like once they get access, like once they like for us, obviously they'd have to sell it up and like make sure like they look like the person they're offering the service needs the service, and then like they branch out, they expand, then they start selling a course. Now they start telling you on your Instagram feed that you can do it yourself. All you got to do is do what I say, and I'm going to teach you all this secret knowledge that you can probably just do all on your own. But because I'm selling you a course and I'm grabbing your attention, all of a sudden you're interested. Now I have like 50 to 100 clients like buying my course where they're just learning shit that like they could probably just learn by themselves. But it's just, I don't know. It gets to a point like I see where you're coming from too, which is like it's a very but like I feel like some people take what you say and they easily go down like the whole course guru route
Yeah.
or like some other bullshit. Others end up making like I don't fucking know skincare products or some shit. I don't know, and then they actually like make some crazy brand
Yeah.
that like actually works because people actually want it because they don't want to put like I don't know shit that burns their face like on their face when they just want to like wash their face, you know.
Mhm.
Or like they want shampoo that doesn't make their hair fall off. I don't fucking know.
Morning, crew. You already said I was supposed to speak to you somehow.
All I heard was "Good morning, Guru."
Well,
To kind of I guess dovetail what's been discussed so far. To comment on the last thing that you said at the very least, before I try to dovetail as hard as I possibly can. As I had said earlier, I want to be the philanthropist that has no money. I want to be Mr. Beast and have no money. So if anybody's getting scanned, it'd be me. You know, in some real sense, because I just think that the reason the world is kind of messed up for a lot of people is because people just don't have a lot of people to talk to and work with. And I think if you just did that more often, people would be a lot less miserable. They're Petersonian to me to say it that way. But that's probably not, you know, wrong. I think that people literally need to have somebody to talk to and work with. And you at 19 probably can't provide that for somebody who's 40 years old, but at the other way around, if he does that for you, then that's what we call mentorship.
Mm.
And it just needs to be done in a way that isn't always at the best interest of the mentor. That's why I like Socrates so much, because he didn't get a lot of money for what he did, if any at all. But yeah.
How did those old philosophers actually make money? I mean, didn't they just have like regular jobs and then they just wrote down their ideas?
Going to war?
Not.
Ancient philosophers were generally bankrolled by nobility, or they had a bunch of disciples. It was also way easier to live back then when you didn't have insurance, mortgages, yada yada. You could just be like, "This is my cave, and I will go grab food once a week." So their cost of living wasn't nearly as high.
I mean, that makes sense. Yeah.
And Socrates would, is it Plato or Socrates? They would go into warfare a lot, so they could do that to themselves to get themselves some herodom as well, and people can start to toss them a bone every now and then. What's up?
Oh, sorry to break the conversation, but you were saying you're going to talk to me somehow.
This is
One
it.
morning. Oh, okay.
So as I said earlier, or to dovetail before I continue to basically dole out things to do, everybody's going to start somewhere different, and hopefully everybody's going to start somewhere they want to start. If you said you want to use your prowess of anthropology to figure out how to position yourself to make content, then I need to figure out what that looks like in content that is going to work in a way that is going to be maximal. Because if I don't see a way for you to, let me say it this way, if I don't see how you transmit your idea into a video that gets at least 250,000 views, probably not a good avenue to go down. So I need to take your idea and then remix it so that it can get 250,000 views. Because I think anything can get 250,000 views, anything. Absolutely. There's no way. You just don't understand how YouTube works or anything works or people's attention works if you think that there are certain things we just don't care to know about. It's all about presentation. There's just not too many boring things that you can somehow make seem interesting. Scroll YouTube for more than a couple of hours. Somehow it needs to be long sometimes. Somehow you're going to have to scroll for a long time until you get to this old man who's trying to sell you pickle Pepsi. And then you'll find out anybody is willing to pay attention to anything. Because the 70-year-old man who's trying to tell you how to make pickle Pepsi is somehow interesting, only because Mr. Beastification of everything has turned the most simplest of things into gold mines of attention. So what is the pickle Pepsi of anthropology? What does that look like? And from where I stand, obviously for me personally, we have anthropology anime. So that's the only route for me to go down and move quickly on. Is to go and get the mining anime, and then go and make that into an anthropology story about why Black people did this and why conquistadors did that, and et cetera, et cetera.
Anthropology anime, I don't want to call it a disingenuous term, but anything could be anthropology if it tackles any human condition. You could use fucking Wotakoi, the one where the nerds fall in love, as an anthropology anime to take a look at Japan's dating culture. And you could look at some other ones for different examples. It depends on where you want to tackle. So I think you have if you have like an anime in mind, you can really apply any concept to it, you know?
Well, I meant the literal one.
Insightful, guys. I'm gonna dip now. See you guys later.
Peace out, man.
Have a good one, man. There's a literal one on it.
Yeah, there's an actual archaeology anime. Yeah.
Oh, archaeology. I thought you said anthropology. There's an archaeology anime.
Well, you would use that for anthropology, right?
Well, yeah, archaeology. The research from it stems from anthropology. I gotta check that one out. I've been so fucking busy. Haven't even been watching seasonal stuff. Started My Hero final season. stopped after like 5 episodes because stuff happened.
Yeah, that's the main issue with That's what I want in general. Is that like me? I wanted people to stop saying stuff got kind of busy. I want to have a team of people that I can grow with where we don't make that excuse constantly.
All right. Well, the things that don't get busy are I always take time for the gym and the people that I care for in my life.
Right.
So making this thing, it's like we're adults, right? I think most of us here are. Anyways, if you have time management and you say, I prioritize this, I don't prioritize anime right now, at least because I got better shit to do. Nothing wrong with anime.
Yeah.
This group, if it comes to fruition, I prioritize the group alongside other things.
Right.
So I agree. People shouldn't be saying I didn't have the time. If you signed up for this as an obligation,
Not this
you
thing
should
in
commit your
particular,
obligation.
but it's more like I don't want people to say that because it comes off as you feeling like you're helpless. I don't want people to say it even if they don't mean it, because that in itself, using language that
I
implies that
see.
you're helpless is already an indication that you somehow feel that way in some deep sense. Or maybe you just
Gotcha.
misspoke and you really just meant to say I don't give a fuck about anime, and that's fine to say. But yeah, I just know too many people who say that and they mean it. They don't have time for X thing because they just don't know how to time management. So
Right. There's obviously a difference between I've been doing 25 things and I just don't care enough to prioritize this versus I could do this if I just
if I
spent
just
30
stop
minutes meal
jacking
prepping.
off for
Yeah,
24 hours in a day, yeah.
exactly. No, you're right about that. So yeah, it's a good point. Anyways, yeah. So that stuff sounds pretty cool. If you have any ideas, be loving to hear them. But yeah, I
My
have
main
to go.
thing before you fly off
Go.
is that we need a database. You know what I mean? This
What do you want a
guy,
database of?
scheduling, ideas,
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
and then
That's
plans of action. Like that's just a go, and that's just show it. And we need that for sure. I have my database, but it's just not functional right now for
If
very
you
obvious.
want, there's some online programs. Like I mean, you have some classic examples like Monday and stuff, and there's some ones you pay for. And I don't think they're too hefty for at all for smaller groups like this. Like you have Jira, Confluence, there's Teams, there's all sorts of places that we can host a database in. I could set it up with roles and stuff. We could use Kanban boards. I might be saying words people here don't know, but we can use project management and efficiency tools to make this a much more streamlined process. To the point where hopping in a call like this, nobody should be confused as to what's going on. You're hopping in a call to collaborate, not because we have questions on what are we doing. That
Right.
stuff can be made very clear through the proper tools. And I was doing a lot of that previously. So that's something I can talk to you about, sort of give you some options on and see where your mind might lie on that.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea to know if people know
Yeah.
what's going on.
Right. Because if you get a notification on your PC or from your email because it's linked to your account saying, ding, on this app, you've been notified that this is a new project we're starting. What are your thoughts on it? Think of it like Discord, except instead of being about gaming, it's more about actually talking about the different
Things that-
productivity things we're doing.
Right.
Because you could hypothetically set up a Discord for it, but at the end of the day, Discord it's meant for gaming. The file size restrictions are fucking annoying for doing
Right.
anything productivity. And let's be real, if you're using Discord to do your work, I know that you can always make exceptions, but if I'm on Discord, I'm gonna be checking shit out. I like distancing myself.
Yeah, it's
And
too
I'd
much.
rather have a
Too many
separate
distractions.
platform.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like even if I work from home, I'll go to like a coffee shop and like I will camp out there for hours just to not have access to the shit I would at home because I know I'll be more productive. So there's options and they're as cheap as like $10 to $30 a month. Some of them are free. So I can get a generic list over to Kuro and see which one he likes.
Notion
They're all
is the one that I'm using right now, and that's the one that I've
Notion's
been.
a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I
think
guess
Mondays
that's probably the
and
next thing to.
Confluence.
Monday is expensive. It's very
Is
expensive. It's
it?
about 4 times as
Okay.
expensive as Notion.
Gotcha. Notion's good. I haven't used it personally, but the programs are sort of like radios. They all work pretty similarly once you get them figured out.
Yeah, that'll be the next
Confluence is
thing that
cool
we
because
touch bases on.
you can program things on that one.
Yeah.
So if you know a little bit of if
Coding.
is stuff, you can Yeah, basically, if you know a little bit, not even as complicated as that, because it's meant for
or equations, basically.
anybody.
That's in Notion
And
as well.
basically,
Notion is king of this stuff
okay,
for the most part nowadays. So it's just people don't
nice.
talk about it as much as because it's they're overwhelming. But it's only as overwhelming as you are ADHD prone. So you just get bogged down in the details and not focus on the things that you would use Notion for. Because you can use Notion as a basic to-do list if you wanted to. But some people can make an entire
Right.
web page with Notion that has a form and everything, et cetera, et cetera.
So if you want to look into Notion with me, that would be something that we could maybe set up a for this group type of thing, get people accounts and stuff.
Right.
Later on.
Yeah. Well, it's basically running right now. Essentially, it's just been put on the back burner because since I am the what's the Greek
Admin?
story, the admin who is also on the floor at the same time, I have not used it because why would I need to use something for everybody else if I'm not working by myself for the most part. Then there's no
Right.
point. The Notion is in my
No,
brain.
you're right. Yep.
So yeah,
No, that's good. So yeah, database,
that's the
that
next
stuff
steps.
sounds cool.
Is trying to get up a well-oiled database that even a 15-year-old can click on and not get too confused about.
If
From
you're
top to
down
bottom.
for it, there's if you could host it, host your own server with it, but then that's getting into more of the
That's going to be the
sensitive
part
territory.
that's going to get into the automation stuff. It's going to push and pull things from one thing to the next. That's Zapier. That's the cheapest option for that. I've tried to set up the database many times before in a way that is well oiled compared to what it is currently, but it's not as necessary to push for full automation until things start to pick up steam. As it currently
Right,
stands
until
right
you have a
now,
lot of stuff.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, collaborating on projects like this, like I'm sure, Kuro, even though you've made a lot of shit, you either archive it off your PC or you just delete it once you're done with it, right? You upload the video. You don't
Mm-hmm.
need to have that much storage. Even if we're doing it with hosted storage,
They
if we have a
don't.
terabyte of data between people.
Yeah, they don't, but
Well,
I
if you
do
use an,
because I basically don't learn to do anything. So I keep project files to relearn things that I never learned to begin with.
that's fair. You can have terabytes of like online data space. I just say would avoid.
Mhm.
I'm not like, well, let's
I
be real,
wouldn't expect
my
anybody
previous,
else. I'm not going to tell you to go out there and buy a 8 terabyte SSD because I already got
yeah,
it. You
that's
don't need it.
ridiculous. My whole thing would be my previous thing was cybersecurity, and I would just avoid anything Google Files related.
Yeah, you
Just
basically have
because
the same expertise that I had to work with somebody else to some extent. It's just that when I work with that guy, I was also working with the Chinese company. And give me a second. Take this call again. One more second.
No worries.
Okay. Nightling.
What's up?
Have you thought? I've also thought about using Obsidian, because he was saying he wanted a database that's well oiled.
Gotcha. So I have some thoughts on Obsidian because I've used it before. I've actually used it for I run
Obsidian
a lot of
Obsidian isn't cloud
Yeah.
based. That's the only real issue. Is that
Obsidian's
we
not
can't.
cloud based, but it's also more complicated than necessary with all the plugins.
It's way
I
more
think
complicated
something
than
like
Notion. It's the most
something like
complicated thing that I've
Notion.
seen so far, actually.
Yeah, I was using it for D&D because I run a bunch of that stuff online and in person. I was like, I need a place to put my notes at, and it's like, damn, I gotta like learn a whole new program just so I can have like two screens next to each other. I think well, Obsidian is good. Something cloud-based would be better. Would be something like Microsoft OneNote. I'm a fan of OneNote. It is intuitive to learn, and you can sync it with an account. But that requires you getting into the Microsoft ecosystem. I think something like Notion would be good because it keeps you in your own domain. You're not reliant upon giant corporation to make sure your shit's up and running. That's my take, at least.
I think I saw something from the people who made LibreOffice. I'm gonna see if they have a notes app.
Thing to keep in mind is that we're also looking for something cloud-based. So while you could make notes, it's like making a Microsoft Word document. Where are you going to send that after you type it, right? At the end of the day, Obsidian and Excel, they're just text files. You just open them in a different format. So you have to have something that can be updated on at the same time, or you can upload and take down documents almost instantaneously. So the Notes app itself doesn't matter. You can type in LibreWord or Microsoft Office or even the Notes app and send it. The issue is, can I pull this down and copy paste into whatever I'm using instantly? That's where Notion and stuff comes into play, or OneNote.
I see. Thing is
Yeah.
that OneNote is one of the options because Microsoft and their select security and they're using AI to write their code, and so far it hasn't been going on very well. So I've been worried about the products recently.
I get where you're coming from. The neat thing about that is you can use something like OneNote 2016 through like 2020. You can just use one of their older products, cloud sync it with people you share permissions with. And I believe all you need to do that is have just an authentic Windows account. And I don't think any of y'all seem like you're nerdy enough to have your own Linux kit running, but if you are, you can just dual boot. So I think the OneNote would be possible. But at the end of the day, it's whatever Chris is comfortable with. Yeah, he's in a call still, but no, your ideas aren't bad. I just don't think that they are like what we're looking for, because we're looking for more like a group collaboration tool.
I see.
Yeah, yeah. Obsidian was scary, dude. I was like, wow, there's like bubble charts. I'm like, damn.
I mean, I haven't used it in a long time because I tried to use it for when I tried to study for the Cisco Certified Network Associate, which I gave up for a while because it's getting expensive.
A
What
CCNA or CISA?
CCNA?
So CCNA, did you end up getting it?
No, just wait. That not right now. It's just too hard. It when I use my brain trying to learn that thing, it burns out of calories and I get very hungry, so I don't do it.
Did you go and try like Security Plus or Networking Plus?
No, I'm trying. The simplest thing I'm trying right now is the AC 900. And for some reason, that seems easier than the CCNA. I don't know why. What the
Do you have
CCNA?
any certifications currently?
The only one I had was from 3 years ago in the vocational school, which is NetAcad, but that's expired, as you can see.
I see. I would look to getting like Application Plus first. It's very easy, but it's better than having nothing. And then you can study for CCNA while you get that.
How much for the test for Application Plus?
It's with CompTIA, so probably like fuck. I can look it up for you here. 1 second. I know I took Security Plus. Nothing's like a few $100 with the company. I was at the time bankrolled that. Location plus test cost. The market's also dog shit for
Check,
stuff like
I know.
this. Yeah, no, because I was trying, and it's like that's why I'm glad I'm just gonna be traveling to do research for some of my studies, because I was applying for tech jobs. I got one offer. They offered me 115,000. The thing is, I was like 5 months out from when I could work, so it's like they're like, we need you in the next 30 days, and I was like, damn, you guys can't read. Now I feel bad because I'm missing a 6-figure job. Okay, so to looks like $253 for one. How much does exam voucher only? Let's see. So if you go by now. Okay, so it's $265 if you just want to take the test.
Yikes! And the AZ Plus, it costs $50 for my region in the world. So
Well, where are you? Where are you at in the world?
Jamaica.
Jamaica. So let's see if I can set this to. Okay, I'll set it to Jamaica. I'll see if the price changes. So if I go to Jamaica, it's 100. It's 29. It's almost 30,000 Jamaican dollars, or 186 US dollars. So it's still pretty expensive for you. The thing is, it's a globally recognized certification, so it will go further in America. But at that point, you should just study up and get Security Plus, because that's sort of the highest of them before you start specializing with that CCNA.
And Security Plus is how much? Let me see.
It'd probably be similar, honestly. Certifications. Security Plus.
425 US dollars.
In Jamaica, it says it's 300.
Yeah, I'll do the AZ Plus when I on
Okay.
my feet again because after the storm, hurricane, everything. I'm on survival mode right now, and
No worries. I'm just glad you're okay, man. Take the time you need to. Like,
yeah.
work is important, but it's mostly for the money. Don't slave away your life.
I mean, I'm already slaving away my life, but for $3 per hour. But that's enough about that. So, back to the Notion thing. So we need something app that what we can collaborate and has a good and secure
Notion's pretty secure, I think.
Yep. We can't move
I'm-
from Notion, to be honest. It's just there's no point. You'd spend time trying to figure out how to get the best thing going possible. I've already figured that out with somebody else and somebody else and somebody else. So there's no point in moving from Notion.
Yeah, I say unless you have like a gigantic group, like
Yeah, unless
100 plus people,
yeah,
then it's
scale.
like, well, yeah, scale. So if you're fine with Notion, then let's just set up a Notion. It sounds like you already have one set up, so let's just use that going forward with the people you select. Makes more sense.
Not the people that I select, people who last.
That's fair.
So I don't the glory of being like a hard worker or whatever. You never have to fire anybody. They fire themselves.
Yeah, it's just a commitment thing. Alrighty, well, it has been a pleasure, gentlemen, but the gym calls for me in like 4.5 hours. I started going in the mornings, and it makes afternoons way better because you don't got to go, fuck, it's rush hour. And the New Year's crowd, I want to bully and be like, dude, you're going to give up in a month. Just give up now and give me the squat rack. But unfortunately,
the
I'm a
recidivist
little
and
too
break.
nice to do that. You say exactly. You do what you need to. Anyways,
We'll
Kuro,
touch
if you want,
bases on the
yeah.
database thing because you're like I said,
The database.
I already figured out. I feel like I figured it out early on. I've done it so many times. You're the manager type, so
have some more stuff I
manager
can talk about
logistics.
previous experiences if you
Yep.
want to hop in a private call at some point. But yeah, I'll leave that up to that. You know where to find me. All right, have a good night, y'all.
Peace, peace.
You
Safe.
have a good night.
Later. Night.
Lockie, you probably have heard the least of what's been talked about so far. I think both of you. Well,
Yeah,
you,
but I
you
didn't
for
really
sure.
understand like the pretext.
Right. To riff off of what has been discussed so far, I should just repeat this thing again. Give me a second. Not that. Let me send you this text. Let me just send you this text. I want you to read this and tell me what you think.
Okay.
Things are happening in my life, so I have to fucking split my brain further apart now. I can't just say this off to you. I would love to just. I need to get better. I'm gonna have a new job soon where I do call center type beat shit. But it's gonna be from home, and I'm gonna funnel that money into the content house if I am allowed to do so in a comprehensive way. So I need a lot of time. Or should I say I need a lot of preparation for better time management. That's going to come in the form of earning more money, number one, and number two, everything that I sent you is the reason why. I need to be articulate with my decision making from this point
Right.
forward.
Let's see. Okay.
I feel like you read this before, but you can look at it again.
Yeah, I'm currently scanning it right now. Yeah, so basically it's more than just it's more than just a video and internship. It's more like it's like how you said, like an online content house where we like grow together as like as a skill set community. Basically, like trying to like cultivate more than just anime related content in like a YouTube page, as I was led to believe.
Essentially, I was talking to the other guy in the chat though.
Okay.
In terms
Yes,
of,
I'm looking
I
at
sent him the message as
I'm
well.
looking at it right now. All right.
Just to send, I'm going to send this to you as well, Damon. Just
Sure.
so you have something to read. Like, you know, you can consolidate this conversation more comprehensively with this text. I spent a lot of time trying to get that set up properly, the wording properly, so it's easy to understand. Because it's the idea of an online content house is pretty, you know, crazy for a lot of people.
Right.
All right. So I get the gist of what's going on, crew, with this text you sent me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, oh, hello.
Welcome back. Unless somebody else came in here. But
Yeah.
I don't know if I was supposed to join.
That's up to you, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm high at the
To
moment.
branch
So
off of and try to like expand off of whatever we're learning.
Expand off whatever. That is
you were
that is the
talking to
most
me?
that is the most layman way to put it, I suppose. But
I mean, in summation, it's just like it's a content house where everybody collaborates together on each other's projects, just helping each other learn whatever the others know, and to not so much like a job. It's more so like, hey, like this guy's got this idea, he needs some help with that. This other guy's got an idea, and he needs some help with that, and everybody's just going back and forth, just helping each other with stuff.
while earning a living that is divorced from a primary vocation.
Yeah. So we basically we grow along the way while we learn from each other.
But
As I'm seeing.
basically something our own way. What did you say?
Now we learn along the way
Okay.
while we learn from each other and tell each other our ideas and see if it works.
Okay, I believe I understand.
I mean,
It's not more understand.
for me personally, I don't think this is like the right fit for me because I thought it was just like, hey, like, you know, like I thought it was just like a thing where like you like had the idea and you were like, hey, I just need somebody to just actuate this, like just put this plan into motion.
Have you ever
Like
seen
I'm
my
not much
editing?
of a.
Have you seen any of my editing?
I saw some of it, yeah, like T Fox or well, he goes by Once nowadays. Like he's shown me some of your stuff. It was like it's like dubbing like some animation and like clipping it together in a way where you kind of sort of make it into a whole new transformative animation.
Yeah, it's very.
So what do you think that's different about that compared to what you just read earlier?
No, like what I think was well, basically like the difference being is that like I thought you just needed somebody to just do that for you, where you're just like, hey, I got like a bunch of ideas that I want to do, but you know, you just being one guy, you don't have all the time in the world, so you just need somebody to help you out with that. Whereas this, what I see in the text is like, it requires everybody to be an idea person. And me personally, I'm not so much of an idea guy. Like when I was doing like the whole YouTube thing, it was just mostly just like gameplay crap and streaming and just stream clips. It's like that kind of thing doesn't really help grow anything. I've come to realize you have to be like somebody who makes other things, and then you know, that's what gets people's attention. Not just like gameplay videos. It's like actual shit, like animations or like tutorials or like something entertaining that gives people that people perceive value in, something that gives them that puts a smile on their face and is like, hey, this thing is cool and stuff like that. And I just lack that in general.
Well, how did you know to come to me?
Freaking what was it? Like freaking well, I was just on the server because Once is on here.
You saw
like,
the announcement though, right?
Hmm?
You saw the announcement though, right?
Yeah, it was just like a public thing. It was like
Yeah.
it just rung up on, it just rings up on like
Wait,
my
hold
phone
on.
and everything.
What's the
whenever you do,
discrepancy
like,
between the announcement and this? If I'm telling you in the initial announcement that you're going to be taught these things,
wait, what?
I'll teach you is the second sentence or third sentence in the announcement post.
Wait. In wait, which post?
I just sent the text to you. Look at the third sentence.
Right, recruit. Right. Pay. I'll teach you until you. I thought that was more so just like the technical stuff, like how to use DaVinci.
You don't think
and
coming
stuff,
what that
and
is technical?
That's a. Sorry, I'm like just completely zoned out right now. I'm like tired as hell.
You're fine.
Like, yeah.
I'm not trying to press you right now. I'm trying to make sure that I'm being concise. I'm being
Coming off this-
transparent, that the information that I'm providing isn't confusing. So I can work out the kinks and make it less confusing.
No, it's not so much. It was just confusion on my part. I'm sorry, buddy. Like it was just me. Like I saw this and it was like, hey, I'm recruiting apprentice video editor. Like I think that would be like the biggest freaking confusion right there, where it's like you're specifically saying point blank, recruiting apprentice video editor instead of like building a team. Like you're trying to build a team here where it's like, hey, everybody has like a say in what's going to be happening. Everybody needs to be an idea person, and we're all going to work together to bring our own individual projects to life, basically. Versus recruiting apprentice video editor, there that just says like, hey, I got some ideas. I need people to help me out with that because I don't have time to do all of it by myself. You know.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so sorry for taking up your time. Thank you for having me, by the way. So I'm just gonna mosey on over to bed because I got work tomorrow.
Okay.
All right.
I just wanted to clarify something. These
Yeah, go ahead.
these two things are the same thing. And like I said, it's just worded. It's just not worded good enough, and that's fine. That's just the nature of writing.
Right.
But what you expected is what you're going to get. You're not being expected to work with people if you want to just have it be me and you. That's not an expectation. That's just the content house in itself.
Right.
What's being discussed in this additional content house thing is the fact that it's bound to it. It's intertwined. These two things are intertwined because nobody in the content house isn't an apprentice. You know, everybody is there. They're not better than me at anything for the most part. So I'm teaching them actively as well. You know, this content house thing is, you're not being told to come up with ideas. You're not being told that you have to work with people. That's just the structure of it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be teaching you how to work in the content house. I'm going to be teaching you how to make videos that you provided materials for, I suppose, because you are a VTuber, that kind of stuff.
Right.
So you already have some experience in some sense.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm making this as simple as possible. I just think that the information that you're gleaning from what I sent you is there's just a disparity between what I'm trying to do versus what you think I'm
Yeah.
trying to do.
Yeah. The like I got confused like in the I got confused somewhere along the line about that.
All right. So yeah, I just want to say just to clarify one more time, what you wanted, if you were interested in it because you thought it was what it was, that hasn't changed. It's just that this additional thing that's been added onto it is something that also exists, and giving you those details for this thing that exists, the content house thing, it gives you a better overview for what you should expect, because basically you're going to be editing. That's why this also mentions editing. You're going to be mentioning, you're going to be working with anime, which is why this also mentions anime. And you're going to be working with me, which is why it mentions collaborators. So,
right.
Well, Kuro, the only time I would be available if I have internet access. So for the internet access thing now, how would I figure that out? Is that I would have to leave my house most of the time, because I think you're aware of what's going on in my country, right? Well, with the shortages situation, right?
No.
With the hurricane destroying more stuff and causing certain things to be down for the time being.
I
Are you
forgot.
aware of it? Well, it's reminding you that some parts of my island are down. The internet has came back at my home. However, I'm not on top of paying my bills right now, so the only way I can access the internet like most of the times, if the internet at home is get disconnected, is me coming out of my house and going on the road and using it at fast food places like Starbucks or Wendy's, where nearby where I live. So I'll just do that. If you don't see me most of the time when it's important, I'll give you a message to tell you that I'm coming soon, and I'll be online soon because I'm trying to walk or take a taxi to go to the place to have internet access. But if I get through everything here and I collaborate and everything, then I'll try my best to see. Like, I'm not gonna make promises, but I'll try my best to see how much I can be online to be a part of this.
That's fine.
Yeah. As long as you understand that, what's going on. So that you know.
Yep. I've been silent here and there because my brother's been calling my phone constantly since he got out of a mental institution just now or whatever. So he's trying to figure out where to go next.
I see.
So he's homeless, number one. But
Jesus.
Yep.
Well, is he living in his car, right? Does he have a vehicle that he's
a felon?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, so don't want to go into your business that much, Kuro, but
He is what's the word? Estranged from the family, so he cannot come with us in any way, shape, or form. There's a reason why he's a felon. I'm just telling you that when you talk about your situation with the hurricane, just be glad that it's one and not a series of hurricanes every single day in your mind
trust me,
that prevents you from thinking properly because you're basically schizophrenic or whatever.
I'm just afraid because most of the time because I'm schizophrenic.
No, he's actually schizophrenic.
Oh, I see. So it did, and he's just on the street and no one like, whoa, that's. So you're trying to see if you can build him up back, crew, like do
I don't have any
something.
money. There's nothing I can do for him. All I can do is help my mom go to sleep at night since it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
How did you get to be so wise
I just haven't died yet.
and handsome, might I add?
I care a lot less about that than having money because that's the sexiest thing alive.
Just don't do anything stupid.
I'm not schizophrenic.
I think, yeah,
Um,
just don't
I'm not
do
the
it.
schizophrenic one.
Who said you were schizophrenic?
You just got back, so you have no idea what's been talked about.
No. I've been like here and there, or I've been editing, but
Well, that's the reason why I wouldn't, throw stones or whatever.
yeah. No, but who actually said you were schizophrenic?
Did you hear the part about my brother calling me constantly?
Oh, I see. I thought it was someone in here. I was like, who's calling you that?
Yeah, it was his brother, and that's was schizophrenic, and he's a felon, so felon. Um, yeah, so
Damn, the car behind her looks fucking sick. They're in Denny's right now.
wait,
I
Kuro,
guess.
Kuro, if I might ask, are we going to use AI in the process?
I'm a little peeved by that question because it says it in the post. I think it's the last sentence.
Just trying to remember because I have to look back at that again because just woke up everything. But let me see.
I'm sending it to you again.
Yeah.
Anyways, so like I said,
Yeah, see, I see.
Start where you start. The same way that my brother is not able to contact me constantly because he doesn't have Wi-Fi. I understand it. I've been there, done that.
I see. People, that because you see them online, as we all understand now, it's that they have easy access to the internet. Like when you're, I don't know, having internet unless you're not going to the library. I mean, if you have a library, then yeah, you can have access to the internet, but
Library at
just,
2, almost 3 in the morning is not the same place though. People really do wonder why you're at a certain facility at 3 o'clock in the morning, and you're
Yeah.
African American or African of any variant.
Yeah, it's.
You get a lot more scary at night when you're black.
Just tell me about it.
Well, it's different in America because there's a lot less of us here.
But like is it very bad in the southern states? Like because crime and all.
There's a reason why we're a minority. Even in our own minority places, there's still other people like us. Either they're white trash or Indian trash or other variations, and nobody, just simply put, and nobody is more scared of black people than black people themselves. And we're still the minority, like I already said. So yeah, nobody. If you already have schizophrenic thoughts, tendencies, emotions, etc., you don't just look like a criminal. You act like one and move like one as well.
I mean, I was watching a video recently about the hood lifestyle is going away. I was like, I don't know about the hood lifestyle going away from the black community, but if you're in a video saying that much of the black community is learning from its mistakes, I'm not seeing that happening where I'm living. People are still beating their kids and giving their kids trauma here, which annoys me, angers me because they're like saying, "Oh, beating your kids is gonna make them learn," etc., etc. And it angers me because I don't want to see the new generation living the trauma like I did, or anyone else in our generation. But I don't know about us healing right now. Yeah, sure. Some are waking up and realize the street thing is not. It's not good. It's not great, and it's better to focus on your studies and stuff. Some are still doing it. like you know the YN pandemic. Is the YN pandemic prevalent where you are, Kuro?
It sounds like you just use some pop culture slang, and I'm not I don't think I follow.
All
Why?
right. Sorry. Sorry. I'm just gonna.
You can pop out,
Just
yeah.
gonna bounce.
If you
Sorry. Good night,
whenever
guys.
you, yeah.
It's the YN thing, basically the young nigga thing, the hood thing, that if you're aware of it.
Just to bow tie the conversation in general, this is why I work all day. I don't have the sort of time to work with people who are self-destructive in general. That's why he is estranged, my brother, because he is he doesn't make good decisions and he seems to enjoy that. He's not a young nigga, he's just a nigga. So it's not really a young people problem. It's a self-imposed
So
sickness issue.
so basically he just embraces. He's not young. He is very old, and he's still embracing that behavior,
No,
right?
he's not embarrassing. He's dangerous. He's a felon.
Wow. Yeah, he fully he's molded in it. He's gone.
What?
I hope he heals, Crow. I hope he heals mentally. I hope.
The average age for the black man is around 40 years old, so he doesn't have much time to heal. You better get his shit together soon. You
I
can,
hope.
I see what you're saying, but I've lived it my whole life, so I don't have that level of sympathy left for it. It's the same thing over and over again every single year. I'll be back. Taking a call again.
Okay. Good night, girl.
Are you guys still in the middle of talking? The audio kind of just cuts off back and forth.
I'm using my. I don't have external mic. I'm just using my mic on my PC. It's a handheld PC I have, so you might hear some little in and out things there. So yeah, I'm using that. I'm just using a PC where I have to, use this mic. If you understand. Can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you. I'm just on the phone with the person that I was just talking about.
No,
So give me a second.
it was the other guy I was asking about my mic. It's like he's mute.
Hold on, let me say it again. I'm talking to my brother, so give me a second.
And that's you, girl, that's you.
All right, I'm back.
Okay.
Blockade? Right, okay. Are you here to work? Chromium?
Huh? Yeah.
Which
I'm
question
here.
are
What
you
is?
answering?
I'm. Sorry. I was waiting on you. It's just the audio was out. What you were saying?
Which question did you hear me ask you?
No, I didn't hear it properly. This
Are you
audio.
here
The
to
audio.
work?
Yes. I am here to work and to collaborate,
Right now?
as you said. Yeah.
Okay.
If it's needed to be done, then yeah. I have to go to work soon. I have to go to
How
work.
soon is soon?
It's 2:40 right now.
AM?
AM, yeah, and I have to go to work by 7 o'clock. Be at work
That's
by
7
7 because
AM.
my 7 AM, yes, because my shift starts 7. But you know, I'll go ahead because I went to bed. I went to bed early, so I woke up 12 o'clock in the morning. So
Mm-hmm.
I went at 8. I went to bed at 8 o'clock, so I never woke up at around. So I don't feel too sleepy.
Okay.
But is it where you're wanting to do? Go ahead right now, and I have to stay up until.
You don't have to stay up if you don't want to. That's why I asked you the question.
Well,
I'm not here to
yeah.
force anybody to do anything. That's not the kind of employer anybody can be for the most part. So let's be realistic.
Thanks for thanks, crew. But okay. Yeah, I'm here to work. But all right. So what I should have been doing right now, or should we discuss in my time? Um, my currently my job has 2 shifts. If I come at 7 o'clock in the morning, I leave at 4. If I take the taxi, I reach by 5 or before 5. Depends on how long the traffic is and how long before I get taxi on the road to come to my job, where my current it's my home. I'm saying. So that's what's going on right now. So after that, if I don't have internet at my home, rather than coming to home, I'll just go to Starbucks with my PC. Internet might be disconnected soon because they sent a message to my phone saying I owe 6,000 Jamaican dollars, 6,800 Jamaican dollars, and they might disconnect soon. So I don't know when they're going to disconnect it. But for a time being, where it's here, I'll go ahead and use the command line and join and just do what needs to be done and collaborate.
Okay.
So you're basically you're currently working right now in the morning, right?
Excuse me?
You're currently working, doing video editing right now while you're talking to us, right? If you don't mind me asking.
Yeah, I've been doing that for the past 7 hours.
But be careful, crew. You have to sleep,
I sleep
'cause
more than you.
yeah, it's cool. It's close. So I'm okay. I'm thankful that you're sleeping at when the times. He's right. You- My grandmother always told me that you have to sleep. So yeah. But I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity for using
Don't
me
glaze me
to
too
be.
hard. I'm live streaming. So I just need to know what you want to do right now because you mentioned a lot, but I didn't hear any like times and intentions. I know you said you are here to work, but I need to hear like what it is
Yes,
that you're willing to do, and like I'm gonna leave at X time because this is when I go off to go do everything. I'm not trying to be mean. I don't need to know about what you have to do. I just need to know when you're not here anymore, which is if you say 4, that's 2 hours from now. An hour from now is 3 o'clock right now, actually, basically. So, yeah, I need the immediate logistics. The immediate logistics means that if you're going to be out at 4, this is what I'm going to set up for you to do until 4.
I see.
So just take some time to think about that so I can figure out what I can get you to do. Just to confirm.
All right. So okay. Is it something where after I can go ahead and read until that time? Read like do some research or such stuff.
I just need to know how much time you have because you said I'm going to go to work at 7. You're not telling me with certainty that you plan to be up until 7 and then you're going to work. You're not
Oh yeah.
telling me that you're gonna, with certainty, go to work at 7 but stop working with me until 4 so you can have your daughter. I need to know something specific so I can know what to give you to do.
Oh. Oh, right. My bad for not reading it into this well. Yeah, I might not be up because I might fall asleep until that time. So that's you know from now. Sorry for that.
No, you're fine. You're just thinking out loud. I just need an answer, which is like, what, how much time do you have right now?
It's 2:45 a.m. right now. So it's 3, 4, 5 is when I started to work or I started to get prepared. So I have about 2 hours 14 minutes left.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure because 5 o'clock is the time when I start to prepare to go to work. Iron, press my clothes, and you know, all of that. So it's currently 2:46 a.m. right on my time. And I have 2 hours and 14 minutes left.
So you're saying you get ready for work at 5?
Yeah.
So you're saying you're going to stay up all night?
There's no guarantee I'll stay up all night. I might fall asleep.
That's kind of what you said though, because you're not like. That's why I said, how much time do you actually have? I don't want to know about a possibility. I want to know about it. It'd be weird for you to just collapse on me like that.
No, I can't do anything right now. Don't want to do it, and you know, I just collapse. So it's better I sleep. It's better I sleep right for the time being, because you know.
Speak louder. Start from the beginning.
It's better I don't do anything right. I don't do anything in the morning right now. It's going to. I'll be collapsing, because I want the energy to be at work.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Time for bed then. I'll talk to you later.
yeah. I'll I'll be I might be rather than run on internet, but I'll fall asleep soon.
Mhm.
As you know. Like I said, as you understand that it do work. But can I after work, right? After like when I come home from work, I can join, right? I can come on, start, right? You can give me a task to do and I learn, right? When I come from work this evening.
If we're in the VC.
Yeah, if you're in the VC.
If we are in the VC.
I see. But if by chance you're not in the VC, can you give me something to like go ahead and research, or if sometimes to learn like software or something?
You're gonna have to learn from the horse's mouth himself. I don't want you to look up anything right now because you haven't started learning how to even look up anything.
I see. Well, if you're in a VC, I'll join, as you said.
You should be in the VC before I get here. That way I know you're there.
All right, I see. Well, thank you very much, Kuro, and thanks for giving me the opportunity. I will try my best not to. Yes, there should be. I know it's all said shouldn't be promises or anything, but I'll try my best. I will. Well,
Gotcha.
Good night. Good night.
Peace, peace. Chita.
I guess that leaves us.
When did you get back?
I kind of just been here the whole time. I've been trying to piece together what you guys been saying, but the audio just kept cutting off.
What's your ping right now?
I have no idea how to check that, honestly.
What are you on? What device are you using to be in this
Phone.
Discord call? Your phone?
Phone. Yeah.
I have to look up how to do it on the phone. Nope, nope, that's wrong. This is wrong. Editing class. I'm not gonna do it that way. Let me just literally go look it up. How to check Discord ping on mobile. Check Discord ping latency on Discord mobile. Tap the green voice connected text to see details. Like, what? Give me a video. You probably can't do it on mobile. How to check ping on mobile phone? Which ping?
Hey guys, Trevor here. And in this video, I'm going to.
No, that's not Discord. You probably can't do it on mobile then. Where are you? Are you in America? Lucky.
Yeah.
East Coast, West Coast?
East Coast.
We shouldn't be having any problems then. We're in the same time zone.
Well, I mean, it's a lot better now. Maybe because everyone's been leaving.
The internet connection is tied to one person's account. So it shouldn't be influenced by people being in here like that. So basically, let me see what I've already sent you so far.
Yep.
Yeah, you've read what I sent you earlier, right?
Yeah, I have.
I don't think I heard your thoughts on it yet.
I'm fine. I'm fine with it. I mean, I think you mentioned it before. It's like, what we were expecting to get from the internship. It's still going to be there, but it's just going to be a little. There's just going to be an extra more opportunity or commitment with the online content house, where we essentially be our own. Like, we're essentially going to be given our own team of editors in due time. I'm guessing once we've gotten enough training.
No, we all are the editors. We are the team.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, but essentially, yeah, we're just going to be a collaboration group, and we're just going to be like passing ideas with each other, and just kind of like I guess cultivate a sort of content hub where it won't just be like anime specific, but like any sort of like good idea. Like, I mean, yeah, you think you can clarify that a bit more? Is there any like kind of aspect you wanted to branch out to?
What about you?
Well, mainly I was mostly focused on the video editing aspect, because I thought that was all there is to it. But I mean, it's not like I'm opposed to like learning any more skill sets or developing any sort of like entrepreneurial mindsets that could be useful for me.
Yeah. There is nothing off the table, which is to say that for the most part, the content house moves, waxes and wanes based off of the largest head in the content house. Since I am the largest content creator in the entire group, then it makes sense that we probably focus on anime mostly if nobody else is putting in the same time that I'm putting in. It ends up being a thing where I end up inadvertently monopolizing the entire group because nobody else is coming up with any videos to make. That's not a consequence of my ability to be so much larger as it is nobody else wants to be as big. And that's fine. you will be delegated to just doing a bunch of editing and not coming up with any ideas if you don't come up with any ideas or want to edit for
Right.
your own sake or do anything creatively for your own sake or do anything like managing your own channels, Twitter accounts, et cetera, for your own sake.
But you're
So
saying it's like a possibility if we do have any ideas that come to mind.
yeah, it's like I said, by you saying to yourself when you read it, your interpretation was that everyone will be giving their own team to create their own content. This is the reverse of the situation. It is that everyone is going to work on everyone's projects as an open thing. If number one, what wasn't stated is that people would show up with a schedule that is set in place, like some sort of actual, job. That's why it says early on, I'm not looking for employers. So I'm trying to diminish or dismiss the ideas that make you think like this, make you think about the space as if it's going to be a job where everybody has a set schedule and shows up and is forced to work on everybody else's projects. So that's not the way that I wanted to have it being interpreted or phrased.
Okay. So like it's like it has like a lot more flexibility to it, and it doesn't make it seem like much of like a chore. Is that how you're trying to put it?
Right.
Okay.
I'm curious as to why you read it as if what you the chore aspect was actually a thing. The reason why I'm asking is
No,
because I need
that's
to revise the text to make sure that people
no. It's
don't keep
just like
falling into those interpretations.
I guess that's just how it is when people like initially see job, they're probably we're in the mindset that like once we try to apply for something, we try to like put forth our best self and feel like the need to like understand everything, every kind of aspect qualification that needs to be met. But I don't know. I guess I didn't know it was like a bit more like, casual than that, rather than just being like, oh, we're just going to be following a strict scheduling, deadlines, meetups, stuff like that. That's kind of like how it always interprets whenever you see keywords. Like people usually skim through like descriptions like that and try to find things that are going to like set off some flags. Like job will do that. It will just kind of seem like or internship even just kind of give you an impression of, okay, they're probably gonna have certain guidelines for me to follow. I'm probably gonna have to arrange my scheduling, whatnot. But now that you clarified for me, like this, it makes more sense. But it's not. It made more sense when you put it in words, but not in the text.
Okay. So I suppose all I have to say at this point is, when can you start? I suppose.
Let's see. As soon as possible, really. I mean, I have a lot of free time since I only have part-time work on the weekends.
Okay.
I do have obligations around the house, but they don't. I don't think they'll take up too much of my time.
Okay. So as soon as possible, I've been working this entire time, by the way. As soon as possible would be like in the next minute for me. So if you could clarify a bit more what you mean by as soon
Sure.
as possible, that would be great.
Let's see. Today's Friday, right?
At 3:00 in the morning for me, yes, and for you
Yeah.
too, since you're East Coast.
Yep. So let's see. I have an obligation at 10 a.m. Definitely want to get some sleep. You think I can start around noon?
Oh shit. Give me a second. Yes, I think that's completely fine. What I need you to do is message me at noon.
Okay.
And be willing to appear in VC like this again.
That's fine.
Okay.
As long as like I don't know, my parents don't message me out of the blue needing me for something, I should be all set.
Okay. Oof, can you hear me? Mic working?
Yeah.
Okay. Just read over that. You read the first paragraph already before, but just to see these things more succinctly, just look at that again. And then the following paragraphs, and then tell me what you think.
So is that all you're gonna need from me tonight?
Yes, that is, you're dismissed. We can discuss
Okay,
more
thank
later.
you.
We can get to work. We can blah blah blah, all the good stuff.
Right. Okay, then I'll see you at noon.
All right. Take care. Be
Have a good
safe.
night.
You too.
You too.
So it seems like your idea is that you're going to be able to create like a content creation community revolving around not anime related. Wow, that's ambitious. Okay, I see it.
What part about it do you think is ambitious?
Scaling up.
This
Being able
scale,
to,
or just the
yeah,
thing itself?
the scale.
Okay.
I think the scaling is going to be the more ambitious part. I mean, like making like a community of like content creators to make these projects. I think that's pretty cool. Scaling up is going to be. I might not. The issue is that if we're gonna like hire people off of like Discord, I imagine.
I appreciate the
I guess
criticism.
professionally it'll be hard to scale. Yeah, but
It's
that's most of it.
It's what's the word? Mercenarydom. That's not really a word. Mercenarydom. I'm looking for whatever I can get, and I'll see people drop off like five. That's why the fourth sentence in the first
Oh.
paragraph says until you quit, and I'm not gonna fire anybody.
Oh,
That's why
that's cool.
people don't understand this simple part about scaling. You can actually just hire people infinitely. This is why the recidivism rate and the what is it called, turnover rate for a lot of employment, McDonald's being the base example, they can just hire actively because you will never not see a McDonald's on the corner of the street somewhere, and they'll just make
Right.
more and more and more as time goes on. It's,
Right.
when one restaurant shuts down, guess what may pop up instead? A McDonald's probably.
Yeah.
So as long as they can dominate people's periphery, they can keep recruiting new people, and they will scale infinitely. That's precisely why the content creation part of itself needs to be more robust, and that's been secured already. I'm not as old as McDonald's, but I've been around for a very long time, a lot longer than I think I let on. So the ambition isn't really tied to me per se. It's as much as it is seeing how long people can last with me. Until I drop dead, I'm just gonna keep growing basically, because I'm not like I'm not driven. I'm enslaved. I'm gonna move forward no matter what. It's not really up to me anymore. I've kind of drawn into it. I'm kind of possessed.
I see it. I see it.
Okay, so I think you get the gist of it. I think you do at least. What do you think you need to know in order to start?
Mainly like I don't know what the term is, but basically like the stack. Basically like just the workflow. Like how exactly am I going to like pipe this one video to like other people maybe, or like how a video, basically just how the video is going to be produced from beginning to end. And that's the main thing I need to understand. And after that, video editing training.
All these things are a given.
Yes.
I need to know, what is your question for how you would get started in terms of like, what do you need from me to help you get started like as soon as possible? Because everything that you think you need to do is what you're going to be taught. So that's not really a lot of brain power. I'm thinking about time commitments. I'm thinking about what are the issues that you're going to face that cause you to accept that kind of stuff. The logistics that pertain more so to you than they do to me.
Oh, I'm not actually too concerned about all of that. I never actually came in with any questions about that. I assumed that I was gonna like, work it's like 2 hours a day, maybe on weekdays, get taught the video editing process, the production process, and I imagine that's the time commitment that I'd be doing over the next few weeks until what you said, February, I believe.
Yeah. And
I didn't really think much further than that. I thought that was a pretty solid plan.
Okay. So, do you think you would start today or tomorrow? Is the question, I guess, that I want to ask next.
Tomorrow.
Today is Friday. Tomorrow is Saturday.
I was gonna start on the 11th. Well, at least I told you that.
I think you said that in the message, right?
Yeah, because I have a flight tomorrow.
You're fine. I just wanted to.
That.
I'm pretty much just resetting everything constantly since I got bogged down by the 20 messages. So yeah.
Okay,
and I'm also editing right now as well. So.
Yeah, I heard.
But
why tomorrow or today?
Let me put this on my calendar.
Okay.
On the 11th. Do you know? What is your time zone? You know about what time?
Well, I will be in EST by the time it's the 11th. So.
Okay. Well, around
EST.
what time? Can I expect you?
Around 11. Anytime, really, on Sunday.
Okay.
I'm literally free all day that day. If I had to pick one, I guess, I don't know, 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m., anything, and that would be nice, but it doesn't really matter.
Okay. I think that's basically just it. I kind of want to just. I feel like I always have to do this thing now where I can't just send people text and then talk to them in text because there's just so much information being lost. Even if you make things as concise as possible in text, it's just a lot of yeah. A lot of people actually just do this thing, but I watch them when they do it because I've been online for so long that I can tell when there's tension even in text. But it's still hard to parse. So I'm way better at it when I can at least hear somebody's voice, hesitation, tone, etc., etc. So like I just had a guy who was in here earlier who basically after I served him up that second set of paragraphs, he completely got overwhelmed when it was there, obvious to me at least. So I had to clarify something because it shouldn't have been overwhelming. The reason why he thought it was overwhelming is because he missed the entire first posting. He didn't miss it, he forgot it. In his brain, it kind of just shut down. He saw the second set of paragraphs and he immediately just cashed out on the other paragraph. The second set of paragraphs looks intimidating if you don't watch the first one, if you don't read through the first one properly. Because it implies the only other ones, the other paragraphs imply that I'm not going to teach you. I'm going to just throw you a fucking team of editors and you're going to do everything yourself. That's what that other one implies if you don't look at the first one, I suppose.
Right.
But yeah. So that's kind of it. I just thank you for coming in to speak, giving me the time of your day, and I hope to see you on a Sunday.
All right. Wait, will you be just simply DMing the time on Sunday, or?
I'm also free all Sunday. I am free until probably February. Probably. Okay. The reason why I said February is when I would start paying is because I would assume that since I probably start 2 different jobs on top of my YouTube job, next week I'm going to get extremely busy during that course. I'm extremely busy right now. And then in February, I'm going to proceed to the background a bit, hoping that most of what I taught people over the next 2 weeks or so is sufficient enough to start getting the ball rolling fairly quickly come February.
Yeah, all right. Then yeah, thank you for having me.
Yes, sir.
Bye.
Peace. This is not Jesus. The messages are kind of schizophrenic. I'm not really sure what you're doing right now. Trump being formally independent is almost entirely irrelevant to what he's doing right now. Yeah. So I think that's it for now. I'm gonna go to my friend's VC.
Things over, and they finally, but I only get to use it. The more likely reason is because Durin won't touch a drop of alcohol. Mondstadt's alcoholic drinks are a bit.
There's no need to force it. Who says you have to drink?
Yeah, it's just. I'd really like to make some, but that's why I started learning how to play.
Exactly.
I'm getting a quest I wasn't supposed to get. The fuck?
Did you get a I can't talk. Did you get a new mic, Ramon?
No.
Oh, that shit is open as fuck for some reason.
Is it?
I never heard your TV before like this. Well, since Xbox Live days.
Oh, yeah. For some reason, the noise suppression is on. I don't know. Yeah, sometimes Discord turns my noise suppression off. I don't know. Maybe just locked into my shit. I can't. I don't know.
The first thing I thought about was that you were not even in your own house. That you were somewhere else probably. It's the first thing I thought about. Contextually, for some reason, I don't think I'm weird for this, but I just thought about what would happen if you if your father passed away, so you would just go live with your mom. So I immediately jumped to that.
It'd pretty much be impossible. Not enough room over there. I would die.
This thing is still frozen. Do you like trees? I think so. I like the shape of trees.
One more time.
I certainly like the practicality of trees. If they don't exist, we don't.
Does this count as defeating enemies? It probably does not. Sure as fuck don't. Alright, Star Rail dailies are done. We're gonna close the game.
Must even the Dragonborn, sanctified by the power of benediction, succumb.
Yeah, I don't know why it's coming through like that.
In general, you sound a bit different. I guess it's the fan, but that shouldn't be it.
That was quick. That was. How many people did you interview?
20.
20?
That wasn't quick.
Yeah,
You were in and out, so you don't have a good sense of time.
I counted 10. I was like, huh. Dude, I need Fraud Watcher to get back so I can ask him about his blood mage.
He never left.
What do you want to know about it?
I don't know. You said ask me about my blood mage. I don't know. I'm asking you.
Well, what do you want to know about it?
I'm asking you. I don't know what to know about it. You got to tell me.
It's a blood mage. I do mage things with blood.
Like, you make people get hard or what?
No, that's like a blood bender type thing.
Isn't a bloodbender a blood mage? What's the difference?
Bloodbenders only bend blood, but blood mages do mage things with blood. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense, actually.
What does mage stuff entail? Like moving blood?
I mean, pretty much everything you can think of, like
Grimoires,
exploding blood,
circles.
moving blood. Yeah, circles, satanic rituals.
So bloodbender.
No, because they don't use blood circles and things like that.
They could.
There's Avatar shit is cheese shit. Magic is fucking witchcraft.
Yeah, Dragon is doesn't possess niggas.
You're never gonna see Katara blow anybody up.
Well, she has morals. Blowing people up is generally considered bad.
Well, that's
and she's
why
a good
when we call
person.
people witches, we saying that they're immoral enough to do it no matter what.
What about the other guy who was a bloodbender, the dude with the mask? He didn't have no morals.
Oh, he wasn't strong enough though.
He was super strong. He could take niggas bending away.
Yeah, but he couldn't explode people.
Oh, you mean the nigga from
I was-
Korra?
I was wondering
Yeah.
if he couldn't explode someone. He probably could if he just didn't train hard enough.
What do they
Dude
call
had
that?
all
The
this talent and
conduit?
didn't train himself. He was able to bloodbend without the moon.
Yeah, he was super broken.
I think if he trained more, he could have exploded people, but he just was like, I'm super talented, I can do this. I don't need train.
Yeah, he peaked at taking people's bending away.
I mean, Korra ain't trained at all.
Yeah, I would have just crippled people. I wouldn't have taken their bending away.
No, he was trying to make a point. You cripple somebody, they can still bend. I mean, Toph was blind.
Yeah, I would just cripple everyone. Then everyone would be in wheelchairs, and I would start like a wheelchair company.
So you're trying to be a capitalist in the Avatar world.
Did they not have capitalism in the Korra?
I mean, they pretty much started going there.
Everything was feudalism before then, so yeah. Technically, it was still in a feudal society, so.
No, I'm just saying, like you gonna cripple everybody.
Yeah, and
but
then I would make wheelchairs, and then I would sell the wheelchairs to the crippled people, and then like some people I would heal, be kind of like what do you call it? What are those like religious people that like tap you in the forehead and they're like you can walk again? Healers.
A lot of them.
Xavier.
But yeah, I would cripple people. I wouldn't take away their bending. I think that's too far.
Yo,
we'll call them con artists.
In the
Like,
next
if you-
dimension.
Like there was that one lady, she had no arms, but she used like water as like her arms. That's cool. Like I wouldn't take away people's bending. I would just take away their ability to walk.
I mean, it was a political statement.
Yeah, my political statement is that everyone should buy my wheelchairs.
Oh, you trying to be Trump? I got you.
Fuck. Yeah, no, I really would. I'd be down to take away people's ability to walk.
Use mine so you can get a discount.
Oh shit.
That's nice of you. Can I ask you something? I don't know, can you?
Sorry, my phone is fucking stuck on the video screen. My bad. How did Korra get? Oh, blood mage. Okay, yeah. So what else can they do? Can they like summon blood shit, like blood creatures?
What, blood mage or blood magic?
Blood mage. Like, what can you do?
Not
'Cause,
blood,
Like,
I'm not sorry, not
you
blood.
you fucking like just blood circles. Like, what does that even mean? Like, you're like do things come out of the circles or what?
Mom got this, bro. It's just made.
I feel like you don't want people to ask you about your blood mage. I'm very interested to learn what you can do. Like, can you summon dragons?
Why would you summon a dragon made out of blood?
I don't know, aura? No fucking, like, why would you summon a dragon made out of fire? Because it's cool as shit.
A dragon's made out of fire?
Like, imagine summoning a dragon made out of fire. That's cool as shit. Like, if you could do that, that's like just like in Avatar, they can bend like a dragon.
What do you do when it rains?
What do you mean? If you're hot enough, it'll just keep burning. What kind of question is that? Like, what can a blood mage do? Like, can you, if you have someone's blood, can you like give them herpes or something, or like make them? I don't know. Like, what can you actually do as a blood mage?
A blood mage would just be a black mage, but uses magic that is more tilting towards blood.
Yeah, just fucking. You're just theming your shit for the sake of the game.
I think you're supposed to use what do they call it? It's
Flavor?
What is the actual term for it? Hemomancy?
Yeah, I wouldn't expect, in some sense, that if a black mage could do necromancy, that they would be able to bring somebody back to life and have them be healthy because they would lack the ability. Maybe. do as well as the blood mage, since they would actually be more concerned with things like hemoglobin.
Would the blood mage bring back a person to full health?
Yeah, you can usually do some type of healing with blood magic.
Oh, okay.
Whereas
So you
black
got-
magic,
got
you
an
don't
hour-
really heal anybody because you're trying to basically move a carcass around.
Gotcha. Okay, so blood mage is healing oriented. It's kind of like water bending in
Or,
blood bending.
or being a light mage. They have blood mages in fucking Royally Default, right? Or that's a red mage, right? Am I thinking about that
That's
right?
red
Ron?
mage.
Red mage. Oh. You know what? I'm just gonna fucking look up this shit. You're not gonna tell me.
He's telling you bit by bit. It's just that your lack of knowledge is helping it not, you know.
Dude, I
Yeah.
was
The,
like,
the question is actually
it-
directed at PoE players, basically.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought this was a D&D thing.
I think blood mage is like pretty self-explanatory.
No,
Well, I didn't. I didn't play the game.
dude, look, sanguine blast. You can shoot blood at people.
Mhm.
That's okay. That's something.
That's very self-explanatory, right?
I guess.
Sanguine is
Just gotta
red.
go home,
Sanguine
man.
is red, right? That's just sanguine does not mean blood. It means red or some shit like that. It's a type of red.
Glyph of hemorrhaging. Oh, you can make people bleed out slowly. Yeah, my bad. I thought that was a D&D thing.
Yep, that makes sense.
That's why I wanted to know.
Oh no.
No, I don't play D&D.
we
Too
tried
many
that.
women.
Oh,
Too many
that's
women.
not what I
There
thought.
was only one. Let me not lie. There was only 2 women that joined the D&D campaign when we played.
Are you
How
sure
did
about
that go?
2?
Yeah, it was Kiki and
Kiki.
Yo, what about the
And,
woman who tried to blow
Mari.
up the town? Mari wasn't there.
Yeah, she was.
No, she wasn't.
Did you teach them
Both.
that
Was
D&D is
Joe
not supposed
playing?
to be played like Skyrim?
Yeah, I'm almost positive Mari was
That's-
playing the. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
Mari.
It
No,
wasn't. It wasn't
It
Mari.
could have been
lie,
Mari.
Some
I'm-
different
You're
black
full
woman.
of it.
I am misconstruing. Wait,
You're talking about Squid, then. I don't.
she was there?
It couldn't have been Mari. Do you want to know why it couldn't have been Mari? Because you would have showed
Mari
up
was-
high.
That's true. Yeah, I got my black girls mixed. I got Cherry mixed up with Mari because I had a D&D campaign with Cherry after and
You're
I
getting
think it was
3
the
different black
Uncle
girls mixed
server.
up. That's kind of insane.
Yeah, you know what they say. All
Booms.
black people look the same.
Do they?
They don't look the
No,
same and
they
they don't
don't,
act
they
the
don't.
same. They are. You're
Absolutely not.
literally just being like misogynist. I don't know how else to put it.
I would have believed you.
Mari is the
Nah,
most
chill.
innocent out of all 3 of those girls, probably.
Did you teach the girls that D&D is not supposed to be played like Skyrim before you guys started?
No,
That's the problem.
I don't think I've ever played Skyrim.
D&D is a game where literally all you do is talk. So naturally, women are bad at it because they don't know what to say 90% of the time. They just fucking yap.
You can
You
give
know.
them a structure and they can yap around that structure. I think you just need to provide them with the structure.
Yeah, I'm not interested in structure. I'm trying to get things done.
You see, Squid shouldn't be at. She shouldn't be bad at D&D because women who are autistic yap about the right things. So I'm not really sure why she I guess it's sometimes women DNA just makes the autistic male genome just kind of recede a little bit, but
I think the problem is when you start a D&D game, you need to have like a session 0 so you can talk about your expectations.
oh, that's the
and-
issue then. She just didn't show up on there for the 0 days.
Yeah, to talk about expectations and how it actually is gonna go.
Yeah, and when she did show up, she kept derailing the fucking plot.
That's what I'm talking about. It says when you show up during 0 days, you're not really showing up.
Damn.
You're making somebody else who's supposed to be here all the time not show up instead. So that was a projection on that part. He's receding somebody until the point where they come in and they act like an idiot. But anyways, yeah. That backstory, JJK season 3.
That was back when Juicebox was still here.
Have a camera.
This guy fucking jerked off in a library, dude. Fuck.
Operate
Freak ass.
without power. I hate people who just talk about very vague things indirectly and just never actually. Did I say this yesterday or 2 days ago? You would say something and then niggas will take the discussion completely somewhere else just to kind of like, what about this? It's like, I guess that's a thing, but that's not what I'm talking about.
That was once.
That is everybody. It doesn't happen just once.
This guy's just jerking off in the library.
Yeah, that's not problematic. That's just a homeless person.
That's
Whether he's
Me ain't bothering nobody.
Yeah.
he's bothering the books.
Yeah, they are. The people who wrote them deserve it.
This is true.
Anybody who writes a book is not to be trusted for the most part. They're not bad people, but they're definitely people you wouldn't invite out for dinner
I would invite Stephen King.
because they would leave with the house. Yes, let's do a background screening report. How do I piss into my PC? What's the drug test?
Don't do that.
I hate when these random password generators don't read the requirements for the random password. Or should I say read the requirements for the password thing, so it just gives you a stupid password that's not gonna work. Must contain all the following character, lowercase letter and uppercase letter. I hate that my autism says that you should start the request or the criteria for the password with uppercase first and then lowercase second. A digit and a special character. Fuck off.
I'm gonna fucking run away to Alaska and live in the fucking woods.
Let's see. And do what? Unabomber type shit?
No, what the fuck? I'm just
Why
gonna
not?
live off the. I'm just gonna live off the land, like
Can you?
that one dude, Christopher McCandless from Into the Wild.
You think that's a good idea? With the Constitution?
Oh no, that guy ate a potato and died.
Yeah. So how will you fare with a lung with lungs full of phlegm?
It's a fantasy that I think about. It's not something feasible.
Okay.
I have the urge to kind of like. Sometimes when it gets too much, I think about running away into the wild and dying there. But it's not very like productive.
That's so performative. I would just run into the machine at the factory so they can eat me alive and die in the job place so they can feel bad that they worked me to death.
Yeah, but like the air quality is really nice in Alaska, so.
You just want to breathe and die at the same time. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe I'll run into a bear and it'll kill me.
Extravagant.
I don't want to die to a bear. Never mind.
You're not thinking this through, I see. Oh god. You can do background checks online now? Or am I just old and didn't know that that was already a thing? I always wonder how people can do a background check on you and not be attached to the government, I suppose. So much bureaucracy, I hate it. Some part of me actually
That's
has
what
to
I'm
support
saying.
Trump.
Dude,
That's why people
bureaucracy
actually.
fucking
This is
annoying.
literally why people like Trump. Actually, I keep forgetting that this is a part of the whole plan.
The worst
What is
part about
this?
bureaucracy for me is that like, if you need to get something done, it takes like 10 years.
Mhm. After reading the letter, please click back to return to your profile dashboard. No additional actions are needed at the time. I don't need this fucking document. I guess I do, because I'm getting ready to leave. I don't know where this is gonna go, but whatever. What the fuck? Never mind. I don't care. I'm very good at file management. But usually it's just in the form of memorizing where every file is on my PC. Like a fucking freak. Although the Into the Wild guy that will die. Yeah, people just kind of want to go out there and die. People have a death wish and they just make it extravagant until. People have a death wish and they just make it extravagant until they actually die. They prolong it. It's like edging. They get to a point where they just feel remorseful after a certain point that they're trying to kill themselves, but they're just, do I really want to die? I'm getting a lot of views on YouTube now. I kind of don't want to die anymore.
Don't die. I need you.
But like, I don't know, this buffalo is kind of buffling and he really wants to fucking knock my shit, so I might just do it for the lulz and see if I can survive. It's a bit of a toss-up at that point. Trying to determine if you actually want to tussle with a bear and a buffalo and a beaver and a damn. And if you live, you get a ton of views, and if you die, it's like, oh, well, I did ask for this.
I want to eat a beaver. I don't know what it's like.
Welcome aboard. I'm delighted to have you join the info, blah, blah, blah. You will be asked to join the Microsoft team meeting properly after onboarding. The 12th is in like a day. This is soon. This is not like, okay, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. Shut up.
Damn, my bad.
A wired headset. What? I don't know what the fucking wired. You know who the fuck I am?
My name's.
These people have never had somebody work at like a call center with like an actual streaming setup, so they don't expect you to have like all the shit that is necessary for call center jobs completely
But
ready
also,
to go.
they would just send you a laptop, wouldn't they?
If they're paying you $10 an hour, they ain't sending you shit.
Wait, they're paying you $10 an hour?
Yeah, these are illegal people.
Dude,
But
you're fucking.
do you
live
know
here
how I
for
was
a
paid when
peanut.
I was working with Nuva Labs?
Yeah,
Right.
but that's not. But they're a startup. Is this also a startup?
Everything that isn't in California is a fucking startup.
For sure. It's so like, Jazz paying you peanuts because he's a Jew and he's a startup. But like, dude.
Be careful, he may be listening.
Oh. Fucking streamer side. The Kuro means black in Japanese.
You gotta say other buzzwords if you want people to start listening to the chat. I
The
can say
white
'em.
version of Kurosai is Shirosai. And the yellow version of Kurosai is Kirosai.
I made all these jokes before. You're late.
I'm yellow Kurosai.
No,
I'm
you're not.
Kirosai.
Nobody can take my name.
Nobody can be
and-
nobody can be the yellow version of me,
No.
he says.
Where is it?
The yellow version of you?
Where's the?
I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
that's what I'm saying. Like we attract each other. So if he existed, we would already know each other.
It's just because
Did you watch
what do you
Jet
call
Li
it?
the one?
I did.
Okay then. If he does exist, I've already got him.
It's just he's Chinese, so he's on Bilibili, so you'll never meet him.
Yeah, I sent Joe after him actually. Or Wendy, whoever the fuck was under Joe. We had to go after people on Bilibili. We didn't have to go after them. I came up with the idea. I went after the guy who made the Freeman video where she has a bunch of guns and she summons a bunch of ferns and yada yada yada.
Oh yeah, you told me. I remember. For some reason, didn't want to recruit him. Fucked up.
What do you mean for some reason? Don't be silly. You know the reason.
I can't say the reason. The ops are listening.
Well, you can say the truth. Saying somebody is Chinese just sounds offensive, but saying somebody is cheap is just the truth.
Saying someone is a cheap Chinese.
That's just doubly offensive. You just compounded it.
Does that imply that
That's not
the
even
Chinese
compounding, actually. That's exponential. Because it's
Does
just
that-
something about racism. It's just recidivist. It's just not recidivist, but just recursive. It just makes it worse by itself in its own nature. It insists upon itself, as some might say.
Oh, fuck off, dude. True.
Racism
That's what I
absolutely insists upon itself. The absence of maximalist design made minimalist lose its purpose. This is why minimalist became stale. It was always a balance act instead of one versus the other. Right, so we need to bring racist rhetoric back into the fold, and that's why Elon is king right now, and so is Trump, and that's what you get. Hot take, but one thing that always bugged me about Maki's redesign is that it completely happened out of our control and done by Jogo, someone who has nothing to do with his Zenin clan, so it's neither a personal choice, no example of Zenin clan cruelty. I like it, but just happens. What are you saying then? I hate when niggas just can get on Twitter and say hey and get 1 billion views. Nigga said hot take and said, yeah, this happened. What? I get on Twitter every day and people make me feel fucking retarded because I'm like, what do you just say? Why did you get 250,000 views for just saying, hey guys? You mean it just happens? That's fucking life, nigga. What are you talking about?
It insists upon itself. That's whenever people tell me to watch Solo Leveling.
I don't think Solo Leveling insists upon itself.
It insists upon itself.
Solo Leveling is not the anime version of Godfather, okay?
It's deeper than you think it is.
That was nobody says that. You find me them, and I'm gonna make sure they take it back.
I actually think it's quite deep. It's about the story about, you know, doing things alone.
Yeah, I don't think the people who made that know how to make things deceptively deep.
I think it was just made by one lonely Korean guy. I don't think it was people made it. I think one person made it.
I'm not talking about the fucking the manga or whatever. I'm talking about the whole production itself. People who even went as far as to say this is worth animating, and then making it not just animating it, but giving it a big studio. So they're all complicit in the criminal act.
What's an anime that actually insists upon itself? What would you label an anime that insists upon itself? I'm thinking like, I want to say Steins Gate, but I don't really want to say that because I don't think that. I think that like, I don't think it's like on the level of The Godfather. You know what I mean? What's an anime that's like on that tier?
I think we have to first establish, do we want to actually use that term, insisting upon itself?
I do.
Because I don't know for sure if the term just is actually just self-defeating. I want to get more specific, I suppose. What is an anime that seems... If insists upon itself implies that it's just vibes, sure. Oh, you just don't get it because you didn't watch Godfather Zero or some shit like that. If that's what it means, then the communities themselves do that. Actually, the thing can never actually insist upon itself in some real sense.
I think okay. For the sake of the discussion, I'm gonna say insists upon itself is trying to be very deep, and it wants you to know that it's deep. Like it's trying to tell a deep story, but it also wants you to know that it is telling a deep story. Maybe.
Just listen to him talk. That's me saying that's a lot of anime, actually.
Yeah, I can see that, but I think, I mean, Naruto has a very specific story it's trying to tell, but does it like? I guess it does kind of hit you in the face with it at all times.
Yeah, he does. In particular, I think if you removed him, it wouldn't be like that.
The whole point of when a movie or a work of art or whatever insists upon itself is when it has a message to tell you, and it repeatedly uses the message over and over again to the point where you already would have gotten it.
Yeah.
That joke in Family Guy is not even meant to be taken seriously. It's
That's why I
something
said,
that
yeah.
it's something that Seth MacFarlane, like film teacher when he was in college, said
It's
about
something.
said about the Sound of Music.
It's also something that Peter Griffin says, so it cannot be taken seriously because there's, for the most part, like nothing he ever really says is serious, and even if he does say something serious, it's not really serious at all because of the way his character is.
I think you can always tell when he's being serious for the most part because his eyes get wider. I don't know if you ever noticed that. When he's literally talking in that scene, he's drowning and his eyes are like half shut. So he's serious whenever it's his time to be serious for the most part, like when he's fighting for his fucking life, when he's fighting that chicken. But I don't know what that means. I don't know what's being insistent whenever he constantly fights the chicken. I guess that's insisting how absurd the whole thing is, which is fine. I get it. But you know, Family Guy insists upon itself in its entirety because it's talking about the absurdity of the Eastern man on the eastern part of the America and how he just hates. There's not enough Jew jokes for some reason in Family Guy. Actually, too many black jokes. But yeah, it's not.
They used to make a lot of Jew jokes about the pharmacist, but he's not really like a super recurring character anymore, so they don't do it.
There was one where he like lit up a menorah, strapped it to his back, and used it as like a jetpack.
Yep. When I say not enough, I feel like since they live in the part of the world where they would hate Jews way more, I feel like they should make a lot more. Instead, there's a bunch of black jokes instead by comparison. They don't live next to a Jew. I think Joe's wife is Jewish. I think Joe himself might be. I don't know.
I think it's just Lois and the pharmacist more. Lois, her family, and the farm. I'm saying Lois, her mom, and the pharmacist should all be Jewish. Maybe the dad too. I can't remember.
He is rich.
Yeah, his last name is Pewter Smith. So I mean, I don't know what that's supposed to be.
He's Israeli.
Yeah, that he actually went on Twitter to explain this like last year or something like that. But I mean, because that episode's old as fuck. That episode is like years and years old. But yeah, like Seth MacFarlane, he when he was in college, his film teacher said that he didn't like the Sound of Music, and he said it insists upon itself. And he was like, yeah, he was a good teacher, but that shit didn't make any sense when he said it. So that's why he threw it into the show because they try to get Peter to explain what he means, and he just kind of drags it out.
So good. What do you mean? I've seen it. Don't like it. It insists upon itself.
Yeah. I want you to know that I'm not making this video because of this conversation. I've already started working on it a year ago.
What video are you making?
A year ago. I'm so sorry. Literally, there's a scene in Dawn to Dawn, episode 9, first season, where they're like arguing in the water. So it just came to mind immediately.
Oh. Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I mean,
You didn't really watch it like that. Yeah. I'm gonna keep doing this. It's my new favorite thing to do, but I'm autistic, so I noticed that episode very well because it's very green for some reason.
You said I'm not doing this because of that. So I was like, I mean, even if you were, what would be the problem with that?
Because I don't like people thinking that I'm predictable.
Oh, you don't want to be predictable. Okay. Gotcha.
That's why I don't do a lot of stuff that is predictable. So when you say you should use this Boku no Hero episode and them doing it's like, yeah,
you should.
I saw that already.
You've literally missed the opportunity.
I missed the opportunity. I got 1 million views on fucking Instagram for the video that I had that you told me about, but I already made because you were late. You were on a business retreat apparently.
Oh, wait.
On the tail end of it, you were just suddenly coming back a little bit. It's on Instagram, so of course you wouldn't see it.
Yeah, but what is it only on Instagram?
I just blew up on there because it's a video about Maduro and Trump. It's not going to do good everywhere else except for Twitter.
Okay.
Instagram is a space where you can get political. You just try that on TikTok if you want to. When the whole left likes Maduro, apparently.
Okay.
The video got fucking shadow banned on TikTok.
Is it crowsci.vine?
Yeah.
Or just crowsci? Okay. How far back do I have to go?
You don't have to go back at all because it's the first video you'll see.
It's the first video? Okay. Let me see. Desuyo Kurosai. This is a music video.
What?
Yeah, here are some animes that people thought insisted upon themselves.
Paranoia
This guy
agent.
said, this guy said Classroom of the Elite.
LOL. That's funny. That's great. That's yeah. I agree.
This guy said Code Geass. This guy said Death Note. This guy said
Oh, yeah.
Naruto.
I just see.
Am I crazy? Like, is it just not showing up because I'm not signed into Instagram? Probably. Is that
Unless it
maybe
was
a
taken
thing?
down.
This guy said Tokyo Revengers.
It's funny.
This guy said Kingdoms of Ruin. This guy said season 4 of Attack on Titan specifically. This guy said Beastars.
Okay, I'm gonna go to your YouTube. What's the Trump Maduro video? Is it on YouTube?
Yeah. I'm gonna just fucking message you the damn thing.
Feminist soldiers? Is it that one?
No, sir. I'm not sure what's going on with your system.
Okay, thank you. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's inappropriate content. That's why I can't see it. I have to sign in. Gotcha. I see.
I told you.
They didn't take it off. They just fucking
Inappropriate content and got nearly 1 million views. It's very funny.
Yeah, a lot of these are, I don't know, maybe I didn't watch a lot of these animes. It seems like a lot of people are just throwing in stuff here that they didn't like, which is not really what the term is supposed to be used for.
I think a lot of the stuff, that's why I say it's hard to not mention every single fucking anime because it's anime. And because it's anime, it's overly blunting you in the head over and over again with the same shit over and over again because it thinks you're fucking retarded and can't retain information. And they're not completely wrong. You talk to any anime fans nowadays and ask them about the last episode they watched and they pretend that the last episode doesn't exist because they didn't retain anything.
Oh, this is the fentanyl zombies video. You should have just said that.
99% of people nowadays, like you said, they just have no attention span whatsoever, so they don't pay attention to anything. They get the loosest, what is it, grasp on what is actually happening on the screen. I mean, it doesn't even have to be an anime. It could be anything. People just don't pay attention to anything. It has to be spelled out very plainly in front of them, and it has to be repeated several times in succession. And even then, they still might not get it.
The reason why I think it's horrible for anime is because it literally is slower paced just so you can get it basically for the most part. Or should I say that's a consequence? The fact that for some reason people don't want to take time to make good pacing in anime because they're locked into either making something very short or something that they can make longer, but they can't because they can't afford to make it longer. Like Re:Zero is a good example of, and the only anime on the planet for it to get constantly one episode that is 40 minutes long, the next one is 30 minutes long, and then we go back to 20 minutes. Sometimes they take the opening and the endings out just so they can spread out more material. Mushoku Tensei does the same thing too. I don't know how you get these rights to just cut the opening out completely and let the episode play. Whatever. But anime is horrible when it comes to like being able to properly pace out things because you just have so many restrictions in place when it comes to how you get shit on TV or whatever. That's why a lot of shit gets released to the web instead, aka Netflix or something like that. Crunchyroll. I don't know what ends up on Crunchyroll but doesn't end up on Netflix, so it's just web in general. But like, typically speaking, a lot of people who like anime are artistic. You'd think they'd pay more attention due to that simple fact, but I guess too many people are just ADD, so they like that they are artistic and they have ADHD as well, so they end up playing Fortnite while they're watching anime. So ask some of these niggas if they're doing anything else while they're watching the fucking TV show, and you'll figure out why they don't retain shit. In one vein, again, in the other vein, a lot of these niggas are not watching shit in the English dub like they should. They're watching it in this Japanese dub, so they lose information already off rip because they can't pay attention to the Japanese well enough. There's just too much going on with anime to make it like a weirder version of like media outside of anime. Because yeah, if you're one of those weeaboos who wants to watch everything exclusively in the Japanese dub, then you're gonna lose information just off rip. You don't actually understand Japanese, and you have to read the subtitles. And all it takes is for you to miss something a couple of times when you're reading and listening or whatever, quote unquote listening.
Not me.
You're done for.
I hear everything.
You're fucking Asian. So yeah, it's an annoying thing to deal with. Like I know that people will sit there and watch Breaking Bad and then completely miss Walter White's intentions.
That's why
But
I watch it in Japanese.
but that's also a fucking anime. in my opinion, like it's very anime-esque. It's in that era when everybody being a dark protagonist was a cool thing. So nobody likes Better Call Saul by comparison, even though it's kind of superior. It just kind of grows.
It really is.
Yeah.
I'm just so big brained that I can see everything at once.
But
I mean,
yeah.
Anyways, watch
Go
Better
ahead.
Call Saul. You gotta finish that shit.
You niggas are never gonna finish that shit.
I'm probably gonna finish it because I do like Saul. I like Saul more than Walter.
I like Saul more than Walter too.
Saul is a very real character. Walter is extremely unrealistic for the most part. This was not any chances for him to exist like that. Because he'd be Maduro or Trump. And these are not real people for the most part. I'm not really sure what's going. Well, Maduro is definitely
I
real.
mean-
That's easy for him to exist, but Trump shouldn't exist the way that he does. That's kind of odd.
I just can't really see fucking Walter serious anymore just because of how many fucking videos he's been in.
That's a personal problem. But
Indeed, it's just not serious.
Walter is essentially the perfect storm of what is this word? What is this idea? I mean, they go over it a lot in the show. Like he essentially could have been like all these things. He was a what do they call it? Kind of like a sleeping dragon. I don't know if I want to give him that prestige, but essentially he had degraded himself down so much. He had no confidence at the start of the show. A large portion of the show is him essentially rebuilding his narcissistic tendencies. It is entirely possible that he could have. I mean, I'm not saying it's super realistic, but like the way that the show goes about it, like turning him from like this weak-willed family man into a drug kingpin, it is like feasible, I guess. He is the show. He's not like he's legitimately stupid. They do a lot of dumb shit in the show. Why did I go back out the door? They do a lot of dumb shit in the show, but Walter is legitimately supposed to be like one of the smartest people on the planet, basically.
No, they fucking lampshaded that shit. He has plot armor.
well, see, the reason
Jesse
why I don't want to say that this is why I mentioned the thing about Trump. His plot armor is getting a small loan of $1 million. But yeah, how do you maintain that for that long and letting it get you to the point where you're doing a raid in the middle of the night and it's actually probably staged? You know what I mean? That's weird. There's a possibility that we might have staged the raid. That's a Family Guy episode. What's going on? This is real life. This is not, one of my anime or the Otacon. It's just, it's just weird. So like, yeah, Walter White exists, but it's just so. Well, that's why people like anime. You get to see these things that are not supposed to happen at all.
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
So he lucked into getting a lawyer like Saul. He lucked into having a brother-in-law DEA agent, which so like everything he did kind of went off the radar because he was family.
That's not true.
He sold those after.
The entire point of Walter's character, again, they build it up. He is such a weak-willed, inferior man compared to Hank at the beginning of the show that there's no way that Hank could see him as Heisenberg. That is the entire point.
Yeah,
That's it right there.
He tells me that in the show.
Think about how lucky he's been throughout the entire show.
He was lucky, but that is the whole thing, is that Hank does not see, they go over it multiple times in the show, Hank does not see drug dealers as people. He sees the world in extremely, extremely dark shades of black and white. People like Walter are white. He will never see them as anything other than white. Walter is a family man. He is a pussy, for lack of a better term, and he's been like that for years and years and years.
I agree. But he is also just the the luckiest motherfucker in the universe.
He is lucky. He did get lucky a lot, but it was literally impossible for Hank to have seen him as Heisenberg. He had all the evidence in front of him the whole time, but his ability to only see the world in shades of black and white is why he could not catch him.
Right, but wouldn't you also argue that's lucky?
I don't really think it's lucky. That's Hank's character
it's not
trait.
as lucky as it is just the fact that he just happens to be in exist. I don't think he's lucky that a tornado spawns in certain locations.
Yeah, I mean, like it's not lucky that he didn't get caught. He didn't get caught because he knew he wasn't gonna get caught. He knew Hank wouldn't see him like that.
This is
That's literally it.
This is my Freeman discussion thing all over again. I'm not going to sit here and criticize Freeman for existing the way that she does because she's a force of nature. Hank is a force of nature. He's an entity. Or not Hank, but Walter White.
And Hank was good at his job. I mean, he was literally really good at his job.
That's
Whenever it
not
was
an
time to
entity.
catch,
That's Hank is
whenever
not
it
an
was
entity.
time,
He's an actual person dealing with a force of nature. That's the whole offset there.
yeah, whenever it was time to actually catch someone that wasn't Heisenberg, he got his guy. He knew Gus was up to the shit. He knew Mike was up to the shit. Every single other character in the show that wasn't Walter ended up either getting caught or Hank was on their fucking ass. But why couldn't he get Walter? Because he in his heart of hearts, up until the flip in the script when he finds the fucking shit on the toilet and he puts it all together, he does not believe that Walter could ever be anywhere related to these other criminals. Even when
very lucky too.
Yeah, I mean, he got lucky with the gunshot thing. He got lucky with the phone call. Walter was actively trying to keep the whole family thing together, right? But I mean, that's the number one reason why he didn't get caught. They wrote it like that. They set it all up like that. They did that on purpose. You know, what was his nigga's name? Bravo Vince. You've done it again. Vince Gilligan.
Yeah, of course. I get that, but like, if you think about it before too, everything Walter does is extremely lucky. If he didn't find Saul, he would have gotten caught, like 100%.
He didn't just find Saul, right? They hooked him up with Saul.
It was him. Well, yeah, it was him getting together with his ex-student Jesse.
Again,
Gus's man.
Again, I want to say that what makes this like an anime is that you never see anything happening before the crazy cylindrical anime thing happens. That he doesn't go through a series of lawyers. He just gets to Saul. That's not lucky.
No.
That's just them cutting out the part of him realistically going through a series of lawyers before he gets to Saul.
Well, no,
okay,
he,
so the
he got
reason...
to Saul because of was it the bodyguard? What's the nigga's name? Gus's bodyguard, the white dude.
No.
What I'm saying is that the pacing is what makes it feel like it's lucky. It's the fact that we don't see anything leading up to Saul, basically, not anything serious.
Well, I have context from Better Call Saul, but basically, I mean, I don't know if it's like if you would count it.
No, but you can have that context that it didn't exist. That's retcon.
Right. But I will say, what do you call it? Okay, so the way that they found Saul was Jesse recommended it to Walter. That was how they found him, I think. Right? It wasn't because of the bodyguard. It was because Jesse. Jesse said you need a criminal lawyer.
Saul meets Badger first. Badger got arrested, and then he needed a lawyer. And Saul was always prowling around for these easy fucking cases, hoping he could get somebody off and make a quick buck. Badger is related to Jesse and Walter, so that is how they get involved with it. It's not that they luck into it. Saul was literally doing.
Well, no. Wasn't it because Badger got arrested and then they needed a lawyer, so Jesse told Walter we should go to Saul, and then Walter's like, really, this guy? And then Jesse's like, you need a criminal lawyer.
Badger gets arrested for dealing for them, and Saul introduces himself to Badger, and then Badger tells them about it. So they go to see Saul.
No, isn't that after don't they contact Saul to be Badger's lawyer? I thought it was. I'm pretty sure your version of events is incorrect.
I think that's how it happens.
Because I'm pretty sure they only get Saul after. Or Badger only gets Saul as a lawyer after Jesse and Walter show up at Saul's, whatever, and then Walter goes, "Hey, my son is locked up," and he goes by the name Mr. Mayhew.
I think you should probably retract the statement that he has plot armor though, because you make it seem like Saul spawned out of nowhere if you say it like that.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna count that, but like, there's plenty of other things that Walter has done. Like, I think he got like a phone call too, and then that stopped him from getting killed. He was taking a shower, and then these two guys broke in, and they were sitting on his bed. They were about to kill him, but then they got a phone call, and then they left.
Yeah, they called. It was Gus. He calls and tells them niggas to leave.
Yeah, I mean.
Like
Personally, I'll count that as plot armor, but I mean, you could.
That's not plot armor.
Plot armor is when you have to set up a scenario that you can't actually back up, so you write yourself out of it. You don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what you consider plot armor.
Yeah. If you don't like Madara, Aglia, when you put these characters out of nowhere and you pull them out of your fucking ass, we call those ass pulls as opposed to plot armors. But plot armor happens when you literally don't need any assistance from the author to come in and fix things up.
Then okay, would you guys not consider the term lucky to still apply then? Because all these
I
are very lucky, I
wouldn't.
would say still.
It's luck that Gus needs Walter alive to cook for him?
I guess you could say that. Yeah. I mean,
That's
because
not
No,
luck.
Why not?
He's the best meth cook on the planet. He wants him to work with him. He needs him alive to work with him. That's not luck. It's luck
It's-
that Walter is like incredibly intelligent.
It
I don't
really is.
understand.
It really is just
Oh, okay, but-
exceptionalism. It's a series of things that
think about it this way.
coincide.
Gus was okay with number 2. His main guy, the second greatest meth cook or third greatest meth cook, depending on if you count Jesse or not, was also like, hey, this guy, that small percentage that I can't get is really something. You should probably let me meet this guy, and that's what gets Gus that's what gets Gus interested. He wasn't interested before. He didn't care.
Gus didn't want to work with Walter. He had him he had fucking Gale sample the shit, and he's like, yeah, this guy is way better than me. He's like, I'm just being honest. Like, those couple percentages matter. That is what
Gus
gets
was
Gus
okay with
interested.
it. Yeah, Gus was okay with it before though. Like he was okay with it. The other guy just kept insisting that Walter,
He didn't really insist. They had like one conversation, but again, like the best meth cook that you know literally said, this guy is better than me. Those percentages matter. So yeah, you're interested now. That's not luck, that's skill.
Okay, I mean, I do think it's lucky that like he ends up in all these situations.
It depends on how you're trying to frame the idea of luck. If the story itself is already trying to make it seem like everything that he's doing is just so extraordinary and basically impossible, that's not trying to make him seem lucky, because luck literally is when shit falls into your lap that's not supposed to happen.
Yeah, I guess you could consider
Like this
it
isn't
lucky that,
this isn't
like,
Don Quixote, you know what I mean? This is not Don Quixote. This is the opposite of Don Quixote.
I guess you could consider it lucky that like Gus's second best meth cook in the world is like so into the science that he's willing to basically supersede his skills, even though it'll cost him a job. But like, that's just how they wrote the character. It's not really luck.
What
Is
would
it
you
char- is
consider
it- is
luck
it-
then? Do you just consider? Would you not? Or, I'm pretty sure you would consider Walter a lucky character, but like, what do you not consider lucky? Like, what is actually lucky about him then?
I think there are a ton of scenarios where Walter essentially lucked out and he survived things or got away with things that he shouldn't have. But I wouldn't consider that one of them, where his skill is essentially what makes Gus interested in. When you have someone who's really good at something saying this other guy's better than me, you should probably just get him. You don't just go, well, I don't want that guy. That was the whole point of the scene, is that Gus is like, well, my best man literally just said this other guy's way better than him, so I guess I gotta get this guy. He literally said he wants the best.
Okay, I mean, I agree with that. I agree with that too. I'm just trying to figure out what you would consider lucky then.
So let's look at a bunch of examples where Walter got lucky.
Because I think like it's hard to frame some things as luck, but there are some things I feel you could just count as him being extremely lucky, because a lot of things have to happen for some of the shit that he accomplishes to be in place.
I wouldn't even really say that a lot of it is just stuff that just happened to go right. I mean, basically everything in the show is essentially planned. There's not really a whole lot of situations.
If you think about it that way, I get you. Yeah. If you think about it that way, I get you. Yeah.
There's not really a whole lot of situations in the show that are just like things that come up
we fall
100%
into it.
out of nowhere. Yeah, they are either in the middle of something or they are doing something. I guess you could say like the RV thing was lucky, but it wasn't really that lucky because they also planned for that. I mean, Jesse, they made the phone call, so it's not like it's just coming out of nowhere.
Yeah. Luck is when things, like, it's hard for a plot that is cylindrical to be lucky. That's why I tried to send you that thing, the writing style of what went into Breaking Bad. It was considered to be one of the best pilot episodes because of how everything just kind of folds into itself constantly. It always breaks itself out of a situation that it puts itself in. And if it's written like that, it's kind of hard for it to be a matter of luck when everything is planned. It's like One Piece, but like actually, like, it's not taking 50 years to complete it. It's just, it was done in like, what, 5 seasons?
Yeah, for sure.
The entire like definition of plot armor is when a character is allowed to escape a situation or otherwise survive whenever the show itself doesn't make any sense that they should have survived. Like a lot of people.
I've been using plot armor wrong because I've been just using it in tandem with luck, which isn't always wrong, but it can be wrong in this situation.
There is a golden key up there. A lot of people think that when Gus decides not to kill Jesse in the desert, that is luck, right? He was lucky that Walter's lucky that Gus let him live, but it's still consistent with the show. Walter even says this later on. Gus cannot kill him because he needs Jesse to cook for him, and there's no way that Jesse's going to cook for him if he kills what is essentially his best friend or his father figure. Jesse's not going to cook for him. So he needs Walter alive, even though he no longer wants to do business with him.
They make
And
this
Walter
pretty clear.
is a dying sick man who will eventually die anyways.
Yeah, they make this pretty clear that Gus is this. That's why people don't like the series after Gus, is because everything with Gus, his background, the way his demeanor, the way he carries himself, it makes it seem, even if you do somehow just omit certain important details about his character, the way he is shaped, what he's been through, what he does, the effects that he has on the plot, it covers so much ground that you can do things like, I can't let this character die because this character, Gus, is already in the know-how. He knows that it can't get Jesse to work properly in certain ways. I need this person. This needs to happen. This kind of writing is, I'm pretty sure this is why everything falls apart all the time when you write for a length of time, because you just forget why certain characters wouldn't do certain things. And as long as things are consistent in a plot, characters are consistent, the mechanics of the show are consistent, then it's hard for luck to kind of seep in. It's hard for ass pulls to seep in.
Yeah, the show itself is essentially being hard carried by Walter's planning and Gus's planning. It's why the show kind of goes to shit, not like in quality, but the plans start falling apart once Gus is gone, because Walter himself does not actually know how to be a drug kingpin. He thinks that he can just tell people what to do and, wave his dick around, for lack of a better term. But it doesn't really work like that. Once the shit that he tells him, just because you killed Jesse James, it don't make you Jesse James. Once Walter is actually in charge, he doesn't actually know how to manage anything. Like the whole thing about the guys getting the cut, like they explained to him, both Jesse and Mike explained to him that these guys need to get their cut or they're gonna start snitching on us. And Walter does not really understand why they are paying a bunch of people to not rat on them. They have a whole argument about it, even though, again, Walter is incredibly intelligent. He should know, logically speaking, you have a bunch of people who know about your whole operation. You pay money to keep them quiet. You don't just not do that because you will get a bigger cut otherwise. But Walter doesn't understand that because he's arrogant. He thinks that because he killed Gus, he's better than Gus. Gus would pay these guys, but I killed Gus. I'm better than him. I shouldn't have to pay these guys.
Yeah, Gus. Yeah, he's just literally It's funny. We mentioned Death Note earlier. Both L and Light are narcissists. That's actually was pretty early on. I think people glaze over the fact that L is a narcissist. So that's why it insists upon itself in that way, because these are two geniuses who just one of them ends up winning because the other one isn't narcissistic enough, I guess.
Yeah. L actually spends the entire show basically knowing that Light is holy fuck, I'm lost in the labyrinth. L actually spends the entire show essentially knowing that Light is fucking Kira, but he has no way to prove it. So he just comes up with a bunch of situations to attempt to prove that Light is Kira. And when he finally gives up on the whole thing, he dies. Basically, it's really contrived. It does make sense because that's how they set it up, but it's stupid at the same time. It felt like there should have been easier ways to find out if he was actually doing it, but Light is just so smart. He leaves booby traps on his doors to know if his family members are coming in and out of his room, even though your family members coming in and out of your room should be a natural occurrence in your house, especially if you leave the door open or closed or whatever. Maybe your mom came in there to look for something. He has a little sister too, right? They could have went up there for anything, but he knows that L sent his dad to search his fucking room or some shit like that, because that's just something he would do, I guess.
So the fact that they show you opportunities to show you how smart he is that's insisting upon itself.
Yeah, that's what I think at least. Yeah, there's just so many situations and scenarios in Death Note that don't really make sense unless it's just to continue the plot, essentially. Again, L knows in his heart of hearts that Light is fucking Kira, and for his entire run, pretty much up until the second to last episode before L dies, he has he's 80% sure. Basically, he just needs evidence. But every time he goes to gather the evidence, they just get into this cat and mouse game. like how they be staring at each other in the intro. But because they're in the cat and mouse game, it's just these goofy scenarios. Like I don't even know what it is. Like it's Light putting the lead from the mechanical pencil on his goddamn
It's on
thing,
the door.
on the
I mean,
door,
I think
so he
I'm
would,
pretty
he would
sure
know
El
when
knew
somebody went in.
when Light was like when Light bought like a porn book and he just started flipping through it and did nothing. And El pointed it out too. It was like, that's weird,
Yeah.
and it's performative. Basically, is what he said.
Yeah,
El knew, dude.
El basically knew from the first encounter because he's literally like, yeah, well, he did do the thing. All right, that was like the smartest move in the whole show when they had a bunch of the different guys like pretending to be him on fucking national TV, and then the Light kills the guy in Japan, so they know that Kira must be in Japan because they were broadcasting a bunch of different broadcasts all over the world, and only the guy in fucking Japan died. That was like the smartest thing in the whole show, basically. After that, it is essentially just them playing cat and mouse. L knows Light is Kira because Light is super smart, and he's like, damn, everybody else is too damn dumb, so it's got to be this guy, right? Yeah, that little trick is probably like one of the smartest things in the show. And then the rest of it is all like bullshit. It's just ass pulls. Oh, I got rid of my memories with the Death Note, and I had a page in my back pocket that I knew I would touch at this point after the plan was successful. I set all these Rube Goldberg machines in motion so I would get my memories back after we got rid of this fake ass Kira. Now I can kill Light because he's gonna, and I can kill El because he's gonna tell me his real name. It's just so extra. It's cool when you watch it, but it's like it's stupid as fuck when you're actually thinking about it.
Because it's I'm not gonna say it, but basically it just constantly shows you like how deep this man is in, and there's no other counter to him. There's nothing else that pretty much stands. That this is a power fantasy, obviously. This nigga is not really struggling. He's just he's neurotic as fuck. Him being fucking insane is not him struggling. He's not talking about how he hates himself because of how fucking insane he is and paranoid he is. He literally is benefiting from his paranoia. So this is not an issue for him. This is not a plot point that he is so neurodivergent that it gives him these abilities to do all these things. Therefore,
take a potato chip and eat it.
I mean, I get that much. Like, when you monologue, you just start going off of it. But it really, it just wants you to be like, yeah, he ate a potato chip.
Yep.
Am I supposed to know about the reason why he ate the chip? Like, and like that, and it narrated it?
Yeah, it's just stuff like that. I mean, I don't know. It's a good watch, but like when you actually think about the things happening in it, it's ridiculous. Yeah, the other guy is talking about Code Geass. I wouldn't say Code Geass has it to the extent of. Yeah, I wouldn't say Code Geass has it to the extent that Death Note does.
I can see why you would think that, because a lot of shit shouldn't go at the way that it goes when it comes to military type shit. But again, the reason why it's easy to hand wave shit away is because both of these guys have magical powers. That's really what it comes down to. Not even just that, but like they are super smart. I think the community has the consensus that Lelouch is actually like 3 times smarter than Light. But
yeah, I think the thing was that people were saying that Lelouch's plans, when they go wrong, he usually has a way to fix the plan. Whereas Light either has to come up with a completely different plan or is just right from the get-go. He doesn't know how to course correct, basically. And it's too drawn out, it's just it's too long. Where's the key?
There's so much build up with Better Call Saul though, so that's why I said it's not anime compared to Breaking Bad. That fucking the long-windedness of Better Call Saul just gives it this chance to just be more adultish in its presentation. I'm not saying that because Breaking Bad is anime that is bad in writing. I'm just saying that everything is just so. Everything pops, everything is colorful, everything is like, it gives you that impression. This man is always lucky. That's an impression it should give you, but that's not the actual facts of the matter, across the board at least.
Better Call Saul had the advantage of Vince like having written Breaking Bad for so
Yeah.
long. He knew what he did wrong and what he could fix. This door. I think both of the shows are pretty good. We haven't
Yeah.
finished Pluribus yet. Pluribus seems to be catching a lot of flack because it's a very like slow show.
That shouldn't be catching flack for that. That's so annoying.
Yeah, that's the main complaint that I've heard about it, is that people don't like that it's really slow.
I feel like there's no real way to accidentally make something slow. So if something is slow, it's very intentional. Am I like just being too optimistic when I say that?
No, I don't think so. I think you're right. Copy. Let's open up the path of building. Damn, I did my dailies, right?
Like, you would think that you have time to turn your head away from something that is slow and go do something else, but I found myself watching Blurbius and I'm like, I can't look away, not because I'm locked in, but because I feel like I'm supposed to be watching for something. And it's not like
Yeah.
something to happen like a moment, but it's like micro things. Macro stuff is easy to detect. It's like the micro stuff you miss is the reason why you will have questions later on that you feel like were never answered or some shit like that. You just didn't pay attention to the micros.
Yeah, I think the show is pretty good. I don't really have any complaints for it
Yeah.
so far.
That it being, I love when stuff is slow and I'm not disinterested. That's such a sexy. That's a good sign that this is like nothing feels like it's filler. People think such stuff is so filler. This isn't. I watched Peacemaker here and there, and I feel like some stuff was kind of filler-ish. But like, number one, it's a comic book type thing, so that already gives you the impression that anything can be waved off as filler. But at the same time, comic book stuff for some reason always likes to play around with time for some reason. So it's kind of hard to say that there's filler in anything that involves time, because you can always just it self waves itself away. That's not it insists upon itself situation, as opposed to that's a plot mechanic in which it can rectify itself. Not the way that Marvel can under normal circumstances, but just because of the fact that the way that time typically works in whether it's DC or Marvel, when it's not doing retconning on its own, is that when things feel like when nothing's happening, the stuff that you feel like is out of place and it could just be removed, if you actually watch the whole thing from start to finish, you will realize that if you take these things out that you think are filler, like the flow isn't really there anymore. Certain events that happen or transpire they don't make any sense all of a sudden because you remove these things that you thought were filler. But when you're in filler, you don't know that it's important, I guess. And that's a symptom of, I guess, you just not paying attention. It's kind of hard for you to move from episode 1 and 2 and 3 and then say 3 is filler when you haven't seen filler in the series yet.
Yeah.
I don't know how you would even assess how the fucking density of how much something is considered to be filler or not. That just seems like an insult, to be honest, for the most part. We know what filler is in the anime because it's just not canon. But people have this second degree term for filler, which is material that just seems drawn out. And you don't need a crazy close one-to-one book adaptation to have a series catch up. Like, the reason why filler exists in anime is very different for how it exists in a comic book that ended 50 fucking years ago. You're not doing filler to make sure you catch up to material that is, you know what I mean? Those are different things altogether. I don't know how people came and took that term. It feels like it's a term that came from anime, just straight up. Or I know you would say probably fluff exists when you adapt a book and turn it into a movie or a show or whatever. I still don't understand that either. I don't get it. I may be stupid on that, but I just think that it's hard to actually take the term filler out of anime and put it somewhere else when there's just so much of a time disparity between a book that came out in 1980 or some shit and it gets a fucking movie or a TV series in 2022 or some shit.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Where's the fucking exit, dude? What the
I
fuck?
feel like there's filler in the source material. So what are you talking about? You talking about this is drawn out here in the Netflix adaptation? It felt like it was drawn out in the original one.
Yeah.
It's the opposite of the issue.
I feel like it's used a lot as like a blanket term
Yeah.
for stuff where the plot feels like it's not advancing.
Yeah, it's very annoying.
Boom up.
And for me, filler is when Oppenheimer fucks that woman. Like, he could have just read the fucking book. Like, I get it. He does that, but I thought that was a bit inopportune.
Yeah, it's kind of like a meme. I mean, the movie was good.
Yeah.
I wonder how many sex scenes they'll have in the Odyssey. There should be a couple gangbangs.
They're gonna love that. The way he handled the I am become death. He gonna have I am become pussy. Oh my goodness. I hope this works. So this is not proper. Kilimanjaro. Hello, Phil. Phil?
Oh, can't even tell. Oh.
Philemon Rufus.
Stuck.
Philemon
Corners.
Rufus.
Okay. Yep. Ugh.
Again, you even if you try to modernize something for if the book came out, you know, Dante's Inferno, modernizing it doesn't give you it does not make filler consequential. You wouldn't do that. I mean, who has? It's a real question, by the way. What modern director has the ability to properly adapt Dante's Inferno in this current climate?
Dante's Inferno is really long.
Mm-hmm.
I am not really sure.
That's why you make it into a game instead.
Yeah, the game was pretty good, the trial. When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt is to dance with death.
Did my shit crash?
I don't know. I mean, I think the idea of an Odyssey adaptation is really cool. I just don't like the costume designs. They look so stupid.
Yeah, I recently heard about some more controversy. No, I don't think I heard about anything new. They just keep harping on him about different things that he seemed to did or took liberties for because he could.
People are saying that like the stuff doesn't have to be specific as long as it works, but I don't know. I felt like there was no reason to change it. Like the Trojan horse does not look anything like the actual Trojan horse was supposed to look like. It literally looks like, I don't even fucking know, dude. It looks like it looks like it's supposed to be a statue in a fucking Zelda game or some shit. Yeah, I don't really see the point in changing stuff like that. I don't even know who that guy with the fucking who looked like Batman. Like I don't even know who the fuck he is. Like I consider myself to be proficient enough with the fucking Odyssey to know like most of the characters except for like the random side people who only show up once. I have no idea who the fuck that guy is in the goddamn Batman armor. I heard people say he's supposed to be Ares. Maybe.
The way that Oppenheimer opens up, it does the parable about Prometheus. And I kind of wondered to myself, does he think it would have been tacky to actually have some sort of allegory for Prometheus visually, other than just having the screen be full of fire? The reason why the screen is full of fire when it opens up is because it's supposed to simulate you being in the blast radius for the fucking nuke going off. I get that much, but this is Prometheus we're talking about. You could have probably did something a bit more interesting. I like that, by the way. I like that a lot, that he thought about that enough to be like, if you were in a nuke, this is what it would be like. And this is why you can't go see this movie in DVD or Blu-ray, because your screen in your house probably isn't big enough to simulate your entire house being lit red by being in the blast radius for a nuke going off. That's kind of somewhat irrelevant. It is there performative, because if you were in the blast radius, the last thing you would notice is that everything is red and very bright around you. You would just be dead. But the best thing they could do to simulate the impact of the nuke going off is to actually not have the sound. So that was cool too. But yeah, I don't know how much of that technique is going to translate over to Odyssey.
They had like the what is it, the 7-minute prologue or 8-minute prologue or something. I don't know. I didn't even watch it yet. If it was even still up on fucking YouTube. Oh god, where's the fucking lever?
Let me go look this up.
Yeah, all I heard was people talking about how good it looks, and then nobody is mentioning like anything about like, oh, I really like how his take on this, or like they're just talking about the special effects. So I was like, okay, so it's like the Khalil thing all over again. Like you're not actually watching the fucking movie, you just like the way it looks.
That's 7 minutes?
Bro, I think it was 7 minutes. It might be longer. I know that I don't know if it's on YouTube. I know
Probably
they had it on
not,
the IMAX the IMAX shit for one of the
fuck.
movies like a month ago.
I gotta go find it on the pirating site then.
What's that? Might be able to get that.
Pirating on Minecraft. That is not Odyssey.
That's a dead end. What about this? This goes. I looped around. Okay. Son of a bitch.
A breakdown of the actual thing, but I don't see the actual thing. I sure as fuck don't want any hype beast to put me on game. The content climate is so nefarious. For somebody easily affected by hype.
That's the meta.
Which I am, by the way, so.
Hype beast.
As somebody who literally likes to pick animes to watch because of aura and hype moments and flashy shit, it is actually pretty hard sometimes for me to be like, yeah, what does this mean? That's why I like Freegan so much. It's all the aura and hype moments in Freegan is just so minuscule compared to the actual substance in the series, which isn't that much, which is why I say that it's no Full Metal Alchemist. But I could see why people think it's better for some reason. I feel like you would have a hoop with that. Unpacking the discussion of is this bitch racist or not toward demons, or is she just like autistic and she has to kill demons no matter what?
Yeah. I mean, probably. I do love debating racisms.
My
As
God,
an
this is actually
acknowledged
just a
racist
this is just a
myself.
horse made out of wood. It looks like something that he would have made for. Maybe I'm saying it because you just said it earlier. This looks like something that he would have designed for the Dark Knight.
Yep.
So Troy had a more believable horse than this.
I don't know who the fuck that Batman looking
Jesus.
motherfucker is supposed to be. Alright, obviously I took a wrong turn somewhere. It does not look like this room has any exits I can take, so I need to go back. Yeah, there's not an exit out of this room. It looks like it's literally just a dead end. Where's the gold on the floor? If I haven't been here yet. Hold on.
Was it 2015 or 20? No, it can't be because Exit didn't come out in 2015.
Okay. There should be another exit in here.
Tell me that I should have used My Hero Academia for a Maduro video. But I literally...
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep those promises.
Core took use since I already used it in 2017. It's core to use it, right?
A throne is the most devious trap of all.
I was just talking about that earlier. About how the idea of Marcus Aurelius is just really cool. Because his famous quote is like, how can I be happy in a castle? Or some shit like that.
Yeah, Zaro's got some banger ass quotes. Dude, some of this shit that he be saying, he's spitting.
Khalil?
That nigga's sleep.
Yeah. Face model of Leon Kennedy in the Resident Evil remake is accused of supporting Nazism and transphobia. Just imagine if they wouldn't have lied about this man's attention. He would have been a hero. If we learned the truth, I always wonder why they never translated his speeches. That's funny.
Emperor. All right. Return to town. I did it. I got all my ascendancy points in PoE 1. I'm truly a god.
Oh my god, I gotta get out of here. Get me up, 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 get me up. It's gotta be 86 degrees in my room.
Yeah, what about this one? This nigga said, those who stand should never outnumber those who kneel. But there is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter is fear.
I'm still thinking about the first one you said. Yeah.
wisdom is the offspring of suffering and time.
That sounds like Zeb's line. Tradition is the corpse of wisdom.
He says, "Shine boldly, so all may find you when the night falls."
That makes me wonder what the fuck the night is in the game.
Yeah, Azaro's whole gimmick is that basically he was the emperor of the Eternal Empire, and essentially he I believe he united his whole empire. He united his whole kingdom, became emperor, and his whole thing was that he didn't think that. I mean, he didn't have no bitches. If I'm not understanding, he didn't have an heir. He had no bitches, just like me. So he decided to pretty much build a bunch of trials and like labyrinths, and basically whoever would ever solve the trials and labyrinths would end up becoming the next emperor after he died.
It's just stuck in my brain. It just kind of came out of nowhere, so I can't help but to talk about it because it's similar to what Khalil just went through, like last week or whatever. But I hate how my brother, I don't know where the fuck he was before he did this, but I hate how he said that he needed money. He had money for an hotel, but he needed somebody to help him get to the hotel. And I was like, I'll see what I could do. I didn't text back because I didn't have any money to do anything. And then he called back saying, I'm at the hotel, but I spent money to get to the hotel. Can you help me get money to get a room in the hotel? Like, wait, why did you do that? Why did you? Do you think it was more important for you to get to the hotel than for you to have the room? It's more important for you to have the room, therefore you probably shouldn't spend money to get to the hotel, so why did you do that? Now, he did it because he thought he would force the outcome. I hate people do that. Black folks love to do that kind of shit. Oh, you won't give me money because you think I'm not going to be at the hotel? Well, I'm at the hotel. Can I get money now? Can you help me? Can you pay for me an Uber ride to get to the hotel? Can you fucking walk? How about that? You're not that far away from the damn hotel. That's the nigga who fucking slit the no, I'm not saying my brother slit the woman's throat in North Carolina. But that's the sort of nigga who does that kind of thing because they don't think these shit out. They don't want to travel places because they think the destination, like we were just talking about this yesterday, 2 days ago. We don't like going places, but we don't mind being there.
Yeah.
Schizophrenic to that in space. They do not want to be transported anywhere because the distance is them. That time spent traveling is the time spent them getting pursued by John Wick enemies. They're schizophrenic, so they think people are being pursuing them constantly. They don't want to go anywhere because they don't want people to watch them and chase them. It's really annoying. This nigga spent money because he didn't want to walk down the road because he thought he was going to be followed, basically. He didn't admit to that. That's like saying, I'm hungry. Oh my God, I want to eat so bad. I'm starving. But I'm having a hard time getting to this place to eat. Can somebody give me some money to get transported to this place to eat? It's just like 4 miles away. Anybody can walk 4 miles, especially a homeless nigga. And you spend the money to get to the fucking food place and you don't have any when you get there. It's just so... I think I got the right image. I think I do. I hope I do. This looks weird. There we go. I think this will work.
when you said third worlders because you're incapable of separating out criminals from just people that look like people you don't like.
You can try this, and he's getting mad. He's getting very upset. It's okay. It's okay, Steven. Everything's going to be fine. I regularly have separated out the two. And also, whenever they come here and they have no skills and they have to live off the government, that's categorical. Why don't you relax?
Use better words, dipshit. Why don't you say what you...
How are they taking the job? If you respond to any clip, I just want to hear this. Can you please tell me how they take the jobs, but also have no skills at the same time?
Capture the niggas.
Can you tell me how they're coming here and taking all the welfare, but they're also getting paid under the table, and they're in our liberal homes, our gated community liberal homes, cleaning our houses?
We cannot
I just
take
need to
that
hear
one.
how both of these work together. Please tell me.
Fucking mean and mean what you fucking say instead of just saying random rage bait shit for your fucking audience.
The worst thing about it is that
this
I'm
one
not
for
rage
sure?
baiting. This is what I really think.
That is the worst.
This one?
That is true. He's right.
This one?
He is
It
right
is.
there.
This isn't exactly true. Sometimes you conflate
one?
all of them. I'm sure that I've spoken in
And this one.
generalities before, but I've
And
oftentimes
then let's blow
clarified
up.
it afterwards.
True.
Sure.
Yeah, true.
I talk about it all the time for hours. So yeah, I'm sure I've made a mistake here or there. But I think that I've done enough due diligence to show that I'm not really looking at all of them. I'm talking...
If I was the president of the United States, the King Emperor of America, it would be a felony for a person like this to even be allowed to use the phrase due diligence.
about the ones that are the bad actors and the people that are living off of the system. Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
What do you mean it doesn't work anymore to repeat your own words back to you? We gotta get these third worlds out of here. Most of the people...
No, the reason why I did that is because you're making an argument of the way that it sounds. This is, oh, well, it sounds bad because you're saying it in this way. But the fact is that, yeah, actually, whenever you bring a bunch of people over that are from a country where they're not educated, they don't speak the language, and they're from a totally different culture that has completely different values, you're going to have a really slow and really hard assimilation rate and success rate with those immigrants. Like, yeah, that's the way it is.
Isn't that every single immigrant population writ large that we brought into the United States? People say the same thing about the Irish and the Italians. Didn't you fucking retards celebrate Donald Trump when he talked about committing fraud in the United States? Didn't all of you fucking retards clap and hoot and holler when Trump said, well, I know all of the tax code cheats and everything. I know because I abused them. And didn't you fucking morons sit there and slop and slurp and glurp and glop all that shit up? You were so happy to hear it. Is it just because he's white? Or like, I'm genuinely want to understand. Why is it that when Trump did fraud and when Trump cheated on his taxes and when Trump told you guys how it was all done, why did you clap and cheer when he did it? But for other people, it's like this is all, and we haven't even talked about. There's not even like a factual anything here. It's all rage bait. It's okay. This motherfucker's allergic to reading news articles.
Sorry. Like, it's not all the same. Somebody from Poland coming over here, or actually somebody from the UK coming over here, they speak a different language. Poland speaks with, every time I see somebody that looks like they had a stroke, I'm assuming they're speaking in Polish. If there's more than right language and they're from a totally this way.
Sorry.
But the fact is that, yeah, actually, whenever you bring a bunch of people over that are from a country where they're not educated, they don't speak the language, and they're from a totally different culture that has completely different values, you're going to have a really slow and really hard assimilation rate and success rate with those immigrants. Like, yeah, that's the way it is. Sorry.
See, the blue
Like,
is
it's
basically
not all
worth
the same.
nothing. So
somebody from Poland coming over
how
here,
do
or
I
actually
set
somebody
this
from
up?
the UK coming over here, they speak a different language. Poland speaks with, every time I see somebody that looks like they had a stroke, I'm assuming they're speaking in Polish. If there's more than 3 Z's, W's, and X's...
How many people immigrate from Poland to the United States? They can't fucking speak English. What the fuck are we talking about here? Oh, it's rage bait. I'm just getting rage baited.
In a word, it's Polish. But my point is that if you take somebody from the UK and you have them integrate into the United States or from Australia, the integration
two
process
blues
is
over
going to
here,
be
so this is a
infinitely
fucking
easier
wash.
than if you're taking them from Mogadishu. This is a reality. But the problem is that because there is a racial connotation with this, we're supposed to admit that it's not true. But everybody knows that it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's obvious.
King shit.
It's the most common sense thing.
It's common
that anybody
sense.
could say.
It's common sense.
Obviously, people with closer cultures are going to better assimilate. Duh. Of course. Obviously.
It's common sense, guys. People that were indicted on the last Somali shit were Somali Americans. They were American citizens. What are you going to do? You say deport them back to their country. They're American. What country do you want to deport them to?
You just said it. Somalia. I want to denaturalize them. I want to seize all of their assets. And I want to send them back to Somalia on a one-way flight.
Like, I can't even say what I like, he knows it's not fair because I can't say what I'd want to because I would either get arrested or banned from all my platforms. Like, he's just a degenerate fuck. Like an actual,
shit.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah.
That's what I want. It's that simple. I don't want these people coming to our country and scamming us.
People are way too comfortable talking this type of shit.
And then for us to pay money to keep them in jail.
On Twitch, of all places, too. I can't believe I'm banned from this platform. Bro, the current admin is crazy. We live in wild fucking times.
That's what I want. Make it a boat, it's cheaper? I don't know, like whatever the fuck. No, I don't know. Maybe that'd be a good idea. Whatever the cheapest way to do it is fine. Making sense. It's common sense. Yeah, like imagine going to a country. This is what's so ridiculous. Imagine going to a country, scamming them for millions of dollars and being like, well, you can't get rid of me, I'm a citizen. Get the fuck out of here. Are you kidding me? Not after that, you're not. You're done. It's such a ridiculous thing. It's like, why? Oh, there's a rule that said this. What a stupid fucking rule. Who says that oh yeah, let's go listen to all of these rules written by a bunch of old white fucks whose dick doesn't work, and then they're gonna tell us how we're gonna live. No. Fuck that. Fuck that. No, it's a ridiculous rule. It's a ridiculous rule, get rid of it. No, I'm serious. What are we doing here? A lot of countries would execute you? Exactly. I'm a nice guy. I'm such a good guy. People don't understand how reasonable I am.
Now we're comparing ourselves to the third world countries that you hated so much?
Actually. If they insist that the citizens change those people for treason, then yeah. Okay, and yeah, maybe that's the case. It's either treason or deportation, but it's one or the other.
Okay.
It's something that is Old Testament brutal. And the reason why is that I don't want it to happen. And if you want to stop something from happening, implement a punishment that is so brutal, so savage, so extreme that nobody even considers fucking around with it.
Oh my god. He's a genius. Wait, has anybody ever thought about that before? What if we just did like the fucking death penalty for like every crime or something? What if we just did like capital punishment for everything? Actually, now that I think about it, that sounds a little bit third world-ish, doesn't it? When we think about like chopping hands off for stealing or cutting eyes out for peeping toms or chopping dicks off for rape or executing people for scamming the government, doesn't that sound a little third world-ish? Doesn't that sound a little bit degenerate? Doesn't that sound a little bit regressive culturally? Maybe you're not as different as you think you are. You know what? I bet a lot of people in Somalia would agree with that idea. The punishments need to be so harsh and brutal that no one even thinks twice about breaking the rules.
And that stops people from doing it. I don't know why he's so mad. I don't know why he's mad.
I'm mad because the very fraud that you're calling out was being pursued by a Democratic administration.
Can't find
by Joe Biden's Department of, or not Department,
Can't
Department
find
of
what I was
Justice.
looking for there. That's
By
pretty
Merrick
weird.
Garland. But the same fraud that you seem to be so upset by, that's being committed by other people, like crypto bros and finance bros, those people are literally being pardoned by Donald Trump. So how the fuck can you pretend to care about any of this fraud when you still support Trump, who literally excuses it? And then you come down on the Democrats who were prosecuting it, right? Now, the difference is that I'm giving you facts and data points and stuff that we can all point to as happening. And Asmongold is just going by the reality that's in his head. But when reality is anything you want it to be, I guess you can argue anything that you want as a consequence of that. So, I mean, I don't know how to break through on that one.
It's crazy. People like this love to get mad, but that's okay. China once buried 400,000 people alive and it sent a message? I bet it did, yeah. And you have to do the punishment, though, also? Well, I mean, maybe, right? Have you seen a short video of a woman suing the IRS? Oh, I don't know about that. We need to bring back exiling? Yes, of course. And a naturalized citizen once proved the wrongdoing can be stripped of their protections or whatever. Well, like, I don't care what the rules are.
True.
If the rules are an inhibitor to justice, and they are an inhibitor to a nation exercising its sovereignty and being able to protect itself from foreign invaders, then the rules need to be ignored and changed.
True.
Like, just because something's written down doesn't make it right.
True.
Gay marriage wasn't against the law, or sorry, was against the law for like decades, and it was wrong. Like,
But then,
I
what
don't
did they do,
base my-
though? But then what did they do, Asmongold? Because we live in a system of laws, what do? They changed the rules. When you talk about sovereignty, you're appealing to some mutually understood rule set there. That's what sovereignty is. When you talk about legal or illegal immigrant, you're appealing to some mutually understood rule set.
And morality on the
dying here. I can feel it.
I don't care about the law. I only care about what I agree with. And by the way, this is the moral and ethical position. Imagine letting these random guys decide things for you.
True.
No, you're gonna outsource your morality, your thinking, your ethics to some random fucking people. They're all dead.
Me when I get caught begging to be allowed into a daycare to take pictures and videos. Oh, so what? I'm gonna let these people tell me how old you can be when I take a video of you? What? Let me in! Let me in! I need to see the children! Let me in!
Or dead. How the fuck are they supposed to know the way the world's going to evolve? And we're supposed to live according to that. Give me a break.
Bro, this must hit fucking hard. If you have as many brain cells as a fucking Happy Meal. Is this stupid? Are people listening to this and like, bro, this guy's fucking cooking. Picture of ice cubes. This guy's fucking cooking. Bro, how could they have possibly foreseen how the world would go? True. Holy shit. I think every new generation, every single time a new rule is written, it should have like an author next to it. And then when the author of that rule dies, like every time somebody dies, you should check who wrote like if they had any rules attached, and then those rules should be wiped because they're fucking old and dead. Who cares? We should do this with software projects or whatever. Like, every code has, like, a signature, and then when the guy dies, it's just, like, auto-deleted. Based. King shit.
Of course not. So many people are ideologically captured.
Like, riddle me this, Captain. The fucking genius old retard, who's probably dead, by the way, who said that rape shouldn't be legal. Do you think this guy knew that fucking Tinder would come into existence? Do you think this guy knew that women would all say no to having sex with me? And they would all go to fuck the 6.2 GigaChat that they can find on their cell phones instead? Riddle me that one, Batman.
Supersedes. Yes. Import the voters instead. Laws are not moral. Laws are often moral, but not always moral. Laws constantly change. Slavery was legal at one point. Yeah. Don't care about the laws. You talk about ancient Greece. That's why they have a punishment called ostracism. Yeah, well, you know, there's been a lot of people that are on that. Destiny's mad about this. Oh, here's another one. Destiny listens to Asmongold describing undocumented immigrants as parasites. How much do you want to bet that this is going to be an argument that is going to be against?
Yes, this is Vegas.
To me, it's going to be a personal attack, and then it's going to be laced with moral posturing of it sounding bad.
I can't attack your facts because you present none. You have no fact. What facts am I attacking? Well, you see, illegal immigrants are actually bad because of this fucking reason that I fucking just made up in my fucking mind. Well, that's because you're fucking retarded. Oh, really? I'm retarded? That's a personal attack. It's not personal. It just feels that way because the only facts that you have exist inside of your person because the only facts you have are the ones that exist in your mind. So your mind is the only thing I can attack there. Yes.
Let's find out. Because these fucking parasites come in from other countries. They're stealing our money.
Parasites? How does it even make... What? They're parasites because they take a job? That's a...
Yes, of course they are. Absolutely. Whenever they're taking a fake job and getting paid millions of dollars for it, what the fuck do you call that?
How do I get the fake job for millions of dollars? How is it that the low IQ, third world or Somalis have figured out some way to come into the United States and get millions of dollars for fake job? Well, actually, I guess I feel like I kind of have a fake job that makes millions of dollars. Never mind. Never mind, actually.
So what is a parasite? A parasite attaches itself to a host country, stay with me here. It attaches itself to a host, and then it extracts nutrients, resources, and life force out of that for itself. Now, what part of that is wrong?
That's being a parasite? What percentage of Somalis does he think are involved in the fraud? Oh, this is like a fresh and fit question where I was like, what percentage of women do you think are getting flown out to Dubai? And they're like, oh, 30 or 40%? 30 to 40% of college-age girls? Really? Half the population of Dubai's worth of American girls are being flown out
on accident.
daily, monthly, yearly? What percentage of Somalis does he think, or Somali Americans does he think are involved in this fraud?
Oh,
Do you think it's like half? Do you know what parasite even fucking means?
I just explained it.
This parasitic leech, what's he doing? He fucking came and he worked for his fucking money. Oh, what?
Who's working?
True. I'm so retarded. I forgot it was 80% of Somali or Haitian or Dominican or whatever immigrant group is the flavor of the week that you hate. All of them are stealing money from the government. My bad. Bro, how the fuck does our government have the money for fucking anything? They're paying out millions and millions of dollars to all these fucking groups. What? Why did that fucking place look like such dog shit? Where are the Escalades? Where are all of the huge cars that these Somalis are fucking driving around? It didn't look like that nice of a place. Maybe they take the money back to Somalia. Maybe in Somalia now. Maybe that's where I would want to live. Maybe it was a bait. Maybe Asmongold was laying a trap in the beginning. He's like, would you really want to live in Somalia? It's like, well, fuck. Maybe I would. If they're getting all of this money shipped back to them for free from the U.S. government, I don't know. Maybe Somalia's a sick-ass fucking place now.
They weren't doing anything. If they're working, then why are 89% of them on welfare? Oh, apparently their working isn't...
How are we defining welfare? Are 89% of Somali Americans on welfare? Is that true? 89%? Where's the number? Well, also, I'm curious how we're defining welfare here as well. Like, are we saying like earned income tax credit or child tax credit? Is that welfare or? Because I feel like I'm trying to remember how. Oh, fuck, I wish I remember where I read this from. Depending on how you define welfare, it's something like 45% like of all Americans you can theoretically say are like on some kind of welfare. Like, whoa, like are Pell Grants considered like welfare? I don't know if those are income based or not. I don't think they are. Pell Grants, Pell Grants, right? I don't know.
Working. Surely, and by the way, oh wow, the economy can't survive without a Somalian immigrant that are, in most cases, costing us money so we can pay for them infinitely.
Motherfucker, back then, I don't even know if non-landowners could fucking vote in the states that they lived in. I don't even know if they had the right to fucking vote in that case. What? What? I don't. What are we even appealing to?
Oh yeah, that was definitely that's what they were planning on. Then we should just import all of them, and then why don't we do this?
Oh, that's what I said. Just import all of them. Oh, don't actually respond. Wait, am I? Holy shit! I just realized how deep this is. He's listening to me, responding to him, listening to me, responding to him. Right? Okay, I'm trying to keep track of which Destiny was speaking. With substance to any argument I make because we're substanceless, but that's fine, bitch.
Well, of course not, because all you have to do, the thing is that all you have to do is go to, this is a very simple concept, right?
Yeah.
All you have to do, go to an emergency room, and you see a bunch of illegal...
I thought he was about to give me like a fact or figure. I thought he was going to actually quote, I thought he was going to be like, all you have to do is go and check at, you know, the consumption of healthcare per capita. All you do is, I thought he was going to give me, but it's not, I have to go to the emergency room. Oh. Should I go when they're open or should I go when they're closed, like when that one kid went?
Aliens that can't speak English, wasting everybody's fucking time. Is that costing us money?
Wait, wasting people? So they're not even sick? They're just going for fun? I guess if all you do is get a fuck ton of government money all day, you have nothing else to do. So you just go to the hospital, like, yeah, fuck it, let's go to the hospital. Why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? Let's go.
Making us money. It's pretty simple. You don't need to have all these graphs and statistics and, oh no, it makes it up. Nah, think about it for yourself. Think about it for 3 seconds. For 3 seconds. First-hand experience. Yeah, I've seen it. The immigrants are sending money overseas. Absolutely. Not in his neighborhood. Yeah. At worst, it's costing lives. It does. Infinite money. Idris Elba is now Sir Idris Elba. Oh, congratulations for him. I think that's deserved. Good for him. He's baiting you to comment to stay relevant. It's okay. It's good content for me, too. I don't mind it. It's fine.
I'm not. I just want to play Unk Raiders. I'm here to play. I just want to put the video games in the bag. I don't care. I've suicided my viewership over the past 2 weeks. I just want to play video games because I hate talking about this shit because this is fucking retarded. It's not even. This isn't even a real conversation.
So yes, remember when he said, let's just...
I'm arguing with the shadow demons in your mind right now. There's not a single fact or figure to be found anywhere. Not a single citation, not a single data point, not a single piece of evidence anywhere beyond this, well, when was the last time that you went to an emergency? When was the last time you went to an emergency? Why the fuck are we basing this on anything? I don't know, okay.
Say it's 50 billion. He literally used the same ad absurdum argument against you 5 minutes before. Comments lives, it does. Infinite money. Idris Elba is now Sir Idris Elba. Oh, congratulations for him. I think that's deserved. Good for him. He's baiting you to comment to stay relevant. It's okay. It's good content for me, too. I don't mind it. It's fine. So, yes, remember when he said, let's just say it's 50 billion? He literally used the same ad absurdum argument against you 5 minutes before this. I don't know why Destiny is bending over backwards to justify Somalian immigrants coming over and scamming us and living off of our welfare. But from my personal opinion...
Well, but I'm not, though, right? You see how you're, like, turning into your... The Hassan guy now? By you're inventing arguments? And it's crazy because my arguments should be easy to respond to since you're not using real data anyway, right? You can just make shit up. But now you're inventing positions to fight against. I think fraud is bad and we should go after it. But you're the one defending the president of the United States who's pardoned more fraudsters probably than any president in history, and then is saying the next day that he doesn't even remember who they are or know anything about it.
I don't think it should be happening. I think it's bad.
Don't actually respond with substance to any argument I make because we're substanceless. But that's fine. It's true. Import every illegal immigrant.
Yes. Okay, well, there we go.
Does he think I want to import every illegal immigrant? Is that...
He's not. He's just disagreeing with you. I know that. I know. No, I know Destiny is not. I fully... Everything that Destiny does, I do not think it is artificial. I think he's doing it because he really thinks it. He is in it for the love of the game. Absolutely. I don't know if there's any more of these that are worth looking at. Post one reading his chat. I think I saw that one before. Canute's opinion on FaZe. Oh, God. I might have to look at that in a minute. If you refresh, there's also another clip. Oh, thank God. Okay. There's another one.
If only there was an easier way to do communication that didn't have a 12-hour latency.
Okay, here we go. Why don't we have a state where we bring in 50 million illegal immigrants? We will send every illegal immigrant to one state, and we'll see what it's like after 10 years. That's right.
Buddy, that state is called California, and it's got the 5th highest GDP in the fucking world.
That's a great point. The reason why California's GDP is so high is because of illegal aliens.
Nobody said that the reason why it was high was because of illegal aliens. You said that illegal aliens will swamp and destroy any place you send them. Why is it not happening in California? Or is California that much better than every other dog shit, dipshit, white-infested state that you talk about, that California can carry all of the degenerate browns on their back and still outperform every other state in the country? Or maybe they just aren't having the extreme negative impact that you're fantasizing about in your mind. Maybe?
It's not because of all the businesses that are trillion-dollar businesses that are doing tech stuff. It's not because of Silicon Valley. Oh, no, of course not. It's actually because of the illegal aliens.
That's what I said, I think. Yes.
So fucking stupid. You don't know a single fact about literally anything.
True.
That's right. Of course.
True.
As opposed to what all the illegal immigrants in fucking Alabama and Louisiana and fucking Georgia. Are you serious?
I am getting rage baited. It's rage bait. Don't link me this. I just want
That's right, guys. That's right. Hey, guys, keep in mind, the reason why California is rich is because they have a bunch of illegal aliens.
Keep in mind, guys, illegal aliens, when they go to places, will just absolutely destroy the country. It'll destroy everything. That's why places like California are currently destroyed, which Trump says all the time. So is he... Actually, I'm curious. So what is Asmongold's position? Is California failing right now, or is it massively successful because of all the tech companies? Or does it really just depend on Trump's mood that particular day? We want California to be a shithole state that's completely failing with an unnecessarily high tax code? Or is it actually such a phenomenal state that it can carry all of the issues, the socialism and the illegal immigrants on its back?
That's great. I had no idea. I thought it was the rich tech companies and the fact that it's like an incredible place geographically. It's like right next to the sea. It's always been one of the biggest states. It has one of the highest populations also, so it's going to naturally have a higher GDP. Yeah, okay.
Oh my god. What do we do? There's so many warm water ports in California. It's rage bait. I'm getting rage bait. I know he's rage baiting me.
Yes.
I know it. I know he's rage baiting me.
This is what happens when you have to see the truth.
Yeah.
This is what happens.
Tell me more.
Is that you think that it's a lie.
Mm-hmm. The truth.
It's okay.
Straight
You're
from
gonna get
Asmongold's
there.
brain.
It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And if I was rage baiting, it is working.
True. I know he's rage baiting me. See, he
I
is.
think
He knows it. He knows it. I actually think He it's is. funny. I think it's funny.
I think
he sits down on stream.
Yes.
It's like, how am I gonna piss off
Before
Destiny
stream, he's
today?
like,
What is like the most retarded shit I can say? We're going with this today. Because nobody in my audience can
I'm
call me
not
out.
going to admit that I haven't. I'm not going to say that I've never. Okay. I will say that the men are more attractive than women in pulling up all the animals. That one was off the top of my head. But I could suck a dick and it wouldn't be gay. I did think that one up ahead of time. I did. The Arabic numerals one, I had seen other people use that joke before. But usually, I'm trying to think of like one that I came out with that was really stupid that I planned ahead of time. The only way that they are a net benefit to society is whenever you are using these fake indicators like GDP, you're going to get mad.
Oh, GDP is fake now.
It absolutely is fake, and it's completely fake. It's all fake money. So I'll go ahead and I'll show you.
Fake money? What is he showing me? Oh god, I'm about to see. Oh no. Oh no, I'm about to see the most retarded shit. Oh, he's about to do the equivalent of when you ever talk to a girl and she's like, what time were you born? That's what I'm about to get. I'm about to get astrology for econ from Asmongold. Let's go.
So here's a pretty good indicator. Let's look at this right here. Where is last 20 years? Okay.
Random graphs from Statista. Okay. No St. Louis Federal Reserve Board. No graphs from that here. Hell no. We got Google Images, baby. Major truth nuke incoming. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Was your life better in the purple block or the red block? Did you have more purchasing power in the purple block or the red block?
First of all, GDP is not a measure of how good your life is. Secondly, you said purchasing power. There is, like, the Consumer Price Index or the Purchasing Power PPP, whatever. There are other indexes that you could appeal to, so I don't know why you'd be using GDP for this. Thirdly, it is kind of funny. Are you asking if my life felt better after 8 years of Barack Obama in office or after 4 years of fucking Donald Trump? I don't actually know in terms of, I would probably just look up real wages is what I would probably look up. Although that doesn't necessarily even capture everything too, because people argue that, you know, baskets can be weighted more heavily towards housing or not or whatever bullshit. But I mean, I probably felt better after 8 years of Obama. So good point, I guess.
Overwhelmingly, everybody's saying purple.
Oh, the people in your chat are all agreeing that when they were younger, 8 years ago, life was better? How crazy was that? How insane is that? If you ask a 28-year-old right now, you must be in 20 and in college. Like, no, I actually like being into my job and career and everything more now. I hated my college days. I guess there are some people like that. What a crazy man. Holy shit.
That's because basing the GDP off of the human centipede of the 5 most valuable and most profitable tech companies in the country is not a very good indicator for where wealth and consolidation of resources actually is.
Okay. Actually, I appreciate that he's actually trying to use facts here, so I'm going to be gentle, okay, for Babby's first factual argument. So right now you're mixing up the talking point of GDP doesn't mean anything, which is what Republicans like to say when the GDP is getting raped by Donald Trump's economic mismanagement. You're mixing that talking point up with, well, actually, the S&P 500 isn't real because it's overweighted by 6 large tech companies and all the AI companies. Now, you're conflating these 2 points because the stock market isn't necessarily GDP, right? Gross domestic product is, if I remember from that fucking macroecon course I took, it was, what is it, I plus P plus Israel Powell? I don't remember. It's that gross domestic product it captures the total amount of expenditures of all of the buying of goods and services in a country plus investment, I think, right? That's what GDP measures. C plus I plus G plus X minus M. There you go. The numbers, the letters. That's what GDP measures. GDP doesn't measure wealth at all. It doesn't measure the stock market. Yeah, maybe correlated, but so I don't know why. Like, he's doing health at every size for econ. When you go up to some girl, I'll say this because he hates women, right? Who's 36 BMI, and she's like, well, actually, BMI is actually not the best indicator of health. Bitch, you're obese, okay? What do you mean? It doesn't matter. There might be better indicators. You want to know what else? I'll even lean harder into GDP. You want to say that GDP isn't necessarily going to tell you how wealthy people... Sure, maybe not. But you know what? GDP actually is highly correlated with basically every fucking positive outcome you could ever want in a country. You go look it up. We can look up GDP versus life expectancy or educational attainment or infant mortality rate. GDP is going to be pretty positively correlated, meaning that when you go to the graph and you plot these things against each other, you're going to see a nice old line. Might even call it an R squared. You're going to see a nice old line going from the bottom left to the top right, broadly speaking, okay? They're going to be really fucking correlated because guess what? When a country has more money, it tends to spend more on things like healthcare and education and childcare, broadly speaking.
What about the fact that after COVID, over 90% of the GDP growth and the wealth growth went to the top 1%?
You're talking about the income or new wealth created, and that's not necessarily surprising, but I don't does that CGI, I don't think any of that shit is even captured in the appreciation of a company. Is that going to be captured in GDP anywhere? I don't think it necessarily is it? Unless I don't think it would be. No, like what? So I don't. He's mixing up all the populist. He's mixing up all the populist talking points.
You're right. The GDP is sorry, I'm right. The GDP is absolutely, got that one wrong. GDP is absolutely not a good indicator of what an average person's purchasing power and lifestyle actually is. Back 2 years ago.
You know, the funny thing is, now, a couple years ago, I would have tried to have been more centric on this, but now I'll be more capitalist. No, actually, it basically is. GDP per capita is roughly going to track all of your good lifestyle things. If I list you 5 really high GDP, well, you know what? Hey, you know what? Fuck me. Maybe I'm not right on this. Let's look it up. GDP per capita by country. Wikipedia. Let's look them up. You know? Let's look them up. Let's look at the top 5 or 10, and then look at the bottom 5 or 10. Let's see which ones you'd rather be in. Let's just take a guess. He wanted to play this game earlier, right? Do you want to live in Somalia or whatever? Nominal GDP in USD per capita. Only big countries, okay? So we've got Liechtenstein, we've got Luxembourg, Ireland, Switzerland, Iceland, Singapore, Norway, United States, Denmark, fake micronation. What the fuck is this? The Netherlands, and Qatar. Okay, here's our top 10. Now let's just take our, let's just look at the bottom 10. Maybe they're really good countries too. I don't know. Apparently GDP is a really bad indicator of anything. But let's just take a look. It's just GDP, right? Let's check. Yemen, North Korea, Eritrea, Syria, Zanzibar, American Samoa, fake micronational, fake micronation. Oh, Cuba. Some of these are micronations. What else do I reckon? French Polynesia. I'm sure some of these are good. British Virgin Isles. Is that the Epstein place? I don't remember. Guam. Oh, okay, strong showing there. We got Guam. South Sudan. Afghanistan. Oh, wait, these have no data. I'm sorry. These are probably being sorted by the... I'm retarded. My bad. I don't know if the IMF is data. I'm sorry. Let me go up more. I figured Cuba was probably a little too long, so I was kind of surprised. But, okay, sorry. Let's start up here where there is good data here. South Sudan, Afghanistan, Burundi, the Central African Republic, Madagascar, Malawi, Mozambique, Sudan, Somalia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Niger, Gambia, Liberia. Do you think there might be something to this GDP thing? Maybe? What else do we have up here near the top? Oh, Israel, Belgium, Austria, Sweden, Australia, Germany, Hong Kong, the UK, Finland, Canada, UAE, micro shit nation, New Zealand, Malta, France, Italy. So, okay, hold on. What do we have down here again? What do we got? We got Laos, Cameroon, Senegal, Comoros, Guinea, Pakistan, Tajikistan, Benin, Uganda. Oh, hey. Did I say this right? Oh, I didn't. Somalia. Rwanda, Mali, Lesotho, Ethiopia. Well. I wonder if GDP does mean maybe it is kind of a thing that matters a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit.
Oh, Chishback for saying the same. Wait, Destiny said the same thing?
And then a second thing that's like peripherally related to this topic that's also weird is economists are having a lot of problems right now trying to figure out why so many people are having such negative opinions on the economy when every economic indicator on broad groups of people is outrageously positive. And it's something that a lot of people, and now a lot of economists, I'm starting to see more articles where economists are like, why do Zoomers feel like they're doing horrible in this economy? Because like their wages have dramatically outpaced inflation. Wait, what? What does he think he's proving? I don't even think he understands what I'm talking about right now. Arguing whether or not consumer sentiment can be captured accurately with other types of normal economic indicators, which for a long time it seemed like something was happening where there was this divergence. Probably because people were listening to many people like Aspen fuck.
And I read an article as a person sunk cost fallacy. Destiny's take on the economy makes me want to give him a Diet Coke to a grocery store. Absolutely. Everybody's disagreeing with him in his comment section. Destiny doesn't eat fast food or buy his own groceries. Just look at the fucking prices. Yeah. You just see, this is the thing. It's like but you look at it. If you look at the graph, look at the graph. I don't need to look at the graph. I went to Wendy's. I went to KFC. The shit's expensive. It's $70 for a bucket of chicken. That's all I need to see.
Okay.
That's it. That's the end of the conversation.
Well, I can't argue with that, I guess.
Go ahead. Explain it.
They're some of the highest wage growth people of all time. They're doing better than I think even boomers were doing. Their home ownership rates are on track to pass everybody and already are ahead of I think Gen Xers and millennials, because millennials under the housing market post-crash and everything.
Who's this guy?
When you look at like all of the indicators, all of the wage growth, all of the like educational achievement, like all of these things for Gen Z, they're really good, and for a lot of the economy broadly, they're actually pretty good. But people's economic outlooks, their feelings when you poll them are horrible. People feel like everything is horrible, but you cannot find anything in any of the data to say like, why do people feel like shit is so
So this is the mind. So then your conclusion for this is that all of the people are wrong and these experts are right? Why would you think that?
The reason why you would think that is because when Donald Trump is elected and nothing really changes, everybody's economic forecast, everybody's economic personal outlook changes completely. The reason why you might think that is when you looked at things like consumer spending, especially for traveling over the holidays, it was hitting record high after record high after record high, which seems strange when that same group of people is saying, we don't have any money, we're broke, we're poor, and we can't afford anything. I think that's the issue. It's like, oh, well, it's interesting that everybody's saying they have no money, but then when we go to the store and we check and see what's going on, it seems like motherfuckers are spending like crazy. I think that was the confusing thing. Oh shit, not fucking with you.
Like it's just, why would you ever think that? It's the graph. Like this is, you're not thinking like, bro. You gotta think for yourself, man. Think for yourself. Destiny needs to go to Taco Bell and try to order a Mexican fucking pizza. Shit's crazy expensive. Like I go to Panda Express, it's like $19. What the fuck are we talking about? $19. Mr. Baghead, thanks very much for the 50 subs. I appreciate it. Thank you. I think you're right in this case. As much as you often said, there's a few smart people, a lot of dumb people. Yes, you guys being scammed for a bucket of chickens less than 15 bucks. With my wage increased 25%, energy doubled in cost, rents double 50% as much. I know. I get. Listen. Why do the graphs not reflect reality? Because the graphs are a lie.
Okay.
They are a lie. And I am just, this is really just sad.
Yeah.
It really is just sad.
Can't you just can't you just unlock reality?
Can't find it in
like
home ownership rates.
Asmongold?
You can't
you
find it in
just
educational
unlock
gain.
it
You can't
from
find it in
Asmongold's
wage
brain?
growth. You can't find it in inflation. You can't find it in productivity versus. You can't find it anywhere. So yeah, I don't. So when you ask me this question about like Biden and the polls and everything, I don't know if like the social.
And also, the end result, the final conclusion of this thinking is Destiny having an absolute melterino over Kamala Harris losing the presidential election. This thinking leads you to believing that Kamala Harris had a chance to win the presidency.
If you don't think she had a chance to win the presidency, then the roaches have burrowed deeper into your mind than we thought. I don't... Like, again, you're mixing up... And I understand, I guess, when you don't know fact from fiction, then predictions and conclusions seem like the same thing to you, but predictions and conclusions are not the same thing. So I don't know what... I don't know why you think you're cooking here by trying to compare the two. Based.
Yep.
Yep.
Because the end result, the bottom line, eventually, when theory comes to reality and ideas become real, I'm right. And this is inevitable.
Well, but like, not really, right? Because hasn't Donald Trump just like kind of fucked with the economy and everything more than anybody, even me, would have thought he would have? Like, haven't we seen slower wage growth? Haven't we seen more inflation? Haven't we seen a depreciation of the dollar? Haven't we seen an increase in the cost of things due to tariffs? Like, aren't we all complaining about like how expensive RAM is? Haven't we done basically nothing to address housing costs or issues? Haven't we not deported really any fucking immigrants? Haven't we done nothing to address the rising cost of healthcare? I don't know, it kind of seems like I was completely and totally fucking right on every single thing I said. But all the MAGA people whose number one concerns were all of these issues seem to not be complaining about them now, which kind of seems like it reinforces the thing I said earlier, and that these problems are nowhere near as big as dipshits like you were making them out to be. But I don't know. That's just my, it's my opinion. Who knows?
And everybody knows it.
Thank you, Bet, for the gifted subs.
They had a dollar menu here. They don't have a dollar menu here. But you know what everybody still has? Dollars.
Immigrants.
What? The media is
Was he cooking with that one? What the fuck?
Eventually, when theory comes to reality and ideas become real, I'm right.
I want to cook one
and
more
this
time.
is inevitable.
Yeah.
And everybody knows it. They had a dollar menu here. They don't have a dollar menu here. But you know what everybody still has? Dollars.
Media is dictating our opinions to us like even more, but it's getting really difficult to track like what is actually happening and how do you figure what people are actually feeling and what they're actually going to do. It's like it's a very, very, very difficult thing to track right now, I think. Yeah.
No, I completely agree with that. You know,
I'm actually just so wrong. Aspen was like, why wouldn't you just ask me? Have you ever thought about the KFC bucket of chicken index?
when
It's a difficult thing to track because it's being intentionally misrepresented in order to make the public feel like the economy is getting better, while the 1% continuously pillage, degrade, and destroy the way of life of the average American, the average citizen, so they can fund and pay for a Somalian to live out your American dream. While they siphon off the money, and then they take kickbacks.
Their American dream of clogging up all the emergency rooms? Is that, I guess? Is that... It's the American dream. Okay.
And they make money off of the budget, offered the budget stuff. That's it. You broke them? No, it's okay. I'm fine. It's okay.
Well, at least Trump reduced the deficit, right? He cut government spending a lot, right? He found a lot of this fraud, right? Maybe? No?
And I don't know really what this is, but it's just sad. It really is sad. The dollar menu still exists. Yeah, it's just $3 instead of $1. Why don't you shut the fuck up? So let's go back.
Retarded shit I can say.
The only way that they are a net benefit to society is whenever you are using these fake indicators like GDP.
Oh, GDP is fake now.
Absolutely, it is. It's completely fake.
True.
He's
Admin
cooking.
Shit. Tell me what indicators we're supposed to use. Please tell me the.
Go to Wendy's.
Oh, the Wendy's indicator.
Go to the grocery store. Look at the food. Look at the food. Is it expensive or not? It's expensive. It's expensive. Like, there it is. That's the end of it. Look at rent. It's expensive. Yeah, you just go outside. Like, I mean, what are we doing here? What we're doing here is obvious. See, he's looking at graphs. I'm looking at menus.
Good ones, please.
Got me,
By the way,
girl.
GDP is not the only indicator, but go ahead, tell me, please. Tell me, King.
Oh, let's hear another fake one.
Yeah.
And these other abstract economic indicators.
economics.
Because they're used.
So they're not.
Yeah, it's fake. Because it's all fake.
King.
It's fake bullshit.
I don't even know how you would win a debate against somebody like this. You're going back to the just like the I'm proud to be stupid and I don't believe in education or numbers. I don't know what the fuck. I don't even know what the counter argument is. Like, well, fuck. I guess we just don't believe in numbers or facts or anything. I'm truly powerless to stop your arguments.
Taking a lot of withdrawals from. You're too.
You think that all the illegal aliens are young? That's not even true. Like, what are you talking about?
Do you think the average illegal immigrant is fucking my abuelita? My grandpa and grandpa? My grandma and grandma? Or grandma and grandpa? Maybe we're importing gay illegals. What do you don't think the average age of an illegal immigrant skews downwards? Remember.
I think it does skew downward, but it doesn't mean
Heavily.
that they don't age and get older, and a lot of them require health care whenever they get older.
Okay. That's a future problem. It's not what we're talking about right now, though, right?
What argument is this?
Now, I guarantee you, I'm not even gonna go look because I don't need to. I guarantee you, if you go back, this motherfucker has used the words or has talked about the fighting age immigrants, the fighting age illegal immigrants, or the young men that are all coming over to work. So now it's old people. Now old people are the illegal immigrants. This is like the Uberman.
I know what he's thinking of. He's thinking of the people coming in Europe. And yes, that's true. Overwhelmingly, the people coming in Europe are military-aged men. It's pretty obvious.
But for America, they're old because that fits my current talking points.
But those military-aged men, do you know what happens? Is that eventually they age out. And then they need health care that they didn't pay into. And if you brought in 100, they're collecting food stamps, we're paying for their education.
All of it, and
everybody's
that, and they're getting educated at the same time.
How are they doing so much?
Driving around Escalades with their welfare dollars, while also stealing all of our jobs and getting educated. And every night they're in the emergency rooms. Jesus, these motherfuckers are doing everything over here. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Bro, fuck me, man.
Yeah?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, now you see how ridiculous. See, even he thinks it's funny. Yeah.
It sounds like I want these people here. If you're smart enough to play the system 52 different ways and you still have time to go to class.
We have too many of them. No, I get it. I get it. It's the scammers' respect. I understand this, and I feel kind of the same way. But there's too many scammers. And also, these aren't elite-level scammers. These are people that are saying, well, no, my hand isn't in the cookie jar. That's, no, I took it out afterwards. After I ate the cookie, my hand wasn't in the cookie jar. Like, they're not good scammers. It's because the government's bad.
Then why aren't all the white people scamming the government? Or are white people just above scamming?
Government's letting it happen because they don't want to be accused of racism.
White people can't scam?
Fucking A, bro. Bring them in. Okay? Let the Jews fucking rule us. Let the
I didn't say this, okay? This is not me saying this. This is him saying this.
Somalis fucking scam all the extra money that the Jews are creating, and I guess spread it around to all the fucking poor white people so they can smoke crack and do their fucking fentanyl.
I would correct that, but I would get banned.
From China, and that'll be our import market. There you go. That sounds like the ideal.
Yeah. What would he saying? Do black people smoke crack? What do white people do? Meth? Black people can be our drug dealers. We can buy them. We can buy from black people to get them out of generational poverty with all the money that the Jews are generating and distributing to us via the Somali scammers. There we go.
Yes.
This is just This is rage bait in the purest,
Yes.
most distilled
Yes.
form. Okay.
Oh man, I appreciate the content. I do. I hope he had a good time, and I'm sure all of the Redditors are like, well, if you look at the graph, oh, look at the graph, look at the graph, look at the graph. Oh my God. Well, one day they'll understand. One day, the thing is that right now they might not get it, they might not understand it, but you know, I think that over time they're gonna figure it out, bro. They're gonna figure it out. They're gonna see how it is, and it's gonna be sad. Why do you entertain the ideas? I thought this was funny. I did. I thought it was funny to listen to this. This was great. Yeah, what do you mean? No offense, the issue here is Disney just has you on the facts. He generally reads a lot about this. He's right about illegal immigrants not being a net negative. No, he's not. It's the same as him using the GDP. So whenever...
Sorry. I can't. I don't know. I can't counter that. I can't counter that. He got me there. I'm a number fag. I'm a loser who I hear a number and I'm like, you're saying a thing, but this guy's got a number and I just hear the number and I like the numbers. I like the numbers. What am I supposed to say? I like the numbers, man. I can't help myself. I'm addicted to them. I'm obsessed with numbers.
So what do you think the logic is that basically somebody who looks at graphs and polls and thinks Kamala Harris is going to win and thinks the GDP is a great indicator also has the right take on illegal immigration? I don't care what the poll...
What do you think the Trump campaign relied on? How do you think the Trump campaign figured out which states to campaign in? Why do you think Donald Trump is so concerned with increasing the GDP? Why does he talk about it? It's almost like maybe these things matter. Maybe they matter a little bit. Maybe.
Polls and the facts say they're selectively biased. They're selectively obtained. The entire idea. Do you know that private companies pay for studies? Why do you think that all these private companies pay for studies? I don't...
Because who else the fuck is going to pay for the fucking study? Do you think the public is going to fund studies for private companies? I'm not going to pay. Why the fuck should we pay for their studies? Of course they're going to fund their own fucking research. What do you mean? You disclose the conflict of interest, you have other people do peer review on it. Who else is supposed to fund it? Asmongold, please tell me. You're so smart. Tell me how we're supposed to fund it otherwise, please.
Need to read a fucking fact sheet. I don't need to see a graph. I need to go to Wendy's. You go to the grocery store, you're going to immediately see that it's not true. It's bullshit. It's total bullshit. And this massive, unflinching, unwavering appeal and begging for authority to tell you what's real and what's not, being terrified of thinking for yourself, is the reason why we're in this problem to begin with. Stop outsourcing your own mind.
As everybody listens to Asmongold, tell them exactly what to think. Yes.
Refresh again. There's an even newer clip. All the comments saying you're a Nazi. Okay, all right, one more, and then we're gonna move on. Okay, one more. Then we're done.
Then we're done. For real, for real.
Oh, this is it. Oh, this is about me. Okay. Yeah, I want to denaturalize him, send back to Somalia, and he's one step away from that's too much of a hassle. Courts are so inexpensive. Let's put them in facilities where they can be put to work and pay back what they took from Americans.
Hasn't Asmongold already said that?
I think taking their assets would be doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't need to do that because you can just take their assets.
There you go, king. My king.
Now is Twitch okay with this? Oh no. This is low-key some Adolf. This is just like, guys, this is just like Adolf Hitler. Yeah, Adolf Hitler, that's what he did. Is he wanted to send everybody. Remember when Adolf Hitler sent everybody back home? Shut the fuck up. Listen, maybe this works on Reddit, but it doesn't work anywhere else. So please, go ahead and hold on to this. Yeah, top 1% commenter.
Top 1% commenter,
What
true.
a surprise, right?
He Jewish. Nope.
Teenagers on Reddit. It's just sad to see this. And yeah, is this his final solution? Oh God, he already advocated for cops to use live ammo on protesters, so labor and death camps shouldn't be that far away for him. Sure, guys. Sure. You're so right. You're so right about everything.
Okay,
absolutely.
Fuck this guy.
Actually, start by saying that it came from taking money after a death camp. Yeah. Did they not know you were talking about scammers? No, of course they don't know that I'm talking about scammers. The thing is that Americans and Westerners have been completely mind broken and psyoped.
Oh, blame women
into
voters
thinking
next.
That the only moral thing that they can do is to give away their culture,
Yeah,
their
suicidal
money,
empathy.
their land.
Do we have that phrase
and
in our
their
vocabulary
lives
yet? He needs to learn it.
third worlders for things that happened before we were born.
True.
That's it. And I'm here breaking the conditioning. I am. I will bring you to the truth even if you are kicking and screaming.
So brave.
That's okay. So keep kicking, keep screaming. To be honest, it makes it more entertaining. But you'll get there.
Can't see me, right?
Best example, Germany? Yep, that's right.
Yeah.
As of 100 years ago,
Why would you go to Germany?
Immigration? Yeah, I wouldn't call it immigration. You'd call it an invasion. I know.
True.
And yeah, we just select. I know. I you're a fast food Chipotle and Wendy's enjoyer or a man of the people. I am a man of the people. I know that. I know that. Thank you.
By the way, do you want to hear what not a man of the people is? Okay, to my working poors, you know who wasn't a man of the people? He's fucking Chipotle. That's a rich man's fast food restaurant. Okay, the man of the people are at the fucking. I don't know if the dollar menus exist anymore. I don't, because I'm rich. Okay, I don't worry about the dollar menu anymore. But back then, it was the McDonald's dollar menu. It was the Taco Bell menu. These were the man of the people menus. Chipotle, that was like your, oh, you're gonna do bougie fast food. Oh, and the Little Caesars $5 pizzas. Hell the fuck yeah. And their 89-cent crazy bread, which I'm pretty sure was like 12,000 fucking calories of the most delicious fast food garlic bread you've ever had in your fucking life.
For reminding me. I appreciate it. No, it's okay. And eventually they'll understand. Like, this is, again, I remember when I used to think like this. I was a little kid. Right?
Oh, yeah?
But, you know, eventually they'll get better at it, and they'll understand it. I love you. Can you stop choking on your saliva? Nope, I can't. I wish I could. So, yeah. What if illegal immigrants were a net positive? Like, a theoretical, if illegal immigrants were a net positive. I think that's a very interesting conversation, right? And so, like, just assuming that they are a complete net positive, I think that you'd have to look at the effects that they would have on other people, right? Like, because you look at the net positive for an individual versus the net positive for a company versus the net positive for a community versus the net positive for the country, right? So you look at, like, the abstract.
What do you think net means there?
Abstraction, but assume that all of them are, and everything like that is okay, then I would probably want to have more immigration into the country to an extent. But I also think that most importantly, a country's obligation is to its own people, and to the effect that the immigration causes problems for the people that are living there. And this doesn't have to be economic. There are a lot of other problems that immigration can cause too, as well, like cultural problems, etc., crime problems, all kinds of stuff like that. So really, I would make the decision in the best interest of the citizens that live in the country. And that's the only thing that I'm really asking for.
Oh.
I'm asking.
Whereas we're just trying to do the best for like the illegal immigrants coming in. Thank you. Good summary. Okay.
That American politicians and American lawmakers put me first.
Wow.
That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
Not Israel, not Somalia,
okay.
not Europe, not China, not Venezuela. I want them to put me first.
Okay.
Because I'm an American. And I want them to work for me. So that's it.
Wow.
They are a net positive on the fake graph. Yes.
Good one.
And I've spent 40 years in California and leaving for a better life for my young kids. Southern California is for sure propped up by illegal Hispanics. Oh, great. Well, we've had this before. Yeah. Remember we had this a long time ago. It was a huge problem. We got fought a war over it.
For all the illegal immigrants in, yeah, the southwestern United States.
So everybody talking about me. Everybody thinking about me. Wow, what a surprise. It's Twitter, everybody thinking about me. No, this makes sense. It makes sense. Of course it does. Somali daycare money landed. Yep, no doubt. And anyway, let's see it. Somali fraud in Washington. Okay, all right. We'll go to one or two more of these. And I feel like we got some other stuff that I want to look at. That should only be focused on the density of immigration. 10K Somalis isn't bad. 20K in a town is a huge issue. Yeah. You're completely right about that. You're totally right. But I think also if you let people into the country, they are going to travel and go where they want. It's hard to keep them all in one place, right?
Don't you want that? Don't you want them to spread out and diversify rather than be in a ghetto where they all just concentrate and scam the government?
Yeah, please, ICE, come to Washington. Give me 1 second. I use the bathroom before we look at this. But yes. All right. Yeah, this is the people getting really mad, huh? They've been getting real upset.
Okay. Did I get rage baited enough? LSF for
America
context.
after 100 million deportations, and they put Homeland Security posted America after 100 million deportations, and it's a nice car at the beach. Well, you better get started. I mean,
Why are you saying hello like I said hello to you? Why are you saying hello like I said hello to you? You should say, are you there? Because we've been here the whole time. You see that number up there that says 5 hours and 40 minutes? Okay, take it easy. Be safe. Peace.
yeah, I agree. Okay, great. Yeah, all right, let's see it happen. Yeah, this is a nice meme. Now let's see the like, why are we not mobilizing the National Guard, the military, the ICE? Why are we not hiring the police force? You know, like, you need to be going as far as you possibly can, but they're not doing any of this. They're posting memes on Twitter. Like, I agree with this. I think this is great, but it doesn't matter. What they're doing is they're just simply placating people that are angry about this without actually...
Oh, I thought he was like listening to the news in the background, and I was getting some kind of fucking news wave slop.
America...
oh my god, I just got so mind fucked.
I mean, if...
Jesus. I don't care, bro.
Anyway, what's this here? Destiny is willing to debate, but I was going to never talk. Why would I debate Destiny? If I already know what's happening, why do we want to have a conversation about it? What is this here?
He's epic. Just challenge him to a debate. Well, yeah, I would always debate him. He's never talking to me.
Why would I ever debate anybody for any reason?
King! True! King!
I know I'm right.
True!
It's obvious that I'm right.
It's self-evident. True!
Why would I give Destiny a platform to lie?
True.
Why would I do that? Doesn't make sense.
Don't do it, King. Don't do it, King.
Immediately. I think we talked about
just like, and that's the thing, is that people look at being able to debate well, meaning...
And now Asmongold. Asmongold is now going to do the exact same thing to me that he accurately pointed out Hassan was doing to me. And he's going to give the same bullshit reasons that he called out when Hassan gave them for dodging me in a debate to dodge me in a debate. Cinema.
That you're right. Sure.
It's just talking fast, okay? Debate is just about who can talk the fastest. Duh. So why waste your time with a bunch of fast-talking yappers? True, King.
And so they got...
You should just challenge him to a debate. Well, yeah, I would always debate him. He's never talking to me. He knows that...
No, why would I? Why would I engage with somebody who engages in bad faith?
True.
Like Destiny, this is a good example of it, right?
Yeah.
Destiny just got done yesterday using the example of the Feeding Our Future as an example of Biden doing a good job and them caring about fraud.
Yeah.
But now we're learning that the same people that were indicted for Feeding Our Future...
Sorry, same people? Sources? Source? The same people? Or do you mean like people like the Somali people? like the ethnic group is like a hive mind. Where are the people?
Sure. Are receiving funds, look at this here, was been paid $49 million and is still receiving. Now we're learning that the same people...
Oh, hold on. We got a Twitter video. My bad. It's another news station, News Nation.
That were indicted for Feeding Our Future.
At least he's got something. You're missing context of the stream? Okay, Kevin Dalton verified. Definitely not a Russian bot. You're never going to guess what happened when Rich McHugh from News Nation went knocking on the door of several assisted living facilities in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. Turns out that despite being currently under indictment for defrauding the state of millions of dollars, the state is still paying the owner millions of dollars a year. Reporting and video credit. Man indicted in Feeding Our Future fraud, which was an indictment that was in 2023, I believe, was paid $49 million by the DHS since 2016. Okay.
Sure. Are receiving funds, look at this here, was been paid $49 million and is still receiving funds from the government today. So why would I engage with somebody? The problem with somebody like that, Destiny, is that you can't debate and you can't argue with a person who doesn't care about reality.
I am so
now
here.
you can take all my talking
That's
points
it.
and
You
claim,
like, oh wow,
yeah.
this statistic says this.
Uh-huh.
Okay, sure. Everybody knows this is a scam.
Yeah.
It's obvious.
We don't need the facts.
If you think about this for 3 seconds,
Just think
without
about
letting
it.
some, some
Debate
graph
lord.
do the thinking
A
for
graph.
you,
A graph.
it's obviously a scam.
True. King.
And the problem is that people like this will use examples like the feeding our future thing, and they will come up with all these abstractions. Whenever
like
the
facts.
truth is right there in plain sight.
Yeah, the common sense, self-evident thing.
That's it.
True. King.
You can't reason with and argue with a person like that.
Exactly, yeah. Better to just scroll
That's why,
X
for example,
indefinitely.
every time that I make a video about one of these things, it's overwhelmingly on my side.
Fuck me, dude. Yeah. Ever notice that when I post a video, the comment section all agrees with me, and they say that you're a retard? Fuck.
Whenever you're talking in a debate, you're moving through topics very quickly. You're talking about things. You make up other random points.
You know, you don't have to. You could just say like, hey, let's just focus on this topic and not move to another topic. You know, it's funny. It's almost like I'm the one that's always saying that. How about instead of jumping off to a million other things, let's just focus on this one thing? Maybe? Maybe?
Etc. But whenever I have time to make a video, I can really look into and evaluate whether this is fraudulent or not.
He can't have these conversations. He would fall apart immediately. I think we talked about Hillary Clinton like fucking 20 years ago and he fell apart then, right? This guy's going to spawn a third and a fourth.
Well, one of my arguments for Hillary Clinton, by the way, and if you go back to our debate, I said that there was a judge that was part of the ruling against Trump. I remember this vaguely. The ruling against Trump, who was in a racial identity group, and it was called, like, I think it was called the Raza or something like that. It's called basically the race. He was in a racial identity group, and he was a federal judge. And I said that these people are ruling for things on racial reasons.
A part of a racial identity group. I'm pretty sure that the La Raza name had been used by like 50 million different groups. The one that he ended up being a part of was some group of like it was either lawyer or attorney people that do counseling for Hispanic kids in the United States that want to go through like law school or whatever. But okay, Chief.
And they're doing it for political reasons. And Destiny, I think, assumed that, oh, wow, this is not, this isn't happening. There's no way that a judge could be biased.
Oh, that's what I said. I said that, right? Or maybe I just said that it takes more to get a federal fucking judge to recuse himself from a fucking court case than just pointing to some organization that he was mentoring in a decade ago. Maybe? Maybe that's what I said, but I don't know. Maybe I actually said the other thing, that there's no way that a federal judge could ever be biased. Like Judge Eileen Cannon, right? She could never be biased, right?
There's no way a judge could be racist. There's no way this could just be defrauding entirely. It's fraud all the way down.
Oh, it's all of its fraud.
The courts are fraudulent.
The courts.
The investigations
all
are fraudulent.
Of it. But not when Trump does it. That's all. Kino.
The people that they're investigating are fraudulent. The people that they're cooperating with are fraudulent. It is fraud all the way down.
Thank you, King. Twitch account. If we have another conversation, yeah, obviously I would always tell them about this, but he can't. He's way too invested. He's way too dug in. And unfortunately, just like Hassan, he's built out such a false reality for himself that it might be psychologically harmful for him to have a critical conversation.
This is the false reality of thinking that GDP is a good indicator for whether the economy is getting better. Even his own community was against him on this.
GDP is a good indicator on if the economy is getting better, though. But better for who? Better for everybody? Not necessarily. But yeah, GDP is going to track your economy, basically. Yeah. Or how are you defining economy? Are you defining economy as productivity versus wage growth? Because if so, I would probably use real wages for that, or a worker productivity versus wage growth graph for that. Or if you're talking about like, can people afford houses? Well, I'd probably go to a different graph for that, right? GDP measures the gross domestic product of a country. That's all it's for, right? You're doing health at every size, but for econ, it's for the guy that comes out with BMI. Like, well, BMI doesn't measure everything. True. Just an approximation. That's it, Chief. Conversation with somebody that's read more than one news article in his entire life.
Well,
why does my mic sound like that?
That's the problem that Destiny has, is he keeps reading and he stops thinking.
Dude! Wait,
he doesn't think.
He sounds like, you know who he sounds like? He sounds like the guy who would listen to this, but like, agree with it unironically.
Wow, what an honor. The White House Correspondents' Dinner. To actually, to sit here at the same table with my hero, George W. Bush. To be this close to the man I feel like I'm dreaming. Somebody pinch me. You know what? I'm a pretty sound sleeper. That may not be enough. Somebody shoot me in the face. Is he really not here tonight?
Oh, man.
The one guy who could have helped. By the way, before I get started, if anybody needs anything else at their tables, just speak slowly and clearly into your table numbers. Someone from the NSA will be right over with a cocktail.
Oof.
I believe the government that governs best is the government that governs least. And by these standards, we have set up a fabulous government in Iraq. And though I am a committed Christian, I believe that everyone has the right to their own religion, be you Hindu, Jewish, or Muslim. I believe there are infinite paths to accepting Jesus Christ as your personal savior. Most of all, I believe in this president. Now, I know there's some polls out there saying that this man has a 32% approval rating. But guys like us, we don't pay attention to the polls. We know that polls are just a collection of statistics that reflect what people are thinking in reality. And reality has a well-known liberal bias. And I just like the guy. He's a good Joe. Obviously loves his wife. Calls her his better half. And polls show America agrees.
Oh, no.
And she's a true lady and a wonderful woman. But I just have one beef, ma'am. I'm sorry, but this reading initiative. I'm sorry. I've never been a fan of books. I don't trust them. They're all fact, no heart. I mean, they're elitists telling us what is or isn't true or what did or didn't happen. Who's Britannica to tell me the Panama Canal was built in 1914? If I want to say it was built in 1941, that's my right as an American.
What?
I'm with the president. Let history decide what did or did not happen.
Okay, you get the point.
If somebody were to try to do that fucking speech in a Trump White House, I'm pretty sure Trump would execute them on the spot.
For himself, he doesn't actually come to these conclusions himself. He reads something and then has somebody else tell him what to think. I don't do that. I look at something that's obviously fraud and I say that it's fraud. I don't listen to
How
what
does
these
this not
people
sound like
say
Stephen
because they're
Colbert?
going to lie to you. I don't listen to the way that they collect evidence because it's being done in a way that's beneficial to them. Like, all of these common sense approaches are just totally ignored by somebody who wants to take the
expert, the nerd?
oh wow, I'm going to read all this stuff.
Wow, I'm gonna
and now
read
I'm
shit.
supposed to understand it better. I think that it's
Just 'cause
almost
I've
like
read,
the more that you read,
the dumber you
less
are.
you understand.
True.
Use your own eyes. Yeah.
He's the
You just
smartest
think about this
guy,
for 3
because he's read the least
seconds,
amount
and
of
you're gonna
shit.
come to the same conclusion. So yeah, common sense is rare. Absolutely. If you don't read the newspaper, you're uninformed. If you read the newspaper, you're misinformed. Well, I mean, again, it's not even about reading. I mean, you're right, to be fair. But, like, this is the thing. All of these people have these comments. All I hear about this guy is drama. I see him debate. That's he's right. I don't want to debate him. No, I don't like doing live debates. I don't like doing it. There is a 0% chance this is going to happen. So you can bitch
I know.
and cry
It's okay, I know.
and get upset
Oh,
and
now
say
he's talking
it's
to
not
his own
fair.
audience.
You can't say that. My goal was very simple.
To radicalize people.
I don't see
Get them all
anybody
riled the
ever
fuck up.
changing their mind on this. Destiny is not going to change his mind on this.
Change my mind on
Whenever
plenty of
he's
stuff.
advocating for and saying that this fraud isn't happening, there are like just so many examples
On
that
my
he's
X
saying
feed.
the video is wrong because of the direction of the sunlight.
I was
It's
right on that, by
ridiculous.
the way.
It's such an
But I was so
obvious
right on that, you know?
So all he's going to do is continue to do that. And that's the reason why, and he has every right to make a video and keep talking about what I'm saying, and I will keep responding to it. I will. And if it's something that's
Look
interesting,
at this fucking
then
retard. Look at this guy.
go ahead. But the fact is that all of the
Should I keep
arguments
shooting
that
the
have been
stump
clipped
leg,
and
or-
everything that he said that's been clipped has been garbage.
Yeah?
It's
Except
been
I was
total
right on all of
garbage.
it, though. Isn't that kind of crazy
So
that I ended
why
up
is
being
it that I
correct
want
on
to
all of
engage
that?
in somebody who's going to try to talk in circles around me, trying to
Facts
lie,
win again.
trying to misrepresent things, trying to use debate tricks, when I can just sit there and listen to the argument of what they're saying and then just look at it for myself? Why do that? Yeah, why do that even for a second? Yeah, people don't debate. They just scream until the other side gets frustrated and commits errors.
Yeah, true,
Yeah,
dude.
it's not going to happen. And I know there's some people that really want that, and they're like, oh, that shouldn't happen.
Shouldn't you be able to
But,
defend your
yeah,
belief,
too bad.
Asmon Daddy?
I've said it before. I'll say it again.
Nah.
And iDubbbz doubles down on his comments about Iran.
Wait, hello?
Oh, my God. Jesus Christ.
What's wrong? He's just using common sense.
Okay. Oh, this guy, Jesus Christ. I wish these people would realize that, like, while I agree with them, can we please stop having all of these hyper-Israel accounts making posts about this? Because, like, it's really not helping the cause, guys. It's really not. Not here in America. I think people are tired of that.
I am Israel's strongest defender. Why is he?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, that's how it is. Flag in bio. Yeah, it's flag in bio. There it is. Check location. All right, I'll check his location. Give me a minute. What if Israel's behind all of this? Remember when propaganda used to be subtle? No. No. What do you mean? Like, well, how about nuke the Middle East for peace because of 9/11? Let's go blow up Afghanistan because a guy from Saudi Arabia attacked fucking America, right? I mean, this is it. No, yeah. Oh, let's go to Iraq too. No, fuck that. No, people don't remember the way it used to be. There used to be legitimate 100% right-wing cancel culture for anybody who was against the Iraq war, anybody who was against going to war in the Middle East, and there was like a solid 5 years.
Okay, I don't care. It's retarded.
50 million illegal immigrants. We will send every illegal immigrant to one state, and we'll see what it's like after 10 years.
Buddy, that state is called California, and it's got the 5th highest GDP in the fucking world. You're so fucking stupid. You don't know a single fact about literally anything.
Bro.
As opposed to what all the illegal immigrants in fucking Alabama and Louisiana and fucking Georgia. Are you serious?
I am getting rage baited. It's rage bait. Don't link me this. I just want to raid. I don't care.
Oh my god. I don't even agree with this that much. Guys, I can always say, I feel like people always flex the GDP of their state, like some sort of achievement that they've done. It's some sort of an overall achievement. But in California, is what, like a few CEO Silicon Valley cocklords who fucking were balling the fuck out on the back of everybody else.
No.
Who probably have a bunch of fucking dudes in their company that are underpaid, and a bunch of illegal ones that they are glad to take in because they can underpay them without it being tracked in some form of way so they can make more money off of them. So what about it? Like, how does this prove anything? This is just stupid, this one. Are you dumb?
It's rage bait. I'm getting rage bait. I know he's rage baiting me. I know it. I know he's rage baiting me. I actually think it's funny. I think it's funny. I think he sits down on stream before stream. He's like, what is like the most retarded shit I can say?
The only way that they are a net benefit to society is whenever you are using.
Bro, this looting survivor shit paying dividends.
Oh, GDP is fake now.
Oh my god.
Asmin, shit. Tell me what indicators we're supposed to use. Please tell me the good ones, please. By the way, GDP is not the only indicator, but go ahead, tell me, please. Tell me, King.
And these other abstract economic.
Guys, if all the tech lords decide to move to Delaware out of nowhere, okay, and they base their company in Delaware, is Delaware #1 world because of their leading tactics, because their GDP is high? No, GDP is one measure of something, and only another GDP as a measure of success in other ways is short-sighted. It's infantile and it's brain dead, and I'm not gonna hear that shit. I don't give a fuck.
Does he think GDP is wealth? I feel like nobody knows what GDP is. Yeah, tech lords moving to another state would not increase the state's GDP. GDP is not a measure of the state citizens' wealth. That's not what that is. What is this? It's really disturbing that people are trying to rewrite history and say that Asmongold isn't good at any game outside of WoW, ... That's absolutely insane because he isn't good at WoW either. Nice. Am I making that up, or was it Asmongold basically made Zakrar? Was it because of Dark Souls? Am I making that up? I feel like there was a game that he was playing on stream. I want to say it was one of the Dark Souls ones, and he was getting so triggered by people showing up and him either not playing WoW or making fun of his gameplay that eventually he spun off and he made that Zakrar channel to stream on his alt, so there wouldn't be as much pressure on his main. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Let me clarify. He had the account before. Yes, a lot of well actually are.
a character in the. No, this is not a game. I'm not sure what you think this is a game. This is an anime editing live stream. Yeah, I got it. Alright, I'm just gonna send it to you. Okay. Alright. Yep, no problem. Yeah, I heard you. I was muted because I've been up all night too. Fortunately, it's a different situation, but yeah. I'll send it to you. I'll send you the email. I got the email. I'll send you the form in your email because I sent you the form in messages, but you're not getting anything that I respond to for some reason. You're not able to see any messages that I send you apparently. All right, I'll send you it. Nope, it is not a VTuber. VTubers are not two-dimensional like that. VTubers have a lot more depth than that kind of thing. And video editing. I'm guessing you're a random person that has never seen any of my videos before. What the fuck is this? Forward.
Sorry. Yes, he made the Zekro account before, but he like switched to basically using that full time. I thought it was on the back of the Dark Souls stuff. I know that he had it before and he gamed on it at night before, whatever, but
oh my god.
I don't want to pretend I'm cool, but I beat Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 and Elden Ring without dying on the same boss more than 20 times. Good for you, dude. My face when he loads up his game and it's a fucking fat roll, full havel, max vit shitter. Read this thread. Wait, this thread is supposed to trigger me, or? Destiny debates are always just Destiny shotgunning rhetoric that he doesn't
I'm gonna tell you guys right now. I know a lot of you don't watch a lot of anime, so when you see a character, you just assume that anime characters like all look the same. Even characters that do look exactly the same, there's still like easy distinctions between the characters, and it's usually just the art style itself. I've seen over 1,000 anime, and almost no character looks like Kay for the most part. Like it's just easy because not too many art styles look like Kaguya-sama.
understand and is unwilling to understand any nuance, but demands that you take all his opinions as fact. I'll be honest, half the time I can't fucking understand what Destiny's talking about. Oh, I found the Asmongold fan. The strongest thing... Wait, does anybody know? What is the strongest, most...
I can't do a sneak peek right now. I'm sending my brother a form that he can use to get into a hotel that he has no money to get into. While he is outside at 6 o'clock in the morning because he is homeless and a felon and estranged from my family. Just give me a moment to set that up so I can try to give you a preview of this edit that I'm making that is hard to play back because my computer is on its last legs because it's a piece of fucking shit, even though it costs almost $3,000 to reimburse.
Powerful debate tactic that I've discovered over the past like 2 or 3 or 4 years. I talk about it all the time. The most powerful, unstoppable debate tactic. Like a good one, not like the, I'm sorry, not like a retard one. A good one. Yes, good job. Wade in. Ask for examples. If you're naming a policy, if you're naming a thing, just give an example. Like what? Give an example of that. What is it like? And it's again, I've restated this point a million times. Rhetoric is my weakest point. I hate rhetoric. I would always rather just debate the facts. And it's really funny hearing this coming from As Mongoloids, because As Mongoloid literally only does rhetoric. He never does fact. He never does example. It's always
okay. Layer 1, lime green, solid color. Layer 1, lime green, solid color. Rectangle that tracks manually frame by frame text. Hiragana, katakana. These are hiragana. No, there's no katakana here. No, that's not hiragana. Kanji, kanji, hiragana, 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 hiragana. I'm getting rid of Japanese, blah blah blah. This is chatter information. This is super chats. This is probably some dope version of YouTube. Blah blah blah. There's a lime green blockade here, and I'm using it to remove the text underneath it because I'm going to replace it with what K says to accelerator. K is from Kaguya-sama. Accelerator is from the A Certain series. No, I'm not making a joke. This series is called A Certain magical index, a certain scientific railgun, or certain whatever the fuck Accelerator's anime is called. I forget. He has his own spinoff. This is in the event that you are super autistic and couldn't tell that it was Kate because you haven't seen her in this frame before. The special, a Kaguya-sama special dropped about a week ago, and towards the end of the special, Kaguya-sama reads off super chat messages that are pouring in because I forget the context. They think she's just cute, which is what you're doing right now. You are locked onto this. Who is this character because she looks very attractive? Yeah. Layer 2 is technically layer 2, and it has child layers, child 3, child 4. All 3 of these layers. Now, I've never seen her in my life. Somebody literally just said her name. You said her name. So, okay, whatever. I guess you just reverse engineered the screen or whatever. That's fine. Okay. You didn't see her in your life, but you, like I just said, you literally did the thing that happened in the anime. People are giving her money in the anime because she's attractive, and that's why you're asking the question, who is she? Otherwise, it's not relevant. You're not asking her, is she a VTuber? Because that would be weird. No VTubers look like a lacking of dimensionality. There's not a single VTuber that has this lack of depth at all. But yeah. It's 6 a.m. I've been up all night. I'm a little combative. You'll have to, what's the word I'm looking for? Bear with me. I don't want to play back the edit because I'm about 6 hours into it and I've made no real progress because editing is actually pretty difficult when you're not editing for Mr. Beast. The easy shit. When you're editing for yourself, it gets a little difficult when you're doing creative work and reverse engineering work. Reverse engineering work is work where you take what exists and you just spin it backwards so that you can make your own edits on top of it.
Pure rhetoric. That's it. He literally says it on stream. I'm only common sense. I don't need a study or an expert or numbers or data. It's pure rhetoric. Okay, what is Destiny? He's an uneducated, ignorant, okay, who thinks his intelligence will get him everywhere. I have been with a chicken who was like him. People like them think they're right about reality because their smarts get them through the majority of confrontations. But truth is, they lack context for so many topics because all they do is cherry-picking facts. As a result, almost every debate boils down to semantics and forcing their perspective on the meaning of words, rendering any debate useless. Holy shit. Just look at his last appearance on Piers Morgan Uncensored. The fact that he made Piers seem like the reasonable one shows how ridiculously ignorant Destiny is. Wasn't in my last one, didn't mean Piers agree? Maybe means the one before that. You know, one thing that's like really disappointing that I realized, because I've thought a lot about for the new year, is like, how am I going to engage with Twitter, or am I even going to engage with this platform? One thing that I identified when I was doing debates was that it was really, really, really difficult. Sometimes I'm trying to navigate, or sometimes a person is trying to navigate through what feels like an unwinnable set of circumstances, and then I realize, and I guess it's stupid because I've come back to like probably what people understood about free speech 300 or 400 or 500 years ago, is it really, sometimes it comes down to who's controlling the debate. If you've got a moderator that sucks shit, or a moderator that is willing to stack the odds against you, you know, like 3v1, 4v1, and then never step in to moderate the other side, it's really, really hard, almost impossible to come out, you know, looking good in those environments. And then same thing on the flip side, if you've got a moderator who's willing to be fair and impartial and like will stop either side if they're making a mistake, that's, you know, like, oh shit, this is a way different environment. And I feel like Twitter has kind of become that. If it really is Elon Musk controlling the discourse and he allows bots to run rampant and misinformation to run rampant, not even run rampant, I'm sorry, literally pays people for it because you get paid now on X based on your impressions and everything. Like, is there really any winning on that platform? I don't know. The incentives are completely misaligned if you're looking for truth or fact, and they're very aligned for just rage baiting and lying. And then the owner of the platform doesn't really care. I don't know if there's any way to possibly engage with that in a way where you win, you know? This is the same as being a streamer, ultimate control of the narrative. Well, I mean, in your own fan base, yeah, kind of. But typically streamers have to fight with each other. Well, I guess they don't anymore. That's actually the reason why a lot of streamers don't, is because they don't, because it allows them to control whatever they want on their own stream, yeah.
Yeah, but this is why, don't know why they did this. They should bring it back. YouTube used to have a system where you could reply to people's videos and your replies beneath that person's videos. They took that out, what, how many years ago? Let me ask Gemini. When did YouTube remove the feature to reply directly to other people's videos with your own video?
YouTube officially removed the video responses feature on September 12, 2013. Google cited a very low engagement rate, only 0.0004% of viewers clicked on them, as the primary reason for the change. Today, creators typically use Shorts remixes, mentions, or hashtags to link their content to other videos. Would you like me to explain how to use the current remix feature to reply to videos?
What are the current use cases or statistics for how often people click on remixes versus the fucking low engagement rates of the responses on the initial type that we had in 2000 and I guess it was 8 when it first came out?
To understand why YouTube pivoted so aggressively, it's helpful to look at the massive gulf between the video responses of the late 2000s and today's remix culture. The F times asterisk low engagement of video responses, 2008 to 2013. When the feature was first introduced in the late 2000s, it was designed to foster a community, but it quickly became a graveyard of forgotten content. Click-through rate, center, only 0.0004%. To put that into perspective, for every 1 million people who watched a video, only about 4 people clicked to see a video response. The problem: responses weren't integrated into a feed. You had to scroll past the description and comments to find a small video responses section. Most people didn't even know it existed. Outcome: YouTube killed the feature in September 2013 because it was ghost town infrastructure. It took up space, but almost no one lived there. The modern era. Remixes and Shorts. 2021 present. The current remix feature, which allows you to use audio or video segments from other videos, is the spiritual successor to the video response, but the engagement numbers are on a completely different planet. Metric: video responses, 2013, remixes/shorts, 2024-2025. Daily views, negligible/not tracked, 70 billion plus. Engagement rate, 0.0004%. Center. Approximately 5.91%. Average interaction rate. Monthly users, unknown, low. 2 billion plus. Current use cases and why it works now. The reason remixes succeeded where responses failed is frictionless discovery. 1. Passive discovery. Unlike the old system where you had to click a link to leave the current video, remixes appear directly in the Shorts feed. Users aren't choosing to see a response. They are served it as part of their natural scrolling behavior. 2. Shared audio/trends. Statistics show that Shorts using trending audio or remixed clips have a significantly higher view versus swipe ratio. Modern engagement isn't just about clicks, it's about retention.
Okay. This was a slightly stupid question to ask to begin with because we didn't have algorithms on YouTube before 2013, I think. When did we first get like a real algorithm? When did we first get like a real algorithm on YouTube?
YouTube's transition into using a real algorithm, meaning a recommendation system that replaced manual human curation, began in the late 2000s and has evolved through several distinct eras. The following timeline details the first instances of algorithmic intervention on the platform. 1. The manual curation era, 2005 to 2007. In YouTube's earliest years, there was no recommendation algorithm. The homepage was manually curated by YouTube staff who chose which videos to feature based on what they liked or thought would set the right tone for the site, 741. The proto-algorithm. Around 2007, YouTube began featuring most liked and top-rated videos on the homepage. This was a non-manual process, but was still limited to surfacing a single set of videos for all users, regardless of their interests. 943. 2. The first personalized algorithm, 2008. The first real recommendation algorithm, one that looked at user behavior to predict future interest, was introduced in 2008, 27 to 21. Personalization. For the first time, YouTube added a panel for recommended videos that would differ from person to person based on their individual watch history, 1102. View-based metrics. This early system relied heavily on clicks and view counts. The logic was simple. If many people clicked on a video, it was likely good, 27 to 58. 3. The shift to watch time, 2012. By 2011, almost the entire homepage was algorithmically generated, but the system was being gamed by clickbait and reply girls, users who used misleading thumbnails and metadata to get clicks, 31 to 35. The 2012 update. YouTube fundamentally changed the algorithm to prioritize watch time, how long a viewer stays, rather than just clicks, 33 to 52. This was a major turning point that led to the rise of long-form content, such as gaming walkthroughs and essay videos, 34 to 54. 4. The neural network era, 2016 present. In 2016, YouTube published research on its implementation of deep neural networks, 36 to 42. Predictive power. Instead of following simple formulas, the modern algorithm uses over 80 billion signals, including watch sessions, demographics, and surveys, to predict what will satisfy a user over their entire lifetime on the platform, 37 to 25. For a deep dive into this history and how these changes impacted creators, you can watch the full documentary here, The Untold Story of the YouTube Algorithm. YouTube video views will be stored in your YouTube history, and your data will be stored and used by YouTube according to its terms of service.
Yeah. Nobody understands the algorithm. Not because it's complex, that's a different issue altogether. It's because that nobody pays attention to other people. The algorithm is powered by human behavior, human input, human decisions. And at the early beginning portions of its usage, basically it was proto, as the AI said. It was a proto algorithm. Proto means like before, like how there's proto isekai for all of my anime people out there, which is like less than 0 negative anime fans. A proto isekai, for example, is Dante's Inferno. A proto isekai is the fucking Bible, etc., etc. Things that come before isekai. It's hard to call Alice in the Wonderland and the Wizard of Oz proto isekai because they actually just get transported straight up. That is isekai, basically. If you want to go off on a limb, you can just say that it is. That's also proto isekai because it's not Japanese based, but actually most of our isekais at the beginning were actually centered around women, so it makes perfect sense that Alice in the Wonderland, Alice, and the Wizard of Oz, and the main character being Dorothy, that these are proto isekais in a real sense because isekais were dominated by women at the beginning. So the proto algorithm for YouTube is sufficient to say that since it was so, it used not 5 billion fucking parameters like the current one does. It tracked for a few things. It tracked for your watch history. That's one thing basically. You're getting recommended shit based off of what you've watched, and that's it. You're not getting recommended stuff based off of who you subbed to 2 years ago. That's one signal. Who you subbed to 3 years ago. That's a second signal. And how many videos you watch for both of those channels. That's like 2 separate signals on top of the ones that I've already mentioned. And then we keep going until we hit 5 billion plus different signals that you're being tracked down for. So when you scroll into this YouTube short and you hear me speaking, it's going to actually figure out how to serve you the next one based off of how fast you swipe away from this one. It's going to figure out how long did you hover on this short and why are you watching it. It's going to actually back check everything you've watched previously before you scrolled into this short, whether that be, because I'm pretty sure they're lying to you when they say that they're not using any other information to track and determine how you're going to get into your next short. They're lying to you, I'm pretty sure of this. And they're using your long form videos to determine your next short, actually. They say that there's no cross-contamination, but that can't be true because when they first released shorts to begin with, there was already cross-contamination. I think they lied when they said they fixed it. If they fixed it, they couldn't have fixed it all the way because YouTube never tears things down completely, because if they did, they wouldn't have YouTube Kids as a separate thing from the YouTube platform, the normal one, and then say that, well, we still can't serve up content that is mature on the main platform. The reason why you still can't serve up content on YouTube on the main platform that is hyper mature and getting penalized for things that violate the community guidelines when it's violent is because that they can't actually fix a platform to give us like a version of YouTube that is for advertisers. Because when you get penalized for advertiser non-friendly things, that's not because of a feature, it's a fucking bug. YouTube actually doesn't know how to fix their own system. They've already came out way back in 2021 to say that they didn't know how to figure out how to fix the fucking shorts feed when it first came out. So no, you're being tracked every way, which way up and down. This is not a conspiracy theory for sure. They've already said it. This is not like me saying the Jews didn't do this. No, YouTube has already said it. Nobody watches those videos. Mr. Beast doesn't talk about it enough because all Mr. Beast tells you is that you just suck. You don't know how to make videos. That's why you don't get views. That's all. That's the only thing people, if that, that's the only thing people know about YouTube is that you just fucking suck. If that, that's actually not that common knowledge that you suck. It's this sort of kernel of truth that kind of hovers in the back of your brain, and it's not very loud. So you don't actually make a channel to see if you can upload content that's cool, not because you suck, but because you're lazy. When you actually stop being lazy, that's when the voice in the back of your head says, you fucking suck, and you still don't make any content. Now, if you are bold enough to actually try to make content despite the fact that you still fucking suck, that's when you eventually get better. But you still have to fight 5 billion parameters of AI algorithmic generated stuff that is coming from 5 billion plus people that use the fucking platform. Is it really that many people? How many people use YouTube?
YouTube currently has over 2.7 billion monthly active users. Daily users, roughly 122 million people log in every day. Premium growth. There are 125 million paid YouTube Premium subscribers. Top markets. India leads with 500 million users, followed by the United States with 254 million. Would you like?
How many people will have used YouTube within a year's time?
YouTube currently has over 2.7 billion active users annually. Approximately.
That question was already answered. I could have sworn you just said 2.5 million monthly, whatever. Yeah, a lot of people. There are more parameters than there are people. That's kind of insane, but that's technology for you.
Remember when you once said you felt a responsibility to political commentary because of your unique ability and fill a unique niche? Do you not feel that anymore? Yeah, but I mean, at some point, I'm only human, okay? Jesus, I'm fighting a lot of battles right now. You gotta understand, okay?
I literally just said that like I said, there's more people, there's more parameters on the platform of YouTube than there are people actually watching the damn videos. And there are more reasons for why, for example, when somebody says to me, how come you don't make this video? How come you didn't put this character in the video? How come you don't have any views on your shorts feed? But you have 500,000 followers in the shorts based off of shorts, blah, 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 blah. So many questions. These questions are extremely ill-formed because they're misinformed questions. Why do you think that how many subs I have dictates how many people are going to come watch my fucking live streams when people who come watch my shorts are shorts watchers? These people don't watch videos longer than a fucking minute. So they won't watch my 20-hour fucking long live streams. No shit, Sherlock. If the average attention span of a Kurosai fan is no more than 3 minutes, they're not going to watch my 3-day, my 72-hour long live streams. You think YouTube can't see that I stream on average 10 hours a day? That YouTube can see that. Therefore, they're probably not going to show people who can't watch anything longer than a second. They're not going to show them my content like that. It's a very misinformed question. You think that YouTube isn't a living machine, and it actually is. YouTube is actually more alive than most people you know. So it's not going to do things that it shouldn't do because it knows what you want before you even say what you want. And you think that's a lie, and I will ask you the question, how come you don't do X thing that you say you want to do? People say they believe in free will, and I ask you, well, you believe in free will. How come you don't do that thing that you said you would do yesterday? How come you didn't do it? Don't tell me you forgot for the 50th time in a row. You didn't do it because you don't have the willpower to do it. You don't have the complete freedom that you think you have. Don't tell me, oh, I would do it if you could do it. Well, the reason why you can't do it is because you can't will yourself to it because you don't have free will. Duh. So there are more parameters on YouTube that influence how content gets pushed and pulled because there are about 2.7 million people who use the platform daily, and YouTube is tracking all of those people and how they watch videos, how long they watch videos, etc., etc., etc. That's a lot to fight against for one fucking little YouTuber. So every question you ask about why X thing isn't happening, why did this happen, etc., etc., most of these questions are unfounded. They're not based in a context in which you actually are educated on the material that you're asking. This guy is, you ask me the question, how come you stream at like only 6 o'clock in the morning? No. Look at the fucking stream counter time. It says that I streamed at 6 o'clock at the beginning in the afternoon. I started the stream 12 hours ago. Oh, I didn't see that. That's actually not just the only thing you didn't see. It's like 8,000 other things you didn't see, and then another 8,000 things you didn't see. So if you don't at least pay attention to at least 3 different metrics, at least 3 different parameters, 3 different variables, then you end up making very weird assertions. And this is why we currently have a plethora, an abundance of misinformation. It's not because there's a lot of information out there that is false. It's because we have a lot of information out there that is getting in the way of more truest stuff, because truisms are on the spectrum, actually. And people think that truism, everything is black and white. There is this truth, and then there's this thing that is false. And if it's not a truth or a false, then there can't be anything in between. That's just not true. It's just not true that we have black and white. Black is false and true is white. That's just not fucking true. The question is, oh, well, it is true that I will die one day, and it is false that I will continue to live forever. That's not a complete truism. It's a biological statement to make that determination. But it disregards the variables that surround artificial insemination, the variables that surround biological transhumanism, the current investigation and experimentation in trying to actually increase the human lifespan, because actually people used to be only around to live to be as old as 40, and now suddenly we're living as long as Henry Kissinger. Henry Kissinger died when he was what? 100 years old. Trump is older than the current administration of India, or whatever, some shit like that. Both Trump and Biden are both older than the nation of India. How is that possible? We're living longer. You think we're going to slow up? You're asking the wrong questions. It's not that we have a bunch of misinformation, people are spouting a bunch of lies, and there's not enough truth to go around. It's because you actually care about lies more than you care about truths. Duh.
The YouTube demonetization, plus losing every fucking friend I had last year, plus my lawsuit fees that are being driven almost exclusively by fucking Lauren De Laguna, and then a weak-willed white progressive woman from a rich family. It's a lot. It's a lot of fronts we're fighting on, okay? But there are other, like, liberal people that have stepped out, which I think is good. Don't you mean I send prawn to minors, Destiny? That Destiny? Behazed. Yeah, the Destiny was more evidence he was a pedophile than any evidence in the Epstein files about Trump. True! The Asmongoloids got to this thread real quick. Oof. Actual Chad, LOL. Nah, seriously now, there's nothing to gain for Asman. Worst case, he gets wrecked by the dude that makes a living by debating. Best case, he can convince some of the audience about his viewpoints, but he doesn't really need it if he has a large audience already that will spread everything he says through multiple social media channels. He can't convince Destiny either. That train is long gone. Like, it's a dude that lets other guys fuck his wife, etc. Based. Dude is off the deep end at this point, so barely any gain, and at worst, he risks getting massacred in the debate. I like how this guy is a little bit like unintentionally honest about... Oh, this is... Oh, okay, this is Asmon's subreddit, not LSF also. I thought this was LSF for a second. Jesus, okay. This makes way more sense then. Whew. I like how they admit there, though, like, whew, I don't want them to massacre my boy. Debating has zero to do with the argument. It is a rhetorical skill set. Debating without the skill set is stupid, regardless of your argument's validity. Destiny's a horrible person in every aspect of his being, but he has rhetorical debate skills. I feel like the idea that all of these things are debates is poisoning the well. We should really start talking about just having discussions. Keep even using the term debate as far away. Yeah, we could try that, I guess. One of the issues, though, is that, like, so many people use and weaponize debate or discussion depending on what they want to achieve at the time, or rather where they think their strengths are. Like, I think Hassan has a huge fault in this, in that there are times when Hassan becomes a debate pervert. Willie Mack, debate me, or why won't Asmongold debate me, or Ethan Klein, debate me. But then, if he thinks he's on the, if he's got, like, a disadvantage in an argument, then it's like, huh, I'm not gonna be a debate, bro. Wow, you think I'm gonna be a debate? You think it's just about screaming at each other? Debate is worthless, right? It's like everybody's so, performative, I guess, or instrumental in how they use it. Like, it's only, like, debate is only good insofar as they think they can win, and then if they can't win, then it's a worthless, stupid loser thing. What was this? That is a little nihilistic. I thought a core of liberal beliefs descends from the Lockean views of human nature and the social contract. Like, don't liberals believe that people are relatively good and truth-seeking? I don't think that is true.
That's not true.
No. I don't think humans are naturally
I literally just
truth-seeking at all.
talked about
Truth-seeking is
that.
like a skill that you have to work out. Generally speaking, we tend to go for truthful things because usually when you start to depart from reality, at some point you're going to have a brutal correction. But social media is allowing us to live further and further and further away from reality,
truth.
especially when the reality is stuff that we never really have to directly confront, right? Like, or if people can just feed you a false reality. Like, there are people today that still think that hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin... There are people today that think that ivermectin is like a cure-all. People still think that. There is a plethora of evidence now that shows that ivermectin is dog shit for not just COVID, but like people are using it as literally like the new miracle cure for everything, and it's so fucking cringe. And like, I don't know how much more reality you can get there. Like, there's not... Like, how many more studies do you need to see? Destiny makes fun of Asmongold for dodging the same way as Hassan. The thing that bothers me most about this clip is the hoarding situation going on in Destiny's inventory. Why does it keep sorting by best? I don't ever want to sort by best. I have no idea how that works. Please stop doing that. Being able to back up your talking points factually to another person is going to be a hard one for Asmongold. True. I know I'm right, so why would I want to debate it? This has to be the least convincing excuse not to debate someone I've ever heard. He's too good at talking and will use his knowledge. Oh, damn. I wonder if Hassan fans back me up on LSF against Asmongold, or if they're indifferent. I wonder if any of them ever feel salty, especially with Hassan. I'm surprised Hassan watched me fight with Asmongold on stream. Maybe I just missed the clips. I don't know, but I feel like I go way harder on Asmongold than Hassan does. I feel like Hassan is really scared of it. I don't think Hassan wants to force a fight though that he could lose, like in the Twitch ecosphere. Like, if he's worried people would choose Asmon's clout over his. But that wouldn't really make any sense because Asmongold doesn't even collab with other streamers, so I don't think he would ever do that. Asmongold is just Hassan on the right. Damn. Different sides of the same bitch-made coin. True. Listen, I need to get unbanned from Twitch, okay? That platform is going crazy. Somebody needs to come back and clean it up. Demolition Man style, okay? Why does LSF love you? My fan base is very active on Reddit. You just have to think about the factions. It's mine, it's XQC's, it's Asmongold's, it's Hassan's. I don't know if the OTK one is there much anymore. I don't know who XQC's fan base would side with on a debate challenge like this. Asmon's, I imagine, would be against me. I don't know where Hassan's is going to be. Flex your contacts at Twitch again? Bro, those contacts are gone. They cashed out and left a long time ago. XQC said he's down to moderate a debate between you and Asmongold. I would do that 1,000,000%, 100,000,000% for sure. And it doesn't have to be a debate. It can just be a discussion.
All right. Hassan picks and chooses his fights. He's like Jake Paul of debating.
Oh, but I dodge every fight.
He's not gonna go out and box somebody who's actually like a really good fighter.
Is that his
because
excuse?
You saw what happened last time, right, with Jake Paul. But he is gonna go and try to argue with a YouTube.
Wait, double audio?
else.
Oh,
That's
I
what
know
he's
why.
doing.
Hold on.
So you want to go around and look. I was gonna say I didn't say it, but like actually I did literally just make that up. But my point is that Ethan cooked us on. Yeah, and also like the thing is that I don't like doing it. Like it's really that simple. I don't like doing it. And so why would I do something I don't like doing? I don't even do it on topics that I feel like I'm very informed on, right? Like anything, like think about the thing that I am the most informed on, which would probably be, let's be honest, World of Warcraft. Or any Dark Souls game or anything like that, like video games. I know a lot about video games. Do I ever go and debate and discuss video games and argue about video games with people? Never. Never. I don't go on other streams and I don't go and try.
Didn't he literally debate Hassan though?
Big boob girls in video games. Why would I do that? Even though I feel like every single fact is on my side. It's because I just don't like debating. It's that simple. So you can go and spin it and then explain it and do whatever you want to do. It's not going to change anything. It's not going to matter. It's always going to be the same, and you're going to be sit there crying, and I'm going to be sitting there reacting, and there's going to be another YouTube video. When was the last Destiny video? Asmongold Destiny. 1.6 million views. Thank you, Destiny. Please come again.
Is that an... Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. No! Please don't react to me and get lots of viewership on a video where you're talking about me. Oh, no. That's so horrible. Oh, no. Please don't do that. Okay. Yes.
People directly and fighting with them and debating with them in real time. Yep, there it is. And it is massively problematic. But the business owners are the... They are the genesis of the migration. If it wasn't for the business owners paying these people under the table, they wouldn't be here. That's the facts.
Know that? Really?
That's 100% true. It happened to me. Yeah.
By the way, even if you just vibe out his position, it doesn't make sense. Like, oh, so you're saying that if people weren't getting paid under the table, they wouldn't want to come to America. So, like, the only difference between Somalia and the United States of America is our wages? Or what does he even mean by that?
These are the big problems, and defending Somalian fucking scams.
Or is he saying people wouldn't hire them to work? Maybe that's what he's saying. Sorry, never mind.
Larger issue.
But if they're Somalis that own businesses and we think they're being like loyal to their ethnicity, wouldn't we expect them to hire their own kind anyway? Wouldn't they do that too?
On these actual scams, making sure that we have actual Americans, real Americans, that are getting this money. Real Americans. Imagine that.
What is a real American, Asmongold? Real
just
white.
Billions from one state? Yeah, billions of dollars. You really think it's the worst place is Minnesota? Give me a fucking break. You can also see what happens if you flood the market with new workers, looking at the effect on women beginning to work. Yeah, I mean, I don't know all the details about that, but I can see
be
that
agnostic
being
on
the
that.
case.
True.
Sure.
Get women out of the workplace. True. King.
That's why I want you. You don't want emotions over a vocal point. I mean, the thing is that...
Yeah, that's why I watch you.
if
No
you want to
emotions.
deal
Just
with the
facts
problem,
here,
you have to-
Asmongold. Just facts.
You have to approach it from like 10 different ways. You
Yeah.
don't just approach it from one way. You have to... Over $1 billion. Those committing fraud in Minnesota will be caught and prosecuted to the fullest extent
This is
of
why I
the
like
law.
Asmongold. It's only facts with this guy. I love that.
As I said, if Tim Walz doesn't get arrested, I am never voting for another Republican until somebody runs that wants to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I am so sick of this shit. This is crazy. I am so fucking annoyed.
I don't know if I can type in his chat. I have to wait
Use tar and feather for politicians for
20,160 more
less.
minutes. He's got like a huge follower thing set,
Stop
so you
posting
can't chat.
tweets and just do it instead. Well, this is what they did the other day.
Well, Super Joe Biden, thanks for taking
And,
the subs.
no one's been arrested for daycare fraud because they made it up, and/or this is the important one, and/or Kash Patel is incompetent. This is such a huge problem. It is insane.
Insane, guys.
Like I don't even know why it's this bad. I really don't. The same thing happened with the Epstein files. The same thing happened with, I think there was one other thing that happened besides that I forgot about. But yeah, salt in the wound for me. People who live in Minnesota, as we pay from some of the highest taxes in the United States. Well, that way a Somalian can live the American dream. Isn't that great?
Good one.
ICE has reported launched a major investigation in Minnesota. Yeah, I saw this a little bit ago. Let me see if I can pull that up, because I was going to watch it, and then I got distracted. Where the fuck did it go? There was a video about this, and I don't know where the hell it is. Fuck. We are gonna look at this. I'm just not ready for this yet. Shows off his outfit? What? Is this new?
Minnesota finished the run. Long enough run that it's not snowing, but you can see on the streets or whatever, you get out there, it feels like sand, like running on sand, so it's loose under your feet, so it takes some effort, but totally worth it. Beautiful Minnesota day. Again, quick fit check. Hope always says this. People ask, how do you run in that weather? Brooks Switzerland, track improved pants, Nike quarter zip thermal, Under Armour hat. Great
fit check?
socks
Why?
on both feet and hands, and good run. So happy New Year.
Not addressing the elephant in the room. Just going on and talking about some other random ass shit. Is this an ad? Yeah, I guess so. And oh my fucking god. Is he in denial? Has he snapped? No, he's just going and ignoring it. How easy, it, you know, ice raid. So is there a raid in Minneapolis? Is this actually happening? Let me see if it is or not.
Wait, are you back yet?
Yep. I saw there was a video of this a few minutes ago, but I don't know really if... Yeah, this is it. Okay, yeah, I'll look at this in just a second. We're gonna watch it. ICE is now conducting full-scale raids. I mean, if this leads to something... But, like, the thing is that... Here's the problem. Don't skip Iran. I'm not. The reason why...
I wish I could convey... Again, it's like... The first time I had this feeling, there should be a word. I bet there's some like fancy word like sonder or something that describes this feeling. There should be a feeling for, there's like a tech thing that just seems so fucking futuristic. But because we so gradually creep to the next thing, by the time it becomes pervasive, you don't even realize it. And the first time in my life I got this was walking into a McDonald's and seeing a... it was like a huge flat screen on the wall. And I guess it feels weird to say, but when I was growing up, like plasmas and stuff, these were really big deals. Like flat screen TVs were the coolest, craziest things ever. TVs used to be huge boxes. These things weighed so much. And monitors for computers were huge. And yeah, just starting to see like these flat screen show McDonald's, like, wow, that's crazy. I was driving to my parents for New Year's, and I'm running this way because it's easy to get berries, I guess. And I just remember having to stop in the street because I had to wait for the little robot guy who delivers food to go by, the little automated carts, and he was on his way doing grocery deliveries. And there was a woman walking, you know, next to him as well. And it's just like without a second thought, I'm just kind of like looking at it, and I'm like, it's kind of crazy. There's like literally robots delivering food right now, and it's like whatever, you know, no one thinks about it. Or if you go to the airport now, you'll see like the automated wheelchairs that are just like making noises, and they're like bing bing, like going to the next gate to pick up somebody, and they just pick them up automatically and then take them to the next gate.
I haven't even seen those yet.
Yeah, they're all over the Miami airport. Yeah, it's just, oh yeah, I've ridden in these Waymos before. Like stuff just happens so gradually. I wish I could make...
Or in the future.
Yeah. I wish I could make you understand how crazy, not you, but the chat, how crazy, weird, and horrible it is to watch a man who is like the largest political streamer in the world, and you can just watch his stream and see that his media is just whatever X is feeding him. I guess he's just going through and scrolling and tweet after tweet after tweet, and it's like, bruh, this is the most dystopian thing you could ever possibly see, is a social media algorithm just feeding this guy rage slop article after rage slop video after rage slop tweet. And then he's like presenting it, and people are watching this like they're becoming informed. And it's just crazy. It's just crazy dystopian.
That's what people were saying about Asmon's stream, right? Like that he just goes on there and
that's what I'm
just watching fucking X. Yeah, you're saying that, yeah?
Yeah, that's literally what he does, yeah. I mean, I guess Hassan did it first. Yeah, don't take anything from the king. He did lead the way on that. But actually, I think it's different for Hassan. As much as I hate the lefties, like, Hassan had to open 400 tweets because he had to find, like, his little fucking propaganda accounts and shit. Whereas Asmongold just has a perfectly curated algorithm that just shows him, he just has to scroll. I don't know if Hassan ever scrolled. Was Hassan a scroller on X? Like, Asmon is a scroller on X?
So when Asmon sees some random retarded shit on Twitter, right, is he going and, like, I don't know, doing any amount
No,
of like
no.
fact checking or like
Absolutely
looking into it. He
nothing.
just takes it as fact.
Yep.
I'm gonna go loot it.
Okay. But he's kind of like
I?
he's built himself a little epistemic framework to not have to do that by saying that like the experts are rigged, and if you do more research and you don't rely on your common sense, like you're going to be led astray, and you know, traditional media has failed us, and they're all trying to push an agenda. So he's built like a good framework so that he has an excuse to never do any additional research.
He made his own excuse. Everybody's just lying to you all the time. You can't believe anything.
Yeah. I mean, people have done this other things before. Hassan does this to me, you know, when he says, oh, Destiny's a bad faith debater and blah, blah, blah. And Asmikal kind of does it to me. Yeah, people do it, but it's just, yeah, it's just crazy how all-encompassing it's become. And how, like, everything is just served up by fucking news algorithms and shit. And Hassan is scrolling your Twitter now. Why? Oh, wait, he's watching Asman scrolling your Twitter. Bro, they're all such pussies. Stop watching my shit. If you're too scared to fucking chat, then fuck off. It's so cringe. Imagine having all that heat for your audience and your political takes, and you're too scared to just have one. And it's a nice conversation. I would be nice, okay? I'm not gonna scream at you.
That's a lot. I like how it cuts off there. That is not. Anyways.
Today's guest is a comedian. He's a political commentator. He's a podcaster. You may know him from his shows Part of the Problem and Legion of Skanks. I caught up with him last time about a year ago, so I'm grateful for his return. Today's guest is Dave Smith. See you, man.
You too, brother.
Yeah, we're gonna go to Kansas after. That'll be fun.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah,
Kids are so funny, dude.
Yeah, I bet.
Instead of playing hide and go seek, they'll play like who killed Charlie Kirk. So that's the craziest thing about
oh shit.
About Candace's kids.
Their
Like
kids are talking about Egyptian military planes and shit.
yeah, like instead of pin the tail on the donkey, they're like it's like pin the small wiener on the Macron. Like yeah, they just have a different kind of like. I mean, yeah, she's their kids are beautiful.
Let me just turn this off.
They're beautiful children. I end up talking about them a lot. I feel like it's like a little. I'm like, dude, do not bring up that lady's kids again.
Well,
and I've never gotten to see mixed children up close that much. Like I just don't get it. You know, I've never had that kind of opportunity.
Really?
Yeah.
You didn't grow up with like mixed race kids?
Yeah, they had some mixed race, but a lot of them, the dad was gone or something. So,
yeah, I mean that's okay. They're mixed race. I mean,
yeah, that's true. So one of the parents was gone. Yeah, and I don't want to just blame it on the dad, but one of the parents was gone. But yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I guess I haven't seen it where both the parents are around and it's like this functioning like type of thing.
Yeah, okay, now that makes sense. Mixed race functioning families. Those are rare.
Yeah, like something that could create a Ben Simmons.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't see too much of that. You know, weirdly, I knew now that I'm thinking about it, I knew black kids who had a full
Lord of the Forest says, I'm so drunk but high too. It sounds like you are like barely legal to do that because the term for that is crossfaded. So there will be never any reason to say that you're both drunk and high at the same time if you aren't somebody who, like if you were somebody who does that, you know, at least once or twice, you would have used the term crossfaded instead. So furthermore, it's a bit performative to say it in a YouTube live stream chat. But I feel you, brother.
Family together, but all the mixed race kids that I'm thinking of didn't have dads.
Well, I think it's you know, when we were kids, it was probably I don't know if people were super geeked in some areas on like racial, like biracial parents living together or interracial relationships. I remember we had a bus driver, this fella Milford was his name, and he'd done a lot of things wrong and one shouldn't have been driving.
You're a 39-year-old Zoomer.
And
it sounds like you're a 39-year-old, what's the word, sheltered person. Somebody who has been in, like, you had an extended COVID session that started, you know, 20 years ago and ended most recently.
And anyway, he would end up knocking up the lady that swept his bus out. He knocked up the lady that swept out the bus, who was a black woman.
Can I just say, just on that?
Yeah.
Impressive.
Yeah.
That's an impressive thing to be a school bus driver and to just pull the black chick who's sweeping up your
Yeah, that is
bus.
pretty
Like
true.
that's a good place to start from to get laid. You just, as a dude, you have to respect that.
Yeah, shout out Milford. And he was a ginger too. And this was a time when the science wasn't even there on them. You know, there was.
And a black chick to like go back to her black friends and tell them she just fucked a ginger school bus driver. Like that's crazy.
Well, they probably thought she was coming up. Though, probably at that time. It was different times,
They're
right?
like, Look at you, girl.
Yeah. Oh, okay, Shawty, getting Irish. Okay. But the craziest part was, yeah, I guess I could just see him. He's up there and he's like just having a cigarette or having a dip or something after a drive or a haul or whatever they would call it. What do they call that? A haul, I think they would call it.
A haul? You're hauling the kids to school?
My route, probably.
I think so. Yeah, that'd be your route
after a drive.
You said you asked for chat to speak up. I'm just lurking, dude. Did I ask for chat to speak up? If I did, that must have been I don't know what that would have been. That would have been like a psychological. I don't think I did that. I'm gonna just deny that outright on the basis that I know my community does not talk because they're like on average 20 years younger than me. So I don't expect them to speak to me because they don't know how to have a conversation with me.
On my route. And he heard that broom start going in the back of that bus and he's got him a little him start scratching his crotch a little or something. Who knows, brother? That's love. Hey, love can strike. That's the craziest thing about love. Like love doesn't know any boundaries between races or anything.
Yeah. And it is at least to some degree an involuntary reaction. Like you don't really get to choose
who you love.
You know what I mean? Like it kind of just happens to you, and then you're like, shit, I love this chick now.
Yeah, that's the toughest part. And then sometimes you don't find out till later, kind of, or you realize that you were just kind of messing it up. Yeah.
Shafi. We're gonna call you Shafi. That's a weird way to spell a name that I've never heard before, but hello. I'm only saying it seems weird because a Y is next to an H. And that's usually a word as opposed to a name. Like words are spelled like that in weirdness. Like in general, F-I-Y-H is very odd to me.
You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I had that with but with my wife and with both my kids in a weird way. Where it's almost like I remember having moments, it's like you start realizing how deep you are in. And I remember having this one moment with my daughter. I think she must have been like 4 months old. So like I'd been a dad for a while. And I just had it like my wife was like running the supermarket and I was just like bouncing her on my knee or whatever. And she just, I don't know, she just like yawned or like looked at me in some way. And I remember just having this realization where I was like, oh shit. Like, I love this little baby. And then I just started having this panic attack. Like I was like, something bad's gonna happen to her one day. Like something, you know, like no one gets through life without something bad happening to them. And I was like, oh my God, like I have to deal with that. I was just like, nothing happened. And I had already been in love with her. It's just like, it just hit me.
Yeah.
Like, oh crap, I'm in real trouble here.
I'm in for this gal.
Yeah, and I still am.
Yeah, that's great, dude.
One more year and then she's on her own. But I'm still in.
Yeah, I guess that is a father-daughter love different than a father-son love? Do you have each gender child?
I got one of each, and yes, it's different.
It is.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like a different. I definitely like my wife points it out a lot, and I notice it too. But I'm definitely harder on the boy than I am on her. Like there's just kind of a natural thing where you're just a little bit more like. You just have more of a thing like, you know, your daughter, when my daughter's 3, if she like falls, I'm like, oh, sweetheart, are you okay? With my son, I'm like, come on, you're tough, get up. You know what I mean? Like you just have a little bit more of that. And I definitely have more of like, I feel like more of a pressure to be like a role model for my son that I don't feel for my daughter.
It's your wife's job.
Yeah, and also my wife's awesome. She's really sweet and smart, and she's a great person. And so I always kind of felt like with my daughter, I was like, oh, well, she's already got an awesome role model, you know, and like my job is just like to love her and to provide and protect her and stuff. But with my son, I was like, oh, I got to teach him how to be a man. And then you're like, all right, I better figure out how to be a man real quick so I could teach him, you know, like, I don't know what that means. And then it's just like, there's a lot more stuff with having a son. It made me understand not having a father better in a way. You're like, oh, I get, there was supposed to be this here that there wasn't, you know? And so, yeah, it is totally different. Like there's a different thing, like, having a little girl, like I was just like, she has me wrapped around her little finger. She knows it. She always has. My son, it's a whole different thing. Obviously, I love them both equally. You know, it's not like more than the other, but it is a different type of thing.
Yeah, no, I've just never thought about it. I never thought about it from like I guess, it's like the mom would probably be more the role model for the daughter. I mean, obviously there's a father-daughter relationship, but the mom would be more the role model.
I think I'm the role model of what her expectation for a man is going to be.
Yeah.
I think about that a lot. You know what I mean? I think about that, like the way I treat my wife in front of her and stuff like that. Like, I'm like, I always want to make sure that she, her expectation is that a guy would be really sweet to her and, stuff like that. No, but with your boy, you're like, oh, I'm the one he's going to be like trying to be like. Yeah. And you're like, oh man, that's a whole pressure. Don't be like me.
Yeah, and then you see him one time being like you, and you're like, oh, this kid is screwed.
Yeah, right.
He's just vaping in the yard.
I'm off the vapes. I don't vape anymore.
Dude, I'm off 3. I might be off almost a month right now. I can't even believe.
Were you smoking or vaping?
I was vaping.
Yeah. I get scared of that shit, man. I did it for so many years too.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so risk adverse right now when it comes to vaping. I won't even any smokestacks. I wouldn't even fly into Newark right now. Like just because just the idea that there's some smokestacks in the distance, like anything could set
you off. Yeah, you want to get through that beginning time for sure.
And I'm getting close, so I can kind of feel it where like it doesn't even pop into my head. The toughest parts are like if I'm having a conversation in my car and
hello, Cube Sage, a normal name.
I'm driving. That's kind of the time I would like it, and then that's also the time where I'm most able to go get one because I'm in transit.
Right.
I can pull off somewhere and pick one up. So,
yeah, I know what you mean. Well, it's as you get older too, like all the health things get scarier because it's not so like way off in the future anymore. You're like, oh, but you got to smoke for 30 years before that does. You're like, I'm at 30 years, and you're like, oh, all right, oh shoot, all right. But it's a different thing. When you're 15, you're like, yeah, in 30 years, there's a problem. Whatever. Who cares?
What idiot would smoke for 30 years? That's what you tell yourself at 15.
Yeah, right. And then you go, if I make it another 30 years, that's fine. Like, I've had plenty of life.
Yeah.
But actually, then you're 45 and you're like, oh, 50, whatever that.
I got to start a Roth IRA. That's when it gets weird, dude. Everything's getting weird, man. Dave Smith, good to see you, bro.
Yeah, dude. You too, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we met up around this time last year.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's funny that we set this up like really quickly and they snuck in a regime change war in between when you said it's 48 hours we planned this and they fit a whole regime change in that 48 hours.
Well, it's good to know that they're making them faster.
Here we are.
And it's happened, man. The crazy, they had the photo came out of Maduro and his wife. I guess they picked him up.
Well,
do I have a Discord server? Yep, I had a Discord server since I would say I made one probably a year after the platform came out. And because I predate Discord as a content creator. You could actually find the Discord server by going to Google to actually find it. I don't know if people still use Google actually. But you can actually Google my Discord because yeah.
The U.S. plans to run Venezuela and tap its oil reserves, Trump says, after operation to oust Maduro.
Sending you a link is not going to be anywhere near as effective as telling you to Google it, because the actual the link for the Discord is being dropped by a bot, but you seem to not be looking at it. So I think it's just better if I tell you to go look for it that way. Let's see. Does it have a single woman in it? I don't think it has any single women in it, but I do think there are women here. I think the reason why in most cases they will say that they're not single is so that people like you don't ask them if they're single, number one. Let me see. This is bad. What happened here? But yeah, it's even if it's not a large server. It's not large because I actively kill people who come to the server. It's a server. I think it's because I maintain it to a degree. It's not very large. I think servers can only be as big as people don't care to maintain them. Because if you actually care to maintain your server, it would never get very large, actually. You know, bodies of, fucking nations are different. Because it's kind of hard to maintain a nation that has to have an influx of people to help maintain the nation. Discord, not so much. It can get by just fine with the person who owns the server. He can just use his Discord server for his picture collection of unmentionables or whatever. But yeah, I think it has about 9,000 users and only 9 active people, not including myself. In fact, there's a hidden chat. There's a hidden part. There's a hidden compartment of the server where it's just my friend group of 12, 13, nearly 15 years. Yeah. So you're not online often. You must not know who I am. I am actually online every day. Yeah, I'm online every single day for the most part. If the question is, am I online on Discord? That's still not very different from me saying that I'm online every day. If you shoot me a message, and I don't respond, it's because I'm too busy responding to the 39 other messages that came before you, or I'm too busy ignoring 39 other messages because I haven't figured out a way to respond to those 39 people yet. And I usually take people's messages fairly seriously, so I postpone a lot of messages. I postpone. What is this? This is annoying. I postpone responding to certain messages depending on the I suppose severity, the priority levels of the messages. Some people just want to talk, obviously. So when they hit me with a hey, I try to measure it. I try to measure a response. I'm a little autistic, so I like to be particular. If somebody says hey, the first thing that comes to my mind is, how do they find me? Not to say that I'm hiding from people, but I'm going to run the scouter, the Dragon Ball Z scouter. I'm going to run the scouter and try to figure out who the hell I'm dealing with before they actually say the next thing. I've met many people in my course of my internet experience from the tender age of 14 or 15 years ago plus. So I know how to size somebody up pretty quickly, depending on a lot of little factors. Like, for example, did you send the message before you sent me the friend request? I'll pay attention to that kind of stuff. Did you send the message before you sent the friend request? If I get a message and I see you still typing, I'll notice that stuff too. I'll watch you type for a while before you actually finish the message, so I'll actually try to figure out how many times you backspace because your message seems to be taking too long. Because you're probably not somebody who's going to send me a long-winded message saying that, hey, I love your videos, I'm going to work with you. You're not that guy, probably. That's what I'm always looking for, by the way. So everything for me is downstream of 2 different streams that move from that go downstream in 2 different directions. So there's an upstream and a downstream. The upstream is a woman who might want me, and the downstream is a guy who wants to work with me. So one of these is way more unlikely than the other ones. You're kind of overthinking it, to be honest. I just said I was autistic. You must not know what the word means. oh, this is not overthinking. This is actually how people think normally when they are introverted and a little or a lot of autistic. I'm a high functioning autist. So what you call overthinking, I call underthinking. There's a reason why, for example, I'm able to edit a video. We're 10 hours into the live stream, I think. I streamed for so long that every other stream crashed. The one that was on Kick, the one that was on Twitter, the one that was on Rumble, the one that was on Twitch, the one that was on TikTok. They all crashed, and only the YouTube ones are left. I have 3 different YouTube streams. One is on my music channel that I've turned into a live streaming / music channel. And then there are 2 live streams on my main channel, 2 live streams on the main channel. One in the shorts feed and one in the normal YouTube feed. I'm streaming in 3 different directions to expand. The back end of the stream is dedicated to having people come to a space in my community where people tend to like me more as opposed to the content. Because if you like the videos and you like the music, then the chances are that you like the person behind it a bit more than normal. Because the more skilled a person is at different facets of artistic expression, the more likely the person is just going to like the actual person behind the content. So that's why I stream on the music channel more than I do on the main one or any other smaller channel. Because if you're willing to watch a smaller channel, then it means you're more concerned with the actual person behind it as opposed to attaching yourself to a larger channel to see how it grows. Because people like to be involved in bigger things. But if you follow a smaller channel, you're trying to invest in something that is small because you feel like it's a little niche thing for you to get into. It's a hipster thing for you. So you want to be involved with a smaller creator, and it gives you that sense of that smallness. So it sets up this whole little triage of I'm streaming into the shorts feed because when you stream in the shorts feed, you get followers more faster because people are swiping through live streams faster than they are from the normal feed. So you grow faster in the shorts feed. That's that. When you stream in the normal feed for the widescreen feed, you are streaming to a dedicated audience for the most part, people who already know you for the most part. Because the audience is a mixed bag of people who have seen shorts more than they have seen videos. What I'm getting is people who have never seen me stream before, who have never seen any long form video that I made before because they all watch shorts, and then they click off the long form stream immediately because they actually don't want to watch a stream and they didn't know it was a stream. Yeah. So how much do you actually make per 1,000 views? That's called RPM. Rate. I forget what the R means, but it's something per mile, not minute. And it fluctuates. It does not stay the same. RPM is on Twitter. RPM is apparently on Facebook. It's on TikTok and it's on YouTube. And YouTube has 2 different RPMs because it has 2 different feeds: the shorts feed and the actual video feed. People don't know these things. That's fine. But that's why I said about an hour ago that because people don't know how anything works for the most part, they ask questions that comes 50 steps down the the ladder. Generally, the average RPM on the platform is around $2, I think. I could be completely fucking off. So nobody was going to give you a crazy RPM like $8 because that person is basically rich. $8 in the shorts feed is insane, and it's nearly impossible for the average person. I say actually fairly improperly. Average is actually shifting. It's very hard to actually pin down what the word average means nowadays because you can see some very amazing things under a fucking rock. But my RPM is actually probably fucking 50 fucking cents. And that's probably just in the shorts feed. The RPM might be a little higher or a little lower because RPM doesn't make that much sense to begin with. Number one is anime content, so there's no RPM to begin with for most people. That's how you know I'm autistic. I work harder than most people on the platform for pennies. I've been making content since I was 15 years old. I'm 32. I've had my first channel in 2007. I've had a second channel in 2008. And I made a separate channel halfway into 08. I had 3 channels in total before 2008. And then I shut all that down at some point when I went to Vine in 2014. Before that was SoundCloud. And I put all of my music on SoundCloud that I made from 2000 and... When did I start making music? I forget. I feel like I want to say 2000 and probably 7 or I don't, whatever. Point being is that I've been creating shit for a long time, videos. I was trying to figure out RPM before the term even came out because I was trying to sell my drawings on the yellow school bus when I was barely 10 years old. I'm a little bit of a hustler. Shorts pays rocks and videos are on the niche. And videos are on the niche. No, I just said something that contradicted that earlier. I said that shorts, you can get an RPM for shorts as high as $8 per 1,000 views. You're rich. You can be rich off of one short. I don't even care how far it dips down from $8. You can go all the way down to $1, and that's still high as fuck. Because people get billions of views off of shorts. You can be set for life in a month if you just have the right niche. And more than half of the time, there's no such thing as niches for shorts. It's actually just, you do cars. You talk about fucking carburetors or some shit. You talk about lawn mowing supplies. You know how to fucking make a rake. That one fucking old ass idiot who made, what is it? He said Dr. Pepper pickle soda, some shit like that. The video got like fucking 15 million views or whatever. He's done. He'll be dead in like 2 years, but he's set for the rest of his life, I guess. I hope he has kids so we can pass that money down. Give them the channel so they can fucking make a mess out of it. But that channel's gonna generate income when that man is dead and gone for at least 15 years. Probably not 15 years. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 2 years with all this AI stuff. So the algorithm is advancing rapidly because it has to track people who are going to also advance rapidly because it's a recursive thing. Because people will change, therefore the algorithms will change. And we're going to change because the algorithms outside of the algorithms are going to change. So it's a Plato's cave matrix situation. Neo from the Matrix, Neo-Platonism.
What were the actual hours after an audacious military operation that plucked leader Nicolas Maduro from power and removed him from the country? President Donald Trump said Saturday the United States would run Venezuela at least temporarily and tap its vast oil reserves to sell to other nations.
Well, at least they're being honest about that part.
Yeah, it makes you wonder kind of what's going on. What were the exact attacks that happened? Does it say? Like, did we go kill a bunch of people?
Yeah, we definitely killed some people. There were a bunch of attacks, and then there was like an elite team that went and got, that was able to kidnap Maduro. And I know, so Mike Lee, the senator, posted on Twitter that he had spoke to Marco Rubio and that Marco Rubio had said something like the other attacks were like in service of the mission to get Maduro. So like, I don't know what the, taking out their defenses or something like that. But so, I mean, I don't know even where to start here, right? But so there's a lot, there's been obviously for months now, there's been like, they've been bombing the boats that they're claiming are drug boats, but they haven't really demonstrated that they are.
When you sent me the message, I'm here, I joined 10 minutes ago, I think I read that wrong. Everybody has this thing to me, but they just get so fucking small and shrink when they get into the same VC with me. I just forget that I'm dealing with another person. Are you there? Warman? Waruman? How old are you again? Okay, well that's the reason. Let me just go over our conversation so I can get a feel for who you are again. You forwarded the message of the announcement into our DMs. I'm interested. I'm turning 23 this month, you said, and then I said I'm gonna get back to you later today. That's because you forwarded this message yesterday at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Therefore, I didn't see you during the first day. This is 2 days later, actually. You said I'll be able to join the VC in an hour. Okay, anyways. So, okay. Read the post that you forwarded again. And then read this next after that. And then tell me what you think after you get finished reading it. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Where the fuck is that thing at? Since when does this VC not have the flashing attached to it? That's annoying. I gotta set up another thing for the chat. What the fuck? Oh, I hate this so much. Cue the music, please, so I cannot lose my sanity. Give me this track instead. I know you're seeing like a visual inception right now. We have to get over it for a little bit until I fix this problem. Discord overlays, workroom, Brohouse. I need to change this VC from the workroom to the editing class. I don't have a workroom anymore. The classroom is the workroom. Discord overlay. What software are you using? Holy shit, this is OBS. That's too low. Turn that up some. Oh, I feel. Oh. Okay. No. I guess this is actually status widget, chat widget. Here we go. This should be a voice widget. Never mind. Select server. Wow. Okay, what do you think? Tell me what your thoughts are. Where are you from? Okay. Got you. Have you I can't talk. My fucking tongue. I actually have like a fucking issue that I've been dealing with for a while where I think because my there's some vitamin I'm deficient in that's causing my tongue to go numb. So I have a hard time speaking nowadays. Anyways, I want to know about your experience with anything when it comes to, I would say, creativity. That's a very broad question, but it's not very broad. I've never made anything, so I want to start there. Okay, that's good. That's a good start. How old were you when you started? High school for the Netherlands was started at age, what, 16, 15? 12? Okay, that's different. Okay, that's middle school for us. Junior, we don't really call it junior high, but it's where I'm from, it's called middle school, but yeah. Well, senior high would be, it would start with fucking 16, right? Or is that 18? senior high, because there's 3 grades, right? There's 3 like actual like clusters of the grades. There's elementary school, junior high, aka middle school, and then there's high school. And then there's like what, uni, as you guys say over there, university or whatever. When we say university, that's college. But when you guys say university, that's like the year after you go to the actual institutions. Yep. Okay, so there's 4 grades in high school, as we say in America. There's what, 6th grade? Am I doing that right? There's 9th grade. There's 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. I think sometimes I hear people in the UK area. I'm gonna call everything from Greenland all the way to fucking Russia, European UK type area. So you have 4 grades in your high school, right? So you're saying you can just go to school for a year? At what age? Jesus. That's kind of crazy. That is very different. That sounds kind of militaristic. I don't know what the ramifications are of that, to be honest, because it kind of sounds like that's a better way to do it, because it really tries. It depends on what you're doing for those first 8 years. It really does depend on that, obviously. That sounds like your entire life needs to be put in decent order in 8 years, which is insane because the first like 7 years you're barely human to begin with. Bam. Mm-hmm. Okay, I see. Understood. Interesting. Which is what, 3 years, 4 years?
It was supposed to be 6 years, but due to I had to repeat the grade because we moved house, like me with my family, and my old school didn't want to give my grades to the new school, so
what?
Yeah, it was out of spite. They just, because here for every student a school gets like a budget from the government, and they lost 2 students, me and my sister. So I guess they, out of spite, did that. So I had to repeat the grade. And the year after that, I didn't graduate because Corona, and the whole system like fell into ruins basically. And yeah, after that, I there's this thing here which is called adult education, which is you can graduate from high school, like you can get your high school degree in 1 year if it's the lower or medium level, or in 2 years if it's the highest level. And I decided to instead of going to university, I would go to college. So for college, you only need the medium level. So I chose to do that in 1 year, graduated. Did engineering for half a year, but I didn't like it because the teacher, he has like 40 years experience as an engineer, but 0 years experience as a teacher. So he couldn't really teach well. So I lost interest in engineering because of that. And then I switched to chemistry, which I'm in my 2nd year now.
What do you like about chemistry?
I like how it's very science-based. In high school I did a lot of science. I did chemistry, I did physics, I did maths, I did biology, and in chemistry you kind of combine that all. And I also chose it because of it being a broad study. So I'll be pretty set if I graduate from here. Like I would find work in the sector that I want. So, yeah.
The sector is broad as well, I'm assuming. You're saying that you picked chemistry because it's based off of a large set of interests that meld into one thing, or let's say some broad thing. Have you looked at the
Yes.
sector? Have you determined some things that you would like to do in that sector you're referencing?
I am still figuring it out, basically. It's more so the fact that the percentage of people that find a job within a year after graduating chemistry is pretty high. And the percentage of people that find work even outside of their sector is also high. So for me, I didn't want to narrow my options too much, and chemistry also fit in with that. It's also kind of future-proof because chemistry is needed in a lot of different workspaces.
What do you mean by future-proof exactly? Other than what you just said, because I feel like you're just forgetting something that recently started to blow up consistently, exponentially. That kind of throws a little bit of a wrench in the idea that things are future-proof.
What would be that?
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, I'm kind of struggling to find the words at the moment.
Okay.